Grasping Evil Chapter 259 to Chapter 288. I Ching continued to guard the 3 Dao steels while Bailey led Ning Fan to the second step of mortal severing. While walking through the sea of clouds and mist, Bailey asked Ning Fan some trivial questions about the lower world from time to time, trying to find out more about him. As the third lady of the Lost World Palace, she naturally wanted to recruit such a talented person. However, Ning Fan was still indifferent when facing Bailey's questions. He only answered with a few words and was not willing to talk about it. When Bailey asked about the Lost World Palace in the Rain Immortal World, Ning Fan showed a blank expression, as if he did not know Bei Xiaoman at all. Ning Fan's eyes were as calm as water and as deep as a pool. He did not look at Bailey even though her beautiful face and elegant figure were enough to attract any man's attention. Bailey's eyes moved and she was secretly surprised. From the beginning to the end, Ning Fan was not swayed by her beauty at all. It was enough to show that his determination was far beyond ordinary people. Even though she was a half-step void refinement realm expert, she could not see through him. It was enough to show how shrewd he was and how much he hid. This young man didn't hide his cultivation base. What he hid must be shocking. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in the lower world. Young Master Ning came from the Rain Immortal World. He shouldn't be a nobody in this world. Why didn't Sister Xiaoman recruit him? Bailey was puzzled. If Bei Xiaoman had recruited Ning Fan on behalf of the Lost World Palace, she should have already given him a quota. Could it be that young Master Ning was recruited by the demoness of the Eastern Sea Heaven? Sister Xiaoman doesn't like cultivation. She cultivated the Gui vein, but it was difficult for her to slay the red dragon. That was why she came to the lower world on behalf of Sister Shi and Sister Qing Han. With Sister Xiaoman's half-step divine transformation realm cultivation base, she is indeed not a match for that void fragmentation realm demoness. However, it seems that young Master Ning doesn't have a quota of the godly void pavilion in his body. Bailey was even more confused. A person who could turn back on the 10 steps bridge was not chosen by any forces. Why was that? Of course, Bailey did not know that when the demoness met Ning Fan, he was just a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. His yin-yang devil vein did not show any shocking potential. At that time, Ning Fan only relied on calculating the formation I of the mortal void grand formation to attract the demoness' attention, but that was all. At that time, Ning Fan had just started cultivating not long ago. It would be ridiculous if he was given the opportunity to ascend to the 9 worlds. What Bailey did not know was that Bei Xiaoman would never recruit Ning Fan. She could not wait to tie him to a tree and whip him. She really did not want to recruit Ning Fan. Besides, she had already been counter-recruited by Ning Fan. Her Yuan Yao Jade had been snatched away and Bei Xiaoman herself was already half a step into Ning Fan's harem. Her chastity was really worrying. Ning Fan would not be stupid enough to tell Bailey about all of these. It would only bring him trouble for nothing. On the other side of the sea of clouds, a golden bell stood amidst the mist. It was as huge as the heavens and earth. Looking at the bell from afar, Ning Fan felt a wave of immortal might sweeping towards him, preventing him from flying away. He could only walk towards the bell step by step as if he was on a pilgrimage. Young Master, take a look. This golden bell is the bell of reincarnation. It was also set up by the immortal emperor. It is said that before the primordial age, there would be a chance to listen to the Tao every 129,600 years. The immortals would ring the bell of reincarnation to wake up the immortal emperor. They would climb the lotus platform and wait for the immortal emperor's primordial spirit to descend and preach the Tao to the 1 billion worlds. Another immortal sovereign, Ning Fan, approached the golden bell step by step. His eyes were filled with astonishment again. It was rare for him to be so moved. He discovered that this gigantic bell that stood towering over the heavens and earth and controlled the cycle of reincarnation was too similar to the Eastern Ocean bell. However, there were also differences. Although they looked similar, if they were placed together, the Eastern Ocean bell was too small. Moreover, it was just a supreme-grade magical treasure, an ancient demon sacrificial artifact and a vessel that inherited the heaven sealing technique. As for the gigantic bell in front of him, it gave people a direct feeling that its weight had reached a shocking level. This gigantic bell was heavier than the entire 4 heavens immortal world. No one could move it. That was why it was still in a deep slumber. No expert had taken it away. After engraving the Demon Codex, Ning Fan had already memorized the might-raising technique of the Eastern Ocean Bell. He discovered that when he used the might-raising technique, he could faintly sense a strange connection with this gigantic bell. He could even absorb a trace of immortal might to slowly increase his own aura. This bell was built by the immortal sovereign. The Eastern Ocean Bell is the inheritance of the demon ancestor. The immortal sovereign cultivated the purple chi while the demon ancestor cultivated the golden light. The two of them shouldn't be the same person. However, their bells are so similar. I'm afraid the two of them have a deep relationship with each other. The history before the immemorial era had long become empty. Ning Fan could only deduce some information based on the two golden bells. The moment his eyes flickered, it was caught by Bailey. A faint smile appeared on her cold face. "Young master, do you find this bell familiar? Have you heard of another golden bell that is similar to this one?" No, Ning Fan wouldn't tell her about the Eastern Ocean Bell. "Young master, you don't have to deny it. Isn't the heaven-suppressing treasure of the Eastern Ocean Heaven a golden bell? I suppose young master has heard a lot about it in the lower world. It's a relic left behind by the Eastern Ocean ancestral emperor. When you ring the gigantic bell, you won't get the sound of reincarnation. Instead, you will get the sound of killing. Heaven-suppressing bell." Ning Fan's expression didn't change, but he remembered Bailey's words. Bailey stopped 3 zhang asterisk 3, 33 m per zhang, away from the bell. She could no longer get closer to the bell. She pointed at the jade shelf beside her. On the shelf, there was a golden hammer that was 3 zhang asterisk 3, 33 m per zhang, long. The bell of reincarnation has the might of an immortal sovereign. Other than those who have become immortals, even void fragmentation realm experts can't get within 3 zhang asterisk 3, 33 m per zhang, of the gigantic bell. Therefore, there is a golden hammer here. You can use the hammer to ring the bell and the sound of the bell to cleanse your heart of mortal thoughts. Then, you can complete the second step of mortal severing. Bailey has already said before that an ordinary great cultivator who has broken through to the divine transformation realm can only ring the bell of samsara 3 times at most. However, Bailey has already rung the bell of samsara 11 times. "Young master, if you ring the bell less than 11 times, Bailey will make fun of you." Bailey's eyes flickered. Of course, she was just joking. She didn't mean any harm. It was because she had a faint feeling that Ning Fan wouldn't just ring the bell 11 times. Besides, she also didn't want Ning Fan to hold back. She wanted to see how deep this young man who had a cultivation base that was far lower than hers could hide. "Young master, please ring the bell of reincarnation." Bailey cupped her fists and slowly retreated, leaving the stage to Ning Fan. Ning Fan didn't ring the bell immediately. He just stared at the golden bell indifferently with a hint of confusion in his eyes. The bell of reincarnation. This bell has a power that I can't understand. I don't know the methods of the immortal sovereign. Is this the expert who stands at the top of all the true immortals? My master isn't weak. Immortal Emperor Luangu isn't weak either. However, in front of the immortal sovereign, only Dao Kong is superior. How many times can I ring this bell? With a flick of his sleeve, the golden hammer appeared in his hand. The confusion in Ning Fan's eyes gradually faded away, turning into determination. The immortal sovereign was Luangu's teacher. Luangu could be considered as half of his teacher. Today, I didn't ring the bell to slay mortals. I just wanted to use this bell to remember the martyrs of the immemorial era. In the future, I want to stand at the peak of all the immortals. Asterisk dong asterisk the golden hammer fell. The huge bell vibrated slightly, releasing a purple golden sound wave that seemed to have substance. That sound wave was like a halo. When the bell was rung, the halo expanded until it stretched to 1000 li asterisk 500 m per li. When that halo approached him, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He realized that the sound of the purple golden bell had improved his mental state by a level. The profoundness of this bell made Ning Fan unable to understand it. That was why he admired the immortal sovereign's methods even more. That admiration turned into a trace of fighting spirit. He made up his mind to walk the path of Luangu and the immortal sovereign, galloping across the heavens and earth. The second ring. The third ring. The fourth ring. He said in a deep voice and swung the golden hammer. asterisk dawn asterisk asterisk dawn asterisk asterisk dawn asterisk. The three rings of the bell seemed to have merged into one, turning into an even more dazzling purple-golden halo that extended to 4,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li. With every ring, the sound of the bell could travel further and further until the immortal sovereign in the past heard it. However, 1 billion years had passed. The immortal sovereign in the past was no longer around. The immortal sovereign who listened to the Tao had also turned into dust, leaving behind only the inheritance of the fiend god. Vicissitudes. A trace of vicissitudes rose in Ning Fan's heart. And within that trace of vicissitudes, there was the true meaning of reincarnation. Asterisk dawn asterisk. He rung the bell for the 5th time and it spread to 5,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li. It was done in one go. Bei Li's beautiful eyes were moved. She had never heard of anyone who could ring the bell of reincarnation 5 times consecutively. Her eyes looked at Ning Fan's back in disbelief. Ning Fan's back gradually became more and more ancient. With every ring of the bell, his chi changed, as if he had become one with the sound of the bell. Even though he was thin and weak, his back gave Bei Li a feeling that she could only look up to him. It was as if the person standing in front of her was no longer Ning Fan but the immortal sovereign. 5 rings were completed in one go, but Ning Fan still did not stop. 5 consecutive rings was his limit. After pausing for a while, according to his estimation, it would not be difficult for him to ring the bell 11 times, barely ring the bell 14 times and ring the bell 19 times would be his limit. 5 rings of the bell would clear up his state of mind. He had increased his state of mind cultivation by at least 500 years. Ringing the bell of reincarnation was not only for severing mortals, but also for the remembrance of ancient chaos and the immortal sovereign. It was also an excellent method to improve his state of mind. Sovereign's shadow, appear. A golden shadow slowly emerged behind Ning Fan. The moment this shadow appeared, Ning Fan's chi rose sharply. A trace of monarch's aura rose in his eyes. Then, he rang the bell for the 6th time, asterisk dawn asterisk. This sound did not stop. Almost at the same time, another 5 rings of the bell sounded at the same time, 11 rings. In a single breath, Ning Fan rang the bell 11 times, however, he did not ring the bell for the 12th time. At this moment, his state of mind had broken through to the mid-spirit severing realm. At this moment, he suddenly saw a trace of an ancient scene from the bell of reincarnation. That scene was the reincarnation cycle, but it disappeared in a flash. In that scene, he caught a glimpse of a woman. Her face was blurred, like a paper crane. Before the woman disappeared, the purple star in Ning Fan's left eye flashed. He saw the woman's face clearly, but it was not a paper crane. It was Mu Weiliang. She was sitting on a green rock, embroidering an embroidery in the herb garden of the Celestial Emperor. In the embroidery, there was a pair of butterflies flying together. Beside her, the shadow of a butterfly was dancing. When the scene disappeared, Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. What is that scene? It's obviously a paper crane, but why is it Weiliang in the end? In the Sea of Clouds, there were the 3 steps of severing mortals and the heavenly Tao tablet. This Sea of Clouds was a small kiliacosm created by the tablet-wielding immortal emperor. This world was connected to the Void World. In the Void World, on the Black Tortoise planet, a bald and slightly chubby old man with white eyebrows was teaching the cultivators of the Black Tortoise planet. His eyes were slightly displeased because one of his most valued female disciples did not report to him when she received a message. Instead, she went straight to the Cloud Sea on her sword. One should know that the main reason why he came out of seclusion today was to teach the female disciple how to break through the bottleneck of the void refinement realm. Li Er, you are really going to piss me off. You have failed to live up to my expectations. Bei Li was not only the 3rd young lady of the Lost World Palace but also the most valued disciple of the tablet-wielding immortal emperor, Meng Xuanzi. Meng Xuanzi's expression turned ugly. However, he heard a clear explanation from the guard of the Tao tablet. He said that there was a spirit-severing realm cultivator in the lower world and he saw his luck. That was why he asked Bei Li to guide that cultivator's luck. After hearing this news, Meng Xuanzi felt slightly better. If there was such a reason, it was reasonable for Bei Li to go to the Cloud Sea. With a calm expression, he began to teach the cultivators again. But at a certain moment, Meng Xuanzi's eyes widened with a hint of surprise. 2nd step of mortal severing? Someone saw samsara in front of the bell of samsara? No, it's just a coincidence. What this person saw should be the remnant image of samsara, but this person's chi seems a little familiar. Where have I seen it before? There was a hint of doubt in Meng Xuanzi's eyes. He did not remember that there was once a harmonious spirit realm cultivator in the lower world who accidentally entered the void world. Meng Xuanzi was the one who saved him. However, he still could not remember. It could not be helped. There were too many things to be done by an immortal emperor. Every time he taught the Tao, he would have to face millions of unfamiliar faces. It would be difficult for him to remember everyone. This old man should have seen this person before. He should have left a good impression on me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have remembered his chi. But, where have I seen it before? Meng Xuanzi hesitated. To be continued. Bailey gently rubbed her chest. For the first time, her cold eyes lit up. 11 times. 11 rings of the bell. In a single breath, he would be able to ring it 11 times. Bailey had already expected that Ning Fan would be able to ring it 19 times even if he risked his life. However, she did not expect that Ning Fan had actually comprehended the sovereign shadow of one of the 3 void fragmentation realm techniques and used the might of a monarch to resist the ringing of the bell. Without any preparation, her chi was disrupted by the continuous ringing of the bell. Bailey calmed herself down and adjusted her magic power. Only then did she manage to calm her chi down. However, her breasts were still heaving up and down slightly. He is yet to attain the divine transformation realm, but he was able to condense the sovereign shadow. Moreover, he even used the incarnation technique on the 10 steps bridge. He has already comprehended 2 of the 3 void fragmentation realm techniques. What a monster! Ning Fan did not know that his actions had left a good impression on Bei Xiaoman's 3rd elder sister. He did not care about it. What he cared about was the afterimage that flashed across the giant bell in front of him. What exactly is that afterimage? It's reincarnation. Luo Yu's sleepy voice came from the yin-yang locket. Reincarnation? Ning Fan was slightly startled. Then, he thought to himself. Miss Luo Yu, you always wake up when I need you. That's right. I wanted to sleep a little longer, but your ringing of the bell is a little disturbing. The bell of samsara. I really miss it. I can't remember how many years it was when I rang this bell when I was at the divine transformation realm. Once I fall asleep, I will be forgotten by time. Luo Yu's voice was filled with sadness for a moment. Then, she immediately regained her spirit. My good little brother, are you already at the divine transformation realm? You managed to ring the bell 11 times in one go. That's really amazing. In the past, I only managed to ring the bell 10 times in one go. 10 times? Ning Fan was surprised. In that case, even if he summoned the sovereign shadow and borrowed the might of a monarch, he would only be slightly stronger than Luo Yu in the past. However, even I didn't manage to see reincarnation after ringing the bell 24 times. The bell of samsara contains the reincarnation power of the immortal sovereign. However, this is just a legend because no one can use this bell. You being able to see reincarnation is already shocking even if it's just a fragment. Of course, there might be others who have also seen reincarnation but they didn't tell others about it. So, I don't know. Do you want to see reincarnation clearly? You know another way? Ning Fan could not help but laugh. This Luo Yu could always come in handy at crucial moments. I know a little. It's just hearsay. I don't know if it's true or not. After all, I can't walk within 10 meters of the reincarnation bell. I want to know. I want to see it time. Throw away the golden hammer and walk to the front of the giant bell. Strike the bell with your fist and sound the number of heavenly dippers and earthly fiends. 108 times. Of course, it is only a legend. No one has ever tried it. But you should be able to try. Big sister has high hopes for you. I am sleepy again. There seemed like the sound of the window and occurred the sound. The sound. Luo. Li. Sound. Ning Fan remained silent. He looked at the bell of samsara and closed his eyes, recalling the image of the lady. It was Jiha, but she turned into Mu Weiliang in the end. What does that mean? Jiha, the prestige-raising technique was activated. Ning Fan opened his eyes and threw the golden hammer away. Bailey was confused. Why did this young Master Ning stop ringing the bell after ringing it 11 times? Instead, he threw the golden hammer away. Does he want to end the second step of mortal severing with 11 strikes? However, young Master Ning had already rung the bell 11 times and his mental state had advanced to the mid-divine transformation realm. It seemed to be enough for him to execute mortal severing. However, there was a hint of disappointment in Bei Li's eyes that could not be concealed. After all, she was expecting Ning Fan to ring the bell 49 times, surpassing the #1 divine transformation realm expert in the Northern Heaven who rang the bell 48 times and become a legend in the Northern Heaven. Just as the disappointment rose in her heart, it turned into disbelief. It was because Bei Li saw that Ning Fan had entered within 3 Xiang*3 33 m of the bell of samsara. Other than true immortals, who else can get close to the bell of samsara? How did he do it? 3 Xiang*3 33 m away from the bell, Ning Fan felt like he was carrying a mountain of immortal might on his shoulders. Just a single step within 3 Xiang*3 33 m of the bell felt as if there were 2 mountains. Rise. Ning Fan's body was enveloped by a blood-red light. A vortex of aura force rose around his body. His eyes turned fierce as he used the heaven sealing technique to devour the traces of immortal might. He did not take the second step, but the aura force continued to rise. The late divine transformation realm gradually broke through the peak and reached the half-step void refinement realm. It was as if Ning Fan's aura force could not break through the void refinement realm due to the limitation of his cultivation realm. However, as he devoured the immortal might, his aura force gradually gained a trace of true immortal chi. His aura force no longer increased, but it was slowly undergoing a qualitative change. The true immortal chi entered Ning Fan's body and left a trace of purple chi in his nascent soul. When the purple chi rose, he suddenly realized that his luck was changing along with his aura force. The dark green luck was becoming darker, but the green color was also slowly turning into a pure green color. Moreover, as Ning Fan willed it, the dark green luck was automatically divided into black and green colors. 2 traces of luck. Ning Fan's heart trembled. After absorbing the purple immortal might, not only did his luck increase, but it was also divided into 2 traces. This kind of thing might not be believed even if it was said to others, but it was real. It was like a yin and yang fish fusing together. Ning Fan was shocked. He did not know whether this was because of the yin-yang locket or the benefits of the immortal sovereign's immortal might. In short, his luck was unprecedented. Why was the old monster's luck black? Could it be that he was schemed against and did not hesitate to pollute his luck? However, the result of his self-defilement was that his luck was extremely bad. He could not kill gold core realm cultivators, and there were treasures like jade royal grass and coiling evil grass in 7 Apricot City that he could not find. It was the yin-yang locket that floated in front of him, but he did not recognize it. He had failed dozens of times in concocting a 4th revolution dan. The black luck avoided the scheme but still damaged itself. At this moment, Ning Fan's luck became special. Even the immortal emperor who controlled luck might not have expected that the black luck would have a chance to revive. Luck determined a cultivator's luck. At least, if one wanted to become a pill refinement master, his luck must not be bad. Otherwise, he would be like the old monster who failed every time he concocted a dan. I am obsessed. Ning Fan's eyes became firm and he took the second step. Dong Su asked him to turn into a devil to avoid the scheme. But perhaps, he did not need to be so extreme and completely pollute himself. Dirty and clean, black luck and purple luck, good and bad, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, ice and fire. It might not be impossible to coexist. The yin-yang devil vein had the word combine, which meant merging and coexisting. He secretly activated the prestige ascension technique. The color of his luck changed even more. It looked like the black color was getting darker and darker, turning into pure black. It was not even dark green anymore. However, as long as Ning Fan willed it, the 2 kinds of luck would separate. The black color was still black while the green luck gradually turned blue. When Ning Fan was completely close to the bell of samsara, he placed his palm on the front of the bell and did the boldest thing in his life. He directly used the prestige ascension technique to absorb the immortal sovereign's aura from the bell of samsara. If it was an outsider looking at Ning Fan's luck, they would think that his luck was getting darker and darker, like a drop of black ink. Only Ning Fan knew that when the black luck was increasing, the other half of his luck was also increasing and slowly turning into a pure purple color. When his luck completely turned purple, the black color covered the purple color and no one knew about it. However, Ning Fan knew that his luck had returned. "Thank you." He said something strange to a dead object like the bell of samsara. Then, his fist turned jade-colored and landed a punch on the bell. Dong the bell rang for the 12th time. Young Master Ning can actually walk to the bell and ring it with his physical body. Could he be a true immortal? 13 rings, 14 rings, 20 rings. 21 rings, 22 rings, 49 rings. The 49th ring could travel 49,000 li *, 500 m per li. Bailey's heart trembled violently and reverberated non-stop. This ring made Bailey firmly believe that once Ning Fan breaks through to the late Divine Transformation Realm, he would probably be the strongest Divine Transformation Realm expert in the Northern Heaven. A ring of the bell could cleanse one's mental state and improve one's mental state for 100 years. 108 rings of the bell could improve one's mental state by 10,800 years. His mid-Divine Transformation Realm mental state gradually advanced to the late Divine Transformation Realm, peak Divine Transformation Realm and even the half-step Void Refinement Realm. The Bell of Samsara did not increase Ning Fan's cultivation base, but it made his aura force, luck and mental state undergo a qualitative change. Dong Ning Fan's last punch landed on the Bell of Samsara. The powerful rebounding force made him cough out blood. His blood splashed on the Bell of Samsara, but his eyes were filled with satisfaction because he saw Samsara after the bell rang. However, his expression changed drastically at the next moment. The power of Samsara was far beyond his expectation. It was even more untouchable than the Spirit Wander technique. It was as if a suction force had completely sucked his mind into the Bell of Samsara. Ning Fan knew that he was probably in real danger this time. The last ring of the bell resounded through the sea of clouds and echoed in the black tortoise star for a long time. On the vast black tortoise star, there were more than 4,700 cultivation countries and hundreds of millions of cultivators. At this moment, all of them raised their heads at the same time. All of them were puzzled. They did not know where the bell rang from. However, the moment they heard the bell, their eyes were filled with bewilderment. It was just like Ning Fan's expression when he saw the Bell of Samsara for the first time. The sound of the bell, however, made hundreds of millions of cultivators dazed for a moment. After they regained their senses, none of them could remember the strange incident that happened just now. It was as if a piece of their memory had been extracted out of thin air. Only Meng Xuanzi, who was an immortal emperor, managed to block the bell. Initially, he was puzzled and thinking about Ning Fan's identity. However, when the bell rang, he immediately stood up in shock and recalled something 108 times of asking. "It's the power of samsara. I remember now. This young man is that person. That young man from the rain world." That harmonious spirit realm cultivator had mistakenly used the true immortal technique to travel 10,000 li * to spy on the young man of the black tortoise star. Now, in the sea of clouds, this young man had rung the bell of samsara 108 times at the Divine Transformation Realm. If that was all, it was impossible for the bell sound to travel millions of li * 500 m per li, across the entire black tortoise star. The reason why it could travel so far was because this person had activated the power of samsara within the golden bell. This young man has a monstrous aptitude. Meng Xuanzi's eyes flashed. With a step, he teleported across millions of li * 500 m per li, and appeared at the peak of the sea of clouds, landing beside Ning Fan. His evaluation resounded for a long time under the Tao preaching platform. No one could remember the strange bell sound. Millions of cultivators who were listening to the lecture were shocked. The tablet-bearer immortal Emperor Meng Xuanzi, who was known for his eccentric and arrogant attitude, actually praised someone. Moreover, it was a terrifying evaluation. Monstrous aptitude. This was an evaluation that Meng Xuanzi had never given to anyone. Even the third young lady of the Northern Lost World Palace, Bailey, whom Meng Xuanzi thought highly of, had only given her a not bad aptitude when he evaluated her. Countless cultivators were curious as to whom Meng Xuanzi was praising. However, no one would know the answer in the end. Meng Xuanzi descended from the sea of clouds. He stood under the bell of samsara and looked at the young man who was holding the golden bell with his eyes tightly shut. He did not disturb him. Bailey, on the other hand, was shocked. She quickly bowed respectfully at Meng Xuanzi. Bailey greets Master. May I know what orders you have for me? Leave the Sea of Clouds at once and go with I Ching. Leave this place to me. Meng Xuanzi ordered solemnly without further explanation. Only he, the tablet-bearer mortal emperor, could handle this place personally. Once the power of samsara in the bell of samsara goes out of control, the memories of countless cultivators in the Sea of Clouds and the entire void realm would be wiped away in an instant. Bailey could not stop it, neither could I Ching. The two of them must leave the Sea of Clouds as soon as possible. But Master, this young Master Ning has yet to reach the third step of immortal severance realm. Bailey is still trying to guide him. Guide my ass. Little girl, don't tell me you've fallen for this person? Why are you still here? Don't worry. I'm here to guide him to the third step of immortal severance realm. Bailey was confused. This was the first time she saw her master cursing. It turned out that even an immortal emperor would curse people, even countless star lords would find it difficult to meet Meng Xuanzi, who was a celestial emperor, let alone the attendants, mountain gods, or minor immortals and gods of earth. They could only meet Meng Xuanzi when he was teaching the Tao. Meng Xuanzi, who had such a high status, was personally guiding a cultivator from the lower world to complete the third step of immortal severance realm and carving his name on the Tao tablet. No one would believe it if this matter was spread out. However, what happened in front of Bailey was the truth. However, her face turned red. She was still a little dissatisfied. She had just known Ning Fan for a short period of time. She was just helping him to achieve immortal severance out of goodwill, but her master said that she had fallen for him. If it was in the past, Bailey would certainly talk back to her master. But now, she saw a hint of seriousness and even fear in her master's eyes. Master is afraid. What is he afraid of? Come to think of it, young Master Ning seemed to have rung the bell 107 times. Bailey was only worried because it was the 108th bell that had erased her memory. However, she did not know that this was samsara. Leave now. Meng Xuanzi said sternly. Yes, Bailey looked at Ning Fan deeply and felt pity. She did not dare to disobey her master's order. It was such a waste of this opportunity. She could have recruited him after he achieved the third step of immortal severance realm and attained the divine transformation realm. She turned into a ray of purple sword light and left on her sword. She then informed I Ching to leave with her. In the end, only Meng Xuanzi and Ning Fan were left in the Sea of Clouds. Meng Xuanzi smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I have to help this junior of the rain world for the second time today. Samsara was a terrifying thing. Even with Meng Xuanzi's cultivation base, he was not qualified to peek into it. Ning Fan had yet to attain the divine transformation realm, but he had already peeked into the samsara. His current mind was probably devoured by the bell. This old man will do you a second favor by pulling your mind out of the bell. Otherwise, it's a small matter if you are devoured by the samsara power. If the samsara power goes out of control because of you, all the cultivators in the void world will have to suffer the amnesia of you. Immortal art heaven peeking through dreams. Meng Xuanzi formed a hand seal and pointed at the bell. Traces of purple incantation changed and pulled Ning Fan's mind out from the bell, returning it to his body. As Ning Fan's mind was pulled out, the instability of the bell gradually subsided. Inside the bell and the illusion, Ning Fan could feel that his mind was being saved by someone. Slowly, he heaved a sigh of relief. I'm ashamed. I've gone too far this time. If it wasn't for someone who saved me, I'm afraid my mind would have been trapped in the bell with my own strength. If I want to escape on my own, I can only do so after comprehending the samsara inside the bell. However, I don't know how many tens of thousands of years I would need to do that. If I'm not mistaken, the person who saved me isn't Bailey. His cultivation base is a little terrifying. This G is a little familiar. It seems to be the senior who saved me in the past on the Black Tortoise planet. If it's really him, I seem to have owed him two favors. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. Since someone saved him, he might as well take this opportunity to have a good look at the afterimage of the reincarnation. He was dressed in white robes and shuttled through the palace. The medicinal qi in this place was extremely dense. It seemed to be a medicinal garden. The cultivators who came and went were either dressed as soldiers or palace maids. Each of their qi was at least at the divine transformation realm. There were quite a number of Void Refinement Realm cultivators, and Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators could be seen everywhere. Moreover, there were even immortals whose chi was stronger than the Void Fragmentation Realm. However, none of them could see him when they passed by him. This place was the afterimage of the samsara. It was the past. Ning Fan did not belong to this era. No one could see him and he could not change anything. Inside the medicinal garden, a ray of golden light soared into the sky. It was obviously a golden flame chariot. 9 demon souls were pulling the chariot. A golden armored demon general was standing at the front of the chariot. Lu Wu. Ning Fan cried out involuntarily. This person was the person in Lu Daochen's painting. The golden armored demon general seemed to have heard someone calling his name. He was secretly surprised and looked around in confusion. Then, he shook his head and mocked himself. I seem to be a little too nervous today, as if something big is going to happen in the Heaven Court. Looking at Lu Wu, who was patrolling the sky above the medicinal garden, Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. Lu Wu used to be the official in charge of the medicinal garden of the Heaven Emperor. Now that he is here, could this place be the Heaven Court of the ancient era? Step by step, Ning Fan walked into the medicinal garden. He remembered that the jiha he saw before was in this garden. Each of the tufts of immortal herbs was a precious herb that was more than 1,000,000 years old. Ning Fan could not even recognize most of them. However, he knew that if he casually consumes any of them, he would probably be able to break through to the Void Fragmentation Realm immediately. He reached out his hand to pluck those immortal herbs. As soon as he touched them, they immediately shattered like glass. However, a moment later, they strangely reformed. This place was not a real place. It was just a remnant dream of the samsara. At the center of the medicinal garden, there was a green medicinal stone. The lady who was supposed to sit on it and do embroidery did not appear. Ning Fan sat on the green stone and waited quietly for the lady to appear. Jiha, Mu Weiliang. What else is in this place that I do not know? After sitting there for an unknown period of time, the sound of light footsteps suddenly resounded outside the medicinal garden. While walking, the person complained with a clear voice. I failed to enter the southern heavenly gate privately again. It's really not easy to go to the mortal world to have a look. Ning Fan raised his head and saw a young lady who was dressed like a maidservant walking towards him. Her small face was pure and innocent. Her eyes were clear and limpid and her hair was tied up in a bun. Jiha. Ning Fan stood up involuntarily. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you enter my father's medicinal garden? The young lady waved her fist at Ning Fan in dissatisfaction. Could it be that this young lady who looked exactly like Jiha could see Ning Fan? Ning Fan was secretly surprised. However, before he could say anything, a butterfly that was half black and half white passed through Ning Fan's illusory body and flew towards the young lady. It danced among the leaves of the immortal herbs. The young lady did not see Ning Fan. What she said was bold, as if she was accusing a butterfly. So, she can't see me. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. That's right. How could she see him? This is the remnant image of the samsara. What Ning Fan saw were things that had already happened, history that could not be changed. He retracted his expression and stared at the young lady carefully. The young lady waved her small hand and caught the butterfly in her hand. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. Silly butterfly. Don't be afraid. I won't tell my father that you are stealing medicine here. Look at how scared you are. The young lady who looked like Jiha took a step forward. Within the brilliance, she turned into a face that was exactly the same as the female corpse. She was cold, noble, and had an innocence that did not match her identity. Jiha's appearance and the attire of a maidservant were the disguise that she used to sneak out of the southern heavenly gate. Her real identity was the daughter of the Heaven Emperor, Mu Weiliang. Silly butterfly, come and accompany me to relieve my boredom. The Heaven Court is very lonely. Mu Weiliang gently sat on the green rock. She did not know that Ning Fan was standing beside her. Holding the butterfly in her hand, Mu Weiliang revealed a trace of fascination. The butterfly is a living being of the mortal world. How interesting. Could it be that a little butterfly like you flew up to the Heaven Court from the mortal world? What terrifying perseverance. So many Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators failed to ascend to the Heaven Court, but you succeeded. You're really amazing. The butterfly flapped its half-black and half-white wings. Of course, it did not know how to speak. Since you can ascend to the heaven court, I will grant you a name. Let's call you Xiaofan. The butterfly remained silent forever. Xiaofan, I'm not in a good mood today. Talk to me. Mu Weiliang stroked the hair on her temples and muttered to herself while holding the butterfly in her hand. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was secretly shocked. It was because he saw the butterfly in Mu Weiliang's hand suddenly turn around and face him at a certain moment. Its compound eyes flashed with a trace of reminiscence and praise. It was as if it had seen the reincarnation that no one could see through and Ning Fan could not see through. That butterfly had really seen Ning Fan, with its thin, weak, and insignificant body. To be continued. In the Heaven Emperor's herb garden, Ning Fan stood there for a long time. Almost every day, Mu Weiliang would come to the herb garden and sit on a green rock with the butterfly in her hand. She told the butterfly everything that was on her mind without reservation. Xiaofan, do you know that the heaven demon world has been broken into the awakening realm and the dream realm? Countless true spirits of the royal family have lost their royal blood and the power that they are proud of. Xiaofan, do you know that the devil abyss has been suppressed by someone? The 9 Emperor Mountains are guarding the 9 entrances of the abyss. Xiaofan, I heard that the fiancé that father chose for me is going to return to the heaven court. He hates living beings in the mortal world the most. Please don't anger him. He didn't come back. Fortunately, I don't want to get married anymore. I haven't had enough fun. Xiaofan, look, father has given me the key to the realm gate. You can't tell anyone about it. The realm gate is very dangerous. It was personally sealed by the immortal sovereign in the past. We must never open it. Time flowed like water. Mu Weiliang sat idly in the herb garden every day. There was always a butterfly on her shoulder. It was a black and white butterfly named Xiaofan. The lifespan of a butterfly was very short. Some could only live for half a month and some could only live for 2 months. In Mu Weiliang's soft palm, the life force of the butterfly withered day by day. Mu Weiliang felt heartache. The little butterfly that accompanied her for less than 2 months was about to die. It was a butterfly that dared to fly to the heaven court with its mortal body. It should not die. If you can cultivate to become a butterfly demon, you must be a good demon. She bit her lips and began to busy herself in the herb garden, collecting the dew of million-year-old spiritual herbs for the butterfly to drink. The life force of the butterfly gradually recovered and she smiled happily. She realized that she had fallen in love with this little butterfly. What a foolish woman to fall in love with a butterfly. She was that foolish. She who was clumsy began to ask the immortals of the heaven court about embroidery. All the female immortals were dumbfounded. The princess of the heaven court, who was known for being lazy and carefree, actually wanted to learn needlework. Of course, no one dared to disobey her. From then on, a beautiful figure appeared on the green rock. She was holding an immortal needle and was embroidering on a piece of white silk. It was not embroidery of dragons and phoenixes, mandarin ducks playing in the water, plants, mountains, and rivers, but a pair of dancing butterflies. The half-black and half-white butterfly was naturally Xiaofan. She, on the other hand, was the other one that was so ordinary that it was unremarkable. Xiaofan, I have left the chaste sand for you. You have to cultivate your demon cultivation properly. One day, you will become a butterfly immortal and take me away. I don't like this place. Mu Weiliang looked at the small butterfly seriously. The sun and moon changed, but Mu Weiliang was always happy. No one could understand her happiness, and no one could enter her kingdom. This happiness, until that day. That day, she did not come to the herb garden. The next day, he did not come. On the 3rd day, he did not come. On the 10th day, she looked haggard as she arrived at the herb garden. Xiao Dai was perched on her shoulder, but behind her was a golden-haired man. The man's long hair was like a waterfall. His cultivation base was so strong that Ning Fan had never seen anyone like him in his life. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but from this person's actions and bearing, it could be judged that he was a handsome young man. The young man's golden robe fluttered as he followed behind Mu Weiliang without saying a word. He was giving Mu Weiliang time to think about it. You're not lying to me? If I give you the key to the realm gate, will you tell my father to cancel our engagement? Mu Weiliang's eyes were filled with hesitation. How can I lie to you? Hee, I'm really surprised that you fell in love with this insignificant butterfly. The way you do things is always unexpected. However, I have no choice. As the immortal Emperor Xianxia, I will never force people to have feelings for each other. As long as you give me the key, I will use the power of an immortal emperor to pull the strings of love between the two of you. Even if you fall into the cycle of reincarnation, you will still be able to meet again. What do you think? But, this key is very important. What if? Mu Weiliang's expression changed. Even though the butterfly on her shoulder was flapping its wings to dissuade her, she was still moved. Don't worry. Don't you trust my strength? The key is in my hands and no one can take it away. On the other hand, it will be very dangerous for you to keep it. Then you can't lie to me. Mu Weiliang gently bit her lips and passed the purple gold key to the golden-haired man. The man activated his immortal power and pulled the strings of love between Mu Weiliang and Xiao Dai. Then, he left. After he left, Mu Weiliang finally heaved a sigh of relief and held Xiao Dai again. Xiao Fan, you have to quickly cultivate your demon cultivation. Quickly transform and bring me away. I don't like this place. Bring me to the mortal world. Promise me that my hands will not be stained with blood for the rest of my life. Okay. The butterfly flew up for the first time and landed on Mu Weiliang's face. With its wings, it gently touched the side of her face. That gesture startled Ning Fan. He had done this gesture thousands of times. Gently touching the side of Jiha's face, Jiha. Could it be that Jiha is the soul of the female corpse? And that butterfly, could it be me? This is the cycle of reincarnation? It was like an invisible string of love that connected the two of them for all eternity. It was as if there was a string in Ning Fan's heart. In your previous life, you were the daughter of the Heaven Emperor and I was the butterfly. He became silent and understood. In the demon sinister forest, the special affection he had for Mu Weiliang, the place where he slept and the reunion with Mu Xiaohuan. If he was not wrong, Jiha was one of the three souls of Mu Weiliang or even, the main soul. At the same time, a pure and holy figure in white emerged in Ning Fan's mind. She waved her sleeves and 7 colored rays of light moved. If Ning Fan was not wrong, that Si Wuxia was, her purpose of coming to you country was actually, I understand now. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes became deep and clear. It was as if he could see through a person's past and present life with just a glance. This was a seed of the power of reincarnation. Due to the limitation of his cultivation realm, Ning Fan could not comprehend it. But one day, when this seed takes root and germinates, it would be enough to give Ning Fan the power to change the cycle of reincarnation. He did not say much and stood beside the green rock with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting. In the broken memories of the female corpse, he saw the scene of Mu Weiliang being betrayed. He knew that when Mu Weiliang handed the key to the realm gate to immortal Emperor Xianxia, her fate would be hard to change. That person did not have good intentions. Mu Weiliang could not see through it, but how could Ning Fan not see through it, Xianxia? Moreover, Mu Weiliang might have fallen in love with a butterfly because of this person's scheme. The demon race was annihilated and the devil race was suppressed. Next, it would be the divine race's turn in the heavenly court. Immortal Emperor Xianxia, who is this person? After an unknown period of time, a gust of wind blew across the heavenly court. This gust of wind made people feel uneasy. It carried an irresistible aura force and swept across the entire heavenly court. Above the sky, an immeasurably huge purple golden door suddenly appeared. A ray of purple golden light flew past the door. Then, the huge door opened. At this moment, countless voices of fear and anger came from every corner of the heavenly court. The realm gate is open. Not good. It is coming back. Who is it? Who opened the realm gate? His Majesty had given the key to the realm gate to the princess for safekeeping. Could it be her? Damn it. Princess Weiliang didn't see the big picture, but she actually committed such a grave mistake. If we can avoid this calamity, even if she is a princess, I will still request His Majesty to kill her. Voices of resentment could be heard. Shadows of true immortals rose to the sky and rushed towards the huge door, trying to seal it again. However, when tens of thousands of true immortals approached the huge door and tried to seal it again, a golden figure stepped out from the door and turned into a golden-haired man. In his hand was a bloody eyeball that was as big as a fist. Countless true immortals were shocked when they saw the eyeball. The eye of the Heavenly Emperor. You gouged out the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. What have you done? Xianxia. Did you do all of this? Xianxia? My name isn't Xianxia but... The golden-haired man said something but Ning Fan could not hear the name clearly. It was as if it was immediately erased by a strange force when it entered his ears. Ning Fan finally understood why he couldn't see the face of this person. It wasn't because he couldn't see it but his memory was erased after seeing it, the power of samsara. Die. The real name of the golden-haired man made the true immortals tremble. He flicked his sleeve and a golden halo spread outwards. After the halo dispersed, the first batch of true immortals who rushed towards him exploded into blood mist and died. Then, he threw the heavenly sovereign's blood eye to the herb garden beneath his feet. There was a tearful woman standing there, looking at her father's eyes with heartache. Her eyes were staring at Mu Weiliang as if she was resentful of her for opening the realm gate. It's not me. I'm not the one who opened the gate. It's not. Mu Weiliang wanted to explain but she knew that her father couldn't hear her explanation. The heavenly court is probably going to be destroyed after today. She raised her head and looked at the golden-haired man who was high up in the sky. Why? Why did you lie to me? Why did you open the gate? Why did you betray the heavenly palace? My father trusted you so much. I trusted you so much. But you, hee. Mu Weiliang, don't you understand? I'm originally an outsider. You're the daughter of the heavenly sovereign. You're my enemy. You're a fool who made an even more foolish decision. So, you can die now. The golden-haired man pointed his finger and the heavens collapsed. The force of that finger was aimed at Mu Weiliang. If the finger landed, this woman would definitely die. Her soul would scatter and she wouldn't be able to reincarnate. That finger could destroy the nirvana samsara. At this moment, a black and white butterfly fluttered its wings on Mu Weiliang's trembling shoulder. Like a ray of gray light, it soared up to the sky. Its speed was far beyond the golden-haired man's imagination. A normal butterfly. How can a normal butterfly travel at such a speed? Ah! He let out a miserable shriek because the butterfly smashed into his left eye, shattering it with a single blow. The golden-haired man who could easily kill countless true immortals had one of his eyes shattered by a small butterfly that seemed to have no magic power at all. However, the recoil from the collision caused the butterfly's body to be smashed into pieces, but it still protected Mu Weiliang. Mu Weiliang covered her mouth and felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. She held the ashes that fell from the sky. Those ashes were the result of Xiao Dai overestimating her strength. A mere normal butterfly dares to go against me. You're overestimating yourself. Shut up. You're not as good as him. You'll never be as good as him. Mu Weiliang's eyes were filled with resentment. With her personality, she had never known hatred. But today, she understood it. In the name of the Master of Emotion, from today onwards, I'll take away the heart of the divine clan. The golden-haired man's expression was cold and disdainful. However, his heart was really shocked even if he was unwilling to admit it. A flap of a butterfly's wings was enough to cause a hurricane and change a samsara. When the butterfly died, the track of the heavenly Tao had deviated. Ning Fan completely withdrew his consciousness from the bell of samsara. His eyes were sometimes pure black and sometimes pure white, which made him look exceptionally strange. He stroked the bell of samsara. His eyes slowly became clear and he murmured. In my previous life, I was a butterfly. A butterfly that couldn't be any more ordinary. However, this butterfly hurt the Master of Emotion and saved Weiliang's soul, the Master of Emotion. Who exactly is this person? Ning Fan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes had already returned to normal. Samsara was not something that he could touch with his current strength. The Master of Emotion was also not something that he could resist. The more he knew, the better it would be. In order to see the past clearly, he had to have greater strength. At least, he had to become an immortal emperor. Jiha. I've said it before. In this life, I won't let your hands be stained with blood. I won't. After dispersing all his thoughts, Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged. He turned around and left the bell of samsara. Then, he cupped his fists at the bald old man who was standing beside him. Thank you for saving me twice, senior. If I can enter the heaven realm one day, I will certainly repay your kindness. Save it. This old man doesn't want to have anything to do with you. A person who can see the cycle of reincarnation is too frightening. However, if you manage to ascend to the northern sea heavens one day, perhaps, you can come to my black tortoise planet. Putting aside the power of reincarnation, this old man still thinks very highly of you. Since Senior has invited me, I will certainly come to Black Tortoise Planet if I have the chance. I just don't know Senior's name. Originally, Ning Fan wanted to ask the old man who Immortal Emperor Xianxia was. However, after giving it some thought, he gave up on that idea. It was not the right time to know these secrets now. Besides, perhaps even the old man in front of him might not know who Immortal Emperor Xianxia was. I'm Meng Xuanzi, the Immortal Emperor of the Four Seas Heaven Realm. Let's go to the third step of mortal severance. The third step is the Tao-seeking cliff. Later on, you just need to walk down the cliff and die with your mortal body. Then, you will be able to pass. Tao-seeking cliff. Ning Fan memorized the old man's words and followed him through the sea of clouds. Feeling doubtful, he cupped his fists again and asked. I wonder where Miss Bailey and fellow Taoist I Ching are. Their chi doesn't seem to be in the sea of clouds anymore, they left. I chased them away. It's all because of you. Young man, let me give you a warning out of goodwill. The power of samsara is not something you can touch with your current cultivation realm. You might not be so lucky next time. I will save you for the second time. Meng Xuanzi secretly criticized. The young man who followed behind him did not have a high cultivation realm. However, every time he did something, it would definitely be shocking. A harmonious spirit realm cultivator dared to use his spirit sense to form a thread. A spirit-severing realm cultivator dared to sound the reincarnation cycle. Everyone said that young people were frivolous, but this young man was not frivolous at all. He was too arrogant after all. In his previous life, he dared to fly to the heavenly palace as a mortal butterfly. In his life, there was no such thing as fear. As long as there was a possibility of success, he was willing to try. Instead of thinking about failure, it was better to think about how to avoid failure. The Tao-seeking cliff was a 7 million zhang tall mountain. Meng Xuanzi flicked his sleeve, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble and ripples to spread out. The two of them had already traversed an immeasurable distance and appeared at the peak of Tao-seeking cliff. Ning Fan had never seen such speed in his life. It was much faster than the old monster. Ning Fan could imagine that the old devil who was arrogant and domineering in the lower world might not have a high position in the upper world. At least in front of an immortal emperor, his position was very small. The wind was strong enough to blow away all the cultivators below the soul formation level. However, Ning Fan's footsteps were firm. His physical body at the second level of the Jade Life realm did not come for nothing. How could he not even withstand the heavenly wind? The peak of the mountain was vast and was shrouded in purple mist. Meng Xuanzi stopped outside of the purple mist and said impatiently. This Tao-seeking cliff was built by the immortal sovereign. It is the third step of mortal severing. Alright, brat, jump down and kill yourself. Then, you will be able to advance to the soul formation realm. Jump down. Ning Fan clenched his fist slightly and walked to the edge of the cliff, looking down. It was impossible to see clearly below 7 million zhang star. However, he could vaguely see densely packed blood corpses and skeletons. They seemed to be the mortal bodies left behind by the soul formation realm cultivators who jumped off the cliff in the past. If it was before, Ning Fan might agree with this method. However, after experiencing the 10 steps bridge and the bell of samsara, he felt that since this Tao-seeking cliff was named Tao-seeking, it should not be as simple as jumping off a cliff. Otherwise, why wouldn't it be called Mortal Severing Cliff or Falling Bone Cliff? Be more appropriate. The immortal sovereign built the 3 steps of mortal severing. It seemed like he wanted the cultivators to sever their mortal bodies. However, he left a trace of opportunity in the situation where they had to sever their mortal bodies. Only by not severing their mortal bodies would they be able to seize that opportunity. There was an illusion in every 10 steps, and a lord should never turn his head back. However, Ning Fan turned his head back. His state of mind had greatly improved. When the bell of samsara rang, the monarch Tao became emptiness. However, not only did Ning Fan's Tao not become emptiness under the sound of the bell of samsara, he even peeked into the cycle of reincarnation and understood the mortal world. His Tao heart became firmer, his luck changed and his aura force increased. Every step he took seemed to be an opportunity. That opportunity seemed to be a reward given by the immortal sovereign to the cultivators who dared to keep their mortal hearts. The immortal sovereign also yearned for the mortal world. It was because he was restrained by the mortal world and struggled with his Tao heart that he could become so strong. Ultimately, the cultivation of the Tao was to cultivate a strong heart. This was what Ning Fan had comprehended on the 10 Steps Bridge. Committing suicide by jumping off the cliff indeed required courage. Those who were timid would not dare to jump off the cliff when they saw the height of 7 million Zhang star. However, committing suicide, no matter what the reason was an escape. Escape from the mortal body, escape from the weak and lowly self. Being weak is not shameful. Being lowly is not shameful. Desire is also not shameful. Only those who possess these are human, even if one is an immortal. The left half of the word immortal is still a human. In the past, in the sinister Sparrow sect, the ugly man Yunlai had asked Ning Fan a question. What is an immortal? At that time, Ning Fan only answered him based on the Tao comprehension in ancient chaos's memories. Immortals are people who stand on the mountain. Now, Ning Fan was standing on the peak of the Tao-seeking cliff on the mountain. He suddenly had an unprecedented realization about this sentence. Standing on the mountain is an immortal. Descending from the mountain is a human. This was the path of cultivation that the immortal sovereign thought. He took a deep breath but did not jump off the cliff. Meng Xuanzi's impatience turned into a hint of approval. His impatience was just an act. He just wanted to test Ning Fan to see if he could see through the true meaning of the Tao-seeking cliff. Why don't you jump? Why don't you get rid of your mortal body? Meng Xuanzi purposely asked with a clear voice. Why should I jump? Ning Fan raised his head and looked at the sky. When I stand on the mountain, I am an immortal. Since I am an immortal, how can there be a mortal body? This mountain is also a metaphor. As long as a mortal places his state of mind on the mountain which is higher than immortals, he will be an immortal. How could a butterfly fly up to the heaven court with the body of a mortal? In the eyes of the butterfly, it had never thought about the difference between immortals and mortals. In the eyes of the butterfly, it was already a high and mighty immortal. It might not have magic power, but its state of mind was more prideful than any true immortal. I am that butterfly. I will not jump off the cliff and commit suicide here. I want to seek the Tao here. Meng Xuanzi burst into laughter when he heard the voice. You are indeed a monstrous genius. In the past, I hesitated for 49 days before I managed to see through the true meaning of the Tao-seeking cliff without jumping off the cliff. However, you managed to see through the key point in just a few breaths. You are qualified to seek the Tao here. As soon as Meng Xuanzi finished speaking, the peak of the cliff was shrouded by purple mist and layers of illusory realms. At this moment, Meng Xuanzi's eyes became unprecedentedly serious. The illusory realms of Tao seeking is the only step in the 3 steps of mortal severance that can increase one's cultivation base. What a cultivator cultivates is the heart. If one's heart is firm, one's magic power will naturally increase. Therefore, when a cultivator's cultivation base surpasses the 7 realms of cultivation and becomes an immortal in one step, they will rarely consume pills or spiritual fruits to cultivate if they want to stand at the peak. Those are all methods that rely on external objects. In order to reach the peak, one must have a Tao heart that is as firm as the 7 million zhang * tall mountain. Even though you have attained the divine transformation realm with your demon power, magic power is your foundation because you are a human body. Every day you stay in the illusory realm will increase your magic power by 1060 years. 600 years. 600 years is a cycle. A day is a cycle. Ordinary cultivators can endure for 6 days, but it is rare for them to endure for 7 days. In the past, I managed to endure for 97 days. How many days can you endure? Within the purple mist, Ning Fan's eyes were blank as he appeared in the middle of a bamboo fence. He was holding a porcelain bowl which contained chicken feed. He was a 7 or 8-year-old child. He stared at the chicken feed blankly, feeling that he had forgotten something important. I remember that I should be at the Dao-seeking cliff. Dao-seeking? Eh? What is the Dao-seeking cliff? What is Dao-seeking? He had forgotten everything. In this illusory realm, everything that happened in the past seemed real and illusory, like a dream and smoke. Fan Air, hurry up and feed the chicken. Bring this basket of eggs to the teacher in the school and let him learn how to write. It will save you from doing nothing every day. A woman wearing old linen clothes was carrying a basket of eggs. She handed it to Ning Fan in a bad mood. Then, she touched Ning Fan's head lovingly. Silly child. Are you daydreaming again? This woman was the child's mother. Both of them depended on each other for survival. Even though her clothes were old, her face was like a piece of dusty jewelry. She was a famous beauty in the village. Her name was Ning Qian. Ning Qian was both angry and amused at the same time. Her child always liked to daydream. Every time he daydreamed, he would claim that he had become an immortal. There is no such thing as an immortal in this world. Stop daydreaming. Be a good boy and go learn how to write, but I really dreamt that I became an immortal. I even dreamt that Jiha became the daughter of the Heaven Emperor. Silly child. That is just a dream. Jiha is the daughter of Carpenter Wang. How could she be the daughter of the Heaven Emperor? Go and learn how to write. When you have the ability in the future, Mother will help you propose a marriage with Carpenter Wang's family. Yes, Mother. The child received the basket of eggs with a slightly disappointed expression. He looked at the faintly discernible purple clouds in the sky and felt slightly puzzled. Are all those killings just a dream? I have Mother and Jiha here. I am very happy, but I should have forgotten something important. What is it? To be continued. The north wind blew, and the leaves fell in the cold winter. The sky was getting brighter and brighter. On the fields, many farmers were busy planting crops. The child held the eggs and tightened his linen clothes. His face was red from the cold. I'm actually afraid of the cold. Xiaotong was surprised. He had a feeling that he hadn't experienced this for hundreds of years. There was a red birch forest at the head of the village, and in the middle of the forest stood a thatched cottage and a private school. In the school, in the creaking old house, the sound of a young and tender recitation came from afar. At the beginning of the immortal realm, there is no nature. Ascending the path to heaven and entering the sea diagram, one's magic power is vast and cannot be admired. Only when one's Tao heart is firm can one see. The boy stopped outside the school. He didn't push the door open and just stood there quietly. The children in the school recited the three-character immortal classic written by the teacher himself. Its purpose was to enlighten the child. The child had heard this scripture 7 times. Every month, his mother would ask him to send a basket of eggs to the teacher. 7 months, 7 opportunities. He stood outside the school and almost memorized the entire three-character immortal classic. The little boy knew that he was smart and intelligent, and was not inferior to the other village children. Unfortunately, the teacher refused to accept him. Why didn't teacher accept me as a student? The little boy was puzzled. He faintly felt that this was related to the matter he had forgotten. When the boy appeared outside the private school, a boy who was a year younger than the boy immediately spoke excitedly from within the dilapidated private school. Mr. Z, Big Brother Ning Fan has come to acknowledge you as his master again. On account of his sincerity for the past 7 months, you must accept him into your school this time. That child's name was Ning Gu. He was one of Ning Fan's few friends in Ning Village. After he spoke, all the children stopped reciting and looked at Ning Fan through the dilapidated window. Today is the 7th month, but it is also his 7th day. If he still doesn't understand why he can't enter the private school, then he is not fit to stay in this world. Inside the school, a purple-clad teacher smiled faintly. This person had long hair like a waterfall and a handsome appearance. There was a purplish gold stone flame mark on his forehead. But Mr. Z, Big Brother Ning Fan is really sincere. He is different from you. Let him stand. As for you, study hard. In the teacher's hand, there was a purplish gold ruler. He gently knocked on Ning Gu's head with love and gentleness. He did not ruthlessly slap the child's palm. He would never do that. He taught without discrimination, taught by word and example, and did not punish anyone. This was also the reason why Mr. Z was famous in the village. It was rumored that even the county magistrates outside the village had to bow to Mr. Z. This person did not seek fame or fortune, but many of the disciples who listened to him were officials of the state of Yu. In the land of Yu, Confucianism flourished. Taoism, Moism, military strategy, law, and other schools of thought were also filled with scholars. As for Mr. Z's school of thought, it was the Purple School. After the teacher reprimanded him in a soft voice, Ninggu rubbed his head and sat down in embarrassment. The chanting of sutras resounded in the school again. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was standing outside the school with the egg in his hand. His fists were tightly clenched. He is different from you. Let him stand. Recalling Mister's words in his mind, Ning Fan gently gritted his teeth. This time, I'm afraid I will fail again, but why didn't the teacher accept me? Why am I different from the other children here? On the Dao-seeking cliff, Meng Xuanzi looked at Ning Fan, who was standing in the purple mist, and frowned. Today is the 7th day. Countless peak nascent soul cultivators have stopped at this step. I wonder if this young man can cross this threshold. My Dao heart illusory realm in the past was about getting married. This young man seems to be seeking for knowledge, whether he can obtain a Dao. Ning Fan did not know how long he had been standing outside the school. He kept thinking about it. The reason why Mr. Z did not accept him seemed to be because he was different from the others. But why was he different? What was different about him? His eyes gradually revealed a hint of profoundness that did not match his age. At the moment when this expression appeared, the purple-robed young man inside the school smiled faintly. This young man is beginning to comprehend. Different? What is different about him? Dark clouds gradually appeared in the sky. Within the dark clouds, the cold winter rain began to fall. Ning Fan stood under the eaves and looked at the raindrops that resembled pearls. His eyes became more and more profound. When it reached a certain level, it gradually became clear. Different. That's right. I am naturally different from them. There are no similar people in this world, and there are no similar raindrops. The reason why each raindrop is different is not because of their different shapes. The main reason is because of their different trajectories. Their trajectories are to study in the Ning village of Yu country, learn how to write, obtain scholarly honors, and become an official. As for me, I don't think that's the case. I want to seek knowledge and seek the Tao, but my goal is not to become an official in Yu country. However, I can't remember my goal. On the 7th month, Ning Fan finally understood what Mr. Z said. The purple-robed teacher's eyes shone with a satisfied smile. He pushed open the door and went out. He did not take the egg but just smiled and patted Ning Fan's head. Take the egg home for your mother to nourish her body. As for you, you have the qualification to enter the school. However, before that, there is still a test. Test? Ning Fan raised his small face. Yes, a test. My mortal name is Sunday. However, you don't need to know that my immortal name is Zido. They call me Immortal Sovereign Zido, Immortal Sovereign Zido. Ning Fan took a few steps backwards. After hearing those words, his memories were awakened like a river that broke its dam. That's right. I'm in an illusory realm, everything here is an illusory realm. However, the purple-robed teacher in front of me is actually called Zido, and he is crowned as the Immortal Sovereign. Have I been learning from the Immortal Sovereign all this while? Immortal Sovereign, may I ask? Call me Mister. Yes, may I ask Mister if you are real or an illusion? Ning Fan's eyes turned serious. I'm neither real nor an illusion. I'm outside of the real void, the end of the holy road. The 4th step. If there's a chance, you will know. Now, you only have one thing to do. Go home and be filial to your mother. Only after you and your mother live a comfortable life will you have the qualification to study. If you can't be filial, you aren't fit to be a human. If you aren't a human, you won't be able to ascend the Tao mountain and become an immortal. Go. Yes. Ning Fan bowed and carried the egg, returning to his residence in the rain. The rain was born in the sky and died on the ground. However, when it was about to reach his body, it strangely changed its trajectory. The purple-robed teacher looked at Ning Fan, who was leaving in the rain, and nodded slightly. The successor of ancient chaos, huh? He's a promising talent. Ning Fan passed through the curtain of rain and his mind gradually became clear. He had stayed in the Ning village of Yu country in this purple mist illusory realm for 7 months. In the outside world, it was 7 days. In just 7 days, his magic power had increased from 1015 units to 1085 units. It was not his demon power but the improvement of his magic power. If I stay here for 1 more month, my magic power will increase by 1 unit. He fell into silence for a moment. This purple-robed teacher was immortal sovereign Zido, an expert that even true immortals could not look up to. He was also the teacher of ancient chaos. However, Ning Fan could not tell whether this person was real or illusory because his cultivation realm was far from enough. He could not even tell if this person was just an illusion created by the purple mist. The only thing he could tell was that this person had a graceful bearing. He also told Ning Fan that in order to become an immortal, one must first be a human. In order to become a human, one must first be filial. The word filial was almost never mentioned in the cultivation world. Moreover, some sects would even erase their disciples' memories of the mortal world. Even if they did not erase their memories, they would also make their disciples abandon their connection with the mortal world. As for immortal sovereigns, compared to cultivation realm, magic power, innate talent and Tao comprehension, they valued their emotions more. It gave him a chance to be filial to his mother. Ning Fan's heart felt warm. He saw his mother's appearance on the 10 steps bridge. He saw Ziha's body in the bell of samsara. Immortal sovereign Zido gave him a chance to make up for his regrets in the mortal world with his mother and Jiha. In this way, the pain in his previous life and the regrets in this life could be made up for in this illusory realm. In this way, his heart could become stronger because of the lack of cracks. But is this really right? Ning Fan buried this thought deep in his heart. He stood outside the bamboo fence and looked at his mother who was busy driving the chickens back to the chicken coop. Then, he secretly pointed at the sky. The rain stopped. Why did the rain come and go so suddenly? Fan is back? Is it possible for you to acknowledge me as your master this time? Before Ning Qian could finish her words, her beautiful eyes which were drenched by the rain became gloomy. Why did you bring the eggs back? You didn't acknowledge him as your master, did you? No, he had already accepted me. He just felt that I was too young and asked me to learn how to be a man at home. He also asked me to bring back this egg. Be a man? Are you the only one like this? The other children are also young, but why can they study in the school? Ning Qian asked in surprise. Because I am different from them. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. In a flash, 8 years had passed. During these 8 years, Ning Fan never mentioned anything about studying. He just stayed at home and helped with the farming. He was filial to everything he did and never let Ning Qian do anything. He did not show off and was like an ordinary man who lived in seclusion in Ning village. At the age of 16, his body was obviously thin and weak. However, he managed to cultivate 100 mu of fertile farmland in the wasteland outside the village. He alone could cultivate 100 mu of farmland. Ning Qian gradually stopped working when she had enough money. Only when she was free would she go out and chat with her neighbor's wife. Half a year was equivalent to 96 months. In the outside world, it was 96 days. On the 97th month, Moneybags Wu of the county sent a matchmaker to Ning village to ask for Carpenter Wang's daughter's hand in marriage. Jiha was already 14 years old and had grown into a slender and elegant woman. She had already gained some fame in Ning village and the surrounding counties. Although her family background was poor and she would not be favored by the officials, there were quite a few local moneybags who wanted to take her as a concubine. Among them, Moneybags Wu's family background was the highest. His name was Wu Dongnan. He even spent money to become a scholar and could barely be considered as a family of scholars. With such wealth and family background, marrying Jiha as a concubine was truly a wonderful thing. Even Carpenter Wang himself did not have any intention to refuse. Jiha hurriedly hid in Ning Fan's house, causing Ning Qian to feel pity and sigh. Aunt Qian, Jiha doesn't want to marry that Moneybags Wu. Jiha wants to marry Big Brother Fan. Silly girl. That Wu Dongnan has a big family business. What's so bad about him? Why don't you like him and instead like my family's poor boy, who said that Big Brother Fan is poor? He has opened up hundreds of acres of fertile land and can be considered a rich man in Ning village. I will marry him and rely on him for a lifetime. I will let him buy me delicious food and drink. How great is that? The paper crane curled her lips. Her words made Ning Qian unable to restrain her laughter. So, in Jihe's mind, marrying Ning Fan's is just like having an extra purse of money. However, Ning Qian knew that this silly girl wasn't interested in Ning Fan's money. Otherwise, why would she refuse to marry a wealthier rich man and disregard her reputation as a lady to stay in the Ning family? Silly girl, you can be considered as infatuated. Fine, when Fanner returns, I will ask him to prepare a gift and go to your house to propose marriage. As for Moneybags Wu, I'll think of a way to deal with him if he continues to pester us and cause trouble. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Outside the door, the silhouette of Ning Fan riding on a cow could be heard. He held a willow whip in his hand and his long hair draped over his shoulders. Although he was dressed in plain clothes, he still looked like an immortal. Wu Dongnan doesn't dare to cause trouble in front of me. He doesn't dare. Jihe is my wife, no one can take her away from me. On the 97th day, Meng Xuanzi's eyes were unprecedentedly focused. In the past, he had broken through the threshold of 97 days and stopped comprehending the Tao. Can this Ning Fan break through the threshold of 97 days and surpass me? Moreover, what puzzled Meng Xuanzi the most was that the purple mist that enveloped Ning Fan's body emitted a purplish golden light from time to time. That purplish golden light had a kind of might that made Meng Xuanzi, who was an immortal emperor, have an illusion of wanting to worship it. How powerful is this purple mist? What level of immortal might is this? Could it be an immortal sovereign? Immortal sovereign Zido. To be continued. Jihe stayed in the Ning family and Ning Qian accompanied her in the room. Outside the house, Ning Fan was sitting on the back of the green ox with a willow whip in his hand. His eyes were calm like an ancient well. His body was clearly thin and weak, but the green ox did not dare to resist, much less show any dissatisfaction. In the Fuli royal family, all demons would avoid him. The green ox, who was not even considered as a demon, would certainly not dare to offend Ning Fan. Wang Muxin knew that her daughter was determined. After sighing, she didn't stop her daughter. However, the Wu family had recruited many local ruffians from the county. They formed groups of 3 to 5 and came to Ning village to make trouble. Many people held weapons and stood outside the Ning family's bamboo fence. Some people held torches and declared that if the Ning family didn't release the paper cranes, they would set fire to them. Hee, if you don't let him go, we won't be polite anymore. I heard that Ning Fan's mother, Ning Qian, was once a stunning beauty in this village. Even though she is already over 30 years old, her charm is still there. Jihe is wanted by the Lord, so we don't dare to touch her, but this Ning Qian, all of them were ruffians, lawless and lawless. However, what they did not know was that they were nothing in the eyes of Ning Fan, who was truly a powerless being without heavens. The insults made Ning Fan's eyes shine with a cold light. At the moment when the cold light rose, he urged the green ox and the willow whip in his hand moved. A whip shadow lashed out, but it seemed as if it had transformed into thousands of whip shadows in an instant, simultaneously lashing at dozens of scoundrels. It was clearly a willow whip, but when it hit his body, it was more painful than a metal rod. Ah! Pitiful screams spread throughout Ning village. For a time, the entire village was startled, and all the animals in the village began to howl. Ning Fan did not kill anyone. 8 years and 96 months had passed. He lived an ordinary life just to raise his Tao-seeking heart. Once he killed someone, his heart realm would be dyed in blood. Because of his killing intent, his Tao-seeking heart realm would be broken and he wouldn't be able to stay in this illusionary realm. His days with his mother had come to an end. Furthermore, in this illusion realm, Ning Qian was a mortal woman. If she saw him killing all living beings, would she be afraid? In order to see my mother for a few more days, I will spare your dog lives. Interesting, I never thought that there would be a day where I, Ning Fan, would not kill people. But I will not kill you. Instead, I will make all of you feel fear and regret. Ning Fan's eyes fell on the ruffian who teased his mother. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. With a flick of his finger, he shattered the willow whips. The willow leaves turned into green blades and pierced into the mouths of the hooligans, cutting off their tongues. Ah, each of the ruffians was in excruciating pain, but they could not say a word. Their tongues were cut off and they became mute. At this moment, all the ruffians were looking at Ning Fan's direction and kowtowed desperately. This scene, with willow leaf severing tongue, made them tremble in fear. Yao arts. This Ning Fan was not a human but a demon, he couldn't afford to offend them. Could humans fight against demons? Moreover, the local ruffians had lived for countless years, but they had never seen a monster that could kill with a willow leaf. Even the little demons and ghosts that occasionally appeared in the countryside would only possess you and cause trouble, making you unable to eat or sleep in peace. To be able to kill people without any scruples, he must be an expert with extraordinary means. Unfortunately, even though they knew Ning Fan's secret of being a demon, they did not dare to tell anyone about it. Moreover, because they had become mute, they could not tell anyone about it. Dozens of people fled back to the county town. 7 days later, in the Wu family of the eastern county, Dong Nan Wu looked at the 47 local ruffians he had raised and saw that all of their tongues had been cut off. His face was filled with rage. What's going on? Aren't you guys going to kidnap the bride? Why was his tongue blocked? Who is so bold to dare to offend me, Dong Nan Wu, in the eastern county? Each of the ruffians was scared silly by Ning Fan's Yao arts. The only ruffian who knew how to write was barely able to write 9 words on the paper. Ning Fan is a demon, cannot be offended. Demon? Ridiculous. How can there be so many demons in this world? Yes, this Ning Fan, I'm afraid he is a martial expert. Rumor has it that when one's martial cultivation reaches a profound level, they can also use flying leaves to kill people. Humph, this time, I, Dong Nan Wu, will invite Instructor Hong to take action. It shouldn't be difficult to take down this Ning Fan, but just in case, I will invite Immortal Master Zhuge to go together. If there really is a demon, then I will let Daoist Zhang capture him 3 days later. After a round of banquets and gifts, Dong Nan Wu invited the famous Instructor Hong and Immortal Master Zhuge. The former was a martial expert who was over 40 years old. His internal force was extremely strong, and his temples were bulging. His concealed weapon technique had reached the stage where he could use flying leaves to kill people. Hearing that there was a young expert in Ning village, he immediately felt disdain. Master Wu, don't worry. This person's aptitude is not bad and has grasped the secret of the flying leaves to kill people, but this person is only 16 years old. No matter how high his aptitude is, his internal force is certainly not as good as mine. This child may be powerful against ordinary people, but in front of me, he is not worth mentioning. That Immortal Master Zhuge lightly snorted and disdainfully said. So what if he is a martial artist? He doesn't know that there are immortals in this world. Even though I am at the 4th level of vein opening, even 3 to 5 mortal experts can easily kill me. This matter does not need Instructor Hong's help, I alone can do it. 1 talisman is enough to kill him. Instructor Hong and Immortal Master Zhuge's words were tit for tat. It seemed like the two of them had a conflict before. Seeing the two quarreling, Dong Nan naturally comforted them with kind words, but his heart was already filled with killing intent. Instructor Hong, Immortal Master Zhuge, please remember, this Ning Fan is indeed a demon. Dong Nan wanted to insist on Ning Fan's identity as a demon. Killing this person would not violate the laws of the Yu country. Instructor Hong and Immortal Master Zhuge understood each other and sneered at each other. The two of them took action and each obtained 100 silver taels. Accepting money to eliminate a calamity, insisting that Ning Fan was a demon and was not guilty of killing him, a group of people left the county in a grandiose manner, fighting in the name of punishing a demon. When they arrived outside of Ning village, they had yet to enter the village when they saw Ning Fan riding on an ox with a willow whip in his hand. His cold eyes swept over everyone. This person is Ning Fan. A young servant who was responsible for leading the way pointed at the young man riding on the ox and shouted. Hearing this, Instructor Hong and Immortal Master Zhuge both looked at Ning Fan. After confirming that this child was only 15 or 16 years old, they had an expression of wanting to seize the credit. In the end, Instructor Hong's stride was a bit bigger. He took a step forward with the awe-inspiring might of a tiger. He raised his saber horizontally and reprimanded Ning Fan. Demon Ning Fan, come down and accept your death. With just you. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold as a bloody light enveloped his body and a vicious aura soared. At this moment, anyone who was swept by his gaze felt their knees go weak, and they knelt on the ground while shivering with terror. Immortal Master Zhuge's expression greatly changed. At this moment, he was absolutely sure of one thing, and that was that Ning Fan in front of him was a cultivator. A cultivator with a cultivation that was countless times higher than his. Just a single pressure was enough to shatter all 16 of his immortal veins. Poof. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and supported himself with his horsetail whisk. He was already terrified as he angrily looked at Wu Dongnan. What a good Wu Dongnan. He said he was going to kill a little thief, but in reality, he was going to kill a senior like this. This was simply deceiving him to come here to die. Instructor Hong was even closer to Ning Fan and felt Ning Fan's pressure even more keenly. When the power of the bloody light came, the steel saber in Instructor Hong's hand directly turned into powder and one of his arms turned into a bloody mist. The pain was excruciating, his dantian was destroyed and his internal organs were on fire. Instructor Hong's chest felt as if it had been heavily struck. He directly flew up and fell to the ground, but he couldn't get up and kept coughing out blood. His eyes were also filled with hatred as he looked at Wu Dongnan. What kind of expert was this? This person was not a martial artist, and this was not internal force. This was truly a demon, and the kind that Instructor Hong didn't want to offend even if he was beaten to death. Who dares to steal my wife? Ning Fan lightly said, but it was as if there were countless thunders exploding in the master's ears, causing them to prostrate on the ground. As for Wu Dongnan, he didn't care about the hatred of Instructor Hong and Immortal Master Zhuge. He only stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. Wu Dongnan had seen this appearance before, but before this, he never would have thought that Ning Fan was that person. The owner of this appearance appeared in Wu Dongnan's dreams day and night. In that dream, Wu Dongnan was an immortal that could fly in the sky and travel underground, but every time, he would be easily killed by this person. Mustn't provoke this person. If he knew that Jihe was stolen by this person, even if he had 10,000 guts, he still wouldn't dare to offend this person. So what if he was wealthy? So what if he was a scholar? Wu Dongnan believed that even if the one who wanted to steal Jihe was Yu Wang, he, Ning Fan, would still dare to walk on a path of blood and kill his way into Yu Wang Palace to take away his beloved woman. I beg revered Ning, spare my life. Wu Dongnan knelt on the ground and desperately kowtowed, using the way he called Ning Fan in his dreams to call out revered Ning. In this life, I don't want to see you again. Scram. Inside the private school, the purple-robed young man who was teaching revealed a look of approval. This child is ruthless and bloodthirsty. This is not a bad thing, but if he only knows how to kill, then it will be hard for him to go far on the path of immortality. This child wants to spend more time with mother, so he didn't kill and didn't destroy the atmosphere of this illusion. This emperor likes filial children. It has already been 97 days. It is time to teach him a Tao enlightenment. Wu Dongnan left with a dejected face, and the matter of Ning village gradually calmed down. Ning Fan rode the ox home, and the smell of food wafted out from his house. Mother, Jihe, and me. This was the warmth that Ning Fan dreamed of having. He slowly closed his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile, even though he knew that everything in front of him was an illusion. It was late at night, and the two women were resting. Ning Fan rode the ox out of the village and headed north. There was a mountain in the north. The mountain was not high, but it was only 500 zhang high. A purple-robed young man stood on the peak of the mountain. He stood there as if he could shatter everything in front of him with just a look. Ning Fan jumped down from the ox and patted its head to bid farewell. The ox was reluctant and turned back after a few steps, as if it was unwilling to leave Ning Fan, but Ning Fan stopped it. His figure turned into purple smoke and appeared on the peak of the mountain. He stood one step behind the purple-robed young man and cupped his fists. Junior Ning Fan greets Immortal Emperor Zido. N. At this moment, the eyes of the purple-robed young man had a disdainful aura. He was on the mountain, so he was no longer a teacher in the mortal world, but an immortal emperor. You and I are fated. You have passed the test set by this emperor and can obtain a Tao enlightenment, but before this Tao enlightenment, this emperor has something to ask you. You used your bravery to scare away the evil thieves. You didn't kill them and left an illusion. Why didn't you spend more time with mother and wife, but came to find this emperor in a hurry? I need cultivation base so that I can reunite with them in the real world. This answer is barely satisfactory. With your current cultivation base, you are far from being able to see through the truth and void. You can't be blamed for this. The outside world is real, but this illusion may not necessarily be fake. One day, when you comprehend samsara, you will understand. The purple-robed young man no longer said anything. His figure gradually became faint and eventually turned into purple mist. As soon as the purple mist enveloped him, the 500 zhang asterisk, 33 m per zhang, tall hill suddenly grew taller. It rose all the way to the sky and reached 70 million zhang asterisk, 33 m per zhang. Ning Fan's mind was greatly shocked at the height of 70 million zhang asterisk, 33 m per zhang. At this moment, be it him in the outside world or himself in the illusion, both of them were at the peak of the mountains. You entered the broken world from the endless sea. Your mind entered the sea of clouds from the broken world, and your Tao heart entered the illusion from the sea of clouds. Can you see through which realm is real and which is fake? The you who diligently pursued knowledge might not be fake. The you who slaughtered in the rain world might not be real. Reality and illusion are decided by a single thought. I will use the power of samsara to create the purple mist. You can carefully comprehend within the purple mist. How much you can comprehend will depend on your fate and fortune. Following Zido's words, traces of purple qi flowed into Ning Fan's body like thin streams of water. Ning Fan closed his eyes and stood at the peak of 70 million zhang asterisk, 33 m per zhang, in the heavenly wind. He could not see through samsara because his cultivation base was too weak. He was still at the first step of true cultivation. However, the immortal sovereign claimed that he was at the fourth step. The true immortals of the four heavens should be at the second step. In other words, the reason why true immortals could not even look up to the immortal sovereign was because they had yet to reach the third step, let alone the fourth step. This was a great opportunity given to him by the strongest expert in the ancient times. He must not waste it. In this purple qi, it was as if he could grasp the true meaning of samsara with just a single step and display the technique of samsara that even Meng Xuanzi was afraid of. However, there was too much purple qi that flowed out from his fingertips. It was like the fine sand in the Ganges River that he could not hold on to. I have yet to attain the divine transformation realm. Thus, I am still unable to comprehend the power of samsara. However, if I just imitate this purple qi and create a magic technique, it might not be impossible. Even if I can only imitate half of its form, this technique would still be tainted with a trace of the power of samsara. When my cultivation base is high enough, I will certainly be able to comprehend samsara with this technique. His eyes flashed with determination. His hands formed a series of hand seals to perform the technique. 98 days, 99 days. Days passed. Ning Fan had already stood on this 70 million zhang asterisk, 33 m per zhang, peak for 247 days. On the 248th day, he opened his eyes and formed a series of hand seals. The purple qi around him shattered like glass and turned into crystal dust. Each and every grain of the crystal and dust was violet gold, and they looked like smoke or sand blown by the wind. Ning Fan did not comprehend the true meaning of samsara, but he managed to create a magic technique with the power of samsara. He opened his eyes and turned around in a daze. He looked at Meng Xuanzi's direction and changed his hand seals. At this moment, Meng Xuanzi's face was filled with shock. 248 days. This young man actually stayed in the illusory realm for a total of 248 days. Moreover, judging from his gaze and the hand seals he made, it seemed like this young man had also comprehended a magic technique. It would be fine if it was just a magic technique. However, the grade of this magic technique could not be seen. No grade? There is only one reason why this technique has no grade. It's because the power involved in this technique is too strong. It can't be displayed through the grade. Currently, his cultivation base has yet to reach the divine transformation realm. Therefore, this technique is only at the mid-grade divine transformation realm. However, if he breaks through to the void refinement realm, this technique will become an void technique. If he becomes an immortal, this technique can be improved step by step and become an immortal technique. It's not that it has no grade. It's just that the grade of this technique is too high and I can't comprehend it all at once. Meng Xuanzi's eyes turned solemn. The magic technique that Ning Fan comprehended was not complete at all. It had a lot of flaws. With his current cultivation base, he could only display the might of a mid-grade divine transformation realm technique. However, the power involved in this technique was troublesome for Meng Xuanzi, who was an immortal emperor, as Ning Fan formed another series of hand seals, his eyes gradually turned purple gold. As he formed another series of hand seals, traces of the power of samsara transformed into a purple gold sandstorm that blew across heaven and earth like a gust of wind. However, all the rocks and plants that were drawn into the purple gold sandstorm were withering and dying at an unimaginable speed. I don't understand samsara. However, I can understand the feeling of time rushing by. Reaching the void fragmentation realm for 100 years feels like a huge rock pressing on my body. That kind of pressure makes me unable to move. Time and youth. I can understand it a little. He took a deep breath and became completely absorbed in his own thoughts. He continued to perfect the third type of magic technique that he had comprehended. The 9 steps of heaven treading and the black tempest spirit splitting technique. Each of them was his strongest trump card. This type of magic technique must be stronger. It was because it was the enlightenment that was given by the immortal sovereign. What is the meaning of time? What is the meaning of youth? Elegance is like a finger of quicksand. Age is a period of time. This technique can dissolve time, causing all living things to age and decay. Its name is Purple Technique, Wind Mist. He wanted all his enemies to age and turn into dust in the wind and smoke of his finger. Ning Fan pointed his finger at Meng Xuanzi. The purple gold sandstorm rolled towards Meng Xuanzi. Meng Xuanzi's expression changed. He bent his finger and a ray of green light turned into a gust of wind, trying to neutralize the purple gold sandstorm. Even though it was just a gust of wind, it was more than enough to neutralize a high-grade realm magic technique. However, when the gust of wind collided with the purple gold sandstorm, it could not stop the purple smoke at all. Instead, it weakened and melted in the wind mist. Nothing in the world could escape from aging, not even wind. When the purple gold sandstorm enveloped Meng Xuanzi, he was naturally unharmed with the strength of his immortal body. However, even though he was unharmed, Meng Xuanzi could clearly feel that his physical body had aged a little and his life force had been taken away. With just a touch, a mere mid-level transcendent level technique had actually injured him? Even though it was just a little, it was already too absurd. If Meng Xuanzi's senses were not wrong, the power that took away his life force was related to the power of samsara. Even though it seemed like it was right but it was actually not, this young man has really comprehended a trace of the power of samsara. If this young man also has the cultivation base of an immortal emperor, this finger of wind mist is enough to defeat me. The third step of mortal severance had ended. Ning Fan's eyes became completely clear and he smiled bitterly. He actually attacked Meng Xuanzi when he was comprehending the magic technique. Fortunately, Meng Xuanzi did not seem to blame him. Inwardly, he was secretly delighted with the power of this technique. After displaying this magic technique, Ning Fan was confident that he could kill a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator with a single finger. He even had a chance to kill a late divine transformation realm cultivator and turn them into ashes in the wind mist. After 248 days, his magic power had increased by 2480 units, making a total of 3,495 units. Moreover, after comprehending the technique, he was almost at the divine transformation realm and only needed to carve his name on the Dao tablet. Thank you, Mr. Zido. Ning Fan cupped his fists towards the purple mist in the distance. The immortal sovereign should be dead. The master-disciple relationship in the illusory realm should only be the inheritance of the magic technique. That was a power that he could not understand. However, there was finally one day when he could understand it and see through the true void and understand samsara. Young man, are you interested in ascending to my void world and join my palm tablet palace? It was Meng Xuanzi's first time taking the initiative to take someone as his disciple. I already have a master, is that so? That's really a pity. Meng Xuanzi shook his head and sighed. With his status, it was enough for him to take the initiative to speak once. It was impossible for him to say the same thing twice and force the other party to become his disciple. Without saying anything else, he waved his sleeve. Heaven and earth trembled and he brought Ning Fan to the bottom of the 3 Dao divine steels. Since it was the divine transformation realm using demonic power, he naturally had to carve the demon steels. This is the condensed qi into a brush technique. By carving your name like this, you will receive the blessing of luck. Meng Xuanzi waved his sleeve and a jade slip appeared in front of Ning Fan. He took it into his hand and pressed it on his glabella. In an instant, he already knew the technique of condensing his name into a brush. His luck was already buffed by the reincarnation cycle, so he didn't need this technique. Moreover, under the black color, there was a shocking purple luck. It was a first-class luck. If Ningfan was willing, he could carve his name in purple. However, he was afraid that the secret of his change in luck would be known by the true immortal who schemed against him. The loss would outweigh the gain. Condense. Ningfan flicked his sleeve and condensed a golden brush. Holding it in his hand, he took a step forward and stood under the demon steels. He raised his hand and the brush fell. The name written in black was Ningfan. Black? Meng Xuanzi was slightly surprised. Then, he shook his head and chuckled. If an ordinary person has a black luck, he would certainly have no hope of becoming an immortal. However, you are different. Your innate potential is truly monstrous. Even if you have a black luck, I'm afraid you would still be able to ascend to the immortal realm. I will wait for the day you become an immortal in the Black Tortoise Star. Go. Quickly return to the lower world and try your best to attain the divine transformation realm. Meng Xuanzi flicked his sleeve and sent Ningfan's consciousness back to the lower world. However, just as he flicked his sleeve, he took out another item and gave it to Ningfan. Take this item as a sign of good karma between you and me. At the bottom of the dragon pond, Ningfan had been sleeping for 11 years. The bored black dragon was capturing dark beasts to devour and refine them. He had already pinched his nose and eaten the rotten corpse of the royal black dragon. During these 11 years, he had almost eaten all the dark beasts in the pond. His strength was almost at the half-step void refinement realm. However, there was one thing that was unfortunate. When he devoured the royal blood, he had a chance to awaken his royal blood again. Unfortunately, there was a barrier that prevented him from doing so. There was still a large ball of pure demon blood from the dark beasts in his body. After the black dragon stripped away the poison and refined it for 11 years, it condensed into a fist-sized ball of faint golden blood. Once he completely refines this ball of blood, he was confident that he could truly attain the half-step void refinement realm. At that time, even though his chi was weak and he did not have the royal blood nor the body of a demon, he would still be a half-step void refinement realm expert, wouldn't he? He might be weak at the same level, but his chances of winning against a peak divine transformation realm expert were not small. The half-step void refinement realm was a whole realm higher than Ningfan, who was at the half-step divine transformation realm. Once I attain the half-step void refinement realm, it will be time for me to break free from the demon restriction. The black dragon sneered. Once he breaks free from the demon restriction, he would be free and he would no longer be afraid of Ningfan. With my half-step void refinement realm strength in the future, I will surely crush this malefic star, crush him, trample on him and ravage him. Malefic star, just you wait. When your grandpa Heya refines the demon restriction, I will come and eat you. The black dragon grinned ferociously. However, at the next moment, his expression turned into one of disbelief. Ningfan, who had been sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the pond for a long time, was now sitting on top of countless skeletons. At this moment, his aura force rose steadily and a wave of aura force that the black dragon could not resist rushed towards him. The aura force of the half-step void refinement realm and even a trace of true immortal realm aura force made the black dragon tremble in fear. This malefic star has successfully attained the divine transformation realm. How can it be so coincidental? Besides, his aura force is just at the divine transformation realm. How did it reach the half-step void refinement realm? Just the aura force alone made the black dragon feel pain in his body and his chi became chaotic. The black dragon's eyes were filled with astonishment. At this moment, Ningfan's aura force fluctuated and he rose to his feet. He kept the item that Meng Xuanzi gave him and stared at the black dragon with cold eyes. Do you want to crush me, trample on me and ravage me? Demon power, 14,750 units, magic power, 3,495 units, divine will, mid-divine transformation realm. Ningfan stared at the black dragon coldly and activated the restrictive spell. Immediately, the black dragon was in so much pain that he fell down and wailed in agony. All of his arrogance had turned into begging for mercy. Master, spare my life. Spare me. I'm just joking. Are you joking? Ningfan harumphed coldly. He bent his palm and summoned the huge black dragon to his front. His eyes lit up. This black dragon's aptitude was indeed not bad. After devouring the dark beasts and the royal dragon corpses, his cultivation level had reached the peak stage of the soul formation realm. He had even almost awakened his royal bloodline. However, there seemed to be a barrier that prevented him from breaking through. Otherwise, his battle power would have increased tremendously. In his body, there was a lump of dark beast blood essence that had yet to be completely devoured. If he devoured it himself, not only would he be able to increase his demonic strength, but he would also be able to stabilize his early divine solidification realm. It was rare to see such a great supplement. "Give me the blood essence of the dark beast," Ning Fan commanded coldly. What? You want to snatch my things?" A mournful expression appeared on the black dragon's face. Before it could resist, it cried out in pain. Once the demon restriction was activated, the blood essence would probably be lost. To be continued. His palm mercilessly slapped the black dragon's body. The strength of this slap was not strong, but it activated the demonic restriction, causing the black dragon to cry out in pain and spit out a mouthful of black blood. Within the blood was a palm-sized black and red crystal. This crystal was the dark beast essence blood that the black dragon had painstakingly refined for 11 years. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. Blood crystal. Rumor has it that only a desolate beast's true spirit of the dragon clan can condense this crystal with the strength of its royal blood. This evil dragon doesn't have a royal blood, but it can condense a blood crystal. If that's the case, this evil dragon does have some use. It's just that this dragon's personality is too ruthless. What's more, he has a rebellious heart. It's still alright to use him this time. However, if I keep him by my side for a long period of time, given his innate talent, he will definitely break through to the void refinement realm in a single step once he has a fortuitous encounter. It's a pity to kill him, but it's a disaster to keep him alive. The only way to solve this problem once and for all is to refine him into a corpse puppet. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Ning Fan's eyes. In an instant, the black dragon who was restrained by the demon seal and could not move at all felt a chill down his spine. The black dragon knew that this malefic star must have thought of something terrifying and wanted to deal with him. It's over. I was too arrogant and offended this fiend, Big Brother. I've already given you the dark beast blood crystal. Can you let me go back to the golden flame chariot? In the future, I'll definitely pull the chariot for Big Brother wholeheartedly and will never dare to betray you again. Pull a cart. We naturally need you to pull the chariot. However, it won't be the living you. Instead, it will be the dead you. When he obtained the black dragon, he already knew that it would be difficult to truly subdue it. After all, the demon restriction was still an unstable factor. It would be a waste to kill the black dragon, but it would be a future trouble if he was kept alive. The best way was to refine him into a puppet. If he was a puppet, he would be able to control everything as he pleased. This evil dragon would not dare to have any more thoughts of betrayal. With the demonic technique of the corpse demon record, it was not impossible to refine this dragon into a refined corpse. In fact, after the refinement, the dragon's cultivation would be refined into its physical body, and its strength would increase. As a living dragon, he was a failure. He was weaker than others of the same level, because he lacked the domineering aura of the dragon race. However, as a corpse puppet, this dragon's corpse would be extremely powerful. However, there were two difficulties with the corpse refining puppet. Firstly, this dragon was only a demon soul, so it had to bear the brunt of the attack. It needed to be restored. Secondly, he must erase the memories of this dragon's sea of consciousness. However, he could neither pry into its memories nor erase its memories in the past. However, after Yunhai attained the spirit transformation realm, a seed of samsara was planted in his heart, giving him a deeper understanding of the power of samsara. This enlightenment was very weak, not enough to search his memories, but erasing his memories was terrifying. Samsara. A single reincarnation could strip away everyone's memories. This was a power that not even immortal emperors could fully control. You will be a good corpse puppet. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth curved into a smile, but this smile made the black dragon feel a bone-chilling coldness. What? This was impossible. This fiend actually wanted to refine him into a corpse puppet. How dare he? In the next moment, a tearing pain rose in his sea of consciousness. The black dragon no longer doubted Ning Fan's determination. If the black dragon had been obedient, it would have been fine. But since it was a hidden threat, then it was fine to get rid of it. Fiend, you will die a horrible death. I am the young master of the black dragon race, a heaven-defying dragon who has almost awakened his royal blood. I am not convinced, not convinced. You want to refine me into a corpse puppet? Dream on. You won't be able to erase my memories. Haha. The black dragon revealed an arrogant smile and even began to forcefully break the demon restriction, vowing to risk his life. As expected, you are the only one who is right. The cold light in Ning Fan's eyes faded away and gradually became older. As if a seed had sprouted, Ning Fan's eyes alternated between pure black and pure white in a strange manner. For the first time in his life, the black dragon felt an irresistible sense of insignificance and inferiority. He was stunned and his dragon body began to tremble. This is... What kind of gaze is this? This is samsara. In front of samsara, all living beings were lowly and there were no exceptions. A finger pointed at the dragon's head. Between the gap of the finger, a purplish-golden sandstorm rolled up and enveloped the black dragon. Immediately, the black dragon's memories vanished like smoke. The glory and enmity of the past turned into nothingness under this finger. This is... What kind of ability is this? The black dragon uttered the last sentence and let out a miserable shriek. All of his memories were lost. His sea of consciousness succeeded. Moreover, this wind-mist finger could even erase the demon restriction. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. Mental restriction and demon restriction were not reliable methods. The only thing that was truly reliable was one's own strength. Other than killing enemies, the wind-mist finger could also erase one's memories. It could even erase the mental restriction and demon restriction. Perhaps, it could also easily erase the marks of magic treasures. If there was a void fragmentation realm expert who was planted with a mental restriction, Ning Fan could help him break it and receive a reward. However, Ning Fan did not know that this idea would come true somewhere in the internal endless sea. At this moment, looking at the dragon's soul whose memories were erased, the next step was to help the dragon recover its physical body. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures were injected into the dragon's soul. Within the black light, the demon body was slowly being reconstructed. Strangely, when the demon body was being reconstructed, the dormant demon blood in the black dragon's body was actually boiling. Bit by bit, as if it was evolving, it was trying to break through to the royal grade of the blood. However, this evolution was stopped by a barrier. After a long time, the dragon body was reformed but the royal grade blood had yet to break through. It was always missing a step before the breakthrough. What am I missing? Ning Fan's eyes became deeper and deeper. When the purple star in his left eye emerged, he understood. I'm missing, spirit. He did not know what spirit was. However, he knew that the Fuli clan possessed a spirit. He activated a trace of demon power and injected it into the black dragon corpse. As soon as the trace of demon power flowed into the dragon corpse, the blood of the dragon corpse boiled. A trace of faint black light shrouded the dragon corpse. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, this dragon corpse already possessed the royal grade dragon blood even though it was very thin. Ning Fan's eyes brightened. His Fuli demon power actually had the ability to help the true spirit clan awaken the royal grade blood. If it wasn't because this evil dragon almost awakened its royal grade blood and if I didn't kill this traitorous dragon, I wouldn't have known that my Fuli demon power has such a divine ability. His eyes seemed to have understood something. After pondering for a moment, he put away his expression and slammed his palm on the head of the dragon corpse. He no longer showed any mercy and completely shattered the dragon's sea of consciousness. The demon soul was destroyed. As such, this dragon was just a peak divine transformation realm dragon corpse which was close to the half-step void refinement realm. In his right eye, a black star emerged. It was the Earth Star. This star was called the Devil Star. What he cultivated was the corpse devil record. The corpse refinement technique recorded in it was definitely not weak. The only pity was that there were only 11 traces of corpse chi and devil sense in his right eye which was equivalent to 11 units of devil chi. The devil star flashed and the corpse chi turned into devil flames. It burned the dragon corpse and added corpse chi and devil sense to it, turning it into a real refined corpse. 3 days later, the refinement process was halfway completed. However, it could not proceed any further. At this stage, 11 units of devil chi was not enough to proceed to the next step. Ning Fan had no choice but to stop for the time being. Looking at the half-finished refined corpse, he glanced at the black dragon pond and his eyes lit up. The corpse chi in this place was extremely dense. It was the best place to cultivate the corpse devil record and increase his devil chi. Not only was there an immemorial dragon corpse here, but there were also the skeletons of great cultivators who had fallen here in the past thousands of years. Apart from that, there were also thousands of dark beasts which were killed by the black dragon, leaving behind deep resentment in this place. Absorb. The Earth star rotated rapidly, forming a black whirlpool. Traces of corpse chi were sucked into Ning Fan's eyes. These dead dark beasts and demon cultivators were at least at the nascent soul realm. Moreover, under the strange terrain of the dragon pond, they formed extremely strong yin chi and resentment. Thousands of traces of yin chi were sucked into Ning Fan's eyes. However, they only turned into less than 100 units of devil chi. There were only 98 traces of devil sense. Adding the previous 11 traces, there were only 109 traces of devil sense, which was equivalent to 109 units of magic power. 109 units of devil chi, mid-nascent soul realm. With Ning Fan's experience, 100 units of magic power was no longer enough to excite him. Tens of thousands of nascent soul realm, great nascent soul realm and spirit severing realm cultivators had fallen in this place. It would probably be very difficult to achieve the spirit severing realm with 10,000 traces of devil sense. Unless there was an ancient tomb as large as the eternal endless sea and hundreds of millions of cultivators who had died in this place, I might be able to achieve the spirit severing realm. How could such a place really exist? No. Such a place might really exist. The ancient heavenly court. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. The ancient heavenly court had been breached by someone and only ruins were left. It was unknown how many true immortals had died in it and how heavy the yin chi and resentment was there. If I can enter the ancient heavenly court, the yin chi of the dead alone would be enough for me to cultivate the corpse devil record to an extremely terrifying level, not to mention other opportunities. He collected his thoughts and continued to burn the dragon corpse with the 109 traces of black devil flames. 3 days later, the dragon puppet was completed. After all, wild beasts could only be strong if they had physical bodies. This dragon corpse had been smelted and strengthened by thousands of spiritual ores. After the dragon blood of a peak divine transformation realm cultivator fused into its body, its aura force improved to the half-step void refinement realm. Even though its aura force was slightly weaker than that of a void transformation realm expert, it was not much different. The black dragon's dream had come true. He had finally broken through to the half-step void refinement realm. However, he could no longer feel happy because he was already dead. Without his life, what was the use of having strength? A half-step void refinement realm corpse puppet. With this corpse puppet, even though Ning Fan might not be invincible in the second world, he could still run amok. He cast a hand seal on the black dragon and it immediately shrunk into a small, cold black snake. Then, he kept it inside his storage pouch. Even though the dragon plague was resolved, he did not immediately stabilize his cultivation base. With a flick of his sleeve, he took out a silver compass and remained silent. This compass was called the star compass. It could travel in the void. It was a commonly used flying treasure in the Four Heavens immortal world. There was even a map of a star region inside it. It was marked as the star region of the void world. Even though it was just a star region, it was much bigger than 10,000 rain worlds combined. The size of the rain world could be considered as a small kiliocosm. The void world, on the other hand, was a medium-sized world. Immortal Emperor Meng Xuanzi, the tablet-wielding immortal emperor of the Black Tortoise Star in the void world. The reason why he gave me this item was so that I can look for him when I ascend to the immortal world in the future. To establish a good relationship, No matter if this Meng Xuanzi is really kind or not, I will not enter a dangerous place recklessly before I have the power to protect myself. After keeping the star compass, Ning Fan swallowed the dark beast blood crystal and closed his eyes to refine it. His cultivation base was stabilizing and gradually improving under the nourishment of the dark beast blood crystal. This dark beast blood crystal that was meticulously refined by the black dragon for 11 years contained demon power that was at least equivalent to a divine transformation realm Dao fruit. After consuming it, his demon power increased by 700 units and slowly broke through to 15,450 units. Such a breakthrough was unimaginable in the nascent soul realm. However, it was common in the divine transformation realm. The standard of early divine transformation realm was 10,000 units of magic power. The standard of mid-divine transformation realm was 50,000 units. The standard of late divine transformation realm was 150,000 units. The peak divine transformation realm was 300,000 units. The half-step void refinement realm was 500,000 units. A million units of magic power was, the void refinement realm, compared to a million units of magic power. 700 units of magic power was really, really little. He closed his eyes without saying a word, but his mind was deep in thought. After ascending the Sea of Clouds this time, he had obtained an increase of 2,480 units of magic power in the third step of mortal severance realm. It was a great thing. However, there was also a regret. The blood lightning of the heavenly tribulation that would allow his magic power to break through to the peak nascent soul realm was blocked by the Sea of Clouds. Therefore, he had lost a chance to refine the spirit-shattering whip. It was inevitable that there would be losses in the process. Unfortunately, his main cultivation was magic power. His demon power could not trigger the heavenly tribulation. After breaking through to the divine transformation realm, his spirit sense had already reached the mid-divine transformation realm. In addition to the second level of the Jade Life Body technique, which was also comparable to a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator, Ning Fan was confident that he could defeat a late divine transformation realm cultivator. In fact, if he were to execute the wind mist finger, he might even be able to kill an advanced stage cultivator. However, I'm afraid that I won't be able to defeat a peak divine transformation realm expert. However, I have the black dragon puppet now. My half-step void refinement realm is much stronger than a peak divine transformation realm expert. The Yao art, parting sun spear, could barely be used. He still needed to cultivate it. In terms of speed, he could already use teleportation, but he was still not proficient. Even so, with the help of the Fuli demon wings, his speed should be comparable to a late divine transformation realm cultivator. What if I add the speed spirit seal to my wings? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. Before I leave the dragon pond, I might as well make use of the abundant demonic power in this place to carve a spirit seal. The wings needed spiritual seals, and so did the separation slayer and the spirit-shattering whip. Other than the map in Lu Daochen's possession, he had accomplished all his goals in coming to Luoyun Prefecture. Soul extraction. The range of the soul extraction this time was very small. It only involved the Dragon Lake. However, the demonic power it absorbed was endless, enough for Ning Fan to carve the spirit seal. The calamity of Luoyun had finally arrived. In the Luoyun Palace, Lu Daochen sat with his eyes closed. Below him, there were two groups of people. One of them was led by a beautiful lady in purple robes. The other group was led by a cold-looking young man in golden robes. Both of them were asking for the map from Lu Daochen. However, Lu Daochen had no intention of submitting. Crown Prince Chu Shun, Imperial Concubine Z, I have promised the map to someone else. I cannot break my promise. Therefore, I can't give it to you. Oh? You mean you want to give it to Liu Bei? Humph. He's just a nascent soul realm ant. He's still trying to break through to the divine transformation realm. Even if he succeeds, what right does he have to possess the map? Imperial Concubine Z's eyes darkened. If it wasn't for Demon Concubine Wu Yan's advice, she would definitely take action and snatch Lu Daochen's map. With her peak divine transformation realm strength, she naturally did not put Liu Bei in her eyes. Even though Demon Concubine Wu Yan had reminded her several times to not provoke Liu Bei. Liu Bei? He's the one who killed Li Ban and Jin Kun. When the news reached the upper world seemed to be very angry. They even blamed me. I must kill this person. His map will fall into my hands sooner or later. If you want to give your map to Liu Bei, you can give it to me directly. Because Liu Bei will definitely die. What's the use of this map? The demon crown prince, Chu Shun, was the son of Emperor Chu of the demon world. He was only 1,200 years old but had already reached the peak divine transformation realm. His aptitude was comparable to I Ching of the Black Tortoise planet. Even in the upper world, his aptitude was top-notch. He was a true expert who had dominated the demon world and defeated countless outstanding talents. He was someone who had the potential to reach the heavenly demon realm. His combat strength was above Imperial Concubine Z, but his background was weaker. He was only the son of the Demon King of the lower world while Imperial Concubine Z was from the Spirit King Palace. Therefore, he did not dare to fight with Imperial Concubine Z in the second world. It was also because Lu Daochen had Imperial Concubine Wu Yan as his backing. Although he was eager to snatch Lu Daochen's map, he still restrained himself in the Luo Yun world. Chu Shun's eyes darkened and immediately hid his cold intent. He shook his golden folding fan and smiled. Forget it. I represent the cleansing flame and have 3 maps. Imperial Concubine Z represents the Spirit King Palace and has 2 maps. Your Luo Yun world still has 2 maps. The 2nd Division's Thunder and Water Division and the 3rd Division's Wind and Cloud Division each have 1 map. It will be too troublesome if we continue to fight like this. Why don't we take this opportunity to set up a battle in your Luo Yun world? Everything will be decided by force. The 9 maps must be combined into one in order to open the world passage. Since it is difficult for one division to monopolize the quota to enter the world passage, it will be shared among all the divisions. However, it will be decided by the result of this battle. Crown Prince, you mean? Lu Daochen's eyes darkened. This Chu Shun was not a simple person. If the world passage of the third world is opened, it won't be difficult for at least 50 divine transformation realm experts to enter the world passage. After this battle, the world passage will definitely be opened. The 9 maps will be controlled by the first place of the battle. As for entering the third world, the top 50 of the battle will be chosen. Alright. I will accept it. Lu Daochen's eyes flashed with determination. This was a good idea. In his opinion, even if Ning Fan succeeds in the divine transformation realm, it would be difficult for him to seize all the maps after the forces of the demon world and the demon spirit land get involved. However, it should not be difficult for Ning Fan to enter the top 50 with his current strength. Imperial Concubine Z's eyes darkened. She did not like this suggestion. After all, in her plan, the Spirit King Palace should monopolize the third world. Moreover, she knew that her strength was slightly weaker than Chu Shun. She could at most get the second place in the battle. Chu Shun would definitely be the first place, Crown Prince Chu Shun sneered inwardly. He believed that his strength could be ranked first in the second world. No matter how many people from the Cleansing Flame Division enter the battle, he would definitely be the first. I have a condition. If Crown Prince Chu agrees to it, I will agree to participate in this battle. What condition? Chu Shun's eyes turned cold. Peak Soul Formation cultivators are not allowed to participate in the battle. Only Soul Formation late-stage cultivators are allowed to enter the ring. Concubine Z sneered. She was not as good as Chu Shun, but she knew that Wu Yan Demon Concubine was rare among the late-stage Soul Formation cultivators. She might be able to fight for first place. Once she obtained the 9 maps, it would be hard to say if she would still abide by the agreement and allow people outside of the Spirit King Palace to enter the third realm. If he could take it all for himself, why not? Even if Chu Shun took everything for himself, would he, Chu Shun, still dare to make a move against him? Alright, I can accept this condition. Chu Shun's eyes darkened. In this way, the outcome of the arena battle would change. Apart from Lu Jiefan, the Cleansing Fire Demon Sealer, there was also the Lightning Water Demon Sealer and the Wind Cloud Demon Sealer. Of course, there was also Wang Xiao, who was busy reconstructing his demon body. As for the Spirit King Palace, there were 2 late-stage demon concubines. If Wang Xiao can regain his demon form, he will have a good chance of winning first place. Everyone had their own thoughts. A grand battle spread from Luo Yun to the entire second realm. For those tribes that had lost the map, this was a chance to enter the third realm. To Ning Fan, this was also an opportunity. To be continued. The wind rose again. 7 months later, a giant floating platform rose above the Luo Yun prefecture. It looked like a cloud, but it was as hard as steel. Cloud Platform. This platform was formed by the Luoyun County Protecting Formation. It was the place where the Luoyun demon generals paid their respects. But now, it had become the arena of the World Map Battle. The experts of the 9 divisions flocked to Luoyun for the Battle of the World Road. The 9 maps were combined into one, and there were 50 slots. The experts did not dare to hope to be the champion and fight for the realm map, but they were willing to compete for a few slots. In the Third World, if a fiend commander was slumbering, then when a fiend commander was awakened, they would be bestowed with quite the fortuitous encounter. It was rumored that Demon Commander Lu Wu was once the caretaker of the Celestial Emperor's herb garden. If he had the opportunity, he could find half an ancient herb's remnant leaf from the Third Realm, which would be a great opportunity. It was rumored that Demon Marshal Lu Wu had once gouged out one of the demon stars in the left eye of the Heavenly Emperor. If one could obtain this demon star, it would be a great opportunity. No matter what the purpose was, the world passage of the Third World had really drawn everyone's attention. Even among them, only a few of them knew that a huge change had occurred in the Third Realm. The demon commander had died and the Star Palace had appeared. However, this did not affect the excitement of the elites of the 9 divisions. The 9 divisions stopped their expedition at that moment. Almost all the demon generals gathered at Luoyun, Luxing and the other border generals were also summoned back to maintain order and prepare for the battle. Outside the county, several demon cities were temporarily built for the foreign cultivators to stay in. It was noisy and there was rarely any peace. Even in the prefectures, there were endless crowds of people. Purchasing spirit ores, forging magic treasures and demonic weapons, purchasing spirit equipment and medicinal pills, busying himself with breaking through cultivation, selling materials, exchanging for immortal jades, spending immortal jades, exchanging for demonic arts and demonic techniques in the Sutra Tower, the auction house, the demon workshop, and the scripture tower were filled with busy figures. There was still half a month until the arena battle. Almost all the experts of the 9 divisions who were supposed to come were here. There was only one place that remained peaceful under Lu Daochun's orders. Dragon Pool. Beside the Dragon Lake, the purple-haired Wind Lady and the red-dressed waitress were waiting with copper basins, clean water, towels, and vegetarian food. 11 years had passed, and the 2 women were already at the late Golden Core realm. Ning Fan had once said that he would break through to the spirit-severing realm in 10 years. The 2 of them had been waiting ever since the deadline. However, it seemed like Ning Fan was slightly later than the agreed time. This was not surprising. After all, cultivation was the most difficult thing to predict. 11th year, 7th month, 9th day. Master has yet to return. If he doesn't return soon, the arena battles will begin. Will Master be all right? The Wind Maiden's fingers were twirling around her purple hair as she asked worriedly. I heard that this dragon pool is filled with dark beasts. I hope that Master is safe and sound. The waitress put her palms together and prayed softly. They waited and waited, but Ning Fan didn't appear in the end. The 2 girls slowly turned around, only to see another girl walking over. That woman was dressed in a green feather robe. Her movements were enchanting and charming. Her eyes were filled with the smile of a prostitute, but within that smile, there was an air of nobility and dignity that kept people 1,000 miles away. Greetings, demon concubine. You don't have to be so polite. Liu Bei, have you not come out of the pond yet? No, the 2 girls immediately bowed slightly. The other party was the demon concubine of the Spirit King Palace, Wu Yan. Such an important person was in existence that they did not dare to look up to in the past. They did not dare to be rude. Such a big shot would never look at the 2 female demon companions more than once. In the past, such a big shot would never smile at the 2 girls. The Wind Maiden and the Tea Maiden understood that the reason why demon concubine Wu Yan treated them with respect was all because of their master. This servant will take her leave, the 2 girls left regretfully. Demon concubine Wu Yan had obtained Lu Daochun's permission. She was one of the few people who could get close to the dragon pool. During Ning Fan's long seclusion, she had visited him a few times. This demon concubine is probably our master's lover. The 2 girls thought with a sour feeling in their hearts. After the 2 girls left, demon concubine Wu Yan stood in the middle of the black pool. She was suffocated by the stench. She waved her sleeves to cover her mouth and nose while secretly blaming them. Stinky thief. How could you stay in such a stinky place for 11 years and still not come out? Could it be that you've suffocated to death in the dragon pool? The arena battles are about to begin. Are you still not going to come out? Wu Yan seemed to be talking to herself but also talking to the black pool. No one answered her. There was only the sound of the wind that carried a chaotic and uneasy atmosphere. Thus, Wu Yan gently squatted down and looked at the thick black pool. Then, she began to murmur to herself. However, she knew that the water of the dragon pool could block spirit sense. Ning Fan, who was in the pool, could not hear her thoughts. Loneliness, and the exhaustion of her identity as a demon concubine. It was not the first time, anyway. You little thief can't hear me. What can you do even if I tell you? In the end, the demon concubine stood up and tidied her hair that was messed up by the wind. Then, she left quietly. However, when she walked out of the dragon pool, she suddenly realized that Lu Wan'er was looking at her with a strange expression. Elder Sister Yan, you're here again, I'm here to see if this Liu Bei has come out of seclusion and if he can make it to the arena battles. If he can't, I'm afraid he won't be able to participate in the arena battles. However, this won't affect the outcome of the battles. After all, even though he has the map, his cultivation base isn't high. Be it Crown Prince Chu or Imperial Concubine Z, both of them are confident that they can compete for the map that Liu Bei has after obtaining the other 8 maps. Elder sister, why do you need to explain so much to me? It's not like I don't know. Could it be that elder sister is feeling guilty and trying to hide something? Lu Wan'er blinked her eyes and said smilingly. Bah. Little girl, you become bolder after breaking through to the late nascent soul realm. How dare you tease me? Wu Yan was naturally annoyed. Hide? What do I need to hide? I don't have a good impression of Liu Bei. I can only hate him. After teasing Wu Yan, Lu Wan'er's expression turned serious. Elder sister, I want to ask you a favor, say it. If it's not difficult, I won't reject you. If Liu Bei comes out of seclusion in time to participate in the arena battles, please show mercy to him. Don't hurt him. Silly girl. Even if he fails to break through to the divine transformation realm, it won't be easy for me to hurt him. This little thief's bewitching technique is very powerful. The demon concubine's face turned red. She seemed to recall the day when Ning Fan touched her wrist and planted the plucking finger on her. Little thief? Bewitching technique? Lu Wan'er asked doubtfully. It's nothing. You go and accompany your lover. I'll leave first. The arena battles are approaching. I'm afraid that Imperial Concubine Z will tell me some things. The demon concubine left hurriedly as if she was hiding from something. Lu Wan'er looked at the demon concubine's back and sighed faintly as if she had understood something. Elder sister has a hard life. Even though I'm a demon concubine, I have no choice. Marrying a spirit king whom I've never even met before must be lonely. She slowly walked into the dragon pond, passing through the weeds and the autumn dew. The wind is blowing and the sky is cold. Why don't you return? Wavering, Hubugue. Lu Wan'er really wanted to jump into the pond to see if Ning Fan was alright. However, she did not do so. Even though she loved cleanliness, she was not afraid of the fishy smell of the pond water. She was also not afraid of the dangers of the dark beasts. She was just afraid of disturbing Ning Fan. You promised me that you will help me refine the phoenix wings. If you don't return, who will I fly for even if I have wings? Ning Fan. Ning Fan. The arena battles are about to begin. They are looking forward to your early return. Even though I miss you, I would rather you come out later and not participate in this battle. You are too eager to excel. You have clearly not attained the divine transformation realm yet, but you insist on going against a demon general. Do you know how dangerous that is? Do you know that while others love your glory, I'm worried that you will get hurt? There is still half a month before the arena battles begin. Elder brother has also returned. The land of Luo Yun will be filled with conflicts. Although it seems to be a peaceful and fair battle, how many dangers are hidden in it? For the sake of the world map, they will certainly do anything. Banyu, you must not come out even if I miss you very much. Lu Wan'er placed her hands on her chest and prayed silently. She prayed to the demon ancestor to protect Ning Fan and successfully attain the divine transformation realm. After standing there for a long time, the sky gradually turned dark. Lu Wan'er was reluctant to leave. Just as she was about to leave, a voice suddenly resounded from the bottom of the pond. It sounded like it was comforting her. "Don't worry. I will be fine. If this matter is over, I will give you a pair of phoenix wings, Ning Fan." Lu Wan'er turned around joyfully. Her face was flushed and her heart was racing. That voice was calm and peaceful. It meant that Ning Fan's condition must be extremely good. Even if he did not succeed in attaining the divine transformation realm, he was most likely safe and sound. "Wan'er, go back soon. This wind will make people feel uneasy. The Luoyun realm will not be peaceful in the near future." After Lu Wan'er left, Ning Fan looked at the two treasures in front of him with a slight frown. "The arena battles," Ning Fan muttered to himself. During the past 7 months, he had been carving the spirit seals on the two treasures and the phoenix wings. Due to the fact that he was busy extracting their souls, he could not concentrate and could not speak. However, he could still hear the conversations of the ladies. Ordinary people might not be able to hear them, but he could. The spirit sense of a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator could turn into the form of sword sense and penetrate the dragon pond. Whether it was the concern of the tea lady and the wind lady or Lu Wan'er's infatuation with him, Ning Fan heard all of them. However, what he did not expect the most was that demon concubine Wu Yan often came to the dragon pond to confide in him. She thought that Ning Fan would not be able to hear her, but he actually heard everything. Moreover, he even knew when she entered the Spirit King Palace and how long it took for her to attain the nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm. Indeed, there were some ladies from prestigious clans who carried glory and missions on their backs. Sometimes, they would talk to themselves at the mouth of a well or whisper to a small river. "This lady actually poured out her heart to me, the dragon pond. How interesting." Thanks to her, Ning Fan had a comprehensive understanding of the arena battles in the outside world. Perhaps he was even more detailed than ordinary demon generals. After all, the information that demon concubine Wu Yan had was definitely not something that ordinary demon generals would know. "This Wu Yan is really interesting. Half a month, huh? There is still half a month left. I can completely comprehend the parting sun spear within this period of time." A ray of starlight sword shadow flashed in front of him. However, it easily cut open the void space. There were 15,450 spirit seals with the word sharp on it. Separation Slayer Sword. The grade of this sword had not only broken through the grade of a spiritual treasure, but also its sharpness might not even be comparable to a mid-grade spiritual treasure. With this spiritual treasure, Ning Fan would not lose to a mid-divine transformation realm demon cultivator in terms of treasures. The shadow of the blood lightning whip turned into a ray of scarlet lightning and circled around Ning Fan's body. Spirit Shattering Whip. This whip was engraved with 15,450 spirit seals with the word lightning. Even if it lacked the blood lightning tribulation, this treasure had already broken through to the mid-grade spiritual treasure realm. The power of a whip could even injure the demon soul of a mid-divine transformation realm demon general. Spirit Shattering, Soul Shattering. Ning Fan's nascent soul had transformed into a demon soul using his demon power. However, this demon soul was different from the beast souls of ordinary demon cultivators. It was more similar to the primordial spirit of a human. It mainly cultivated magic power. Ning Fan was afraid that he would only be able to trigger the heavenly tribulation when his magic power reached the spirit transformation realm and cultivate his demon soul into a primordial spirit again. On his back, a pair of large purple crystal wings were engraved with ancient demon runes. All of them were the spirit seals with the word fast. Ning Fan gently flapped his wings and revealed a satisfied expression. With 15,450 spirit seals, the Fuli wings could increase his speed to the standard of a peak divine transformation realm expert. It was not difficult for him to travel 30,000 li asterisk with a single teleportation. There was still half a month left. Ning Fan needed to get used to the battles of the spirit transformation realm. He needed to familiarize himself with the teleportation technique and the parting sun spear. Condense. He bent his palm and made a grabbing motion. At the bottom of the dark dragon pond, a golden spear slowly condensed. It was like a scorching sun. the condensed spear was not perfect. Ning Fan directly shattered the golden spear and condensed it again, turning it into a golden spear. However, his expression was calm and unruffled. This technique consumed a lot of demon power. However, Ning Fan was not using his own demon power. Instead, he was using the soul extraction technique. Under the soul extraction technique, his demon power was increased to 50,000 units, which was comparable to a mid-divine transformation realm expert. With the help of this secret technique, his confidence in fighting against a late divine transformation realm expert had increased. Even during normal times, using the soul extraction technique to cultivate magic techniques using the demon power of heaven and earth was definitely the fastest way to cultivate magic techniques. Ordinary divine transformation realm experts did not have the soul extraction technique. Thus, it was impossible for them to continuously use mid-grade divine transformation realm techniques. In half a month, Ning Fan was confident that he could cultivate the parting sun spear to the same level as Jin Kun in the past or even stronger. Since there were no peak divine transformation realm experts participating in the competition, it was not impossible for him to get the first place. Half a month had passed but Ning Fan did not show up. Above the Luo Yun, on the cloud platform that was 10,000 li *, 500 m per li, wide, the 4 platforms were already filled with experts from the 9 divisions. In order to get on the cloud platform, one had to at least be at the late gold core realm. However, there were more than 100,000 experts with such cultivation bases. All of them were staring at the platform. There were a total of 107 divine transformation realm demon generals in the 9 divisions of the Lu clan. Of course, the 4 demon generals from their own world who were killed by Ning Fan were not included. As the 7th division, the Luo Yun clan had 8 divine transformation realm experts without counting the demons. As for the other divisions, they usually had more than 10 divine transformation realm experts. There were 12 demon concubines from the Spirit King Palace and 17 divine transformation realm experts from the demon world and the upper worlds, including Chu Shun and Wang Xiao. In total, there were a total of 145 divine transformation realm experts. It was difficult to compete for the 50 slots. Without divine transformation realm cultivation base, it was impossible for anyone to obtain a ranking. To nascent soul realm experts, it was impossible for them to obtain 50 slots. However, in the first round of selection, there was a great opportunity that nascent soul realm experts could compete for. Blood refining on the spirit platform. The design of the cloud platform was extremely mysterious. It was the product of Lu Daochen's painstaking efforts. The entire cloud platform was engraved with a grand formation. There was a circular secret formation. The power of the formation could move the clouds and mist, turning them into floating cloud platforms in the sky. They were called the spiritual platforms. If one devours the clouds of the spiritual platforms, one's demon blood could be improved. The higher the grade of the spiritual platforms, the better the effect of awakening one's blood. The spiritual platforms were worshipped as generals. It was not just an honor. The divine transformation realm experts of the Luo Yun clan who were worshipped as demon generals in the past were even qualified to be bestowed a purple grade spiritual platform. They could devour the clouds and refine them to improve their bloodline. In this battle, nascent soul realm experts were not prohibited from participating. As long as one's strength was sufficient, their cultivation base was secondary. The reason why Lu Daochen made such a setting was to take care of Ning Fan's special situation. If Ning Fan failed to achieve the divine transformation realm, he would be a nascent soul realm expert. With his nascent soul realm cultivation base, he would still be qualified to participate in the battle. In the first round of selection, 200 people would be selected from the vast number of cultivators. These 200 people naturally included the 107 demon generals of the 9 divisions. Even the demon lords themselves could participate in the battle. In the second round of selection, only 100 people would be left. Among the 100 people, another 50 would be selected to enter the third realm. The method of the first round of selection was to compete for the spiritual platforms and improve the grade of the spiritual platforms during the competition. For this competition, Lu Daochen had condensed 200 purple grade spiritual platforms. After continuously breaking them apart, they formed 25600 white grade spiritual platforms. Each of the spiritual platforms was made of white clouds. Each of them could only be stepped on by one person. If more than one person were to step on it, the spiritual platforms would shatter. 100,000 demon cultivators would first need to use their own traveling light. After the selection began, they would leave their seats and compete for a white-grade spiritual platform. Those who did not have a spiritual platform would be eliminated. Those who had a white-grade spiritual platform could improve their grade through battles. Only those who had a purple-grade spiritual platform could pass the first round of selection. After passing the first round, they could devour the purple chi of the spiritual platforms to improve their bloodline. This was what really attracted nascent soul realm cultivators. Among the 200 people who were selected for the first round, 145 divine transformation realm cultivators would definitely pass. The remaining 55 people would be fought for by nascent soul realm cultivators. If one could become one of the 55 that stood out from the crowd, they would be able to devour a purple tier spirit platform and increase their demonic blood. Perhaps a nascent soul cultivator would have a chance to break through to the soul formation stage because of this increase in demonic blood. For this opportunity, it was worth it for a nascent soul cultivator to risk it all. 200 purple-grade spirit platforms had been broken down into 25,600 white-grade spirit platforms. This meant that only through 7 spirit platforms could the white-grade spirit platforms be upgraded to purple-grade. After defeating the opponent and seizing the beer platforms, the 2 beer platforms beneath his feet would automatically merge with the clouds and increase in grade. The first grade was white, and the grades after that were upgraded were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. After 7 rounds of advancement, there would only be a maximum of 200 purple-grade spirit platforms. If the spirit platforms were damaged during the competition, perhaps less than 200 people would be able to pass the first round of elimination. The selection process had already been announced, but the battle had yet to begin. Lu Daochen's expression did not change, but his heart was filled with anxiety. He was waiting for Ning Fan's arrival. Lu Wanner had already informed Lu Daochen that Ning Fan would come. Before Ning Fan arrives, Lu Daochen was unwilling to start the process. The demon cultivators on the cloud platforms were all old monsters. Every time they went into seclusion, they would usually enter seclusion for years or even tens of years. Thus, they did not mind waiting for a few more days. However, while they were waiting, many of them were whispering to each other. "Brother Chen, may I ask why the battle of the beer platforms hasn't begun yet? I'm getting impatient from waiting." "Do you know Liu Bei?" "Liu Bei? The 8th general of the Luoyun sect? A nascent soul realm expert who could kill a divine transformation realm demon general? This person is too famous. How could I not know him? Liu Bei hasn't arrived yet. This cloud general is probably waiting for him. Rumor has it that this person entered the dragon pool 10 years ago and broke through to the divine transformation realm. Until now, he has yet to come out of seclusion. He once said that he would need 10 years to attain the divine transformation realm. I'm afraid that Lu Daochen won't start the battle before he comes out of seclusion." "What? Breaking through to the divine transformation realm? How can 10 years be enough? This Liu Bei will never be able to attain the divine transformation realm. It's a small matter that he can't attain the divine transformation realm. It's really a waste of time for us to wait for him here." "Shoo! Lower your voice. Even if that Liu Bei hasn't reached the divine transformation realm, he is still not someone that we nascent soul realm cultivators can afford to offend. Since concubine Z of the Spirit King Palace and Crown Prince Chu Shun of the demon world are not dissatisfied with Lu Daochen's decision, we can't have any objections. Let's just wait." In the venue, many people were whispering to each other. However, in the end, they could only wait helplessly. On the seats of the cleansing flame, Wang Xiao harumphed impatiently. He, a dignified late divine transformation realm demon general, was actually waiting here for Liu Bei. This person is really arrogant. Deliberately mystifying things. He's just a nascent soul realm ant. How dare he make us divine transformation realm cultivators wait here? He really doesn't know what's good for him. General Wang, please calm down. Since we have set up a battle in the Luoyun arena, we have to give Lu Daochen some face. A silver-armored demon general beside him advised. Some face? Wang Xiao sneered. If this Lu Daochen doesn't have the support of the Spirit King Palace, there's no need for me to give him any face. As for this Liu Bei, he was audacious enough to kill General Li Ban and General Jin Kun. There's no need for me to give him any face at all. Moreover, I'm a dignified demon general from the upper realm. Although my cultivation is not as good as Chu Shun's, my status is incomparable to this person. This person actually dared to order me to get the first place in this battle. How hateful. Of course, I want to get the first place, but it's not because of his order. Wang Xiao was very angry. From the moment he arrived at the land of slumber, the realm gate had collapsed and his demon body was destroyed. It wasn't easy for him to reconstruct his demon body, but he still had to suffer the cold eyes of this demon crown prince. Demon crown prince? What a great reputation. He's just a little demon from the lower realm. What's there to be proud of? As for that Liu Bei, I don't know what kind of tricks he used to harm General Li Ban and the others. General. For the sake of the realm map, please bear with it for the time being. The silver-armored demon general advised again. Bear with it? Good. I'll bear with it. Wang Zhao's cold and sharp eyes swept across the seats of the cleansing flame to the seats of the Luoyun arena. His eyes landed on a purple-clothed girl with a childish face and big breasts. He pointed at her and immediately sneered. Zhu Qin. Is that girl Liu Bei's woman? Lu Waner? Wang Zhao's eyes suddenly turned cold. To be continued. He was still waiting. He waited for 3 days but Ning Fan was still nowhere to be seen. Lu Daochen's eyes finally showed a hint of worry. Based on his understanding of Ning Fan, he wouldn't be late since he said he would come. However, he had waited for 3 more days and Ning Fan was still nowhere to be seen. He was afraid that he was held back by something. Could it be that he reached the bottleneck right before the battle and officially broke through to the divine transformation realm? Lu Daochen smiled bitterly. This was definitely a possibility. Without the appearance of the heavenly tribulation, he naturally didn't know that Ning Fan had successfully broken through to the divine transformation realm. However, he guessed that something must have happened since Ning Fan couldn't participate in the first round of selection. Imperial concubine Zi and Chu Shun became impatient. They had given Lu Daochen enough face by waiting for 3 more days. Since Liu Bei didn't show up, there was no point in waiting any longer. Lu Daochen, if you don't start the battle now, it will be cancelled. I'm going to use force to sweep through the Luoyun sect and seize the map. Imperial concubine Zi's eyes darkened and her tone was threatening. That's right. A mere nascent soul realm ant is wasting too much time. Chu Shun's tone was cold. The words of the 2 peak divine transformation realm experts in the Luoyun sect were immediately echoed by many experts on the scene. Lu Daochen gritted his teeth. The situation was pressing. The wisest decision was to immediately announce the start of the first round to ease the tension between the parties. However, if Ning Fan doesn't participate, that person would definitely lose his spot. His years of waiting would be in vain. What's the point of doing all this? Lu Daochen did not give in. For a moment, the cloud platform was filled with the atmosphere of war. At this critical moment, a cold voice resounded. I have a compromise. I wonder if everyone is willing to listen to it. The voice of the person who spoke was not loud. However, the moment his voice resounded, the sea of consciousness of all the cultivators below the mid-divine transformation realm trembled. Their ears buzzed and the sound lingered for a long time. Countless demon cultivators' expressions changed and they all looked at the person who spoke. How could an ordinary person have such means? That direction was where the seats of the Pure Fire Division were located. A silver-robed, white-haired demon general stood proudly. His late divine transformation realm aura surged around him. I am the demon general of the Isal clan, Wang Xiao. I have a suggestion and I hope everyone will listen to it. His words were decisive, not giving anyone the chance to refute him at all. However, with his status, he had the qualifications to say these words. What? This person is the leader of the 10 generals that descended from the higher realm this time, from the true spirit realm's Isal clan, General Wang Xiao. What does he suggest? The sounds of discussion rose, but after Lu Daochen coughed, it slowly quieted down. Lu Daochen frowned as he looked at Wang Xiao, wondering what kind of tricks this person was playing. I wonder if General Wang has any suggestions? Haha, I have seen all of your arguments. The crux of the dispute is merely Liu Bei. It's understandable that Yun Jiang wants Liu Bei to participate in the arena battle. However, it's impossible for us, 100,000 demon race members, to continue waiting bitterly for a mere nascent soul realm cultivator like Liu Bei. Therefore, I have a suggestion that I hope Yun Jiang will listen to. Wang Zhao's tone was overbearing, causing Lu Daochen to frown. What suggestion? Liu Bei himself can't come, but he can let his wife and children fight on his behalf. The demon ancestor has taught us that if this demon breaks the law, his wife and children can make up for it. Similarly, since this Liu Bei can't come, he can let his relatives participate in the competition on his behalf. When he himself arrives, they can replace his relatives to fight on his behalf. In this way, we won't have to wait bitterly. Wang Zhao's words made many demons secretly nod their heads. There was indeed such a tradition in the demon race. For a moment, voices of agreement could be heard. What General Wang said is right. We have already given Luo Yun enough face by waiting for Liu Bei here for 3 days. Since Liu Bei can't come, let his relatives fight on his behalf. Hurry up and start the first round of the selection. Don't waste any more time. Who is Liu Bei's relative? Step forward now. Otherwise, Liu Bei's qualification to participate in the competition will be taken away. Many demons from the Luo Yun clan also agreed with Wang Zhao's suggestion. However, no one stepped forward to participate in the competition on Ning Fan's behalf. Only a few demons who knew about the decline of Liu Bei's clan knew that Liu Bei did not have any wife or children. Lu Daochen's brows were tightly knitted together. Wang Zhao's sudden suggestion seemed to be trying to mediate the conflict between the two parties. However, it seemed like he was secretly plotting something. However, Lu Daochen did not have the time to think through Wang Zhao's intentions at all. Because after the suggestion was made, even Imperial concubine Zi agreed with it. Chu Shan was the only one who gave Wang Zhao a deep look. There was no joy or anger in his eyes. There was only disdain. This Wang Zhao has an impetuous mental state. It's difficult for him to become an expert. My status is not as good as his. However, when I ascend to the heavenly demon world in the future, I will be qualified to compete with the elites of the upper world. However, those elites will not include people like Wang Zhao. Chu Shan had the pride of being undefeatable in 1,000 battles. He was the son of the demon sovereign of the lower world. Along the way, he had continuously challenged experts. He stepped on skeletons and climbed towards a higher goal. He was arrogant, powerful, and condescending. He looked down on Wang Zhao and Liu Bei. Even in this place of slumber, there was not a single person who could make him look sideways. Your Highness, this Wang Zhao seems to be a little restless. I wonder what his suggestion is. Should we reject him? A divine transformation realm servant of the demon world transmitted his voice to His Highness. No need. No matter what Wang Zhao's purpose is or who he wants to target, there is nothing to worry about. Besides, this suggestion is indeed not bad. Let Liu Bei's relative fight on his behalf. It will save us a lot of time. But I heard that Liu Bei doesn't have any relatives. He doesn't have any relatives. What does it have to do with me? Chu Shan suddenly stood up and released his aura. It was as if he was going to snatch the world map by force if they did not start the selection. This was a threat. He was forcing Lu Daochen to submit. Lu Daochen heaved a long sigh. Although Wang Zhao's suggestion was good, Liu Bei didn't have any relatives to fight on his behalf. Teacher, don't worry. Liu Bei has a wife. Lu Wan who was dressed in purple, walked towards Lu Daochen gracefully. A fragrant wind blew. Are you talking about the 2 gold core realm demon mates that he left in the general's mansion? Let them fight on his behalf? Lu Daochen shook his head helplessly. The Wind Lady and the Tea Lady were not strong enough. It was useless for them to go. No. Their cultivation is not strong enough. I, Lu Wan am strong enough. I am Liu Bei's wife. Lu Wan smiled and stepped on the sky. A pair of charming purple flamed phoenix wings appeared on her back. Lotus flowers bloomed with every step she took. A fragrant wind blew and purple flames burned. Her appearance was alluring to begin with, but after activating the phoenix wing spiritual outfit, she had an otherworldly temperament. causing the hearts of the beast cultivators who saw her appearance to thump. What a beautiful woman! She was like a phoenix immortal who had fallen to the mortal world. She was obviously noble, but she also had the deep affection of a fox immortal. It was a kind of contradictory beauty. Her face was young and tender, but she had the temperament of a ripe peach. She was as cold as ice, but there was a flame of passion hidden in her heart. She looked down on all men, but there was always a figure hidden in her heart. Liu Bei has a wife. I, Lu Wan'er, am his wife. I am willing to represent him in the first round of the selection. The aura of a late nascent soul realm expert slowly spread out. The phoenix wings of a peak earth profound realm expert made countless experts' eyes burn with passion. Even Chu Shan and Imperial concubine Zi were stunned. It was difficult for them to obtain such high-quality spiritual equipment. With the phoenix wings on this woman's body, not even a spirit-severing realm expert could hurt her. Only the Earth General of the Lai Tu tribe's eyes were filled with anger. With just a glance, he could tell that the phoenix wings belonged to his subordinate, Su Ri. Su Ri was killed by Liu Bei and the wings were given to his beloved wife to use as spiritual equipment. He, what a romantic Liu Bei. He deserves to die. Lu Wan'er did not know that she had attracted the attention and admiration of many men at this moment. She also did not know how many people were drooling over her phoenix wing spiritual armor and her body. She also did not know if there were people who hated her in the dark and wanted to plot against her. Lu Wan'er also did not know that when she said I am Liu Bei's wife, countless men were envious of Ning Fan's luck with women. With such a wife, what else can a man ask for? She did not care about it. She felt a little shy. After all, it was her first time admitting that she was Liu Bei's wife in front of 100,000 demon cultivators. The women of the demon race were always bold. However, Lu Wan'er seemed to be too bold. Lu Xing shook his head with a smile. Since his sister was so deeply in love with Liu Bei, he certainly would not stop her. The only thing he was worried about was whether Lu Wan'er would be in danger if she represented Ning Fan in the selection. There were only 55 slots for nascent soul realm cultivators to compete for. However, there were many peak nascent soul realm cultivators present. With the phoenix wing spiritual armor which was at the peak profound earth realm, Lu Wan'er's speed was comparable to a divine transformation realm cultivator. Thus, her life would not be in any danger. However, she was still a late nascent soul realm cultivator. Her speed did not mean that her attacks were strong. It was still unknown whether she could seize the clouds and enter the spirit ascension platform from a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. However, Lu Daochen felt relieved. When his gaze fell upon the phoenix wings, his face immediately revealed a gratified, regretful and ashamed expression. What a good pair of phoenix wings. These phoenix wings actually have the ability to attack, defend and escape in one. Even I can't refine such a pair of phoenix wings. With this pair of wings, Wan'er can even slightly resist a divine transformation realm cultivator and protect herself. With the help of the other 7 divine transformation realm cultivators of my Luoyun sect, it won't be difficult for Wan'er's spiritual platform to advance to the purple rank. Lu Daochen secretly gave an order to the 7 Luoyun demon generals, agreeing to Lu Wan'er's words and actions. With this pair of wings, she could compete for the slots. In this way, even though Ning Fan was late, his slot was preserved. At the center of the venue, 25600 white rank spiritual platforms were floating in the sky like floating clouds. Each of the demon cultivators was eager to have a go. The first round of selection was finally going to begin. As soon as Lu Daochen gives the order to begin, all the demon cultivators would move to the center of the venue at their fastest speed and choose a white rank spiritual platform to get on. After the first round begins, only the 25,600 demon cultivators with the fastest speed would be able to snatch a white rank spiritual platform. The rest of them would be eliminated. Begin. Lu Daochen's voice echoed across 10,000 li *, 500 m per li. At the same time, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and flew towards the sky of the venue. At this moment, 100,000 rays of light rushed towards the center of the venue. The divine transformation realm cultivators teleported 10,000 li *, 500 m per li, in just a split second. Each of them occupied a direction and set foot on a spiritual platform. Among the 145 divine transformation realm rays of light, Lu Wan'er turned into a wisp of purple smoke. She was not any weaker than the others and also managed to snatch a white-rank spiritual platform. Inwardly, she was delighted. As long as she has the phoenix wings, she would certainly be able to help Ning Fan keep his slot. However, there was one thing that she did not tell anyone. This phoenix wing spiritual equipment was indeed powerful. It could be said to be the pinnacle of Lu Waner's work in life. However, it was precisely because of how powerful it was that she could not completely refine this pair of wings by herself. She had been waiting for Ning Fan to help her refine this pair of wings. However, before Ning Fan came out from his seclusion, she had no choice but to use this pair of wings to help Ning Fan keep his slot. She felt a sharp pain in her heart and her face turned pale. No one knew how painful it was to forcefully activate the phoenix wings. She did not care about it. Her current identity was Ning Fan's wife. She did not know how much pain Ning Fan had suffered along the way. However, she knew that if she could not bear the pain, she would not be worthy to be Ning Fan's woman. 1 breath, 2 breaths. 10 breaths passed. Each of the 25,600 spiritual platforms was occupied by a demon cultivator. Among them, there were 145 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators, 1900 Peak Nascent Soul Realm cultivators, and the rest were all Late Nascent Soul Realm cultivators. After all the spiritual platforms were occupied, a light screen that stretched for 5,000 li * 500 m per li, rose from the center of the venue, enveloping the entire venue. At the moment when the formation light rose, all the demon cultivators who did not have a spiritual platform were teleported out of the venue. One after another, the demon cultivators were teleported out of the venue with their faces covered in dirt. They were speechless when they saw the formation light. There were even some who were unwilling to accept the fact that their spiritual platforms were seized by someone else due to a moment of carelessness. They wanted to break the formation light and rush into the venue to seize their platforms again. However, every single attack that landed on the formation light was easily blocked. No nascent soul realm attack could shake the formation light. Even a late spirit severing realm attack could not completely destroy the formation light. A mortal void grade formation. This Lu Daochen has actually set up such a terrifying formation on the cloud platform. For the first time, Chu Shun's expression changed. He began to take Lu Daochen seriously. This person's cultivation base was not worth mentioning, but his Dao of formation technique was far beyond his imagination. Rumor has it that this person is extremely knowledgeable in formations, pill refinement, divination, spirit augmentation, weapon refinement, and many other aspects. Today, Chu Shun realized that it was indeed true. No wonder the Spirit King Palace took a fancy to this person. I've underestimated him before. When the formation light rose, it was another signal. The battle for the spiritual platforms has begun. Next, the 25,600 cultivators would have to fight each other in a chaotic battle. In the end, only 200 of them would be able to obtain a purple-grade spiritual platform. Almost at the same time when the formation light rose, each of the demon cultivators stepped on the floating platform and launched their attacks at their opponents. Outside the cloud platform, a white-robed silhouette appeared with a flash of light smoke. It did not alarm anyone. Looking at the chaotic battle at the center of the cloud platform, he smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that after comprehending the parting sun spear, I would unexpectedly activate the true yang energy, causing half of my Yin fusion divine star to gradually reach perfection. That's why I couldn't make it to the first round of the assessment. Now, it seems like Wan Er is taking my place. The corner of the young man's mouth curved into a smile. His heart felt warm. Lu Wan Er was really good to him. After witnessing Lu Wan Er's tyrannical means, he felt slightly relieved. That Fire Phoenix spiritual equipment was not as simple as flying. It was a combination of attack, defense, and escape. Its speed was so fast that it could activate the fire barrier to defend itself and the sea of fire to attack its enemies. Under that sea of fire, even a few peak nascent soul realm cultivators were defeated. I haven't seen you for 11 years. Wan Er's strength has improved. Ning Fan smiled. However, his eyes suddenly turned solemn. The wind blew. This wind made people feel uneasy. In the wind, a silver-armored demon general peeked at Lu Wan Er. That glance contained killing intent. But at the next moment, his eyes were as calm as before. That person seems to be the demon general from the upper world that Wan Shao brought here. that killing intent. Was it an illusion? Ning Fan frowned. To be continued. Countless cultivators were forcefully teleported out of the battlefield by the formation light because they were defeated and their spiritual platforms were seized. After 157 breaths of time, the first purple-grade spiritual platform appeared. Wang Xiao stepped on the purple-grade spiritual platform and left the formation proudly. He returned to the outside of the battlefield. The purple spiritual platform under his feet was a sign of his astonishing strength. 157 breaths of time to condense a purple-grade spiritual platform. This undoubtedly meant that apart from Chu Shan and Imperial Concubine Zi, he was the strongest cultivator on the battlefield. He took a step forward and the spiritual platform shattered into purple qi, which was then absorbed into his stomach. After refining it, his eyes immediately widened and he murmured in surprise. This purple qi is quite extraordinary. It's almost comparable to a 5 revolutions blood awakening pill. Wang Xiao felt that this purple qi was indeed extraordinary. It was enough to increase the grade of his bloodline. Unfortunately, he had already awakened his blood 3 times. Half of the purple qi's effect was wasted. A purple-grade spiritual platform is only effective on demons that have awakened their blood twice. If that's the case, there's no need for Zhu Qin to kill people and seize their spiritual platforms. I'll just let him kill Lu Wan'er. I'll take revenge on Liu Bei's wife first. I wonder how Liu Bei would feel if he knew that his wife died today. After Wang Xiao, Imperial Concubine Yao, Lu Jiefan, and the other late Divine Transformation Realm cultivators also stepped onto the purple spiritual platforms. After 300 breaths of time, 144 of the 145 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators had successfully broken through and left the battlefield. There were less than 800 people still fighting inside the formation light. The weakest among them was a yellow-grade spiritual platform while the most had already broken through to the blue-grade. Lu Wan'er stepped on the blue-grade spiritual platform and used her phoenix wings to control the purple flames to fight against a great cultivator for the blue-grade spiritual platform. Once she succeeded, she would be able to break through to the blue grade. The purple phoenix fire wings of a peak earth profound realm cultivator could borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to send out waves of fire. Under the sweeping of the fire waves, the great cultivator was struggling to resist with his magical treasures. His strength was exhausted and several of his magical treasures were destroyed by the purple flames. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. The tyrannical power of the phoenix wings made the great cultivator feel bitter. In the end, he was finally struck down by a wave of fire. He sighed inwardly and jumped off the spiritual platform to admit his defeat. He was then sent out safely by the formation light. Lu Wan'er's complexion was pale. She gently wiped away the sweat on her temples and changed her hand seals. She activated the 2 blue-grade spirit platforms and fused them into a blue-grade spirit platform. Her mouth curved into a smile. As long as I fight for a blue-grade spirit platform in the last battle, I will be able to advance to the purple grade. Blue grade. Where is it? Lu Wan'er's beautiful eyes scanned the area. Apart from herself, there were already 7 blue-grade spirit platform holders present. 6 of them were grand cultivators, and 4 of them had vast auras. Lu Wan'er knew that she didn't have much chance of winning even with her phoenix wings, but the other 2 were nothing to worry about. She could win, however. The 7th one with a blue spirit platform was a soul formation cultivator in silver armor. After Lu Wan'er condensed a blue-grade spirit platform, the spirit-severing realm cultivator sneered. Lu Wan'er was very curious. A soul formation cultivator's cultivation base was very strong, so why hadn't he condensed the purple grade and left after so much time had passed? Divine Transformation Realm. What is he waiting for? I remember that this Divine Transformation Realm expert is called Zhu Qin. He is a demon general from the upper realm. Outside the venue, Lu Daochun's gaze became sharper and sharper. Out of the 145 soul formation cultivators, only 144 had left the battlefield. There was still one person who had yet to come out. It wasn't because he couldn't seize the spirit platform, but because he was waiting for something. That person was Wang Zhao's general, Zhu Qin. General Wang Xiao, why did your subordinate, Zhu Qin, stop attacking after his spiritual platform rose to the blue grade? What's his purpose in staying in the formation light? Could it be General Wang Zhao's idea? Lu Daochen felt somewhat uneasy as the wind blew. I don't know. He probably wants to kill someone. Wang Xiao sneered. Kill someone? Lu Daochen's heart skipped a beat as if he had thought of something. At this moment, Zhu Qin made his move. Like a raging wave, a silver light flashed. No one could see how he made his move, but the silver light had already eliminated 7 grand cultivators with blue-grade spirit platforms. The expressions of the 7 grand cultivators' demon nascent souls changed drastically. They hurriedly jumped down from the spirit platform and teleported away. How ruthless! After the 7 of them left, the 7 blue-grade spirit platforms floated quietly in the air. However, Zhu Qin didn't even look at the spirit platforms, as if he didn't care about the purple-grade spirit platform. He stepped on the spirit platform and stared at Lu Wanner coldly. You've finally reached the blue-grade spirit platform. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The moment he stepped on the spirit platform, his demon chi turned into a silver crane that stood in the sky. Under the cry of the crane, countless silver cracks appeared on the surface of the crane. The cracks spread out in all directions with the force of a strong wind. They quickly spread out and pierced through the sky. Any nascent soul realm cultivator who was caught in the silver light would be torn apart by the silver lines. Their physical bodies would immediately be torn apart. Their armors would be shattered and their supreme-grade magical treasures would be destroyed. Each of the demon nascent souls revealed a terrified expression and jumped down from the spirit platforms. They no longer cared about the first round of the selection and left the battlefield under the protection of the formation light. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. A spirit-severing realm demon general's means were unparalleled. There were even a few nascent soul realm demons who lost their physical bodies. They couldn't escape from their demon nascent souls in time and were immediately buried in the silver light. This demon general Zhu Qin was extremely daring. He ignored the rules of the battle and wanted to kill someone. Not good. Let's run away quickly. One after another, the old monsters fled. Zhu Qin didn't even look at the others. His eyes were only fixed on Lu Wanner. The silver light in his palm became even brighter. The innate ability of the Silver Crane clan, Apprehensive Wind and Crane. Zhu Qin burst into laughter. With a claw of his hand, all the silver lines turned around and swept towards Lu Wanner. Pieces of the sky were torn into pieces. The spirit platforms were shattered. General Zhu Qin, what do you mean by this? Lu Wanner's beautiful eyes turned cold. Liu Bei killed a demon general of the upper world. You're his wife. You should die in his place. What? Lu Wanner was shocked. This divine transformation realm demon general actually dared to kill her in public. How dare you? The expressions of Lu Daochen, Lu Xing and Yao Fei changed. They attacked at the same time, but the combined strength of the 3 of them couldn't break the formation light. Lu Daochen's expression changed drastically. Once this mortal void grand formation was activated, even he wouldn't be able to break it unless the first round of selection was over. Lu Wanner couldn't be saved from the outside world. Could it be that he had to watch his proudest disciple die in front of him? Zhu Qin. If you dare to hurt my disciple, even if you're from the Silver Crane clan and the Ice Owl clan of the True Spirit realm, you will still die. Lu Daochen's angry roar couldn't shake Zhu Qin's determination at all. He had received Wang Zhao's order to kill an ant from the lower world. What was there to worry about? Lu Wanner's expression changed. She crazily activated her phoenix wings, pushing the power of them to the maximum. At this moment, Lu Wanner was obviously a member of the Fox clan, but she actually condensed the shadow of a purple phoenix. Her face quickly turned pale while the shadow of the purple phoenix became more and more solid. She formed a series of hand seals with difficulty and spat out an illusory purple flame from her mouth. The purple flame was obviously illusory, but when it burned, it actually burned the silver lines of Zhu Qin's divine transformation realm attack into nothingness. Zhu Qin's expression changed. He had never expected that his innate ability and all-out attack would be blocked by a late divine transformation realm woman. The expressions of Lu Daochen and the others eased. They couldn't break the formation light, but as long as Lu Wanner gives up on this selection and jumps down from the platform, she would be protected by the formation light and teleported out safely. Lu Daochen would help her vent her anger after that. However, Lu Wanner did not jump down from the platform. She did not run away. Her gaze fell on the blue-grade spiritual platform in the distance. She bit her lips and flew towards it with all her might. She can't run away. She can't. She represents Ning Fan. At this moment, she is Ning Fan's wife. As long as she fuses with the blue grade spiritual platform faster than Zhu Qin and ascends to the purple grade, she would be able to leave with the purple grade spiritual platform. By doing so, she would be able to preserve Ning Fan's qualification. She flapped her phoenix wings and flew towards the blue grade spiritual platform, which was 1000 zhang *3. 33 Emperor Zhang away. When Lu Daochen and the others saw this scene, all of them were dumbfounded. Silly girl. What a silly girl. Why do you still care about the purple grade spiritual platform at this moment? Yes, she is a silly girl. If she wasn't a silly girl, how would she fall in love with a member of a foreign race? She wanted to give it her all. She was not sure if the other party wanted to destroy Ning Fan's qualification. In any case, she wanted to preserve Ning Fan's qualification. She was getting closer and closer. She was only 100 zhang *3. 33 Emperor Zhang, away from the lonely blue grade spiritual platform. However, at this moment, a ray of silver light suddenly shot out and blocked her way. I didn't expect you to be able to use the ability of the Phoenix clan with the bloodline of the Fox clan. However, it seems like you're barely able to use this technique. I'm afraid you won't be able to use it again. Humph. If you had taken the opportunity to run away just now, it would have been fine. However, you chose not to run away. Aren't you looking down on me? Do you really think that I can't kill you? Zhu Qin's eyes seemed to have turned into pure silver. The shadow of the silver crane behind him grew twice its size. The power of the silver threads on his fingertips increased by more than 2 folds. It was enough to crush ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators. You can die now. No one can save you. If you want to blame someone, blame your husband. Liu Bei. Zhu Qin's eyes were cold. He was not worried that someone would save Lu Wan'er. The power of the formation light was so strong that even a late divine transformation realm demon concubine could not break it. Naturally, no one could enter this place and save Lu Wan'er. He was careless just now, and this lady happened to block his attack. He would never have the chance to do so again. Lu Wan'er must die this time. Zhu Qin firmly believed in it. However, this firm belief turned into disbelief at the next moment. A trace of fear emerged in their hearts without any warning. At the same time, this kind of feeling swept across the 100,000 demon cultivators present at the scene. It was especially so for the divine transformation realm cultivators. The higher their cultivation base, the more terrifying they felt the aura. Along with a cracking sound, the mortal void grade formation light that was strong enough to block the attack of a late divine transformation realm cultivator seemed to have been melted by someone. At the place where the formation light was broken, a purple light shone brightly. A trace of purple gold sandstorm slowly flowed out from the fingertip of a white-robed young man. No one could see how he did it. However, when Chu Shan and concubine Zi saw the purple gold sandstorm, their hearts trembled. It was the first time their hearts trembled since they came to the land of slumber. What is that purple gold sandstorm? It gave people an extremely horrifying feeling. After the formation light was broken, it recovered immediately. The white-robed young man dispersed the purple gold sandstorm, but his eyes were like ice that would never melt for 10,000 years. He took a step forward and stood in front of Lu Wan'er. Then, he clawed at the silver crane in the sky with his 5 fingers. The silver lines that filled the sky immediately collapsed. When this figure appeared, Yao Yuan's eyes were filled with a hint of fiery respect. Lu Xing and Lu Daochen were relieved. Concubine Yao had a reproachful expression. Lu Zongyun and Lu Haochen both shivered at the same time. The moment Lu Tianming, who was hiding in the crowd and watching the show, saw this person, he suddenly recalled the terrifying killing intent that this person had when he entered the prefecture and gave away the heads of 3 divine transformation realm cultivators. Liu Bei. It's him. He's here. This is great. He's going to kill people. Wang Zhao's expression changed. He slammed the table and stood up in disbelief. He's Liu Bei? How did he break into this formation? This is impossible. Even I can't break this formation from the outside. The silver lines were broken. Zhu Qin could not imagine that his Silver Crane clan's innate talent was broken so easily. Facing the white-robed young man who was approaching them step by step, for the first time in his life, a trace of palpitating panic rose in his heart. You. Who are you? You're asking me who I am? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light as if he had heard the most ridiculous question. He took a step forward and turned into purple smoke. With an unimaginable speed, he instantly appeared in front of Zhu Qin and grabbed him with one of his hands. The force of this grab directly broke Zhu Qin's first-level Jade Life Realm Evil Spirit Protective Shield and grabbed his arm. Second level of Jade Life Realm. Zhu Qin's face was filled with shock. At the next moment, he felt extreme pain. Ning Fan's grab tore off one of Zhu Qin's arms using an extremely bloody method. Broken bones and blood splattered everywhere. Under the intense pain, Zhu Qin's face turned pale and he hurriedly retreated. His heart was filled with both shock and anger. Who is it? Who exactly is this person? This aura force is stronger than anyone else here, however, I have no grudge against him. Why would he hurt me? You're asking me who I am? Ning Fan took a step forward. His aura force rose with each step he took. When he took the 9th step, the great force of the heavenly cycle turned into rays of sword light and dispersed. At this moment, Zhu Qin coughed out blood crazily. He was actually injured by this great force sword. Forming a sword with 9 steps and injuring a divine transformation realm cultivator? What kind of technique is this? This person is definitely not a nobody. Who is he? You don't even know who I am, but you still dare to hurt my wife? Ning Fan clenched his 5 fingers. Traces of sunlight turned into a golden spear. Mid-grade divine transformation realm demonic technique, parting sun spear. However, this spear seemed to have something different about it. Zhu Qin could not see it. However, the power of this spear was almost comparable to a high-grade divine transformation realm demonic technique. With a slap, the golden spear turned into a blazing golden rainbow and shot towards Zhu Qin. Parting sun spear? No. It's impossible for the parting sun spear to have such power. At the moment when the golden light shot out, Zhu Qin's expression changed drastically. He wanted to display his demonic technique to block it, but Ning Fan stopped him with a finger. This heaven-sealing technique was executed without leaving any trace. No one could tell the origin of this technique. It was as if the stone warrior had recognized what happened today and would never happen again. The golden spear penetrated his body and turned into thousands of rays of sunlight. Each of them carried the power of the heavenly spirit and was as scorching as the sun. After being hit by the golden spear, Zhu Qin let out a miserable shriek. Golden yang flames rose from his body and began to melt rapidly. In just a moment, he turned into ashes under the burning sunlight. He could clearly feel that the true yang power of the sunlight in the parting sun spear was excessively dense. Impossible. How can there be so much true yang power? Within the golden light, Zhu Qin's silver crane-shaped demon souls were already trembling in fear. They desperately leaped out of the golden light and fled towards the outside of the spiritual platform. He had no idea who this person was. The only thing he knew was that this person was so strong that killing him was as easy as stepping on an ant. If he didn't escape from the spiritual platform and escape under the protection of the formation light, he would definitely die. General Wang, save me. Zhu Qin looked at Wang Xiao and begged for help. However, Wang Xiao couldn't break this grand formation. How could he save him? Want to leave? Did I allow you to leave? Get back here now. His words were like heavenly thunder exploding in Zhu Qin's ears, causing them to tremble violently. The demon souls who were fleeing desperately coughed out mouthfuls of blood. With just a moment of delay, Ning Fan had already turned into smoke and approached Zhu Qin. With a single palm, he held Zhu Qin's weak demon souls in his hand. Zhu Qin was terrified to death. He was a dignified divine transformation realm demon general. How could he be so vulnerable in the hands of this person? You asked me who I am? Let me tell you. I am Lu Wan'er's husband, Liu Bei. Soul search. Zhu Qin's demon souls were on the verge of shattering. Amidst the excruciating pain, they were filled with fear, confusion, and disbelief. This person is the nascent soul realm ant that General Wang Xiao mentioned, Liu Bei? He is Liu Bei. He is actually Liu Bei. The person whom I was ordered to kill is actually the wife of such an expert? If I knew that this person is so powerful, I wouldn't have dared to touch Lu Wan'er even with Wang Zhao's order. You are not. Nascent Soul Realm. You are. Spirit Severing Realm. Spare me. Ah. Zhu Qin used the last bit of his strength to beg for mercy. However, their consciousness was erased by Ning Fan's brutal soul search. After swallowing their souls in one gulp, the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. So that's how it is. These Qin immortals were ordered by Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao, Ning Fan remained silent. He took a step forward and returned to Lu Wan'er's side. He gently hugged her in his arms and wiped away the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, because of the Qin immortals, there were no longer any powerful cultivators remaining in the formation. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve. Countless spiritual platforms gathered and fused into Lu Wan'er's spiritual platform, turning into a platform of clouds and mist which was shrouded in purple qi. This spiritual platform was made up of 56 purple platforms. After all the purple platforms merged into one, the formation light shattered. Lu Wan'er nestled in Ning Fan's arms. She was a little worried. She was worried that Ning Fan would blame her for risking her life to pursue the blue-grade spiritual platform. Previously, she was scolded for using her blood spirit attachment. I'm sorry. She apologized softly. No. It's my fault. Thank you. Thank you for keeping the quota for me. Thank you for sacrificing so much for me. Now, I will use this quota to help you vent your anger. Don't be impulsive. Lu Wan'er wanted to persuade him, but Ning Fan had already let go of her. He turned around and looked at Wang Xiao. Then, he took a step forward. The clouds and mist that were made up of 56 purple platforms expanded rapidly and turned into a purple cloud platform that stretched for 1,000 li *, 500 m per li, high up in the sky. On the purple platform, Ning Fan looked down at the common people. He flicked his sleeve and pointed at Wang Xiao as if he was pointing at an animal. Disdain. The first round has ended. The second round begins now. I, Lu, will accept anyone's challenge on this purple platform. Wang Xiao, if you want the world map, get your ass up here and die. How dare you? Wang Xiao was enraged. This young man is too arrogant. How dare he kill my subordinates, Zhu Qin, and search the souls of the members of the True Spirit clan? He has already committed a serious crime. Wang Xiao wished he could immediately rush forward and tear him apart. However, before he could even move, 3 early Divine Transformation Realm Demon Generals stepped forward and cupped their fists at him. General, please allow us to kill this young man and avenge the deaths of Li Ban, Jin Kun, and Zhu Qin. I'll allow it. Wang Zhao's eyes turned cold. These 3 were the last 3 early Divine Transformation Realm Demon Generals he brought with him. To be continued. A cloud platform hung high above the Luoyun sect. Above the cloud platform was 1,000 li *, 500 m per li, purple platform that Ning Fan had condensed with a single step. The 3 early spirit-severing realm demon generals of the upper world turned into smoke and teleported to the purple platform, looking at Ning Fan with disdain. You've killed the demon general of the upper realm, your crimes are monstrous. Bow your head and accept your death. His words were like swords, his aura rising. The gazes of the 3 generals focused. Behind each of them, 3 demonic blood phantoms, namely the jade wolf, the snow python, and the revolving tortoise, appeared. The 3 phantoms were over 1,000 feet tall. The moment they condensed, a gale swept up in the sky, thunder appeared in the sky, and the clouds scattered. A surge of true spirit blood chi disturbed the cloud platform, making the blood of the 100,000 monsters below the soul formation level tremble as if they were scared. True blood. The might of a true spirit. Similar to Li Ban and the others, these 3 people possessed true blood-grade true spirit bloodlines. Moreover, the 3 of them changed their hand seals and their auras merged together. The 3 phantoms slowly merged together and the aura they emitted rose rapidly. It wasn't at the level of normal true blood. The entire 9 tribes of the Lu clan had 107 soul formation cultivators. There were only a few of them with true blood. Those who had remnant blood were considered heaven's favorites in this land of slumber. Lu Zhan, Lu Qing, and the other all-heaven cloud demon generals were forced to take several steps back under the pressure. Only then did their bloodline fear dissipate. Luo Yan's second general, Lu Sheng, changed his hand's seals and took half a step back to dispel the pressure. However, his expression was grave. The first general, Lu Ao, was a brawny man in red armor. His beard was short like a thorn and his eyes were serious. He was already half a step away from breaking through to the mid-divine transformation realm. This person took a step forward and the red light trembled, scattering the true spirit pressure. However, his expression was not relaxed. The soul formation cultivators at the fragmented blood level were already having a hard time dealing with it. Those nascent soul cultivators and golden core cultivators with mixed or mortal blood couldn't resist the power of the true spirit blood at all, unless one was at the mid-divine transformation stage. Who else would be able to remain calm under the pressure of such a powerful true blood? Wang Zhao's eyes were cold as he sneered at the three demon generals behind him. Fu Lang, Yu Du, and Gejia. Even though the three of them are early demon generals, they have cultivated the might fusion technique. With the might of their true blood fused together, I'm afraid just the pressure alone will be enough to crush Liu Bei to death. 3 layers of aura force and 3 layers of ocean waves engulfed Ning Fan. However, he didn't move at all. He flicked his sleeves and used teleportation to send Lu Wan'er back to the Luoyun seats. At this moment, his eyes suddenly froze. A mere true blood, these 4 words were extremely plain. However, as his eyes focused, a 1000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, tall shadow of Fu Li appeared behind him. His purplish-black demon blood was filled with ominous and evil aura. At the moment when it appeared, a vast and intolerable aura of dignity spread out from his body and turned into a pair of eyes that could shake the heavens. Under this gaze, it was as if even the heavenly Tao could be looked down upon. It was as if the void would collapse under this gaze. The 3 true blood phantoms, whether it was the jade wolf, the snow python, or the whirlpool tortoise, all of them trembled in fear and collapsed at this moment. The expressions of the 3 generals went grim as they flew 300 m back in unison, and only then were they able to slightly resist the might of the royal bloodline of the Fu Li kingdom, yet their eyes were filled with astonishment. Royal blood. It really was a true spirit king blood. But why have we never heard of the existence of the Fu Li tribe in the true spirit race? There was no explanation. Why was there a need to explain? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He took a step forward and disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the 3 generals like a wisp of green smoke. Then, he pointed at his glabella and the Separation Slayer sword appeared in his hand. A ray of starlight sword shadow fell into the eyes of the 3 generals. They could not see what it was at all. They only knew that it was a sword. However, it already gave them an extreme sense of danger. All of them were greatly shocked. Their faces no longer had the disdain they had when they looked down on Ning Fan earlier. This person's speed is too fast, this person's sword is too dangerous, we must defend ourselves immediately. Innate skill of the Jade Wolf clan, Jade Dipper. Innate skill of the Snow Python clan, Slippery Scales. Innate skill of the Whirlpool Tortoise clan, Yu Jia. In front of Demon General Fu Lang, there were a total of 12 astral spirits that only Jade Life Realm experts could display. With 12 Jade-like astral spirits protecting him, he was afraid that even a mid-divine transformation realm attack could be blocked. Yu Du revealed his demon form and turned into a 600 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, large snow-white python. Dark green snake scales slowly appeared on the python's body. If one takes a closer look at these scales, each of them would be as sturdy as a low-grade earth profound armor. More importantly, these snake scales were extremely smooth. If ordinary magic techniques or abilities were to land on these scales, they would directly slide off and be nullified. Behind Gejia, a black tortoise shell that looked like black iron appeared. After blowing a mouthful of demon chi, the tortoise shell kept expanding and turned into a gigantic tortoise shell that was taller than a mountain, protecting Gejia in the middle. An early divine transformation realm attack and the destructive power of a profound heavenly incomplete treasure could not break this thick shell at all. The moment Ning Fan closed in on them, the 3 of them displayed their strongest defense. While they were defending themselves, they also began to form demon hand seals, preparing to deal a fatal blow to Ning Fan after blocking his sword attack. However, the Separation Slayer sword was not as powerful as they imagined it to be. The only thing it had was its sharpness. Ning Fan held the Starlight Longsword in his hand. His black hair fluttered in the wind as if he had become one with the sword. His sword was like lightning, slashing horizontally in front of him like a half-moon. Under this slash, all the heavenly spiritual force within 10,000 li *, 500 m per li, was activated, *chi*. At the moment when the starlight danced, an extremely sharp sword light emitted an ear-piercing sword cry. With Ning Fan as the center, it shattered the sky within 1,000 li *, 500 m per li. At the moment when the sky collapsed, there were 15,000 starlight sword silks that were densely packed together. It made all the onlookers' scalps go numb. Sword transformation into silks. 15,000 sword silks. Each of the sword silks could easily tear a gold core realm cultivator apart. This one sword silk was enough to subdue 15,000 gold core realm small demons, 12 astral spirits, shattered, true blood snake scales, shattered, mountain tortoise shell, shattered. Ning Fan swung the separation slayer sword and stood proudly. The three generals in front of him, however, had all their defenses broken by this single slash. Their shells were cracked and their demon bodies were destroyed. The three demon souls turned into dust and frantically escaped from their demon bodies. They were already terrified. That trace of sword light was too sharp. It was a spiritual treasure that was about to break through to the mid-grade. What was more terrifying was that there were more than 15,000 traces of the word sharpness on the sword, unless one was a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator, who else could withstand the destructive power of this sword? I must escape. Trying to escape? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Ning Fan pointed at the sky and the three souls were frozen. With a flick of his sleeve, the three souls appeared in his hand. Without looking at their terrified expressions, he swallowed them in one gulp. The four generals and fourth brother's storage pouches were all taken by Ning Fan without even looking at them. At this moment, the aura of an early-stage soul formation cultivator was completely exposed. Divine Transformation Realm? This young man actually succeeded in breaking through to the Divine Transformation Realm. Wang Xiao rose to his feet abruptly. His pupils shrunk in disbelief. 11 years. 11 years ago, this Liu Bei was just an early nascent soul realm cultivator. However, 11 years later, he had truly broken through to the Divine Transformation Realm. Putting aside the fact that he had broken through to the Divine Transformation Realm, the destructive power of this young man's sword was clearly comparable to a mid-Divine Transformation Realm attack. If Wang Xiao was not mistaken, that Starlight Longsword was a half-step mid-grade spiritual treasure with more than 15,000 traces of the word sharpness. Moreover, it was an immemorial divine weapon. With this sword, this young man was almost invincible within the early Divine Transformation Realm. The Earth General of the Lai Tu tribe, Bai Wuzuan, was shocked. His Lai Tu tribe could be considered to have a deep grudge against Ning Fan. Bai Wuzuan had already planned to kill Ning Fan and take revenge for his previous visit to the Luoyun tribe. However, at this moment, he was shaken. Even when he heard that Ning Fan had occupied the three Divine Transformation Realms, he was not so shaken even though he felt uneasy. Now that he had personally witnessed the destructive power of Ning Fan's sword, he was inwardly shocked. Unless he used the power of the Star of Bestowment, otherwise, he would not be able to withstand this attack without sustaining any injuries. If it was Ning Fan's full strength, he would not be so afraid of it. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ning Fan did not use any sword techniques in that attack. He only relied on the sharpness of the Separation Slayer sword to easily kill the three Divine Transformation Realm experts. Moreover, all of this was achieved after the three Divine Transformation Realm experts displayed a defense that even Bai Wuzuan found difficult to deal with. There were no fancy tricks or tricks. Even if the three generals were given a chance to be reborn, they still could not withstand a single attack from Ning Fan. As the demon lord of the Lai Tu tribe, it was Bai Wuzuan's first time being afraid of a junior who had just attained the Divine Transformation Realm. Lu Haochen's eyes were filled with bitterness. He and Liu Bei were once the two greatest playboys of the northern desert. However, 11 years had passed and he was still at the bottom of the valley while Ning Fan had already attained the Divine Transformation Realm. Moreover, he had even become an existence who could kill three Divine Transformation Realms with his sword. It was laughable that he had mocked this person in the past in the Mingyu Tower. Back then, he really didn't know how to spell the word death. Demon concubine Wu Yan snickered. She thought to herself that this Ning Fan really has a monstrous innate potential. He actually achieved the Divine Transformation Realm in 11 years. Perhaps the current Ning Fan is strong enough to compete with me without using any bewitching techniques. A hint of pride appeared on Lu Wan'er's pretty face. This was the man whom she valued highly. This was the nascent soul realm ant and Liu Bei that Wang Xiao mentioned. But what happened in the end? Ning Fan stood on the purple platform and pointed his sword at Wang Xiao. Not long after he appeared, he had already killed 4 divine transformation realm experts from the upper world. No one could compare to him in terms of elegance. The 9 divisions of the Lu clan could not be compared to him. Not even the prodigies of the true spirit realm in the upper world could compare to him. Lu Daochen stroked his white beard. His eyes were filled with gratification. Ning Fan has successfully attained the divine transformation realm. In that case, this young man will probably keep his promise and head to the third world to bury General Lu's soul. Lu Daochen raised his head and looked at the young man whose eyes and sword were filled with terrifying baleful qi. Then, he sighed softly. Once upon a time, he also had the heroic spirit of pointing his sword at the heaven and earth. Unfortunately, he was already old. Liu Bei, receive the map. Lu Daochen made up his mind and took out the Luo Yun realm map. With a flick of his finger, the map was sent to the purple platform and Ning Fan. Along with the map, there was also an ancient painting. It was the painting that Ning Fan had once praised as an immortal treasure. After getting the map, Ning Fan kept it in his storage pouch and nodded at Lu Daochen. There was no need to say anything else, since he had accepted the map, he would not go back on his word. Now, he had 2 pieces of the map in his hands. The map. This Liu Bei has already obtained the second map. Each of the divine transformation realm old monsters' expressions turned fiery. Moreover, many of them had already forgotten about the battle and intended to rush to the purple platform to snatch the map. However, when they recalled Ning Fan's terrifying battle record of killing 4 divine transformation realm experts in a row, how could ordinary divine transformation realm experts dare to challenge him? After all, even the demon lord of the Lai Tu tribe was afraid of him. Ning Fan did not care about the gazes, hostility and fear of the others. He pointed his separation slayer sword at Wang Xiao. His sword qi was like clouds. I'm here. Wang Xiao, do you dare to come up and accept your death? Damn it. So what if you have really reached the divine transformation realm? So what if you really possess a true spirit king bloodline that I don't even know? A mere early divine transformation realm cultivator is not worth mentioning in my eyes. I don't need to do anything to kill you. Zhou Teng, go and kill this man. Yes. Among the 3 mid-divine transformation realm experts behind Wang Xiao, the one with the highest cultivation base turned into green smoke and leaped to the purple platform. His aura force was as vast as the sea. His green armor was thick and heavy. His face was as skinny as a corpse, but his body was filled with boundless strength. He was an expert who mainly focused on body refinement. I am Zhou Teng. I have cultivated my demon cultivation for 2,900 years. I have taken the lives of 27 divine transformation realm experts. Among them, 21 were early divine transformation realm experts, 5 were mid-divine transformation realm experts and 1 was injured late divine transformation realm expert. I am here to take your head under the order of General Wang. As soon as his voice fell, his demon power surged and pieces of rattan armor appeared around his body. The rattan armor gave Ning Fan an extremely heavy feeling. He was afraid that even his separation slayer sword might not be able to break through it. Only if the separation slayer sword broke through to become a mid-grade spiritual treasure would it have a chance of breaking through. This person was not to be underestimated. For the first time, Ning Fan felt that he was on par with him. Zhou Teng, huh? I will remember your name. He loosened his grip and the separation slayer sword turned into starlight and flew back to his glabella. Ning Fan took a step forward. His astral spirit appeared around his body and his aura force was rising steadily. Judging from this situation, he was actually going to defeat Zhou Teng with the strength of his body refinement. Zhou Teng's eyes narrowed. His rattan armor was so strong that even experts at the 3rd level of the Jade Life realm would find it hard to break it. This Liu Bei actually dared to compete with me in body refinement. I wonder if this man is too stupid or too arrogant. You won't be able to take a punch from me. Zhou Teng said arrogantly. Noisy. Ning Fan took a step forward and turned into a ray of light. Then, he threw a punch at Zhou Teng. Zhou Ting's expression remained unchanged. His fist was also covered in a jade-colored light. When their fists collided, Ning Fan retreated 70 steps while Zhou Ting retreated 100 steps. The collision between the fists of experts at the second level of the Jade Life Realm was silent. However, after a few breaths' time, the place where their fists came into contact with each other suddenly turned into astral winds. The immense aura force made all the demon cultivators below the divine transformation realm show expressions of respect. What a strong fist! Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. This mid-divine transformation realm Zhou Ting is a person who loves to fight bloody battles. Humph. Same to you. Zhou Ting's expression was cold but his heart was filled with shock. Both of them were at the second level of the Jade Life Realm, but he was actually slightly weaker than Ning Fan. This man is actually such a monster. His cultivation base improved at an unimaginable speed. His body refinement technique is also so strong. The feeling of a tough battle once again rose in Zhou Ting's heart. Only the severely injured late-stage demon general that he killed in the past gave him this kind of feeling. The strength of this man is probably far beyond General Wang's expectation. To be continued. Zhou Ting said that Ning Fan wasn't a match for him, but the result was that Ning Fan's fist was weaker than his opponent. This result was no different from slapping himself in the face, causing Zhou Ting's pride as a member of the Kanglan clan to suffer a great blow. The wind blew the mist and clouds, but Ning Fan remained unmoving like a mountain. His chi was majestic and his expression was indifferent. Looking at Ning Fan's calm expression, Zhou Ting's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and remained silent. You are stronger than Zhu Qin. Ning Fan said indifferently. Humph. Stop boasting. All you have to do is take a punch from me. As a member of the true spirit race from the upper realm, I have plenty of methods to show you how powerful I am. Don't even think about taking my next punch. Kanglan innate talent, ice-absorbing art. The emaciated Zhou Ting slammed his fists together. The demonic chi turned into azure frost that covered his fists and then spread out to cover his entire body. It was as if he were covered in an azure armor of ice, giving off a cold aura. With a flick of his fingers, countless finger shadows appeared on his fingertips. The cold energy was guided by the demonic energy and entered his body. The strength of his physical body began to increase rapidly. The green frost was like jade, but there was a heart-shaking coldness to it. The moment it appeared, green snowflakes fell from the sky. The coldness of the frost was enough to change the weather. As the cold chi entered his body, regardless of Zhou Ting's physical strength, defense, or aura, all of them rose to a terrifying level. Perhaps he was not any weaker than a third-level Jade Life Realm cultivator. His aura had turned from restless to calm, like a block of ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. When the spectators saw this, they immediately gasped in astonishment. Azure Orchid Ice. The Heavenly Frost cold chi unique to the Kanglan clan. That's not all. This cold chi is a necessity to use the innate ability of the Kanglan clan. The ice drawing technique absorbs the power of ice and strengthens the body. It's the innate ability of the Kanglan clan. However, the stronger the power of ice, the more destructive it is. When Ning Fan heard the discussions of the crowd, his eyes turned gloomy. It turned out that the blue frost in Zhou Ting's hand was the famous blue ice. The heavenly frost chi was ranked 8th, one rank higher than the profounding chi. Zhou Ting was the first person Ning Fan fought who possessed the heavenly cold earth flame. Who would have thought that Zhou Ting would possess a type of heavenly frost chill energy? The secret technique of using the power of ice to strengthen one's physical body made Ning Fan's eyes light up. What a profound secret technique. To be able to absorb the power of ice to strengthen one's physical body. This technique is indeed extraordinary. However, if it is just relying on the power of ice, there is nothing for me to fear. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth curled into a cold smile. He took a step forward without changing his expression. Zhou Ting's corpse body flashed, turning into a green light as he punched out with an icy glow. Ning Fan dodged to the side. His eyes turned cold. Zhou Ting's punch missed its target. However, his fist trembled and green frost covered the entire sky. The strength of this punch was comparable to the peak of the second level of Jade Life Realm. The coldness of the green frost had even transformed into an ice-winged dragon that covered a distance of 10,000 miles. With a flap of the dragon's wings, millions of green snowflakes fell from the sky like falling flowers, yet they were accompanied by a murderous aura. The cold wind blew and the snowflakes enveloped Ning Fan. In just a split second, Ning Fan was already surrounded by thousands of snowflakes. Not only did Zhou Ting strengthen his physical body through the ice-drawing technique, but he also displayed a mid-grade divine transformation realm demonic technique at the same time. Without a doubt, this ice-winged dragon was released by Zhou Ting. This dragon is very weak. Your body refining technique isn't weak either. The innate talent of Jibing of the Fenglong clan isn't weak either. However, none of these are the reasons why I lost to you. Incinerate. As soon as the word incinerate was uttered, gray flames suddenly filled Ning Fan's entire body. At this moment, Ning Fan seemed to have turned into a gray flaming man. Zhou Ting's eyes flashed with disdain and he sneered. Gray flames? What kind of flame is this? Could it be a fourth-grade spiritual fire? Fire can subdue ice, but it doesn't mean that ice can't subdue fire. You're just courting death by using a fourth-grade demonic flame to fight against my fifth-grade heavenly frost. Is that so? Ning Fan calmly walked in the sea of green snow. His white robes fluttered in the wind. Pieces of green snow that were powerful enough to instantly kill a gold core realm cultivator fell within 3 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from Ning Fan. Immediately, they were melted into green mist by a gray flame qi and dissipated. Chu Shun's expression suddenly changed. The ability he cultivated was related to fire. In front of this gray flame, one of the earth vein demonic flames in his body actually showed signs of losing control. This situation was really unimaginable. Lu Daochun's eyes turned serious. He had a deep understanding of demonic flames. There were tens of thousands of types of demonic flames below the 4th grade and he had seen almost all of them. He was fortunate enough to see 7 types of 5th grade earth vein demonic flames and even 1 type of 6th grade demonic flame. However, the gray flame in front of him did not belong to any type of demonic flame. Lu Daochun was certain about this. It was not just a single type of demonic flame. It seemed to be some kind of demonic flame fusion technique. However, this fusion technique was too profound. Lu Daochun could strangely feel a trace of cold qi from this demonic flame. There's actually ice in the flame. What kind of flame ability is this? No matter how knowledgeable Lu Daochun was, he had never heard of Yin-Yang flame. The Yin-Yang flame was the fusion of ice and fire. It was a supreme technique to control fire, using the power of 2 opposing poles to create an even more powerful force. This was a secret technique passed down by immortal Emperor Chaotic Ancient. As the gray flames overflowed, the ice Quetzalcoatlus in the sky, which was just a body condensed by magic, showed fear in its eyes. Ning Fan took a step forward and directly went to the head of the ice dragon. The coldness of the dragon was enough to freeze any early spirit-severing realm cultivator who touches it. However, Ning Fan was not affected at all when he stepped on the ice dragon. There was no sign of him being frozen. On the contrary, the ice dragon immediately melted into ice qi when it came into contact with the gray flame. Destroy. As Ning Fan uttered the word, the ice dragon melted into green mist and disappeared. Zhou Ting's expression changed and he immediately retreated. At the moment when he retreated, Ning Fan approached him rapidly with his flame body. It was his instinct to retreat. However, after retreating to a distance of 10 zhang *, Zhou Ting steadied himself and became angry out of humiliation. He had clearly used a secret technique to strengthen his physical body. However, because his demonic technique was broken, he instinctively felt fear towards Ning Fan, who was just an early spirit-severing realm cultivator. Damn it! I don't care what kind of spiritual flame you have, but you should know that in a battle of body refinement, it's an unchangeable rule that one's strength can break all techniques. Zhou Ting's 5 fingers turned into a claw and reached out to the void. His entire arm turned into green ice that was as hard as a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Then, he tried to grab Ning Fan's head. Without retreating or evading, he condensed all the gray flames into a fist and threw it at Ning Fan. It was obviously a fire fist, but after it was thrown, it reflected hundreds of rays of fist light and dispersed into tens of thousands of gray fist imprints. After being hit by the fist imprints, the ice qi in Zhou Ting's body melted rapidly. The strength of his physical body that was enhanced by the ice drawing technique was destroyed on its own. *boom*. Ning Fan's fist collided with Zhou Ting's again. The difference was that this time, Ning Fan's attack was much sharper. After the collision, he only took 50 steps back. As for Zhou Ting, his mental state was in a mess and he was about to lose. Under Ning Fan's fiery fist, his body was burned by the gray flames. He used up a lot of his techniques to extinguish the gray flames on his body. His eyes were filled with fear. He was from the Fenglan clan, a plant and wood demon race. He was afraid of fire. Even though he was not afraid of fire like the Min Luo Tree clan, his injuries were definitely not light. What kind of flame is this? Zhou Ting originally wanted to defeat Ning Fan with his body refinement technique. However, his ice drawing technique was broken and his body refinement technique was not as good as Ning Fan's. If he wants to win, he would probably have to rely on his demon power. If his physical body collides with Ning Fan's and he gets burned by the gray flames, he would suffer a greater loss. Ning Fan's body refinement technique was strong but his demon power cultivation base was just at the early divine transformation realm. A low-grade spiritual treasure would not be able to break his rattan armor. His cultivation base was higher than this young man after all. There was nothing for him to be afraid of. Zhou Ting's mental state gradually calmed down. However, his eyes no longer had the disdain he had for Ning Fan in the beginning. This young man is definitely an expert. He can even kill 1 or 2 ordinary mid-divine transformation realm experts. Young man, you are not weak. However, I have received the order from General Wang to kill you. Don't worry. You are not weak either. Compared to Wang Xiao, you are slightly less annoying. I will only kill you once. Alright. Let's see who can kill who between the two of us. The baleful qi around Zhou Ting was even stronger than Ning Fan. Regardless of his personality, his killing intent was not something that Li Ban and the others could compare with. Even if Ning Fan captures him, he would not beg for mercy like Li Ban and the others. Ning Fan would only kill enemies who were not too annoying. Zhou Ting was indeed an expert. It was not a coincidence that he could kill an injured late divine transformation realm expert. If it wasn't for the fact that the Fenglan clan's grasswood body and ice techniques happened to be restrained by Ning Fan would need to use the wind mist technique to kill this person. Unfortunately, there was no such entrance in this world. Ning Fan's next move was to take this person's life. Both of their auras rose and they were preparing their demonic techniques. The ice power in Zhou Ting's eyes became stronger and stronger. The fear, conceit and arrogance that he had in the beginning had vanished and turned into the calmness that determined life and death. His hand seals carried green icy shadows. As he changed his hand seals, the demon power around Zhou Ting's body flowed in all directions, turning into several tens of thousands of orchids that looked like green ice crystals. Knowing that it was still impossible for him to kill Ning Fan with this technique, Zhou Ting's eyes turned ruthless. He patted his storage pouch and took out a sword. Then, he forcefully cut off his left arm. Such a shocking act surprised countless demon cultivators. However, only a few of them knew that the self-mutilation was to display another secret technique of the Fenglan clan. Orchid-killing blood technique. Zhou Ting's face turned pale and he shouted coldly. His severed arm exploded into blood mist and fused with the tens of thousands of ice orchids, causing them to be dyed with a faint blood-red color. As for the qi of his demon power, it had almost reached the peak of the mid-divine transformation realm. With the demon power of a half-step late divine transformation realm expert, even ordinary mid-divine transformation realm experts would have a hard time withstanding the mid-grade divine transformation realm demonic technique. The Earth General, by Wuzuan, swallowed his saliva. Even if he uses the bestowment star, he only has a 40% chance of withstanding this technique. This Zhou Ting is really ruthless. In order to kill his enemy, he severed one of his arms. I'm not as good as him. I'm afraid that Liu Bei won't be able to withstand this technique. Forget it. It's good that he can't withstand it. If he dies in Zhou Ting's hands, it can be considered as indirectly taking revenge for my Lai Tu tribe. While the Earth General was pondering, his eyes were filled with shock at the next moment. The shock was not only in his eyes. At this moment, Concubine Z lost her composure for the first time. She rose to her feet. Her phoenix eyes, which used to be insufferably arrogant, were now filled with complicated astonishment. Ning Fan knew that if he wants to defeat Zhou Ting in a battle of demonic techniques, he would have to increase his demon power. The parting sun spear was not any weaker than Zhou Ting's. With the support of the yin-yang flame, the power of the parting sun spear could restrain Zhou Ting's ice orchid's technique. However, his demon power was a shortcoming. If this shortcoming increases to a certain extent, his gray flame might lose to Zhou Ting's ice orchids no matter how powerful his gray flame was. He must increase his demon power, and there was only one way to do so. He was not afraid of showing off in front of everyone. With his divine transformation realm cultivation base, he was qualified to use this technique in public. Soul extraction. He bent his palm and made a grabbing motion, as if he was going to extract the soul of the earth within hundreds of thousands of li * 500 m per li, of the Luoyun province. Even though it was just a grabbing motion, it felt like he was taking out an ancient object from the earth and swallowing it. At this moment, his demon power rapidly increased to 50,000 units. The gap between his demon power and Zhou Ting's had shrunk. That ancient object was the soul of the earth. It carried the souls of hundreds of thousands of li * 500 m per li, and turned them into the destructive power of Ning Fan's finger. It's actually soul extraction. Chu Shun's eyes were burning with passion. When Ning Fan killed 3 gods in a row, he did not think highly of this young man. When Ning Fan displayed his gray flame, he also did not think highly of this young man. However, when he saw the soul extraction technique, Chu Shun could no longer remain calm. After all, this technique was one of the 3 void fragmentation realm divine abilities. Those who can comprehend this technique would certainly attain the void fragmentation realm in their lifetime if there are no accidents. This young man is actually not an ant but an expert who has the potential to attain the void fragmentation realm. It seems like the second world doesn't only have Lu Daochen who is a pedant but also this young man who is a monstrous existence. Liu Bei, huh? Zhou Ting's originally calm state of mind began to fluctuate again when he saw the soul extraction technique. Soul extraction. Soul extraction. This young man has such a high level of comprehension. I really can't underestimate him in the future. We should recruit such a person instead of offending him. General Wang Xiao has made a mistake. Once you offend such a person, he will become General Wang Xiao's greatest enemy if you give him enough time. I want to get rid of this threat for the general. Demon technique, Supreme Breath Ice Orchid. As Zhou Ting changed his hand seal, a heavy breath seemed to resound in the sky. In just a few breaths, tens of thousands of ice orchids seemed to have gained life. They turned into icy rainbows with ear-piercing screeches and approached Ning Fan in an instant. Each of the ice orchids was ignited with green ice flames when they were 100 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang away from Ning Fan. The impact force of each of the ice orchids after they ignited their flames was comparable to a meteor falling from the sky. Ning Fan's expression remained the same even though the ice orchids which were comparable to falling meteors were getting closer and closer. He suddenly raised his hand. At the same time, all the plants within hundreds of li * 500 m per li, of the Luoyun province withered. Their souls and life force were extracted. The earth cracked and the rivers dried up. The land that had lost its soul began to crumble. He grabbed with his 5 fingers. Traces of sunlight were pulled out from the sky like silk being peeled from a cocoon. They slowly condensed into a gigantic golden spear in front of him. The surface of the spear was bright and dazzling. It had a terrifying temperature that could melt everything. The reason why the temperature was irresistible was because there was a trace of true yang power in it. Divine transformation realm cultivators could not control that kind of power but they could still borrow some of it. However, when Ning Fan willed it, 2 dark red divine stars suddenly appeared on his glabella. The first star was solid while the second star was slightly illusory. However, it was no longer half a star. It was condensed by accident when he was comprehending the parting sun spear in the dragon pool. This was the reason why he was late and also the reason why he was so powerful. For example, this gigantic parting sun spear only contained a trace of true yang power. However, after activating the second divine star, the Yin melting star, the lightning power turned into true yang power, increasing the true yang power in the spear to 12 traces. Therefore, the power of this parting sun spear was comparable to a high-grade divine transformation realm demonic technique due to the increase of the true yang power. As Ning Fan inserted the gray flame into the parting sun spear, the body of the spear was covered with strange gray flames. This technique had completely advanced to the high-grade divine transformation realm. The parting sun spear became bigger and bigger. It was almost 100 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang long. Destroy. A surge of immense demonic power gathered in his palm. With a forceful slap, the parting sun spear turned into a ray of light that was half gold and half gray. The body of the spear reflected the light of true yang. As soon as the ice orchids came into contact with it, they immediately melted. The body of the spear was too fast. It was approaching Zhou Ting at an unimaginable speed. It reflected countless golden rays of sunlight in front of him and went into his body. When Ningfan's magic power was almost on par with his and the grade of the parting sun spear was forcefully upgraded to the high-grade divine transformation realm, Zhou Ting understood that he had lost. When the ice orchids were broken and the parting sun spear penetrated his body, Zhou Ting tried to escape with his demon soul. However, his demon soul was pierced by the rays of sunlight and was destroyed. With the ice orchids wrapped in his demon soul, Zhou Ting barely managed to escape from the range of the sunlight. However, he was already exhausted before he could get far. Then, he was captured by Ningfan's palm. Zhou Ting knew that he would certainly die because if he captures Ningfan, he would certainly kill Ningfan to avoid future troubles. Zhou Ting could even predict that Wan Xiao might not be Ningfan's match. It would be fine if Ningfan dies. However, if he ascends to the heavenly demon world in the future and takes revenge on his clansmen, he would be in danger. This old man has a request. It's impossible for me to spare you. Ningfan forcefully tried to extract the ice orchids from Zhou Ting's soul. However, he failed. This ice orchid seemed to have been fused with Zhou Ting's soul using a special secret technique. Unless he was willing to, he would not be able to separate it from his demon soul. If his demon soul is killed, the ice orchids would disappear. Asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk. I don't want to live. I just want Celestial orchid to be innocent. This ice orchids is my compensation for offending you. Celestial orchid is innocent. With a single thought, Zhou Ting's demon soul's eyes turned ruthless. He forced the ice orchids out of his demon soul and detonated it. He knew that he was going to die. However, instead of being eaten by Ningfan as food, he would rather self-detonate. He did not know if Ningfan would agree to his request. All he wanted was to be at ease. On his palm, a green ice orchid blossomed. Ningfan gently closed his eyes. Zhou Ting's personality was at least a man. If he did not willingly hand over the celestial orchid ice, Ningfan might not be able to obtain it. As long as the celestial orchid doesn't offend me, I won't be hurt, Ningfan muttered to himself. He shook his cauldron ring and kept the celestial orchid ice. He was telling the truth. He was not trying to comfort the dead Zhou Ting. If the celestial orchid clan does not provoke him again, he would not mind sparing their lives. After dispersing the earth's soul, Ningfan felt weak. However, his eyes were still looking down at Wang Xiao from the purple platform. Wang Xiao. Fight with me. Zhou Ting is such a good-for-nothing. Wang Xiao gritted his teeth. Of course, he knew that Zhou Ting had already done his best. In that kind of situation, perhaps none of the mid-divine transformation realm experts present could have done better than Zhou Ting. However, Zhou Ting was still defeated and killed. It was fine if he lost or died. The most hateful thing was that Zhou Ting actually gave in to Ningfan before he died. This was like a fiery slap to Wang Xiao's face. It was because Zhou Ting believed that Ningfan would definitely fight Wang Xiao today and the outcome of the battle would be Ningfan's victory. That was why he begged Ningfan to spare the lives of the Celestial Orchid clan, instead of asking Wang Xiao to avenge him. You two, go and kill this Liu Bei. Wang Xiao pointed at the two mid-divine transformation realm experts behind him and said sternly. We. The two of them hesitated. Their eyes were filled with fear. They were not as strong as Zhou Ting and they were not as decisive and ruthless as him. They also did not have the courage to commit suicide. Knowing that Ningfan had the strength to kill a mid-divine transformation realm expert, the two of them were afraid and did not dare to make a move. Trash. Wang Xiao fiercely struck their chests with his palms. Immediately, the two of them coughed out blood but they did not dare to resist. Below the purple platform, on the cloud platform, there was dead silence. Ning Fan was clearly standing on the purple platform. Anyone who ascends to the purple platform and defeats Ning Fan would be able to snatch the two maps. However, none of the Divine Transformation Realm experts who participated in the battle dared to challenge him. Especially the Earth General of the Lai Tu tribe. At this moment, his face was filled with shock. His palms were filled with cold sweat and his shoulders were trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Ting was dead. Zhou Ting was actually dead. If I provoke this Liu Bei, I'm afraid that I will also have to die. Fortunately, I'm not the one who went to challenge him. This Liu Bei has clearly shown that he has a grudge against Wang Xiao. It's better for me to stay out of it, even though I don't think that this Liu Bei can defeat Wang Xiao. Wang Zhao's eyes turned gloomy. If that's the case, I have no choice but to do it myself. He took a step forward and the entire cloud platform shook violently. It was a sign of Wang Zhao's anger. At the next moment, his true body had already appeared on the purple platform before his afterimage disappeared. He stared at Ning Fan coldly. In my group of 10 people, 7 of them died in your hands. You deserve to die. Why are you resisting me? It's because of you that one heir was hurt. Purple light shone from Ning Fan's left eye. All of a sudden, it was as if it had replaced all the light in heaven and earth, causing the entire sky to be dyed purple. The might of the royal bloodline, the might of the half-step void refinement realm, a trace of immortal might. All kinds of aura force were cultivated step by Ning Fan. At this moment, because of the anger in his heart, just the aura force alone dyed the heavens purple. If I'm one step late, I don't know what would happen to Wan Er. But since all of this was Wang Zhao's idea, how could Wang Xiao let it go? Layers of aura force pressed down on Wang Zhao's body. However, he only took 3 steps back and got rid of the pressure. However, his complexion was already extremely ugly. Before the battle even started, he had already shown weakness to Ning Fan. To the arrogant Wang Xiao, it was really hateful. His white hair fluttered even though there was no wind. The battle was unavoidable. However, the corner of Wang Zhao's mouth suddenly curved into a cold smile. Liu Bei, I have a secret that I'll tell you generously. I've already found out that you're a human through the Pure Fire tribe. I even know that you're Zhou Ming of the Endless Sea. As long as I spread this news, there will no longer be a place for you in the second world. Ning Fan frowned. He didn't expect Wang Xiao to be so stubborn. Before the battle, he still wanted to say something to disgust him and mess up his mind. They know my identity? Ning Fan already knew that there was something fishy going on between the Pure Fire tribe and the Demon Sealing Palace. Thus, it was not strange for them to know his identity. There was not a trace of surprise in his heart. There was only calmness. So what if I can't hide my identity? Even if there is no place for me in the second world after this battle. So what? Even if the 9 divisions of the Liu clan will become my enemy after this battle, so what? Ning Fan smiled disdainfully. Wang Xiao, your words won't be able to sway me. However, I can tell you a secret. I'm sure your mind will be in chaos. On the day when the first world collapsed, I was the one who destroyed your demon body and the realm gate. What can you do to me? What did you say? Wang Xiao was enraged. Not only did he fail to disgust Ning Fan, but his mind was also completely messed up by Ning Fan's words. So, the destruction of the realm gate was actually done by Ning Fan, my demon body was actually destroyed by this ant. Purple lightning hammer, appear. Wang Xiao flicked his sleeves and a pair of silver hammers that glittered with starlight appeared in his palms. They were high-grade spiritual treasures and immemorial divine weapons. As he swung the hammers, purple lightning flashed. A gigantic mountain that was 10,000 li * 500 m per li away was instantly turned into ashes by the flying lightning. I know you have a treasure that can kill a nascent soul. However, it's useless against this purple lightning hammer. Today, you must die. To be continued. Wang Xiao wore a silver robe, had white hair, and wielded a silver hammer made of violet lightning. Without a word, a pair of enormous silver wings sprouted from his back. He took a step forward, and his body grew taller and taller. After a few steps, he grew to a height of 1,500 meters. In front of this giant, Ning Fan was like an insignificant ant. However, he was not afraid at all. Gigantification of the physical body. Ning Fan remained silent. This was the combat technique of the ancient fiend gods. Unfortunately, Ning Fan's body refinement was already different from the ancient deities. The silver-feathered giant let out a shrill cry. After this cry, a strange night descended on the purple platform that was clearly daytime. It was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Standing in the darkness, Ning Fan's eyes turned serious. How could he not know that this was the innate ability of the Ice Owl clan, Burning Night technique? Night owls were creatures that lived in the dark. Bing Xiao had fused his bloodline with demonic energy and used his demonic energy to create the Dark Night. He had also used the Dark Night to block the enemy's vision and senses. Ning Fan tried to extend his spirit sense out. To his surprise, he could only see 100 zhang *3. 33 Emperor Zhang, in the darkness. As for the demon cultivators outside, they had absolutely no idea what was happening on the purple platform. Although he couldn't see it clearly, he could feel a soul-stirring aura coming from the top of his head. The purple star in his left eye flashed. His vision pierced through the darkness and saw everything clearly. The moment the darkness descended, the silver-feathered giant's purple lightning hammer smashed down. The power of this smash caused 9 layers of thunderclouds to appear in the sky. Each thundercloud was formed by the power of thunder that had reached the pinnacle. Ripples spread out layer by layer, shattering the void. 9 thunderclouds, 9 layers of enormous strength. This was the extreme use of strength after the physical body was enlarged. Fast, too fast. The speed of this hammer strike was comparable to the speed of a soul formation final stage cultivator. Furthermore, it was a sneak attack in the dark. If one couldn't see the giant hammer strike, even a soul formation peak stage cultivator would be severely injured by this hammer strike. Looking at the purple golden giant hammer that was even larger than a mountain and the collapsing thunder clouds that resembled 9 layers of purple waves, Ning Fan's divine, demon and devil star points revolved at the same time. At this moment, his physical body did not grow larger, but the devil marks on his back were scorching hot. The demon blood in his body was boiling and the blood lightning around him was sizzling. His black hair fluttered in the strong wind. The large purplish-black crystal wings on his back flapped. At this moment, Ning Fan's speed reached its maximum. Like purple lightning, he soared to the sky and faced the 9 layers of thunderclouds head-on. Each thundercloud was powerful enough to kill an early-stage soul formation cultivator, and when all 9 of them combined, the power was enough to severely injure a mid-stage soul formation cultivator. However, as soon as the lightning star flashed and Ning Fan swept his gaze across it, the mere lightning clouds formed by the magic technique began to shatter, crumble and vanish. After piercing through the 9 layers of lightning clouds, Ning Fan wielded his Separation Slayer sword and slashed at the mountainous hammer. Xiaoqin gathered all his vital qi on his sword. That scene was like a mosquito crashing into an ordinary person's palm, looking overestimating itself. However, the power of this sword was truly extraordinary. When the sword and the hammer collided, an extremely small collided. A loud dong sound was heard. The falling momentum of the hammer was blocked by Ning Fan's sword. However, the force of this hammer went through the Separation Slayer to his chest, causing his blood and qi to churn. My strength is much weaker than his. After Ning Fan deflected the first hammer, the second hammer fell. He touched his glabella and took out the spirit-shattering whip. As he whipped the hammer, the sky within 10,000 li * 500 m per li, was filled with blood-red thunderclouds. The lightning force landed on the purple lightning hammer. However, half of it was absorbed by the hammer. Only a small portion of it went towards Wang Zhao's dantian. Knowing that he could not hurt Wang Zhao, Ning Fan kept the spirit-shattering whip. With a flap of his wings, he retreated a few hundred li * 500 m per li, at a speed that was comparable to a peak divine transformation realm expert. Then, he swung his Separation Slayer sword. The darkness in the sky was cut into half and dispersed. Ning Fan now had a clear understanding of Wang Zhao's strength. At least, it was impossible for him to defeat him with just the Separation Slayer sword and the spirit-shattering whip. This person was arrogant and impetuous. However, his strength was not weak at all. In the darkness, outsiders could not see the battle between the two of them clearly. However, the blood-red lightning that covered 10,000 li * 500 m per li, the loud sound of the 9 layers of thunderclouds collapsing and the ruthless cries of the ice owls all affected the nerves of the onlookers. It was not difficult to imagine how fierce the attacks of the two of them were and how many techniques they had used in the first exchange of blows. However, Ning Fan was still unscathed under such a degree of collision. On the other hand, Wang Xiao, who had transformed into a 1,500 zhang *3 33 m per li giant, had a trace of silver blood in his mouth. Wang Xiao was injured? The silver-feathered Wang Xiao's eyes were filled with anger and confusion. He had used the Ice Owl clan's Sundered Night divine ability to conceal his opponent's senses and sneak attacks with the purple lightning hammers. Even a late soul formation cultivator wouldn't be able to pierce through the darkness. However, Ning Fan had penetrated the darkness in his body. If that was not the case, it was impossible for Ning Fan to aim his attacks and destroy them one by one. Wang Xiao could not understand why Ning Fan could penetrate the darkness. Now, he could break the 9 layers of thunderclouds with his body. If there was still an explanation for all of these, then what happened next made him dumbfounded. Ning Fan did not evade the first strike of the twin hammers. Instead, he used his sword to block the first strike. The 3-chi long green sword resisted the purple lightning hammer, which was as large as a mountain. However, the result of the collision between the two weapons was that Wang Xiao's strength only had a slight advantage. Wang Xiao thought to himself. His body refinement realm was undoubtedly higher than Ning Fan's, and he had even formed his Dharma image. However, Ning Fan, whose body refinement realm was lower than him, had almost completely withstood his attack without using his Dharma image. If Wang Xiao transformed his physical body into a gigantic one, Ning Fan condensed his strength. Two completely opposite body refinement daos, but the outcome was practically equal. What injured Wang Xiao was the second hammer strike. He had heard about Ning Fan's true identity from the fire general Lu Jiefan. He was familiar with Ning Fan's ability to draw treasures and kill his nascent soul. That was why he purposely used his lightning treasure, the purple lightning hammer, to resist his opponent's lightning and avoid the danger of his demon soul getting injured. His purple lightning hammer was a high-grade spiritual treasure, while Ning Fan's spirit-shattering whip was a mid-grade spiritual treasure. However, Ning Fan's whip was superior in terms of lightning power. Under the counterattack of the lightning power, Ning Fan managed to draw treasures and kill his soul, injuring Wang Xiao's demon soul. Even the earth-profound upper-grade spirit armor that his demon soul was wearing was shattered by the thunderbolt. If it wasn't for the ice seal on his demon soul, he was afraid that he wouldn't just be lightly injured, but seriously injured. Even though the injury was light, it made Wang Xiao's expression turn extremely ugly. He was certainly not careless or merciful. However, he was injured by an ant in the first exchange of blows. It was a great humiliation. No wonder this young man could kill Zhou Ting and the others. He is indeed quite strong. Besides, when the second hammer strike landed, he managed to avoid it with his incredible speed. His speed doesn't seem to be any slower than mine. However, it's still not enough to fight me. Wang Zhao's expression darkened. He raised both of his hammers and changed his hand seals. The shape of his lightning hammers changed. One of them turned into a purple mountain of lightning quart and pressed down on Ning Fan's head. If he wanted to defeat Ning Fan, he couldn't just use brute force. He needed to use some tricks. As Wang Xiao changed his hand seal, the heavenly spiritual force was guided by Lei Shan and seeped into his body. At first, Lei Shan was still 10,000 zhang *3 33 m per zhang above the ground. However, in the blink of an eye, he had already teleported 10,000 zhang *3 33 m per zhang above Ning Fan's head. As for the other hammer, it turned into a purplish lightning prison that sealed Ning Fan's surroundings. Once he is suppressed by the lightning mountain, the lightning prison would further seal him and immemorial divine weapon to imprison him within, making him unable to escape. This was the transformation ability of the purple lightning hammer. It could turn into a mountain and a lightning prison, which was specially used to suppress and trap enemies. Purple mountain lightning prison, the suppressive force made the air turn heavy, making it hard for people to breathe. The air waves that blew against Ning Fan's face felt like needles pricking his face. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. His surroundings were sealed and the top of his head was suppressed. There was nowhere for him to escape. If it was in the past, he could still use the spirit-severing technique to turn himself into a black shadow and recondense it to avoid the attack. However, at this moment, he felt that the immemorial divine weapon had the ability to attack an illusory body. Even if he turns into a black shadow, he would still be killed by the mountain. I can't escape. I must break this purple lightning hammer head-on before I get suppressed. This Wang Xiao has the attitude of being able to defeat me with his powerful magic treasures. However, other than the Separation Slayer sword and the spirit-shattering whip, Ning Fan still has another powerful magic treasure. The blood sword. He patted his storage pouch and the dragon's soul of the blood dragon flashed. Then, a broken and ancient blood sword appeared in his hand. As soon as the sword appeared, Wang Zhao's expression changed to one of disdain. The blood dragon demon sword? This sword is the treasure of the blood dragon clan. However, its sword power has been sealed. With the grade of this sword, it is not a match for the purple lightning hammer. Moreover, you won't be able to break the seal on this sword. Before Wang Xiao could finish his words, his eyes shrunk. Without saying a word, Ning Fan directly pressed two of his fingers on the body of the sword and swiped it. With this swipe, the golden purple wind and sand flowed. The body of the blood sword trembled as if its soul was trembling. The first seal on the sword quickly melted under the wind and sand. At the moment when the seal on the blood sword was broken, a dragon roar that had been suppressed for a long time came from the purple platform and turned into a terrifying blood-red baleful chi. Ning Fan kept the Separation Slayer sword and held the blood sword in his hand. He could feel his mind being shaken by the baleful chi of the sword. However, he gritted his teeth and released a blood-red aura force that was not weaker than a half-step void refinement realm cultivator to forcefully suppress the baleful chi of the sword. The blood sword was resisting. The sword was a dead object. However, this dead object was forged from the bone of a heavenly demon realm blood dragon. It possessed a sharp and unyielding pride. Unwillingness. Unwillingness. Unwillingness to die. Unwillingness to be controlled by anyone. Unwillingness to be a mere dragon bone sword. Roar. Strangely, the anger of an evil dragon was heard from the blood sword. It was resisting. It was trying to break free from Ning Fan's grasp and break free from his control. However, when Ning Fan's cold voice resounded and the golden purple wind and sand flowed on his fingertips, the blood sword that was a dead object felt tiny, insignificant and fearful for the first time. It's this move again. What kind of demonic technique is this golden purple wind and sand? Chu Shun's expression changed and he suddenly stood up. As for Wang Xiao, he swallowed his saliva. His forehead could not help but break out in sweat. It was because he clearly saw Ning Fan tear the first seal on the blood dragon demon sword. The aura force of a half-step void treasure spread out from the blood sword. He actually broke the seal on this sword. Not good. At this moment, Ning Fan moved the sword. His eyes swept across Lei Yu and Dian Shan. His words were threatening as if he was giving an order to the blood sword. No matter what identity you had in the Blood Dragon clan when you were alive or what glory you had, you have to submit to me after becoming a sword after your death. If you don't submit and dare to rebel, I will use my wind mist finger to erase your sword body for eternity. Following Ning Fan's threat, the blood sword calmed down. Tearing the first seal was a trick of the wind mist finger. It did not completely subdue the blood sword. Originally, it could display the might of a void treasure, but now, it was barely equivalent to a half-step void treasure. That alone was enough. If it was a real void treasure, Ning Fan would not be able to control it with his current cultivation base. Even if it was a half-step void treasure, he could only barely subdue it by relying on the aura force of a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. It was as if his blood chi was being rapidly devoured by the blood sword. Ning Fan's complexion was slightly pale. His body was surrounded by a sword intent that could not be looked at directly. When the sword intent reached its peak, the blood sword suddenly pointed at Lei Shan above his head. All of the sword chi exploded at this moment. Along with the blood sword, a dragon roar that was filled with unwillingness resounded. Roar 10, 100, 1,000. Under the stab, nearly 1,000,000 blood sword shadows were produced, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was a breathtaking sight. An ear-piercing sword chime resounded through the clouds. The sword might of a ferocious beast reverberated across the Luoyun continent. Under this sword might, be it Lei Yu or Lei Shan, none of them could approach or suppress it. Both of them were forcefully held in midair by the might of the sword. When the blood sword slashed down, the millions of sword chi merged into one sword and slashed across the sky. Under this slash, the Lei Shan was crushed and the Lei Yu was destroyed. Both of them turned into two purple lightning hammers that had lost a lot of their spirituality. They fell heavily beside Ning Fan's feet, creating a pit that was 100 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, deep on the purple platform. As expected of an immemorial divine weapon. Even though it was destroyed by the blood sword, it was still strong and indestructible. If it was an ordinary high-grade divine weapon, it would probably have been destroyed by the might of the sword. When the immemorial divine weapon was destroyed, Wang Xiao felt a sharp pain in his chest. He retreated from his avatar and half-knelt on the ground. He coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood and his face was filled with shock. The blood sword that was accompanied by a carp was actually so powerful after breaking the seal. The most unbelievable thing was how Ning Fan, who was just an early divine transformation realm ant, could break the seal. Ning Fan did not feel any better either. That sword had almost absorbed half of his blood essence. If he wields it again, he would probably be sucked dry by the blood sword and die. It's a good sword. However, with my current cultivation realm, I can't wield it as I wish. Otherwise, the destructive power of that sword wouldn't just destroy the lightning hammer. Instead, it would annihilate all living beings within a radius of 100,000 li * 500 m per li. Killing Wang Xiao would be a piece of cake. If I break the second seal, I'm afraid I can summon a power that can injure a void fragmentation realm expert. Chu Shan and Lu Daochen's expressions were filled with solemnity and shock when they saw that Wang Xiao was injured and Ning Fan had a large amount of blood essence extracted. They were shocked because Ning Fan had just broken through to the divine transformation realm. However, he was not at a disadvantage in the battle against Wang Xiao. They were worried because if both Wang Xiao and Ning Fan were injured, the 9 world maps would probably fall into the hands of Imperial Concubine Z and the others. By then, no one would be able to resist the Spirit King Palace. This was the reason why Imperial Concubine Z had been keeping quiet about the battle between the two of them. Why would she need to stop them? The more both of them were injured, the greater the chance of the Spirit King Palace to clinch the first place in the battle. This Liu Bei indeed has the strength to fight for the first place. If I'm not wrong, he just needs to forcefully activate the blood sword and take advantage of the situation to kill Wang Xiao. However, if he does that, he will certainly suffer severe injuries from the backlash. Heh. I didn't expect that this Liu Bei is actually not an ant and this Wang Xiao is actually so weak. It's not that Wang Xiao is too weak. It's Liu Bei, who is too strong. Imperial Concubine Wu Yan corrected her with a soft voice. Two figures leaped onto the purple platform and stood between Ning Fan and Wang Xiao. Their purpose was to prevent the situation where both of them were injured. Enough. General Wang, retreat for the time being. This battle will be settled as a draw. Chu Shan said sternly. Liu Bei, that's enough. This battle ends here. It's useless to continue fighting. Lu Daochen advised. Ning Fan remained silent. He also knew that he should prioritize the important matters at this moment. However, he was unwilling to let go of the opportunity to kill Wang Xiao. As for Wang Xiao, he was even more unwilling to suffer a loss in Ning Fan's hands. He did not want to admit it, but he had no choice but to admit that Ning Fan's cultivation base was weaker than his. However, his combat power was slightly stronger than his. If this battle continues, Ning Fan would injure himself and use his blood-red sword to kill him. Then, he would certainly die. However, he was unwilling to lose to Ning Fan. I'm not convinced. If you don't use your blood-red sword, you definitely won't be able to withstand a single move from me. Liu Bei, today's battle will be decided by the last move. Do you dare to take it? One move? Chu Shan's eyes darkened. Lu Daochen frowned while Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. One move? Are you sure? That's right. All of us have suffered quite serious injuries. If we continue to fight, it will be difficult to determine the victor. Wang Xiao gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to say such words, but it was the truth. One move. If you win, your crime of killing Li Ban and the others will be forgiven. If you lose, you will die and the map will belong to me. One move. I won't use magic treasures but demonic techniques. Do you dare to take this battle? Demonic technique. Why wouldn't I dare? A wave of purple chi rose around Ning Fan's body. All of a sudden, half of the sky was dyed purple. It seems impossible to kill Wang Xiao today. However, this move, I must severely injure this person. Wang Xiao might be strong but he won't be able to withstand my finger. Ning Fan clasped his hands behind his back and stomped on the ground. Then, he kept the two purple lightning hammers in front of him into his pouch. Seeing this, Wang Zhao's eyes darkened but he did not say anything. If I kill you with this move, I can take back my purple lightning hammers. One move. I only have the power for one move. There was an ice seal on his demon soul. At this moment, Wang Zhao tore a hole in the seal, a wave of vicissitudes aura was added to Wang Zhao's body. In an instant, his demonic power and aura force increased crazily. It was comparable to the peak spirit severing realm. Chu Shun's expression changed. This is the second innate ability of my Icel clan, Ice Seal. This seal was given to me by a heavenly demon senior. At the moment when I tear the seal, my demonic power will increase by one small realm. Liu Bei, I will give you one last chance. Hand over the map, cut off one of your arms and kowtow to me as an apology. Then, I will spare your life. Noisy. Ning Fan raised his finger. Golden purple sand flowed on the tip of his finger. The wind blew and the purple mist appeared. It's this technique again. Chu Shun's eyes turned solemn. At such a close distance, he actually felt a hint of danger from this technique. If he could sense the danger, it was needless to say that Wang Xiao was a peak spirit severing realm cultivator who was severely injured and coughing blood. Wang Xiao, I advise you to back off. You are not a match for Liu Bei. Get lost. You are just a prince of the lower world. What right do you have to call my name? Wang Xiao had already fallen into madness. In the blink of an eye, his eyes gradually turned cold and calm. It was as if all of his emotions had been frozen. On his left palm, a ball of cold chi with purple snow fluttering in the air appeared. On his right palm, a ball of black icy wind with ice particles appeared. As soon as these two items appeared, Lu Daochen's expression changed greatly. He immediately sent a telepathic message to Ning Fan. Be careful. Wang Xiao used two types of heavenly cold chi in this move. It's the East Pole Wind that is ranked 6th and the Diming Shui that is ranked 4th. Lu Daochen and Chu Shun retreated from the purple platform respectively. They had decided to stop the second round of the battle here and wait for Wang Xiao and Ning Fan to recover from their injuries before starting again. The two of them left the purple platform, leaving only Ning Fan and Wang Xiao in the arena. A battle of one move. However, this move must be his strongest attack. The golden purple mist on his fingertips slowly dissipated. He stared at Wang Xiao and the two types of cold chi with a calm expression. Liu Bei, a battle of one move. Firstly, I will attack and you will defend. Secondly, you will attack and I will defend. Sure. Wang Xiao was thinking about taking the initiative while Ning Fan was thinking about how to deal a fatal blow to Wang Xiao. It might seem like he would be at a disadvantage if he attacked later, but there was an advantage in doing so. When Wang Xiao is exhausted, he could activate his wind mist finger without hesitation. After consuming a pill and regulating his breathing, Ning Fan formed his 5 fingers into a claw and clawed at the ground, displaying the soul extraction technique. His aura force rose steadily. Even though it was the second time he used this technique in front of everyone, the profoundness of it still made everyone gasp in admiration. Wang Zhao's eyes darkened. You're just trying to impress the crowd. I admit that you're an expert. However, you still don't understand the difference between an ant in the mortal world and a member of the true spirit clan in the upper world. Just like Zhou Teng, he was bestowed with the celestial orchid ice. As for me, I was bestowed with 2 types of 5th grade cold chi and a cold ice mark. You will die for sure with this move. Wang Xiao did not say anything else. He suddenly pressed both of his palms together. The intense coldness turned into the sound of ice freezing and spread in all directions. At this moment, the shadow of an icy moon was reflected from his body. The surroundings fell into darkness once again. The dark night divine ability was the preparation. The preparation was the moon of ice. Ice will technique, Wang Zhao's emotionless voice came from his mouth. It was as if he had turned into a different person. His tone was unusually steady. The two types of cold qi were fused with a strange technique, turning into a blizzard filled with purple ice particles. In an instant, the sky and the earth were enveloped by the blizzard. An icy moon slowly emerged above the broken night sky. That crescent moon was gradually filled with the cold qi and became a full moon. Within the full moon, there seemed to be an eyeball that was sharp and proud. As soon as the eye of ice moon appeared, the sky froze, and the wind and clouds froze. Wang Zhao's incantation changed, and numerous rings of violet ice appeared, swirling around the full moon. Ice wheel, first turn. Second revolution. Third revolution. After just 3 revolutions, the original ice moon eye shot out a sharp frosty gaze. It was like an ice fishing net that was spread out. Everything that was covered by the net was frozen, and all living things were frozen. This ice fishing net emitted a cold intent, and it had the aura of a high-grade transcendent realm demonic art. After the third transformation, it would be a high-grade transcendent level. With the help of 2 kinds of heavenly frost qi, the power of this attack was close to the peak transcendent level. With the moon as the frost, with the night as the coolness, we, the Owl clan, will guard the burial in the sky. Owl Defiant, the soul of the Zhang Air clan. Cold light flashed in Wang Zhao's eyes. He let out a long roar and pointed a finger at Ning Fan. The huge ice net immediately spread towards Ning Fan, vowing to capture this little fish in the net. Under the effect of this technique, Ning Fan felt a great sense of danger, but his right hand was still gathering the golden-purple wind sand. With a point of his left hand, the grey sea of fire that blotted out the sky soared at an unimaginable speed, and turned into 9 grey fire dragons. Incinerate. The 9 fire dragons rushed towards the ice net one after another. 8 of the grey fire dragons were frozen and extinguished, and only the last one fiercely hit the net, burning a hole in it. Then, he used the last of his fire power to burn a huge gap along the hole. Ning Fan flapped his purple wings and soared into the sky. He escaped from the range of the net through the gap, and was not frozen. The net was extremely fast, but Ning Fan's speed was even faster. Impossible. You are just an early spirit-severing realm cultivator, how can your speed be so fast? However, if you think that you can escape from the ice net just like that, you are wrong. Under the moonlight, there is nothing but a fishing net. After dodging the attack, Ning Fan's expression changed. Under the cover of the moonlight, his body began to slowly freeze. The ice net was just a bait. The real attack was the moonlight of the ice moon. Break! Along with Wang Zhao's cold smile, the cold moon crumbled and turned into rays of moonlight, wrapping around Ning Fan like a cocoon. The ice cocoon became bigger and bigger. Every time it grew to 100 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, the cold power within the cocoon would double. When the ice cocoon reached 900 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, the cold power within it was enough to freeze an ordinary late spirit-severing realm cultivator to death. Die. Wang Zhao's eyes turned cold. He changed his hand seal and the ice cocoon exploded. The power of ice spread in all directions, shattering the hollow space. In just a breath's time, the entire Luoyun province turned into an ice city under the influence of the ice power. At the center of the ice power explosion, clusters of black shadows were blown up and disappeared. Liu Bei is dead. Wang Zhao laughed happily. However, he felt a little strange that he did not see Ning Fan's storage pouch. Since he had controlled his strength well, his storage pouch should not have been damaged. Even if it was damaged, the world map was special. Other items would die under the demonic technique, but the world map would not. Of course, the purple lightning hammer that Ning Fan had taken away would not be damaged either. If it was not here, it was probably sucked into the hollow space by the storm when the hollow space was shattered. However, Wang Zhao did not have it easy. Forcefully activating the secret technique with his severely injured body had a huge side effect. Now that the secret technique had lost its effect, his limbs and bones were suffering from the backlash of the ice power. The surroundings were dead silent. Wang Zhao's magic technique was really terrifying. Ning Fan did not use any decent methods to resist it at all. It would not be strange if he died, especially the members of the Luoyun tribe. Each of them wore a dejected expression, thinking that Ning Fan had really died. Lu Wan'er was the only one who took a step forward. Her beautiful eyes stared at the purple clouds that had yet to disperse and said with determination, "No. Liu Bei won't die." "You're right. How can I die so easily when the enemy is still alive?" An indifferent and cold voice resounded in the air. At this moment, the sky was filled with purple clouds, reflecting the most dazzling purple light. At this moment, the black shadows condensed and turned into a black-robed figure. His face was cold and his eyes were pure black. The left side of his face had a demonic pattern. The black-robed young man's face was pale. He coughed out blood which was mixed with ice shards. Even though he had used the Black Tempest soul-splitting technique, he was still heavily injured by Wang Zhao's magic technique. However, he would not die. The sense soul incarnation could be broken and dispersed at will. It was a great ability that allowed one to transform into the void. Only void fragmentation realm-old monsters could comprehend the principle of illusion. Due to the difficulty of killing an incarnation, this technique was listed as one of the 3 void fragmentation realm techniques. Even void fragmentation realm-old monsters were passionate about cultivating this technique. Being shrouded by the ice cocoon and torn apart by the ice power, Ning Fan's injuries were definitely not light. However, these injuries gave Ning Fan an unprecedented understanding of the sense soul incarnation. Sense soul incarnation. In the past, I understood the 2 words sense soul as spirit sense and soul. Now that I've used it again and again, I vaguely understood that the 2 words sense soul aren't as simple as they seem. Sense is obsession while soul is courage. If one doesn't have courage, they wouldn't dare to break their body to avoid being injured. If they don't have obsession, they wouldn't be able to reform their broken body. This is the true meaning of the sense soul incarnation. I don't know about courage, but I do have obsession. Breaking and condensing again, the black shadow that the black-robed young man had turned into broke again and again. However, every time he condensed, the injuries on his body would gradually recover. Incarnation self-healing. Imperial Concubine Z's red lips were at a loss for the first time. Incarnation was an illusory physical body and a defensive ability. It was completely different from a clone. In order to condense an incarnation, one would need to be at least at the void fragmentation realm. However, ordinary void fragmentation realm experts would not be able to cultivate an incarnation to a level where it could self-heal. Imperial Concubine Z did not know how an early divine transformation realm expert like Ning Fan could master such a secret technique. She also did not know what kind of heaven-defying perception this young man had to be able to comprehend the incarnation technique to a level where it could self-heal. Her beautiful eyes swept across Imperial Concubine Wu Yan, recalling the warning that she had given to her. Don't provoke Liu Bei. This young man has comprehended 2 void fragmentation realm secret techniques. His aptitude is heaven-defying. Even I shouldn't offend him. However, this young man isn't a member of the demon race. This is an undeniable fact. The black shadow condensed again. Ning Fan raised his finger and pointed at Wang Xiao with a mist. Wang Xiao was stunned. He could not understand why Ning Fan was able to survive the attack of the ice power. He also could not understand why the golden-purple mist gave him such a strong sense of danger. He knew that he had to retreat. However, he was already exhausted after using that move. As for Ning Fan's aura, it was constantly rising as his body broke and condensed again. It was a spirit and an obsession that would never change even in death. I must protect my true love. Before that happens, I will not die. No matter how many times my body is crushed, I will not die. Elegance is a finger of quicksand. Age is a period of time. Purple technique, wind mist. Purple clouds scattered. The ice in the Luoyun province melted and was replaced by purple sand. The wind blew across the Luoyun province, the wind blew again. However, this time, it was Ning Fan who was using the mist wind. Wang Xiao wanted to escape, but Ning Fan pointed at him with the back of his hand. Freeze! Dark red threads of pressure seeped into the demonic body and entwined around it. Wang Xiao felt terrified for the first time. He roared in disbelief. Impossible! How can you have so many heaven-defying techniques? You are just an ant in the mortal world. Impossible? I have done even crazier things. Do you know? Yes, the craziest thing that Ning Fan had done was not to fight against tens of thousands of mermaids and mermen alone. It was not to kill a nascent soul at the harmonious spirit realm. It was not to sweep across the demon-sinister forest. It was to trample on the heaven court and injure an immortal emperor in his previous life as a mortal butterfly. Even though the body of a mortal butterfly was small, that obsession of his was certainly terrifying. Obsession. Die. As soon as he pointed his finger, the entire city was filled with smoke and sand. In just a short moment, Wang Xiao was engulfed by the purple wind mist. To his horror, he realized that he was aging rapidly. His general armor, robes and cultivation base were all disappearing without a trace. They disappeared. He had no idea where they went, only Ning Fan knew that the things that he had lost were devoured by samsara. Humans have samsara and immortals have samsara. No matter how long you live, you will never be able to escape samsara. Wang Zhao's mind was filled with the memories of his long life. His long and tedious thoughts gradually became blurry. His white hair began to fall off. His handsome face was filled with wrinkles. Eventually, one of his arms began to rot. His other hand wanted to grab the rotting ashes. However, as soon as he exerted force, his entire body turned into ashes. His demon soul melted and disappeared without a trace. This was the true annihilation of his body. He's dead? Wang Xiao was actually killed by this young man with a single move. What exactly is this wind? For the first time, Chu Shun felt a trace of fear. The Luoyun province was silent for a moment. At the next moment, a deafening cheer was heard. General Bei is mighty. An early spirit-severing realm expert killed a late spirit-severing realm expert. To be continued. Clamorous cheers resounded across Luoyun. As the 7th division of the 9 divisions, Luoyun had never experienced such glory before. General Liu Bei was an early spirit-severing realm expert who killed a late spirit-severing realm expert. The might of his finger shocked the entire city, especially at the last moment. His persistent aura of shattering and reforming his incarnation made the hearts of the demons who were in slumber tremble. The demons of Luoyun could feel an aura from Ning Fan's body. He appeared out of nowhere and killed 6 of his generals. Once he attacks, he would not show any mercy and his sword would be stained with blood. There were no schemes, no deceit and no scheming. There was only the determination to crush his enemies with his overwhelming strength. That aura was like a sword. Before it was unsheathed, no one would know its sharpness. When Zhu Qin wanted to hurt Wan Er, the sword was unsheathed and aimed at them. Its sharpness was shocking. Fu Lang, Yu Du, and Gujiao wanted to kill Ning Fan to gain merit. Thus, the sword killed 3 of them without any mercy. When Zhou Ting blocked its way, the sword aimed at him again. Wang Xiao was the culprit. Thus, the sword was aimed at Wang Xiao. During the clash with Zhou Ting and Wang Xiao, Ning Fan's injuries worsened and his aura was greatly weakened. It was as if the originally sharp and unparalleled sword aura had been broken by the enemy, becoming a broken sword. His aura was already weakened. Normally, he should have fought to a draw with Wang Xiao to protect himself. However, he did not. Instead, he endured Wang Zhao's terrifying demon technique which sealed his Luoyun in ice. When his opponent was exhausted, he killed him with a single finger. Even though his aura was weakened into a broken sword, he still wanted to kill. A broken sword. The sheath was broken and only the blade was left. He could not hold it tightly and kill his enemy. Even if the sword was broken and his palm was cut, he still had to hold the blade tightly and pierce it into his enemy's heart. At this moment, Ning Fan gave people the feeling that he was a broken sword stained with blood. He had lost a lot of his blood essence and was severely injured. However, his eyes were still fearless. He stood on the purple platform and swallowed the sweet blood in his throat. His fighting spirit was still burning. Wang Xiao is dead. Today, I will fight for the first place. Those who are not convinced can come up to the platform and fight me. His voice echoed for a long time in the Luoyun province. However, the demons on the cloud platform gradually quieted down. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ning Fan was already exhausted. If he were to ascend the purple platform now, perhaps even a mid-divine transformation realm expert would have a good chance of winning. But even Lu Jiefan, a late soul formation demon sealer with the power of the bestowment star, didn't dare to rashly step onto the stage. Why, who knew if Ning Fan would surprise him again and use some heaven-defying method to kill him? Fire General, are you willing to fight with me? When Ning Fan's gaze swept across the Pure Flame tribe and landed on Lu Jiefan frowned. His eyes were filled with fear. There was a late spirit-severing realm wild beast refined corpse in his storage pouch. With this refined corpse, he would be able to fight Wang Xiao without losing. However, when Ning Fan's eyes swept across the corpse, he seemed to have intentionally released a trace of his qi. Once this aura was released, Lu Jiefan's expression immediately changed. He could feel the late-stage soul formation refined corpse in his bag of holding becoming afraid. This aura. It can't be wrong. Liu Bei had a half-step void refinement realm refined corpse with him. A half-step void refinement realm refined corpse. I'm afraid that Liu Bei would be able to kill a peak divine transformation realm expert with just that refined corpse alone. When he thought of this possibility, Lu Jiefan gradually calmed down. He frowned and averted his gaze, not answering Ning Fan. His intention to avoid the battle was self-evident. If Ning Fan still had a half-step void refinement realm refined corpse with him, even if Crown Prince Chu Shun and Concubine Zi were exhausted, they might not be able to obtain any benefits from Ning Fan. Lu Jiefan wanted the star of the Heavenly Emperor and wanted to enter the Third World. However, he knew from the beginning that there would be many forces involved and it was impossible for him to monopolize the quota of the Third World. Since he could not monopolize it, there was no need for him to take the risk and risk his life against Ning Fan. It's unwise to risk my life for a mere world map. I will definitely get one of the 50 quotas. Why do I need to risk my life? Fire General Lu Jiefan actually doesn't dare to accept General Bei's challenge. When the members of the Luoyun demon clan saw this scene, their expressions became even more fervent. After the Fire General, Ning Fan's gaze swept across the other 7 divisions. However, since even the Fire General was avoiding the battle, who else would dare to accept the challenge? The Earth General Bai Wuzuan, in particular, felt restless when Ning Fan stared at him. His hair stood on end. Only when Ning Fan shifted his gaze away did he let out a sigh of relief. My goodness. This Liu Bei even killed Wang Xiao, who had broken through to the peak divine transformation realm in a short period of time using a secret technique. How can I be his opponent? Moreover, I have quite a lot of enmity with this Liu Bei. If I go up the stage now, I will certainly be turned into ashes by him without mercy. No one accepted the challenge. After exchanging glances with each other, the late divine transformation realm Lightning General and the Wind General sighed solemnly. When they were being stared at by Ning Fan, they also sensed a trace of half-step void refinement realm aura force from Ning Fan's body. This young man has a half-step void refinement realm refined corpse with him. If that's the case, who in the second world can compete with him? The two of them smiled bitterly and sighed. After pondering for a while, they took out the world map of their headquarters and sent it to the purple platform with a flick of their fingers. Then, they took a step forward and cupped their fists at Ning Fan from afar. That finger attack of yours is extremely powerful. We can't withstand it. We admit defeat. With your strength, you can be the first in the arena battle. With that hidden item of yours, you can be invincible in the land of slumber. Of course, I will hand over the world map to you for safekeeping. Ning Fan took a light breath and smiled faintly. Even though his inner chi was still in a mess, it had already calmed down. He bent his palm and pointed at it. 2 rays of light turned into 2 pieces of world map-breaking map and fell on his palm. He kept them in his storage pouch and cupped his fists at the 2 generals. I admit it. Inside his storage pouch, there was still a half-step void refinement realm refined corpse that the Black Dragon refined. It was the reason why he dared to continue challenging the generals. He deliberately released the chi of the refined corpse to deter the generals. Not only did it frighten Lu Jiefan, who was eager to make a move, but he also obtained 2 pieces of the world map from the Lightning General and the Wind General. Now, he had 4 pieces of the world map with him. If one only knows how to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger and keep hiding his trump cards, it would sometimes make the enemy look down on him too much. Then, he would have to face all the troubles that he could avoid. Showing his trump cards appropriately to deter the enemy was undoubtedly another brilliant way to use his trump cards. His gaze swept across the demon crown Prince Chu Shun and he suddenly grinned. He patted his storage pouch and made a shocking move. He flicked his finger and passed the 3 pieces of the world map to Ning Fan. His expression was calm and unruffled. Wang Xiao has lost. No spirit-severing realm cultivators of the pure fire tribe can defeat you. Since you have this item, it will be difficult for me to defeat you. I will leave the world map with you for now. Ning Fan received the 3 pieces of the world map and his eyes turned solemn. He had only used the qi of the refined corpse to deter Lu Jiefan and the other 2 generals. He did not show it to Chu Shun, but the latter could see through him. This person's eyes were sharp and he seemed to know that he could not monopolize the 9 spots of the world map. That was why he immediately changed his mind and handed over the world map to Ning Fan. It seemed like he had given in and befriended Ning Fan. But in reality, he had pushed the conflict to the Spirit King Palace and killed him with a borrowed knife. Ning Fan already had 7 pieces of the world map. The remaining 2 pieces were in the hands of Imperial Concubine Z. Imperial Concubine Z had a domineering personality. She would never admit defeat. Thus, it was impossible for her to hand over the world map easily. Moreover, she might even risk everything to fight Ning Fan to snatch the 7 pieces of the world map from him. As expected, after Chu Shun handed over the world map, Imperial Concubine Z stood up. Her eyes were cold and arrogant. You don't deserve to have the world map. It's because you aren't a human. As soon as Imperial Concubine Z said those words, the Luo Yun sect fell into dead silence. Then, an uproar broke out. Imperial Concubine Z, watch your words. General Bei is the pillar of our Luo Yun sect. How can he not be a demon? That's right. General Bei has awakened his blood for the 2nd time. Moreover, he possesses the true spirit blood of the royal clan. Everyone in the world knows about this. Humph. So what if he's a demon from the upper world? If he wants General Bei's world map, he should challenge him on the purple platform. The winner will get the map. There's no need to slander him. Most of the commotion in the surroundings was to defend Ning Fan. He was not afraid of being exposed in front of everyone because his identity had already been awakened. Even if the people of the Pure Flame tribe were to spread the news of the Demon Sealing Palace to everyone, who would believe that Ning Fan was a human? Ning Fan's expression was calm. Moreover, many of them had already found out that Ning Fan was not Liu Bei. Even a few of Liu Bei's friends in the past could tell that Ning Fan was not Liu Bei. However, their strength was low. None of them dared to spread the news. It did not matter whether he was Liu Bei or not. If Lu Daochen said so, then the Luo Yun 7 generals said so. It was not difficult to determine whether he was a demon or not. If he was not a demon, could he still be a human? The human race did not understand the ancient demon worship, so how could they enter the 2nd realm of the land of slumber? Although humans had cultivated demonic power and activated their demonic blood, since ancient times until now, which human could awaken the royal blood of the demonic race? Concubine Z's words were the truth, but no one would believe it. Demon Concubine Wu Yan let out a faint sigh. She also knew that Ning Fan was not a true demon. However, there was no other way. Unless he admits it himself, no one would believe him at all. Therefore, Wu Yan had never told anyone about this. Lu Waner gently patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Ning Fan's identity would be exposed. In this land of slumber, if people knew that he was from a foreign race, he would probably be hunted down by countless demon races. If Imperial Concubine Z is dissatisfied with me, please say it clearly. Such slander is really beneath your status. Seeing Ning Fan's smile, Imperial Concubine Z's face turned even colder. Humph. Consider it my slip of the tongue. However, if you want the map of my Spirit King Palace, you have to follow the rules of the battle. There are still 2 late demon concubines in my Spirit King Palace who have yet to participate in the battle. Wu Yan, take this opportunity to kill him while he is severely injured. Me? Wu Yan's enchanting eyes were filled with hesitation and struggle at the moment. When she saw Lu Waner's pleading eyes, she looked at the figure of the young man who was standing on the purple platform with his hands clasped behind his back. When she recalled the scenes in the scripture tower, her heart suddenly felt suffocated. Imperial Concubine Z, Wu Yan, is not a match for him. How dare you disobey my order? Concubine Z's phoenix eyes turned grim. She had exposed Ning Fan's identity but was denied by the 100,000 demons who thought that she was slandering Ning Fan. This matter had already greatly damaged her reputation. After she forcefully ordered Wu Yan to fight, Wu Yan actually avoided the battle. How could concubine Z tolerate this? She slapped Wu Yan's pretty face. Wu Yan could dodge the slap but she did not dare to. She did not even dare to use her demon power to block the slap. The slap left a red palm print on Wu Yan's pretty face. Demon concubine Wu Yan. If you disobey my order, you should understand the consequences. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Wu Yan's eyes darkened and she lowered her head. The arrogance she had when she first met Ning Fan was nowhere to be seen. In front of concubine Z, she did not have the right to be arrogant, let alone disobey orders. When I return to the Spirit King Palace this time, Wu Yan is willing to be imprisoned in the Cold Palace for 100 years, using 100 years of imprisonment in exchange for Wanner's lover's life. That's good enough, Sister Wu Yan. Lu Wanner was angry that Wu Yan was slapped. She ignored her injuries and wanted to rush towards concubine Z. However, her brother Lu Xun took a step forward and blocked her way. She is the Spirit King's beloved concubine of the upper world. You must not act rashly. Beloved concubine. However, being able to meet the Spirit King and be favored by him was a supreme honor. With this honor, even the old ancestors of the true spirit race who were feared by the heavenly demons would not dare to touch concubine Z easily. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Wu Yan was slapped because of him. Concubine Shi, you go. Concubine Z pointed at a little girl in yellow robes behind her. She had a petite figure and a tender appearance. However, her chi was of the late divine transformation realm. Unfortunately, this concubine Shi was good at everything except for her bewitching technique. She took a step forward and was about to obey the order to fight Ning Fan. However, when Ning Fan glanced at her from afar, her face immediately flushed and her delicate body heated up. Charm. Bewitching technique. This person's bewitching technique is terrifying. She ran as not his match. Concubine Z's expression was filled with disappointment. She really wished that she could go up to the purple platform and teach Ning Fan a lesson. Unfortunately, she was the one who suggested that peak divine transformation realm cultivators were not allowed to participate in the battle. Moreover, she did not know that Ning Fan still had a half-step void refinement realm refined corpse. Even without using the bewitching technique, if concubine Z dares to go up the platform and bully the weak, Ning Fan would dare to summon the refined corpse on the spot and kidnap her. Concubine Z's eyes were filled with anger. However, there was nothing she could do. After a long while, she let out a soft snort and took out 2 world maps. With a flick of her finger, she gave them to Ning Fan. Liu Bei, just you wait for me. Alright. Tonight, I will definitely take a bath and change my clothes. Then, I will wait for concubine Z's arrival on my bed. You. Humph. Concubine Z's killing intent flashed. She turned around and left. This man is really bold. He actually interpreted my threat as a teasing remark. Forget it. After I enter the third world, I will have plenty of chances to kill this man. However, before she left, she gave Wu Yan a cold glance with a warning look. I will remember what you said. When I return to the Spirit King Palace, I will ask the Spirit King to grant you 10,000 years of house arrest. 10,000 years. Wu Yan smiled sadly but did not refute. Looking at the overbearing concubine Z, Ning Fan's eyes darkened. Including concubine Z, the 11 demon concubines would definitely become his cauldrons. In this way, he could also help concubine Wu Yan vent her anger. The place to capture the beauty was not suitable to be in the outside world. Why don't I do it in the Star Palace of the Third World? Now that he had obtained all 9 world maps, there was no need to discuss about the first place in the arena battle. Next, other than himself, the battles of the other 49 people were no longer under Ning Fan's concern. Moreover, he could not open the passage of the world with just the world map. The opening of the passage of the world would require a large-scale ancient demon sacrifice. Just the preparation of the formation and sacrificial offerings would require a lot of time. Number 1 in the Luoyun sect, Ning Fan kept the world map and closed his eyes. The cheers around him were like tidal waves. However, it was difficult for him to feel excited. So what if I'm the first place? The first place in the Luoyun sect is not enough. It won't be long before I become the strongest person in the rain world. He crushed the purple platform with a single step. With a stretch of his palm, 56 traces of purple chi condensed into purple crystals and were kept into his storage pouch. Each of the purple crystals was comparable to a blood awakening pill. Amidst the cheers, Ning Fan descended from the cloud platform. Immediately, the demons on the platform split into two groups. None of them dared to block his way. Step by step, he approached Lu Wanner and gently touched her cheek. I've helped you vent your anger, but you're injured. Lu Wanner's eyes were filled with heartache. As if she had thought of something, she turned her head away and stared at the disappearing figures of Wu Yan and the other demon concubines. Suddenly, she stood on her tiptoes and whispered into Ning Fan's ear with her fragrant lips. Can I beg you for one thing? Do we still need to say the word beg? Ning Fan felt that his ear was itchy and he could feel Lu Wanner's breath. I'm afraid that you'll be put in a difficult position. Can you think of a way to prevent Sister Wu Yan from being imprisoned by that detestable concubine Z for 10,000 years? I heard from my master that the imprisonment in the Spirit King Palace is very scary. Lu Wanner's face was filled with shame. She thought that the reason why Wu Yan disobeyed her order and did not kill Ning Fan was because of her previous pleading. I've already thought of a way. I'm afraid that concubine Z won't be able to return to the Spirit King Palace safely. Let alone complain to the Spirit King. What? Don't tell me you want to. Lu Wanner did not dare to say you want to kill her. Killing a demon concubine who was the Spirit King's favorite concubine was just too audacious. No. It would be a waste to kill such a good human cauldron. I'm such a coward. I'm afraid of killing people the most. Ning Fan purposely made a harmless smile which made Lu Wanner chuckle. Her mood became slightly better. In Ning Fan's mind, a plan to capture the beauty of the Star Palace had already begun to form. As for that demon concubine Wu Yan, it seems like I should comfort her. I wonder if she feels very sad after being humiliated in public. What a pitiful woman. To be continued. Within a month, the remaining 49 spots were decided among the 100 soul formation cultivators. Demon concubine Wu Yan was second, Lu Jiefan was third, and the rest were unknown. In just 1 month, Luo Yunlu's terrifying battle record of stepping on the purple platform and killing 6 generals had spread across billions of miles of the second realm with the help of various secret communication techniques. No one blamed Ning Fan for the deaths of Wang Xiao and the others. After all, they had to follow the demon ancestors' instructions in the arena battles. From the moment they step onto the purple platform, their life and death were already determined by the heavens. Of course, the True Spirit clan would not let Ning Fan go. However, that was something that would happen after Ning Fan ascends to the demon spirit land. It was not something that the demons of the second world would care about. The only thing they were concerned about was, the Luo Yun tribe had Liu Bei. From now on, they must not offend him. South of the Luo Yun tribe, at the border with the Feng Yun tribe, they started to search for demonic beasts and sacrificial offerings. For the opening of the world passage to the third realm this time, the 9 divisions had spared no effort in hunting down demonic beasts. At least 500,000 beasts above the golden core realm had to be sacrificed, and at least 1% of them had to be beast kings. Preparing for the ancient demon sacrificial ceremony this time was not as easy as opening the world passage to the second realm. The materials needed to carve the array consumed at least 1/5 of each tribe's financial resources. All of these were not things that Ning Fan needed to worry about. During this month, he stayed in his room, accompanying Lu Wanner in healing her wounds. The Northern General's residence was heavily guarded by countless experts. Ning Fan and Wan Er were sitting cross-legged on the soft couch in the room of the Gazing River Tower with their eyes closed. Their palms were touching each other. Under the situation where Ning Fan was the master, they were circulating their magic power. Using a woman's yin qi to replenish his yang qi and a man's yang qi to replenish his yin qi. With the balance of yin and yang, the healing speed of this technique was naturally extraordinary. However, Ning Fan could only reluctantly use this technique after he advanced to the divine transformation realm. He could then accompany Lu Wanner to heal her injuries with his own strength. During the past 1 month, the injuries that Lu Wan'er suffered from forcefully activating her phoenix wings had already healed. Moreover, her demonic power had improved significantly after cultivating together with Ning Fan. As for Ning Fan, most of his injuries had been healed. Unfortunately, he had lost some of his blood essence, which was difficult to replenish. Therefore, his face was still pale and bloodless. Sensing the strong manly scent on Ning Fan's bed and the warmth of their palms touching each other, Lu Wan'er's cheeks flushed and her heart raced. This was the first time she sat on a man's bed. The meaning of this was self-evident. Those in the know knew that the two of them stayed in seclusion for a month to recuperate. Those who did not know would think that the two of them had been in the room for a month. As a result, Ning Fan's reputation as a playboy spread further and further in the Luoyun province along with his rising fame and prestige. When he was cultivating, his expression was extremely serious and meticulous. There was not a single trace of his usual casual expression. His attentive expression made Lu Wan'er secretly blame him for being insensitive. Everyone in the world knows that I, Lu Wan'er, am your woman. If you don't marry me, what should I do? Come to think of it, my bone age is 900 years old and he is less than 400 years old. I am so much older than him. In the world of cultivation, age was like floating clouds. There were some Dao companions whose cultivations were similar, yet their skeletal ages differed greatly. This was naturally due to their natural endowments. Perhaps only a silly girl like Lu Wan'er would consider the issue of age. Otherwise, there was no need for Ning Fan to marry a wife. Other than Jihe, there seemed to be no one younger than him. Ning Fan gently exhaled and his demon power returned to his body. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. My injuries are almost healed. Wang Xiao is the strongest opponent that I have defeated with my own strength. However, I didn't expect that I would suffer such serious injuries in order to kill him. If it wasn't for my incarnation technique, I probably wouldn't be able to withstand that demon technique that froze the Luoyun sect. Ning Fan laughed at himself. He clearly knew that his demon power could only put up a fight against a late divine transformation realm cultivator at most after attaining the divine transformation realm. In order to kill a late divine transformation realm cultivator, he would certainly have to pay a huge price, such as injuring himself. Unexpectedly, his self-mockery caused Lu Wan'er to roll her eyes at him in annoyance. What do you think? You have just attained the divine transformation realm and you already risked your life against that Wang Xiao. It's already not easy for you to exchange for his life at the cost of sustaining serious injuries, alright? Do you know how nervous I was when Wang Xiao froze the Luoyun sect and I saw you dissipating in the demonic technique? I was so scared that you would die. That's right, I'm so scared. Lu Wan'er's shoulders trembled slightly. At that time, even though she gritted her teeth and claimed that Ning Fan was not dead, she was actually very nervous. Who asked that Wang Xiao to harm you? I don't dare to let him go, don't dare. Outsiders only saw Ning Fan's glory but they did not know that he also had his own fears. He did not dare to put his woman in danger. Ning Fan did not know whether Wang Xiao would order the next Zhu Qin to harm Lu Wan'er if he lets Wang Xiao go this time. Most of the time, a person's courage came from the word don't dare. The reason why the butterfly dared to go against an immortal emperor was not because of its courage but because it had a true love behind its back. Lu Wan'er's heart trembled. At this moment, she suddenly felt that Ning Fan was just an ordinary person. He was not as high and mighty as she had imagined him to be. Like an elder sister looking at her beloved younger brother, Lu Wan'er raised her fair arms and gently held Ning Fan's neck. Her eyes were filled with deep affection. Don't be afraid. I will be fine. Ning Fan, tell me your story, alright. From Ning Fan's eyes, Lu Wan'er could see too much exhaustion and loneliness. This determined man must have a lot of stories behind him. Do you want to hear it? I want to truly understand you. Lu Wan'er's expression was unusually serious. She gently leaned forward and shrunk into Ning Fan's arms. Her soft chest pressed against Ning Fan's thin but firm chest. She was shy and bold. The demon race was not bound by etiquette. Love was love. The current Lu Wan'er was not the number one spirit augmentation master in Luoyun but a little fox whose heart had been moved. Tell me everything about you. Let me see your true appearance. Her eyes gradually became blurry. The appearance that Ning Fan had transformed into, Liu Bei, gave her an increasingly unfamiliar feeling. She did not want to see Liu Bei. She wanted to see the real Ning Fan. Appearance, Ning Fan flicked his sleeves and his appearance changed rapidly. His body did not change much. He was still thin and weak, but his face became more handsome and angular. However, his true appearance was much younger, thinner and more scholarly than what Lu Wanner had imagined. "You're so young. If I walk with you, others will say that you're my younger brother." Lu Wanner gently turned her head away. Her face blushed. It was her first time seeing Ning Fan's true appearance, but it made her heart beat faster. You little fox. You're quite big." Without giving her a chance to speak, Ning Fan directly pulled her into his embrace. "Ah!" Lu Wanner let out a soft cry. Her face was filled with embarrassment. She had never experienced anything like this before. She instinctively turned around and tried to escape. Just as she was about to climb out of Ning Fan's embrace and stand up, she accidentally stepped on Ning Fan's leg and fell into his embrace with her back facing him. Facing this beauty who had delivered herself to his doorstep, Ning Fan carried a teasing smile on his face and directly hugged her in his arms. "Now, the little fox can't run away anymore, right?" "I won't run anymore. I won't run anymore. Let go of me. Your hand." Your hand. Due to her injuries, Lu Wanner's clothes were already thin. Now that her back was pressed against Ning Fan's chest, she naturally felt embarrassed. As for Ning Fan, he had already regarded her as his woman. Thus, he naturally did not care. He placed his arm on Lu Wanner's chest and pressed against her two soft mounds. With a gentle press, the soft mound sunk in. When her breasts were touched by Ning Fan's arm, Lu Wanner felt that her entire body had lost all of its strength, as if she was about to melt into Ning Fan's embrace. Originally, she was not bound by the rules of etiquette. In the beginning, it was just out of a woman's shyness. However, she did not feel disgusted by Ning Fan's touch. She gently lowered her head, allowing her black hair to cover her blurred eyes. However, she no longer resisted and allowed Ning Fan to hold her in such an ambiguous position. One had to admit that Lu Wanner's childish face and large breasts were definitely a fatal temptation to men. Moreover, as a member of the Fox clan, she was born with a natural charm. At first, Ning Fan was just teasing her. However, when he touched her soft mounds, he immediately felt a reaction from his little Ning Fan. Thus, Lu Wanner's soft and perky buttocks were inadvertently poked by something through her thin clothes. If she was a human girl, her face would probably turn red with embarrassment. However, Lu Wanner was indeed a member of the demon race. Her blurred eyes carried a hint of shyness, but she also felt content with the atmosphere. "This is a good thing. It means that my lover has fallen in love with me. In his eyes, I'm still very attractive. No wonder so many sisters of the Fox clan are willing to fall in love with mortals. It turns out that falling in love is such a wonderful feeling." While Lu Wanner's mind was in a state of confusion, she suddenly let out a soft moan. It turned out that Ning Fan's hand had slipped into her thin shirt as if he was playing tricks on her. Then, he gently caressed her plump and tender breasts. "Little fox, didn't you say that you were bigger than me just now? Now, let me take a closer look and see how much bigger you are compared to me. I'm talking about bone age. Not this." It was as if something was expanding and flowing inside her body, making her feel numb and mesmerized. Originally, she wanted to listen to Ning Fan talk about the past. However, she did not expect to end up in such an ambiguous situation. Lu Wanner's breasts were squeezed into any shape through the cloth. Traces of electric currents flowed through her body. Her breathing gradually quickened and carried the fragrance of orchids. She felt as if she was intoxicated. Between her thighs, there was gradually something slippery. Her cheeks were as hot as blood. Above her perky buttocks, four snow-white and soft fox tails slowly popped out from under her clothes. People said that fox demons were easily aroused. Once they were aroused, they would easily show their demonic appearance. From the looks of it, it was true. One of Ning Fan's hands was rubbing Foxy's breasts while the other hand was stroking her fox tail. The hot fox tail seemed to be congested with blood. At the moment when Ning Fan touched it, Lu Wanner seemed to be greatly stimulated. She bit her lips tightly. However, a comfortable feeling that filled her entire body made her unable to endure it and let out a soft moan. Don't touch. Don't. Here. Here is, The foxtail of a female fox is actually so sensitive? Ning Fan's fingers stroked the foxtail rhythmically. As for Lu Wanner, the stimulation became more and more intense. She lifted her messy hair and looked at Ning Fan in a daze. Her red lips were as red as blood and glittered with crystal-clear saliva as if she was yearning for a kiss. Ning Fan sensibly kissed Lu Wanner's lips. From her soft lips, he could feel a different kind of sweetness. Lu Wanner felt as if she was suffocating when her cherry lips were blocked by Ning Fan. At the same time, she felt as if she was ascending to the clouds. Ning Fan's hand that was stroking the fox tail slid to her thighs through her thin shirt. His fingers were wet. At this moment, Lu Wanner's delicate body trembled violently. More moisture seeped through her thin shirt and stained Ning Fan's fingers. Her eyes were filled with shyness and affection. Under Ning Fan's touch, it actually reached its peak. There was a hint of reproach. She blamed Ning Fan for making her lose her composure like this. Girls of the fox race are really what? Really shameless, aren't you? Lu Wanner was slightly nervous. No. It's really too tempting, don't be so glib-tongued. You haven't even told me your story and you're already teasing me. Lu Wanner's cheeks were still flushed and she rolled her eyes at Ning Fan. However, she also understood that Ning Fan's action of caressing her could be considered as her charm being too successful. This meant that she was very charming in his eyes. I want to hear your story. Yes, I'll tell you now. It was in the human race's reigned celestial realm, a mid-rank cultivation country called the country of Wu. There, a 3-year-old child was accepted into the Ning family of Hai Ning. To be continued, the night wind was silent while the blood moon was in deep thought. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with reminiscence as he recounted the past. One after another, his beauties appeared in his story. Scenes of life and death appeared in a sea of blood. Lu Wanner was somewhat prepared for Ning Fan's beauties. Even though her expression was gloomy, she knew that Ning Fan was a passionate and devoted person. However, Lu Wanner did not expect that the path of a heavenly genius like Ning Fan would be filled with ups and downs. The days in Hai Ning were peaceful and warm. That child's surname was Yun, but because he was too ordinary, he was given the name Ning Fan. The peaceful days lasted until he was 16 years old. Ning Fan had a younger brother. Just like his brother, he longed for a peaceful life. However, life did not give him a choice. There was a young master named Ning Tian who tried to harm him. When he was 16 years old, Ning Fan was harmed by him and sold to bandits. After a few twists and turns, he ended up in the neighboring Yu country. In the all-pleasure sect of Yu country, I, who was just an ant, was almost raped to death by a group of vein-opening realm female evil women. Ning Fan's expression was calm as if he was telling someone else's story. In his eyes, the grudges he had with the all-pleasure sect had almost faded away. He had already reached the divine transformation realm. He no longer cared about the group of dead vein-opening realm female cultivators. However, Lu Wanner could not remain calm after listening to his story. She clenched her fists tightly and her eyes flashed with a hint of anger. Her lover was plotted against and humiliated by the female evil women. She was eager to know what happened after that. Ning Fan was just an ordinary person when he was 16 years old. What happened after he turned 16 that made him embark on the path of killing? How did he survive? A young lady saved me twice. Her name is Ji He. If it wasn't for her, I would have died. When talking about Ji He, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a trace of complicated feelings. There was regret for not returning after a long time and also deep longing for her. Ji He. Lu Wanner knew that this lady must be very important to Ning Fan. She had even heard Ning Fan calling Ji He's name in his sleep by chance. She had long known about the existence of this lady, but it was her first time hearing Ning Fan mention her name. What kind of lady was she? Lu Wanner asked softly. She's a silly girl. She's so silly that I can't bear to hurt her. She doesn't like to fight or cultivate. She yearns for an ordinary life. However, she is not wrong. She should have been born in the primordial era and lived a peaceful life as a princess. Every day, she would play with butterflies in the herb garden. Unfortunately, she was born in a chaotic world. On the path of cultivation, if you want to advance, you will inevitably have to fight for opportunities. If you don't kill, you will be killed. She is not suitable for cultivation, but I have promised her that her hands will not be stained with blood. No matter what, I will do it. She is very happy. Lu Wanner sighed enviously. Xiao Lan's forbearance, Bai Lu's rebelliousness, Sucho's stubbornness, and Cece. There are many people and things that I miss in Yu country. There is also an indelible blood feud. Ever since I entered the Ning family, I had no parents. In order to protect my younger brother, I had to use my mortal body to fight for and rob everything I needed. It was very tiring, but I could not give in. Until I met my master, everything changed. At first, I was forced to acknowledge him as my master. Later on, I followed him to 7 Apricot City and gradually fell in love with the life there. There, I was the young lord of 7 Apricot City. I was no longer lowly and I was no longer bullied and discriminated against by others. Master gave me everything I needed. He taught me the iron rules of cultivation and helped me rescue my younger brother. Until now, I still can't forget the first time I met my master. He stood in the sky under the moonlight with a domineering aura. In the cold winter of 7 Apricot City, I experienced for the first time the joy of living, the warmth and the freedom to talk and laugh freely. If Han Yetian didn't appear, perhaps I would have stayed in 7 Apricot City for the rest of my life. He was my master's disciple, foster son and the person he trusted the most in the past. However, he betrayed my master. He is one of the divine sovereigns of the devil world. He is an expert who invaded the rain world alone but could make the entire world fear him. He is a void fragmentation realm expert. However, my battle with him won't be far away. After my master left, he might not come to the rain world again but return to the sword world. However, he will certainly go to the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. There, I will settle the old scores with him. No matter how many divine sovereigns or void fragmentation realm experts try to stop me, I will still kill him. It's not just because of the hatred but also because I don't dare. I don't dare to let this rebellious disciple hurt my master's heart again. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Wanner turned around and hugged Ning Fan tightly. She could not imagine how a young man who had just attained the harmonious spirit realm could carry such a heavy hatred and reach the divine transformation realm step by step. Void fragmentation realm, the divine sovereigns of the devil world. A peak divine transformation realm expert could already dominate the second world and a void refinement realm expert could become a demon marshal in the place where they were in deep slumber. The void fragmentation realm was a cultivation realm that one could only dream of but never reach. Lu Wanner asked herself if she had such an enemy, she would have already given up all hope. However, Ning Fan gritted his teeth and stubbornly carried the pressure step by step until he reached where he was today. Don't lose to him. Don't die. Lu Wanner said softly. She believed that her lover would one day step on the heaven court and appear in front of Moksha Sovereign with an unparalleled strength. That traitor would be so shocked that his eyeballs would pop out. Ning Fan's eyes gradually calmed down. He was just holding Lu Wanner in his arms. Their body temperature was warm. The path of cultivation was not only filled with killing, exhaustion and hatred but also joy and laughter. As for him, he could improve his strength step by step. He could protect his true love with his own strength. That was enough. Time after time, Ning Fan talked about the bloody shadow of cultivation and grew up step by step. It made Lu Wanner sometimes silent, sometimes nervous, sometimes happy, and sometimes fascinated. The people of the second world had been guarding the demon marshal in slumber for their entire lives. No one had ever lived such a magnificent life like Ning Fan's. Lu Wanner knew that Ning Fan must be very tired. However, he never said it out loud and only wore a smiling expression. Ning Fan, with me around, you can rest peacefully for a night. There will be no conflicts and no killings. You don't have to worry about being ambushed after you fall asleep. I will protect you. I can't be tired. Ning Fan knocked on Lu Wanner's forehead and said with a smile. All right. The story is over. Let's get down to business. Take off your clothes. Business. take off my clothes. Lu Wanner's face was as red as blood, but she answered softly like a mosquito buzzing. Then, she began to unbutton her clothes. The business that she understood was naturally. A good night is short and a man and a woman are in love. With her back facing Ning Fan, she took off her inner shirt, revealing her snow-white shoulders. Then, she reached out to untie the silk belt of her bra. Her snow-white bra slid down to the bed. She was wearing a thin skirt and her upper body was naked. Lu Wanner gently held her breasts to cover them. Then, she turned around with embarrassment and said in a low voice. "Husband, please, take pity on me." Ning Fan tried his best to hold back his laughter. The business that Lu Wanner was talking about did not seem to be the same as what he was talking about. Originally, he wanted Lu Wanner to take off her outer shirt so that he could activate his demon power and help her completely subdue the phoenix wings. However, since the lady misunderstood him, it would be embarrassing for her if he explains it now. There seemed to be no difference between doing good things first and subduing the phoenix wings later. Ning Fan took off his sleeve and flicked his finger. The candles in the room were extinguished and the veil was lowered. Then, he gently pressed Lu Wanner under his body and sealed her lips at the same time. An alluring moan sounded at the bank of the demon river. It was exceptionally charming. With Ning Fan's help, Lu Wanner tried to completely subdue the peak profound Earth Realm Phoenix Wing spirit equipment. The Phoenix Wings were originally Suri's wings. Suri was killed by Ning Fan. Even though the Phoenix Wings did not have spiritual intelligence, they seemed to be afraid of Ning Fan when he injected his demon power into them. They did not dare to resist at all and were directly subdued by Lu Wanner's demon blood. What followed next was a few months of seclusion to refine the wings. In this way, even though it would be difficult for her to use the wings in the future, she would not suffer such a backlash. As for Lu Wanner, breaking through to the divine transformation realm was just a matter of time with her innate potential. After Ning Fan gave her half of the cloud platform amethysts, it was no longer difficult for her to awaken her blood for the third time. 28 amethysts. This is equivalent to 28 blood awakening pills. Why don't you eat them yourself? Why are you giving them to me? Lu Wanner asked, but her heart was filled with sweetness. Silly girl. If you didn't give me the blood awakening pills, I might not be able to awaken my royal bloodline when I awaken my blood for the second time. There's no need for you to be so polite with me. Lu Wanner was currently in seclusion at Ning Fan's residence. During the time when she was in seclusion, her brother Lu Xing also visited her many times. Ning Fan also treated him politely without being arrogant. As for the busy social activities, Ning Fan pushed them to Lu Xing. Opening the world passage of the third world required a massive ancient demon sacrifice. It was unknown how long it would take to set up the formation. Before that, Ning Fan had to make some preparations. For the trip to the Star Palace, it was better to increase his strength as much as possible. His demon power had already reached the early divine transformation realm. Advancing to the mid-divine transformation realm was still a long way off. His devil chi was at 109 units. Advancing to the divine transformation realm required a large amount of corpse chi and yin chi. It was impossible for him to achieve that in a short period of time. His magic power was already at 3,495 units. If he devours the geocentric nether milk, he could advance further. If he plucks Yu Ling Kong, he should be able to improve his magic power by quite a lot. Even though he was still far away from the divine transformation realm, it would not be difficult for him to attain the half-divine transformation realm. Other than that, the last important method to increase his strength was to awaken his blood for the third time. Having more strength means having more security. Wanner is in seclusion. Before I go into seclusion, I can first deal with the affairs of the Luoyun realm. When Ning Fan walked in the general's residence, each of the demon guards immediately stood up and saluted him with a solemn and respectful expression on their faces. As for the demon maids who were busy working in the residence, their eyes lit up when they saw Ning Fan. Their eyes were filled with admiration and admiration. This subordinate, servant, greets General Bei. Ning Fan always nodded to these people who were respectful to him. Inwardly, he thought how honored it would be if the deceased Liu Bei knew that his name had spread across the land of slumber after his death. When Ning Fan arrived at the inner hall of the residence, the Wind Lady and the Tea Lady were busy working. They followed Ning Fan's instructions and purchased a large amount of medicinal herbs which were unique to the demon race. For example, the spirit refining grass which was used to cultivate the sense concealment art. Other than that, there were also many rare medicinal herbs. Other than purchasing medicinal herbs, countless experts of the Luo Yin realm and the foreign races came to visit Ning Fan after Ning Fan's shocking performance. Even though they did not see him in person, they gave him a large amount of gifts. Of course, they had to keep these gifts well and wait for Ning Fan to receive them. When Ning Fan appeared in the inner hall, the two ladies immediately rose to their feet. Their expressions were tired and haggard. "The two of us greet Master. The two of you have worked hard. The Luo Yin realm will not be peaceful in the near future. Be careful in everything you do." How about this? The two of you return to the cauldron ring first and give these pills to Bing Ling and Yu Ling to the other ladies to increase their cultivation base. The two of you should also recover to the late gold core realm. One more step and you will be at the peak gold core realm. You can prepare to form your nascent soul. Ning Fan took out more than 10 bags of pills that he had prepared beforehand and threw them on the table. All of them were obtained by killing countless cultivators over the years. There were too many pills and they were too complicated. Most of them were for harmonious spirit realm and gold core realm cultivators to consume. To Ning Fan, they no longer had any medicinal effect. However, he could give them to the cauldrons. Ning Fan had always been focused on cultivation and rarely cared about the cauldrons. Perhaps, he would need to borrow the power of the cauldrons in the future. The higher the cultivation base of these 1,000 cauldrons, the better it would be. So many pills. The eyes of the two ladies sparkled. They did not have any objection to returning to the cauldron ring. With so many pills, it was only a matter of time before the two of them could return to the nascent soul realm. By the way, how many of the 108 types of spiritual ores have you bought? Master, I've already gathered all of the spiritual ores that you require yesterday. The last type is right here, and they're all here. The Wind Lady stroked her purple hair and took out a bulging storage pouch. She passed it to Ning Fan, expecting a word of praise. You have found all of them? Ning Fan was a little surprised. The 108 types of spiritual ores that he needed were needed to refine the third immemorial divine weapon. Most of them were materials to refine spiritual treasures, and some of them were treasures that even void refinement realm old monsters regarded as treasures. In his opinion, it would be difficult to collect half of the spiritual ores during this 1 month of recuperation. He never thought that the Wind Lady and the Tea Lady would complete their task perfectly and collect all of them. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. How could he not understand the reason why everything went so smoothly? There was only one explanation: his luck had really returned. Hidden beneath the black aura was a violet aura. Good fortune blessing. Recalling the old monster's extremely bad luck in the past, Ning Fan sighed. It seemed that he would not continue the old monster's old path. He had failed more than 50 times in concocting pills. Master, how are you going to reward us? The Wind Lady's eyes carried a hint of charm while the Tea Lady's eyes were filled with desire. You have some guts to ask for a reward from me. Ning Fan patted the two ladies' head in annoyance. When I kill countless gold core realm and nascent soul realm cultivators in the future, I will collect 1,000 Dao fruits for you cauldrons to improve your cultivation. What do you think of this reward? Collecting Dao fruits for cauldrons to improve their strength? Only Ning Fan, who had recovered his luck, was qualified to say this. It would not be difficult for him to obtain Dao fruits in the future. No. The Wind Lady's eyes flashed with a hint of affection. All right, then I will give you a reward that you are satisfied with. Ning Fan's eyes flashed and closed the door. He naturally knew what the Wind Lady desired. It was good. He was a spirit-severing cultivator. Dual cultivation with the two ladies would greatly benefit them. It would greatly reduce the time needed for them to return to peak gold core realm. Thus, the sound of moaning could be heard in the inner hall. In the end, the two ladies were kept into the cauldron ring and brought a large number of pills to the other cauldrons. This short period of peace made Ning Fan feel as if he had returned to Seven Apricot City. But before he kept the two ladies, Ning Fan asked a question. The Tea Lady's answer made him frown. During my 1 month of recuperation, did demon concubine Wu Yan come? No. It seems that she was temporarily imprisoned in the Misty Rain Tower by concubine Z, is that so? Ning Fan took a step out of the snowstorm in the general's mansion. His body turned into a strand of purple smoke that was as thin as a strand of hair and disappeared in a flash. At the next moment, he appeared outside the Misty Rain Tower in the province. From afar, this place was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. Because of concubine Z's arrival, the Misty Rain Tower no longer entertained guests or played music for anyone. There were also 2 spirit-severing realm female concubines guarding the place outside. Ordinary people could not enter at all. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was unscrupulous. His eyes were deep in thought. After a while, he opened his mouth and spat out a golden relic. It was the national treasure of Wei country, All Heaven relic. This relic was condensed by the ancestor of Wei after he passed away. In fact, it could be considered as a half-step void treasure. It could block all senses below the void refinement realm. In the past, because Ning Fan's cultivation base was not high enough, he could only passively block the divination of the heavenly secrets. Now, with the slight control of his demon power, no one below the void refinement realm would be able to detect him. Another advantage of breaking through to the spirit-severing realm was that he could use this treasure. Ning Fan swallowed the relic again and slightly activated the All-Heaven force. His figure gradually became ethereal. As long as he did not use his demon power recklessly, he would not be exposed. He took a step forward and turned into a purple smoke, drifting into the Misty Rain Tower. The 2 spirit-severing realm experts who were guarding the door did not notice that someone had intruded. Even concubine Z, who was bathing on the top floor, did not notice that someone had intruded. In one of the rooms, there were layers of formations. Inside the room, there was an enchanting woman who was wearing a green feather robe and had the charm of a young married woman. She was sitting alone at the dressing table, holding the side of her face with her palm. Looking at her haggard face in the bronze mirror, she sighed softly. Her face seemed to still have the burning pain from that day. In her heart, there was a trace of grievance, loneliness, and helplessness. 10,000 years of imprisonment. Stinking thief, I've been imprisoned for 10,000 years for you, but you didn't know. Puff puff the sound of sand erosion could be heard. Above the formation light outside the room, a purplish golden sandstorm blew a hole in the formation light. At this moment, a purple smoke gently flew into the room. What's that sound? Demon concubine Wu Yan glanced at the door. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, she shook her head. Could it be that my mind is in a mess and I'm having an illusion? However, when her gaze fell on the bronze mirror again, her eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of surprise, grievance, nervousness, and astonishment. She gently clenched her teeth and suppressed the sorrow in her heart, turning it into the calm and arrogant expression she had in the past. In the bronze mirror, the smile of a white-robed young man was reflected behind her. Why are you here? This is the Misty Rain Tower. Concubine Z has imposed a curfew on this place. No one is allowed to enter this place without permission. Wu Yan tried her best to remain calm. However, her slightly trembling palms showed that she was not feeling calm at all. You've been humiliated because of me. If I don't come and take a look, am I still a human? Even though Ning Fan's words carried a teasing tone, it poked at Wu Yan's heart, causing her to be drowned by a trace of desolation. I'm just giving face to little sister Wan Air. You don't have to think too much about it. If you can see it, I've been grounded here. Even though I'm not free, it's not a big deal. If you've seen enough, you can leave now. If you don't leave, don't blame me for calling people to catch you, a thief who stole my scent. If you want to call for help, you could have done so the moment I showed up. Ning Fan chuckled and directly walked to the bedside. He lay on Wu Yan's brocade quilt and took a deep breath. It smells so good. People say that a beautiful woman can add fragrance to a book. One can read 10 lines at a glance and have a photographic memory. That's the truth. Ning Fan deliberately took out a scroll of the demon scripture and began to study it. You. How dare you? Wu Yan was so angry that she was speechless. Could it be that this Ning Fan deliberately sneaked into the Misty Rain Tower to anger me? However, she didn't realize that all her lonely thoughts had been forgotten by Ning Fan in a fit of anger. Tell me, what's your purpose for coming here? Based on Wu Yan's understanding of Ning Fan, she knew that he was a utilitarian person. The reason he came to find her was probably not just to visit her. I have one purpose. Ning Fan took a step forward. As expected. Wu Yan sighed. She knew that Ning Fan would not come to visit her. After all, she was not Luan heir. How could she attract his attention? I came here just to make you feel at ease. Don't worry. I have a way to prevent you from being imprisoned by concubine Z for 10,000 years. What did you say? Wu Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. She really did not expect that the reason Ning Fan came to visit her was to say such words. Her mind raced, but she could not think of any way that Ning Fan could prevent concubine Z from complaining to the Spirit King. Kill concubine Z and the others? Moreover, it was not something that Ning Fan could do. It was certainly impossible. Making use of his background in the upper world to make concubine Z fearful and make her give in, Ning Fan was a human. He did not have any foundation in the heavenly demon world. Concubine Z would not be afraid of him. Moreover, with her personality, it was hard for her to give face to anyone. What exactly do you want to do? I want to help you. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a demon concubine from the upper world. I have nothing to do with you. Why do you need to help me? Wait. Before Wu Yan could finish her words, Ning Fan had already taken a step forward and left. The golden-purple sandstorm easily blew away the formation in the room. It was as if ordinary formations could not stop his footsteps at all. Wu Yan was stunned. Her expression became more and more complicated. Stinky thief, do you really want to help me? I hope you won't do anything stupid. It had been almost 12 years since she last met Ning Fan. Yu Lingkong was in great pain. She spent days and nights trying to suppress the power in her sea of consciousness from going out of control. She desperately needed to have sex with a man to vent the excess magic power in her body. Damn it. That Ning Fan had ignored me for 12 years. Isn't he worried that he would lose a human cauldron if I die in this small kiliacosm? She scolded angrily, but her expression became more and more indignant. This is really an unlucky year for me. First, my body was devoured by my second primordial spirit. Then, I used the moon will technique and borrowed the power of the samsara of moonlight to reconstruct this little girl's body. However, because of the problem in my sea of consciousness, I was picked up by someone and sold as a human cauldron. A human cauldron is a human cauldron. This old lady will endure this anger. No matter which perverted person got me, I would have taken action long ago, since I have a divine transformation realm human cauldron to pluck me. Anyway, I need a male cultivator to vent his excess magic power. Even if I get F***ed by a man, I will just treat it as a cucumber thorn and endure this anger. At most, I will recover my strength and kill that male cultivator after I'm done. Unfortunately, I fell into the hands of this brat. This brat is waiting. He is waiting for my cultivation base to collapse, and I will beg him to pluck me. Then, the amount of cultivation base that I will recover will be lesser and he will get more benefits. Unfortunately, I am trapped in his world treasure and I have no choice but to beg him to do it with me. I have guarded my chastity for 4,000 years. Yu Lingkong was in pain while cursing fiercely. Her words did not sound like the tone that a woman should have at all. If one were to find the most accurate word to describe her, there was probably only one word that could perfectly describe her, a woman. There was probably no other woman in the 4 heavens and 9 worlds who could say something like being stung by a cucumber thorn. However, it was true that Yu Lingkong could barely hold on. The excess magic power accumulated in her sea of consciousness, causing her, who was in the body of a little girl, to hold her head and squat on the ground. Her face was filled with pain. However, as one of the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea, she was used to being a female overlord. No matter how painful it was, she did not shed a single tear. She just frowned and kept cursing. When Ning Fan entered the Yuanya world, he activated the All-Heaven relic and hid himself at the side. He really didn't know if it was appropriate for him to appear here and now. This Yu Lingkong is rather shrewish. However, that's right. As a woman, she has become the strongest overlord of the inner sea's fiendish land and commanded everyone. If she had a weak temperament, I would be surprised instead. He pondered for a long time and finally decided to show himself. When Ning Fan's figure appeared in front of Yu Lingkong, this shrewish little girl was stunned. She actually did not know when Ning Fan had entered the Yuanya world. This undoubtedly meant that Ning Fan's concealment technique was enough to fool her half-step void refinement realm spirit sense. You stinking brat, your concealment technique isn't bad. It seems like your strength has increased quite a bit over the past 12 years. However, as long as they haven't reached the soul formation realm, they are just ants in my eyes. The little girl panted heavily. Her face was pale, and it was difficult for her to endure the pain. Ning Fan did not say a word. He took a step forward and actually stepped into the grand formation that imprisoned the little girl. As soon as the light touched Ning Fan's body, it was immediately dissolved by the purplish golden wind and mist. That speed was already comparable to a mid-divine transformation realm expert without summoning the Fuli wings, especially when he teleported. The demonic chi of that step was clearly at the early divine transformation realm, and his cultivation base was already extremely stable. The little girl's small face was filled with astonishment. She swallowed her words halfway. She did not expect that Ning Fan could break through to the divine transformation realm within 12 years. Moreover, the sudden appearance of the purplish golden wind and mist gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. Even if she regained her half-step void refinement realm cultivation base, it would not be easy for her to withstand that wind and mist magic technique. As for her current body of a little girl, she thought that she would not be able to withstand that technique at all. Once she is attacked by Ning Fan, she would probably be killed instantly. It has only been 12 years and this brat has actually succeeded in his incarnation. Moreover, his strength has increased to such an extent. If I'm not wrong, the baleful chi on this brat is very strong. He has already killed at least 10 divine transformation realm beings and above. To be precise, there were a total of 15 divine transformation realm beings or wild beasts that died in Ning Fan's hands, starting from the vice sect leader of the Black Buddha sect and adding the tragic Black Dragon and Blood Dragon. His baleful chi was certainly extraordinary. Even Yu Lingkong no longer dared to underestimate Ning Fan. This brat is really a monster. Yu Lingkong, I seem to have come at the right time. You can't hold on any longer, can you? Ning Fan's eyes were indifferent. Humph. What nonsense are you talking about? Quickly come and *CK me. I'm going to explode from my magic power. The little girl exploded with anger. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't it just plucking? It's not a big deal. One in and one out is enough. Hurry up. Hurry up. Ning Fan was speechless. When a rapist like him met a tomboy who had the body of a little girl, he really met his nemesis. To be honest, Yu Lingkong, who had the body of a 7 to 8 years old girl, really did not interest Ning Fan at all. Compared to Lu Wan'er, who was a seductive fox demon, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Hurry up and do it with me. After I'm done, I still need to refine my magic power and restore my cultivation base. Hurry up. I guarantee that I will *CK you until you want to *CK me in 3 breaths. Ning Fan swore that he had never seen such a crude tomboy in his life. However, from another point of view, Ning Fan really admired Yu Lingkong's personality. She did not bother about trifles, dared to do whatever she wanted, was strong and heroic, and was decisive in killing. It was not hard to imagine that when this lady was at her peak, she would definitely be a female tyrant in the inner endless sea. Good. Good. Ning Fan, you win. Tell me, what benefits do you want so that you're willing to do it with me once? I just escaped from the divine space island with this broken body of mine. I don't have a single cent on me. That's not accurate. I do have some good things on me. This pair of shackles are made of 6-element mithril. Even though they are the size of a fist, they weigh 5,000 jin. If you do it with me, I will give you this pair of shackles. You can refine this mithril into 6-element silver essence that is the size of a fingernail. It can increase the sealing power of talisman-type magic treasures. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He naturally knew that Yu Lingkong's shackles were good items. If it wasn't for the immemorial star iron that had the ability to attack the illusory body of the fiend god bloodline, it might not be much stronger than the 6-element silver essence in terms of toughness. Moreover, Ning Fan also knew that the old Devil's Den fragmentation cauldron was refined using the rotten silver iron of the Devil world. The rotten silver iron was actually just a kind of mineral associated with the six-element mithril. It was far less sturdy than the mithril. In short, the shackles were good items. However, the number of them was too little. Yu Lingkong, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Now that you're in my hands, I have quite some confidence that I can forcefully pluck your cultivation base clean. By doing so, I can increase my magic power by at least 1,000 units. However, I also know that you're the strongest among the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea. The Divine Space Island has your entire life's reserves, and there are also many of your Divine Transformation Realm female disciples. I want everything of the Divine Space Island. You can choose whether or not to be plucked by me. You can also try to temporarily recover your half-step Void Refinement Realm strength and kill me to vent your anger. However, even if you recover your half-step Void Refinement Realm, you still won't be able to kill me. With a thought, a trace of the Black Dragon refined corpse's aura force slowly spread out. The aura force of the half-step Void Refinement Realm shocked Yu Lingkong for the first time. A half-step Void Refinement Realm refined corpse. Why you actually have a refined corpse of this level? The half-step Void Refinement Realm. In the internal sea of the Endless Sea, this kind of cultivation base was considered as one of the 7 venerated beings. They were all supreme experts. However, in Ning Fan's hands, it was just a refined corpse. This young man is really ruthless. He actually dares to turn such an expert into a refined corpse. Even if I damage myself and activate a trace of the power of my main body, I still might not be his match. One had to admit that she was a very decisive woman. As soon as she realized that she could not win against Ning Fan, she immediately revealed a look of submission. All right. I'll take a step back. If you do it with me, I'll treat you like a cucumber, and I will certainly not take revenge on you after the matter is over. Besides, I can bring you back to the Divine Space Island. I can't give you the island. It's my foundation. Besides, I know that what you're interested in is not the power but the method to increase your strength. I have 7 Divine Transformation Realm female disciples. If you send me back, you can pluck all of them. During the rebellion of my second primordial spirit, they actually dared to betray me and attack me. If it wasn't because of that, I wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. I have 4 Divine Transformation Realm Dao fruits. They are sealed in my treasure house. Other than me, not even my second primordial spirit can open them. If you help me, these Dao fruits will be yours. Yu Lingkong had made her stand clear. She was willing to submit to Ning Fan. Moreover, she did not hesitate to offer a price that was enough to move Ning Fan's heart. 7 Divine Transformation Realm cauldrons and 4 Divine Transformation Realm Dao fruits. With these, Ning Fan's magic power would be more than enough to break through to the Divine Transformation Realm. Are you going to do it with me or not? Just give me an answer. The little girl rolled her eyes at Ning Fan. Her meaning was obvious. I'm a woman and I'm not so slow. Why are you, a man, being so slow? Ning Fan felt that if he still does not pluck Yu Lingkong, he would be despised by this woman. In her eyes, I'm just a cucumber. Ning Fan had 2 choices. One was to forcefully pluck Yu Lingkong at this moment and beat her into submission with his refined corpse. Not only would he pluck the excess magic power in her sea of consciousness, but he would also pluck her early Divine Transformation Realm magic power. In that case, it would be a piece of cake for him to increase his magic power by 1,000 units. The second choice was to only pluck Yu Lingkong's excess magic power and help her recover her strength. Then, he would not let her go for the time being and head to the Divine Space Island with her help. Even though there were many dead people on the Divine Space Island and he did not know if the 7 Divine Transformation Realm female traders were still alive or not, the 4 Divine Transformation Realm Dao fruits certainly would not be able to run away from him. Besides, the Divine Space Island would certainly have a lot of good items. The treasures of the strongest force in the internal sea tempted Ning Fan. Of the 2 choices, the second one was a little uncertain. However, once it succeeds, the benefits would be great. Ning Fan pondered for a while and chose the second option. I agree to your request. I can help you pluck the excess magic power and even help you recover your strength. However, I must plant a mental seal on you. It will prevent you from devouring me in the future. Mental seal? Suit yourself. Yu Lingkong did not even think about it. She just let Ning Fan approach her step by step. She raised her head and looked like she was waiting for him to do whatever he wanted. She was not afraid of the mental seal at all. The most powerful thing about her sea of consciousness that was in the form of moonlight was that it could erase the ordinary mental seal that others planted in her sea of consciousness. In the past, when Yu Lingkong was still young, she was planted with a mental seal by a certain devil woman. In the end, didn't she still break it with her moon sense? Plant it then. She was not afraid at all and let Ning Fan place his palm on the top of her head. Ning Fan smiled faintly. He also understood that the reason why Yu Lingkong was so straightforward was probably because she thought that his moon sense was powerful enough to erase the mental seal. Unfortunately, Yu Lingkong did not know that his mental seal was a little different. The purple star in Ning Fan's left eye flashed. A trace of the power of the royal bloodline of the Fu Li kingdom turned into a mysterious demon seal and engraved it on Yu Lingkong's sea of consciousness. At the moment when Ning Fan's demon star flashed, Yu Lingkong regretted her decision. Demon seal. Wait. Didn't you say I planted a mental seal? A demon seal was a profound mental seal of the demon race in the upper world. The strength of Ning Fan's bloodline was really something that Yu Lingkong had never seen before in her life. When she saw that Ning Fan had planted such a seal on her, she was extremely unwilling because she could not break it. Unfortunately, it's all over. It was too late for her to say no. The demon seal had already been planted. I've suffered a great loss. Yu Lingkong was about to lose her temper. She was planted with a demon seal that could not be erased. Unless she was a great cultivation realm higher than Ning Fan and forcefully broke the seal, she would not be able to erase it. This young man was already at the early divine transformation realm. Without an early void refinement realm cultivation base, she would not be able to break the seal at all. Before attaining the early void refinement realm, I have already become this brat's sex slave? I've suffered a great loss. Unless I break free from the Fu Li demon seal, even if I cultivate back to the half-step void refinement realm and become the strongest expert in the internal sea again, I will still be controlled by this brat. Her mind was in a mess and she felt a sharp pain in her sea of consciousness. She completely lost control of the magic power that was sealed in her body like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. It hurts. It hurts. Yu Lingkong knew that she could no longer hesitate. She would put other matters aside for the time being. Right now, it was more important for her to pounce on Ning Fan. A little Lolita who was around 7 or 8 years old was dragging the heavy shackles on her hands and legs. She was like a cow that was in heat as she pounced on Ning Fan. Her small hands desperately tried to take off Ning Fan's clothes. The silver iron balls that were tied to the shackles hit Ning Fan's head with a thud, creating sparks. Even though he was not injured, it was still very painful, wasn't it? ***, don't be anxious. Take your time. First, take off these shackles that are in the way. Ning Fan was speechless. It was the first time that he was pounced on by a little girl after so many years. It was as if he was not the one who plucked Yu Lingkong but the one who wanted to force himself on Ning Fan instead. Don't be anxious? How can I not be anxious? If I don't hurry, my little life will be gone. Moonlight flashed around the valiant Yu Lingkong's body and directly melted the shackles on her hands and legs, leaving a gap. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. That moonlight is a little terrifying. It can directly melt the 6 harmonies mithril, which is comparable to the toughness of the immemorial star. Doesn't this mean that without attaining the golden body refining realm, one would not be able to withstand the moonlight attack of this lady at all? Indeed, this lady did not rely on luck to dominate the internal sea. Without the shackles, the little Lolita felt that her hands and feet were much more agile. In just a few seconds, she had stripped Ning Fan clean. As for herself, she did not even take off her clothes. Instead, she hurriedly tore off her little skirt, revealing her smooth and clean buttocks. Then, she sat down on the ground. Hurry up. You are just a cucumber. Just watch how I will ***ck you. Yu Lingkong's words were sharp but inwardly, she was really a little nervous. No matter how valiant her appearance was, she was still a woman after all. Moreover, this was her first time. With her small hands holding the burning hot rod, she resolutely pierced it into a certain part of her body without any foreplay. However, very soon, she sadly discovered a serious problem. I can't get in. Why can't I get in? Go in quickly. No matter how hard she tried, she just could not get in. You are too young. Ning Fan was speechless. I am 4,000 years old. I am 10 times older than you. Yu Lingkong was so anxious that her small face turned red. Her hair was disheveled. Her head was getting more and more painful. I am not talking about the age of your bones. Ning Fan was also having a headache. The physical body that Yu Lingkong had reconstructed only had the appearance of a 7 or 8-year-old girl. It was too young. She was still far from maturing. It was only natural that she could not get in. You promised me that you will help me. Yu Lingkong was so anxious that she was about to cry. It was very hard to imagine that the strongest expert in the internal sea would be on the verge of tears because of such a strange reason. I have told you before. Don't be anxious. Ning Fan sat up and gently held Yu Lingkong in his arms. With a tug of his palm force, he tore her dress apart. His palm stroked the flat plane. Even though it was soft and tender, it was still very flat after all. You could not expect a 7 or 8-year-old girl to bring you surprises. Do you feel anything? Yu Lingkong's tensed body gradually relaxed. Her skin gradually became wet and slippery. Just bear with it. If you don't want to die from the impact of the magic power. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. A certain part of Yu Lingkong's body was directly ruptured by 3 times. The pain of being torn apart made this stubborn woman shed tears for the first time. It hurts. She directly fainted from the pain. Between her fair thighs, the pink and tender part was filled with dark red blood. I reckon that she will be traumatized for the rest of her life. Let's see if she still dares to look down on Cucumber in the future. Ning Fan sighed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He pressed her petite and undeveloped body under him. He was also in pain. However, in order to pluck this woman, he had to endure it for the time being. A professional devil lord who practices dual cultivation must be able to handle all female cultivators. This was called professional ethics. To be continued. One day later, Yu Lingkong finally regained consciousness. However, as soon as she opened her eyes, she realized that she was curled up in Ning Fan's embrace in an extremely ambiguous position. She felt a heart-wrenching pain at the place where they were connected. All the storms had passed. No one knew that the #1 female tyrant of the internal sea, Yu Lingkong, had lost her chastity in this desolate world treasure. Ning Fan was refining the primordialine power that he had plucked. Yu Lingkong was an old virgin who had guarded her chastity for 4,000 years. In addition to the terrifying magic power sealed in her sea of consciousness, after plucking her, her magic power would increase by at least 700 units. He took out the heaven measuring ruler and measured it. His magic power had already exceeded 4,200 jia. There was still a small amount of primary red essence that he had yet to completely refine. If he could completely refine it, he should be able to reach 4,210 jia. You're awake? Ning Fan was in a good mood. Even though it was a little painful, he had gained a lot of magic power. Let me go. SS. When Yu Lingkong thought that she had no choice but to be taken advantage of by this little brat, she could not vent her anger. She forcefully pushed Ning Fan away and pulled out the fiery cucumber. For a moment, Yu Lingkong felt a little annoyed. However, after inspecting herself, she realized that her cultivation base had actually recovered to the late divine transformation realm. Only then did her mood improve a little. However, after thinking about it carefully, he was immediately puzzled. If the magic power sealed in his sea of consciousness were to leak out, not to mention fainting, even if he were awake, he would at most recover to the middle stage of soul formation. It would be very difficult for him to recover to the late stage. At that time, he was unconscious, unable to resist, unable to refine his magic power on his own. There was no chance for him to refine his moon sea of knowledge and recover his cultivation. Does this mean that when I was in a coma, someone helped me absorb the excess magic power and restore me to the late stage? There was only me and Ning Fan here. Could it be that this brat helped me? Were you the one who helped me unblock my immortal meridians and restore my late divine transformation realm? Yu Lingkong's tone softened a little. Even though her lower body felt like it was being torn apart, she stubbornly stood up. If an ordinary woman lost her virginity in such a tragic manner, she might not be able to get out of bed, but she had a strong personality and was not afraid of this kind of pain. Not bad. Why are you helping me? You can totally pluck more of this old lady's energy. That way, you will benefit even more. Originally, I wouldn't have given you the chance to recover to the late stage. However, you were unconscious at that time and had already reached the limit of your endurance. You were on the verge of dying from the pain. If I moved a few more times and absorbed some of the primordial red, the current you would already be a dead man. There was nothing she could do about it. Yu Lingkong's physical body was too young. She was a 7 or 8-year-old girl who had fainted from the pain, and he, on the other hand, was a young man who had cultivated the yin-yang transformation and was full of vigor. Every time he stabbed her, Yu Lingkong was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. When the intercourse lasted for half a day, Ning Fan saw that Yu Lingkong's lips were already pale from the pain. He knew that if he continues to pluck her, she would certainly die without a doubt. Thus, he stopped plucking and helped this woman unblock her immortal meridians and absorb the excess magic power. Finally, she recovered to the late stage of soul formation. It was not that Ning Fan was being merciful. As the saying goes, going too far is as bad as falling short. If he forcefully plucked her, she would definitely die and he might not even be able to pluck more magic power from her. If he kept this girl alive, she could lead the way to the Divine Space Island. Moreover, he could plant a demonic seal in her sea of consciousness. From a certain perspective, once this girl regained her strength, she would be a pretty good fighter. After making all sorts of choices, Ning Fan finally decided to save her. Yu Lingkong knitted her brows. She could no longer see through Ning Fan's character. Even though she knew that Ning Fan saved her out of consideration for his own benefits, no matter what, Ning Fan had saved her outside of the agreement. She still owed him a favor. However, when she looked at the tattered clothes on her body and the fingerprints and hickeys left on her delicate and tender skin, she felt a little annoyed. When she recalled that Ning Fan had planted a demonic seal on her and that she would not be able to break free from his control if she could not break through to the void refinement realm, she became even more displeased. All in all, at this moment, Yu Lingkong's feelings towards Ning Fan could be said to be extremely complicated. Even though she did not have a good impression of him, her killing intent had lessened by a lot. Originally, she planned to break through to the void refinement realm and break free from the demonic seal. After that, she would kill the stinky cucumber who had tainted her purity. However, at this moment, she slightly changed her mind. After breaking free from the demonic seal, she would let this brat go a little. She would spare his life and just imprison him for the rest of his life. I'll just imprison him on the Divine Space Island. If you help me, you will regret it on the day I break free from the mental seal, Yu Lingkong said coldly. Then, she moved a distance of several zhang (333 m per zhang) away from Ning Fan. She sat on the grassland and meditated alone to stabilize and recover her cultivation base. As for Ning Fan, he subtly felt that the killing intent in Yu Lingkong's tone had lessened. I'm not purely helping you because I don't think you can break free from my control. In my eyes, you're just a pretty good fighter. Recovering your strength is also beneficial to me. As a fighter, you're very outstanding. However, as a human cauldron, dual cultivation with you is not fun at all. Yu Lingkong's small face was filled with anger and embarrassment. In the past, her appearance and body were top-notch in the internal sea. Many experts wanted to have sex with her but they were all chased away by her with disdain. Today, even though she had been reduced to a yellow-haired little girl with no breasts and no buttocks, Ning Fan had taken advantage of her and even plucked her for dual cultivation. However, the latter actually gave her a bad evaluation. It really made her unhappy. When I recover my body and strength, I will certainly imprison you on the Divine Space Island. When I have nothing to do, I will do you once. I will do you until you beg for mercy. I will let you see if dual cultivation with me is really that boring or not. When his magic power had completely stabilized at 4,210 units, Ning Fan left a storage pouch for Yu Lingkong. Inside it were some women's clothes, pills, and magic treasures. Yu Lingkong naturally accepted all of them without hesitation. Immediately, she changed into a pale yellow robe. After dressing herself up, her appearance was as exquisite as a porcelain doll. Ning Fan proposed to massage her lower body to improve her blood circulation. However, Yu Lingkong rejected him decisively with the reason that she did not want him to touch her lower body. Thus, Ning Fan was happy to relax and continued to cultivate in the Xianxia world. With the demon restrictions and the guarantee of his strength, he was not afraid of her betrayal. First, it was to deal with the spoils of war. The 8th ranked Heavenly Ice, the 6th ranked Eastern Extreme Wind and the 4th ranked Deeming Snow. The 3 types of Heavenly Cold Qi were all precious items among the 5th grade Cold Qi. Only the demon generals of the upper world who had a lot of assets could easily obtain them. If Ning Fan were to collect them by himself, it would probably be a little difficult. When he took out the 3 types of Cold Qi one after another, even Yu Lingkong, who was a supreme being of the internal sea, was surprised. Heavenly Cold Qi. You actually have 3 types. Even I have only collected 2 types. Now, both of them belong to my 2nd primordial spirit. Oh? Is that so? Ning Fan's eyes flashed. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that I can obtain 2 additional types of Cold Qi when I go to the Divine Space Island? With his Divine Transformation Realm Cultivation base, he could already completely absorb the boundless demon power within the 5th grade Cold Qi. That's right. It was demon power. After being refined by Wang Xiao and Zhou Ting for a long time, these 3 types of Cold Qi naturally contained demon power instead of increasing his magic power. 1 month later, Ning Fan had completely refined the 3 types of Cold Qi. His demon power had increased to 18,450 units. In addition to the Bone Prison Breath and the Cold Pine Marrow, he already had 5 types of Cold Qi. However, he only had 3 types of Earth Fire. The yin and yang of ice and fire in his body were slightly out of balance. After collecting the spoils of war, the next step was to refine the geocentric nether milk. Under Ning Fan's deliberate absorption of the 200 drops of geocentric nether milk, his magic power finally increased. It was supposed to increase 2,000 units of magic power, but it only increased by 1674 units in the end. It made Ning Fan feel helpless. If one consumes too much of a spiritual item, it would actually lose its effectiveness in the end. It was no wonder that such a good item was not completely consumed by the Giant Devil clan. Instead, it was used to recruit helpers to explore the secret realm. Perhaps that venerated giant of the Giant Devil clan had already eaten all of it. His magic power had reached 5,884 units. From refining to stabilizing, it took him a total of 4 months. After breaking through 5,000 units, his magic power finally reached the half-step Divine Transformation realm. Looking at the sound-transmitting jade token in his hand, he did not receive any notification. Ning Fan knew that the ritual of the Realm Road was not ready yet. In that case, he still had time to improve his strength. Seeing that Ning Fan had so much geocentric nether milk, Yu Lingkong could not help but speculate that Ning Fan probably had a close relationship with the Giant Devil clan of the Internal Sea. That was why she was a little more afraid of him. Of course, Ning Fan would not take the initiative to explain all of this. The last item he took out was 28 pieces of purple crystals. Each of them was transformed from a purple-grade spiritual platform. Each of them was equivalent to the effect of a blood awakening pill. In the past, the members of the Luo Yun clan who broke through to the Demon General realm were only given one. Ning Fan did not hesitate to give half of such precious items to Lu Wan'er. As for the rest, he would use it for his 3rd blood awakening. During his 2nd blood awakening, a great phenomenon had already appeared. Even though no one could recognize him, the matter of the royal demon blood had already caused Ning Fan a lot of trouble. For the 3rd blood awakening, he did not plan to do it in the outside world. Instead, he planned to do it in the Xianxia world. At such an important moment, in order to prevent Yu Lingkong from disturbing him unnecessarily, he even summoned the Stone Warrior and the female corpse to watch over him. The female corpse spent every day with Mu Xiaohuan. She was no longer lonely and her reliance on Ning Fan had also decreased significantly. At least, she was not as clingy as before. After being summoned out of the cauldron ring and separated from Mu Xiaohuan, the female corpse still felt a little reluctant. Light. Play, she was complaining that Ning Fan had disturbed her play with Mu Xiaohuan. When he saw the female corpse's face again, Ning Fan had mixed feelings. He caressed the cold side of her face that did not have any body temperature and did not know what to say. He was no longer a butterfly, and the female corpse was no longer the daughter of the Heaven Emperor who was high and mighty. Even her soul had been separated. This woman had once planted the wound-guarding sand in him. In order to stay with him, this woman was deceived by immortal Emperor Zhongqing. One of her souls was Jihe. In this life, she had saved him twice. However, he could not resurrect the female corpse. Even if he had the means, he was reluctant to kill Jihe and the other women to extract their souls and return them to the female corpse. Ning Fan's expression was a little lonely and sad. He could not collect the souls of the female corpse. The only thing he could do was to accompany her more and help her improve her spiritual wisdom so that she could continue living as a corpse devil. I'm sorry. I was too weak in my previous life and I couldn't protect you. In this life, I won't let anyone lay a finger on you. Light, don't cry. The female corpse seemed to be worried that Ning Fan would cry. She stopped being naughty and patted Ning Fan's head with her cold little hand. She had lost her soul and her memories were shattered. She had turned into a corpse devil. She was no longer Mu Weiliang. She would never be able to understand Ning Fan's sadness at this moment. The female corpse became obedient, but Stone Warrior was stunned. He could never imagine that Ning Fan had already advanced to the divine transformation realm after just 12 years. Now, just by standing in front of Ning Fan, Stone Warrior could feel a strong sense of pressure. Moreover, he could even smell the fiendish qi left behind by a late divine transformation realm expert from Ning Fan's body. This young man has not only advanced to the divine transformation realm but also killed a late divine transformation realm expert. If this young man is born in Northern Heaven, the Northern Heaven will definitely be alerted. However, since this young man has advanced to the divine transformation realm, he must have gone to the Sea of Clouds. I wonder if the third lady who guards the Tao tablets has recruited him, or if his Yuan Yao Jade has been exposed to the Northern Heaven and brought trouble to the fourth lady? What Stone Warrior did not know was that Ning Fan had indeed attracted the attention of the third lady of the Bei family. He had even shocked the Black Tortoise Planet and the immortal Emperor Meng Xuanzi. The sound of the bell had sounded the cycle of samsara and robbed the memories of countless cultivators. In the end, the dignified immortal Emperor Meng Xuanzi actually extended an olive branch to Ning Fan. Even if Ning Fan told Stone Warrior about these things, he would not believe it. He had too many questions to ask. However, he understood that Ning Fan would not tell him the truth since it was a secret. With Stone Warrior and the female corpse watching over him, there was no need to worry about Zhu Lingkong, who was an unstable factor. In the Yuanyao world, Ning Fan took a step and appeared at the crater of a volcano. He condensed the rain cauldron there and concocted a few blood awakening pills. After consuming the blood awakening pills and the amethyst, Ning Fan began to attempt the third blood awakening pill. This was the last chance for a demon cultivator of the 7 realms to improve his bloodline. The first blood awakening pill would be an ordinary winged demon. The second blood awakening pill would be the Fuli royal clan. I wonder what the third blood awakening pill would be. Ning Fan took a step forward and leaped into the volcano. He threw the demon blood that he had collected into the crater and directly turned the entire volcano into a pool of demon blood. The only pity was that he did not have the opportunity to worship the statue of the demon ancestor. However, he took out the Eastern Ocean Bell. Inside the lava, Ning Fan sat on the Eastern Ocean Bell and began to awaken his blood. The absence of the demon statue did not mean that there was no gift from the demon ancestor. Moreover, with the presence of the bell, the traces of demon blood in the volcano became incomparably boiling. An immense aura force was drawn out by Ning Fan and swept across the entire volcano. It was even more powerful than the power of the demon ancestor that Lu Zongyun borrowed from the lifeblood Joss flames. In the Yuanyao world, a gigantic shadow of a purplish-black demon bird appeared in the sky. At the moment when this gigantic shadow appeared, Ning Fan completely entered a meditative state and his bloodline boiled. He was still unaware of the situation outside, but Zhu Lingkong and Stone Warrior, who had extraordinary knowledge and experience, had a drastic change in their expressions. Ancestral shadow bestowal of blood. When Ning Fan awakened his blood for the first time, he was bestowed a drop of ancestral blood by the Fuli ancestor shadow, which allowed him to attain the royal bloodline. And this time, he should be able to obtain even more ancestral blood. Under the enormous pressure of the giant shadow, even someone as arrogant as Yu Lingkong and someone as cold as Stone Warrior felt compelled to submit. The two of them were not demons, but in the face of such a powerful phantom, they actually had the tendency to kneel. However, when that oppressive might swept over, it was dispersed by the female corpse with a light wave of her hand. If it wasn't for that, Yu Lingkong and Stone Warrior would have made a fool of themselves. Who is this female corpse? She's actually able to resist the might of this phantom. Speaking of which, he had never heard of such a ferocious beast before. What kind of beast was it? Was it a true spirit? But among the true spirits, there is such a clan? Stone Warrior was shocked and puzzled. This woman is formidable. This old lady had misjudged her earlier. Yu Lingkong said while pondering. Ning Fan's blood was boiling. His demonic energy didn't increase, but the quality of his demonic blood continued to rise, causing his demonic energy to become purer and purer. While he was in meditation, Ning Fan heard a conversation that came from his bloodline. That voice was filled with supreme dignity, and it was as cold and arrogant as ice. Even though it was cold, there was a hint of intimacy in its tone. That voice came from the ancestral shadow. That intimacy came from the same bloodline. My Fuli clan has been extinct for a long time. It's my great fortune to be able to have descendants. I bestow upon you ancestral blood to protect the heavenly Tao. I bestow upon you 3 drops of ancestral blood. 3 drops. Ning Fan opened his eyes. The purple shadow in the sky disappeared and turned into 3 rays of purplish-black light, shooting into the volcano and entering his body. At this moment, the purple star in his left eye rotated rapidly. The second purple star was slowly condensing. The ability of his left eye to see through illusions became even stronger. Moreover, after condensing the second star, he could plant illusions on his enemies with just a glance. The second star contained an illusory technique called the Blood Moon technique. This technique was rather harsh. It could only be used at night. However, according to Ning Fan's speculation, a single Blood Moon illusion technique from the likes of Wan Xiao would be able to make the latter fall into the illusion and be unable to extricate himself. The first star controlled the attribute while the second star bestowed abilities. The second star of the Divine Star was called the Yin Melting Star. Its effect was to dissolve true Yang power or reverse create true Yang power. The second star of the Demon Star was called the Blood Moon Star. Its effect was to bewitch. Ning Fan had been in seclusion in the magma for a month. When he leaped out of the magma, his chi was much more condensed than before. As a member of the Fuli royal family, he already had 4 drops of ancestral blood. What level would he be if he was not in the demon spirit land? The royal bloodline was the highest grade of bloodline. The difference between the strength of the royal bloodline was based on the ancestral blood. Royal bloodlines without ancestral blood belonged to the lower ranks of the royal bloodline. Those who possessed ancestral blood belonged to the higher ranks. 4 drops of ancestral blood seems to be more than enough to be the clan leader of the True Spirit clan. Ning Fan could not help but laugh. If the Fuli clan still existed, he could become the old ancestor of the clan with just 4 drops of ancestral blood. However, this identity would probably not be much weaker than an immortal emperor. Even if his cultivation level was not high, no one would dare to offend him. Unfortunately, the Fuli clan had already been annihilated. Without a large clan, no one would respect him no matter how prestigious his identity was. Finally, it's almost time to refine the 3rd immemorial divine weapon. The Separation Slayer sword has unparalleled sharpness and unparalleled offensive power. The Spirit Shattering Whip has a lot of uses for sneak attacks and restraints. As for the 3rd divine weapon, why don't I refine a defensive divine weapon? Ning Fan knitted his brows. The incarnation was a void fragmentation realm technique. As his cultivation level increased, the strength of his enemies would also increase. There was no guarantee that his incarnation would not be injured. For example, Wang Xiao had frozen Luo Yun and injured Mo Ying's incarnation. He patted his storage pouch and took out several pieces of immemorial star iron and the purple lightning hammer. Of course, these were the items he obtained from the storage pouches of the demon generals of the upper world. Other than that, Ning Fan took out another 108 types of spiritual ores. In order to achieve pure sharpness, the Separation Slayer sword had removed most of its materials. However, this defensive treasure had to rely on the sturdiness of the immemorial star and the transformation abilities of the spiritual ores to achieve the effect of absolute defense. Let's call this third divine weapon the star-fixing plate. Countless wild continents were floating in the void of the upper world. The continents were divided into 9 grades according to their geographical location and spiritual chi. All the continents above the 7th grade belonged to the True Spirit clan. A certain 9th grade continent was concealed by mysterious formation marks in the void. At the center of the continent was a gigantic palace made of black jade. Inside the palace, there were countless beautiful women. Each of their chi was not weak. Among the many palaces, the most luxurious one was protected by layers of defensive formations. Ordinary demon concubines could not get close to it at all. Under the strict protection, a gigantic black beast with a body of 1,000,000 Xiang 33 Emperor Zhang was crouching inside the palace. Black qi lingered around its body and the stench of pus permeated the air. It seemed to be caused by the festering of its wounds. The gigantic beast remained silent for an unknown period of time. In front of it, there was an ancient purplish-black stone tablet. The giant beast was struggling to absorb something from the stone tablet. I don't have much spirit left. This tablet of the Fuli clan is the last true spirit treasure in my possession. After absorbing the spirit of this item, I'm afraid there's nothing else that can replenish my spirit. 9th grade True Spirit clan. I will settle this debt with all of you in the future. The gigantic beast had a hideous appearance, but its voice was soft like a woman's. This beast was the severely injured Spirit King. Ever since it took over the position of the previous Spirit King, it had never plucked any demon concubines. The reason was because it was not a man. Nalan Zi personally went to the lower realm to look for the ashes of the arch-medicine. If she failed, there's no need for her to live anymore. The gigantic beast said coldly. It seems that a low-grade demon concubine once recommended a spirit augmentation master to the lower realm. He seems to be a guardian demon general. His name is Lu Daochen. If this person sincerely submitted to the Spirit King Palace, he would be bestowed with a 2nd grade continent. Within 1,000 years, he would be able to exchange his blood several times. It shouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the life immortal realm. If he is able to attach a true spirit treasure to him, my spirit will have a source, the gigantic beast murmured to itself. After a long time, its eyes suddenly widened in shock. When the Fuli ancestral tablet's spirituality was about to reach its limit, a name appeared on the tablet. Unfortunately, even though the name was at the end of the tablet, it had already lost its spirituality and completely shattered before it could be fully displayed. Even so, the gigantic beast's face was filled with shock. Fuli demon ancestor? This clan has been extinct for countless years. Now, a new member of the clan has been born. Furthermore, the one who was born is a demon ancestor. To be able to be listed on the Fuli clan's ancestral tablet, this person must have at least 3 drops of ancestral blood. Ancestral blood could only be used for cultivation. Anyone who could cultivate 1 drop in 1,000,000 years would be considered an outstanding talent. Only those who were bestowed blood by the ancestor shadow would be able to obtain 1 drop. Apart from that, the ancestral blood could not be snatched. The gigantic beast pondered and tried to guess the identity of the Fuli ancestor. This person has at least 3 drops of ancestral blood. If it's a woman, it'll be useless to me. If it's a man, if I can find him and ask for his help, not only will my injuries be healed, I can even ask for his help to remove the curse of my Spirit King clan. After all, my Spirit King clan used to be the slaves of the Fuli clan. However, this person must have cultivated for at least 3,000,000 years to be able to cultivate 3 drops of ancestral blood. If that's the case, this person's cultivation base should be between the life immortal realm and the true immortal realm. It shouldn't be above the true immortal realm. If he has that kind of strength, it's impossible for the Fuli clan to hide themselves given how arrogant and savage the members of the clan are. They must have already set off a storm of slaughter in the demon spirit land. This Fuli demon ancestor must be cultivating somewhere in the demon spirit land. What the gigantic beast did not know was that her judgment was wrong. The Fuli clan was a taboo. Other than the spirit kings themselves, no one knew about it. Because the servants did not know about the nobility of the Fu Li clan, Wu Yan did not report the appearance of the royal family of the Fu Li clan in the lower world. The gigantic beast also did not know that a royal family of the Fu Li clan had appeared in the lower world. Ning Fan had secretly awakened his blood 3 times in the Xianxia world and was bestowed 3 drops of ancestral blood. The identity of the Fu Li ancestor was not useless, however, it was absolutely impossible to obtain benefits using this identity without the guarantee of strength. To be continued. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The third immemorial divine weapon was finally completed and it was imbued with 18,450 toughness spirit seals. However, other than the spirit seals, Ning Fan immediately collected all kinds of ancient formations in the Luo Yun world as soon as he left the Yuanya world. He used up countless immortal jades and made them into formation compass of various grades. No one knew why he needed the formation compass. Even though he did not have any immortal jades to make the formation compass, he still collected thousands of formation diagrams. The 2 female corpses followed behind him. After Lu Wan'er came out from her seclusion, he often followed her to search for formation diagrams in the 9 divisions of the second world. With the dragon corpses pulling the carriage, the speed of the golden flame carriage was comparable to a void refinement realm cultivator. It could travel 100,000 li * 500 m per li, in a day. In 1 year, Ning Fan traveled across the 9 divisions. Occasionally, he would plunder immortal jades. In reality, there was no need to plunder immortal jades. When the golden flame carriage arrived at a certain demon city and saw that the black dragon that was pulling it was a half-step void refinement realm refined corpse, no city lord would dare to refuse to give it a gift. Just like that, while Ning Fan traveled, he collected formation diagrams and used immortal jades to make a formation compass to perfect the third immemorial divine weapon. It could be said that this divine weapon was definitely the result of his greatest efforts. 5 years after the battle on the cloud platform, Ning Fan returned to the Luo Yun world on the golden flame carriage because he received a notice from Lu Daochen that the passage to the world had been cleared. Lu Wan'er was a little speechless. Ever since Ning Fan came out from his seclusion, she had been staying with him for more than a year, following him to every corner of the second world. However, it was too noisy along the way. In the beginning, only the female corpses disturbed them. Later on, Ning Fan simply placed all the women in his cauldron ring into the Golden Flame Palace in the Golden Flame carriage so that they could come out for some fresh air and relieve their boredom. Lu Wan'er knew that they were Ning Fan's human cauldrons. However, she did not know that Ning Fan's attitude towards them was actually not strict at all. As for these human cauldrons, she did not know where Ning Fan found them from. All of them were loyal to him and they even called themselves the female guards of the Ning family. To his enemies, Ning Fan was cold and merciless. To his own people, however, he was not stingy at all. The pills that he collected along the way were of high grade and high grade. He stuffed all of them into Lu Wan'er's pouch while giving the low-grade pills to the Harmonious Spirit Realm and Gold Core Realm human cauldrons. In addition, there were quite a number of demons and foxes who needed to break through their bottlenecks. They would beg Ning Fan for dual cultivation, excluding the time spent cultivating and crafting the formation discs. Ning Fan could only spend 1 night with Lu Wan'er during the 10 nights. "Isn't your harem a little too big?" Lu Wan'er complained. "They will come in handy in the future. I have a premonition." Ning Fan smiled. The higher one's cultivation was, the deeper their comprehension of heaven's perception would be. Most of the time, the premonitions of high-level cultivators would come true. Lu Wan'er did not refute him. She knew that although Ning Fan was a playboy, there were very few who could truly make him fall in love with them. She could also imagine how many killings Ning Fan had gone through in order to gather so many human cauldrons with high cultivation bases. "If I'm not around, will they be able to accompany you on my behalf?" Lu Wan'er sighed. She had been living with the female corpse for a long time. She knew that her importance to Ning Fan was not any less than hers. However, even though there were more than 1,000 cauldrons, none of them could truly understand Ning Fan's feelings. The female corpse's spiritual intelligence was also not high. Thus, it was difficult for her to comfort Ning Fan when he was exhausted. "You are special. Speaking of which, aren't you going to leave with me?" The passage of the world had already been opened. After entering the third world, Ning Fan would probably leave immediately. He was willing to bring Lu Wanner with him, but he did not want her to leave her hometown and be trapped in the cauldron ring day and night without any sunlight. On the other hand, if he leaves Lu Wanner here, he really could not feel at ease. He had killed too many people. He had killed too many people. Moreover, everyone in the second world knew that Lu Wanner was his woman. Would she take revenge on him? Currently, I don't have the qualifications to travel with you. I will only become a burden. I want to stay in the demon race and practice the spiritual attachment technique. You don't have to worry about my safety. I have my elder brother, Master, and Sister Wu Yan to protect me. But Sister Wu Yan, do you really have a way to help her? Ning Fan did not want to say much. He was worried about Lu Wanner's safety. Let me tell you a secret. You will definitely feel relieved. Do you know why the Spirit King Palace wants to recruit my master? Lu Wanner blinked her bright eyes. I also find it strange that the dignified Spirit King Palace would actually fancy a mid-divine transformation realm demon general. Not only Wu Yan but also that domineering Imperial concubine Z seems to be very afraid of your master. Imperial concubine Z said that Master's spiritual attachment technique has caught the attention of the Spirit King. In at most 100 years, he will send someone to bring you to the demon spirit land and grant you a second-rank starland. He also promised to do everything he can to help you attain the life immortal realm within 1,000 years. Hee. Not even the demon crown prince would dare to provoke master status. Life immortals in the upper world have broken free from the shackles of lifespan. Their lifespan is limitless, and they are existences that even the void fragmentation realm-old monsters in the lower world are afraid of. If Master breaks through to the life immortal realm, I will beg Master to help you get rid of that detestable Moksha sovereign and avenge you. Lu Wanner said seriously. Life immortal realm. Spiritual attachment technique. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He did not know why the Spirit King Palace valued Lu Daochen's spiritual attachment technique so much. However, if what Lu Wanner said was really true, it seemed like she would be far safer staying by her master's side than staying by his side. Each and every one of the enemies he provoked was far beyond his cultivation base. Perhaps one day, he would be defeated and die. As for Lu Daochen, he was a popular person who was highly valued by the Spirit King Palace. Moreover, Lu Wanner's spiritual attachment technique was also not weak. Presumably, she would be highly valued by the Spirit King Palace soon and also have the chance to become an immortal. In that case, Lu Wanner's chance to become an immortal would be buried if she stays by his side. Due to the enmity that he had formed. Once the matter of Lu Daochen being recruited is publicized, even the true spirit clan of the upper world would not dare to touch the Luoyun demon clan anymore. The Isal clan would not go so far as to hurt Lu Wanner and offend Lu Daochen just for a divine transformation realm junior. Once they do that, they would seriously offend the Spirit King Palace, for example, the domineering Imperial concubine Z. No one actually dared to touch such an arrogant woman. It was enough to show the prestige of the Spirit King Palace. The Spirit King Palace. Since that's the case, I have to capture Imperial concubine Z and save Wu Yan even more. This time I will only let Wu Yan return to the Spirit King Palace. In that case, Wu Yan does not need to be imprisoned for 10,000 years. As for Imperial concubine Z's disappearance, I want to make it a mystery. In that case, with Lu Daochen's protection inside and Wu Yan's help outside, Wanner's safety is no longer a problem. Moreover, it is highly possible for her to break through to the life immortal realm after hundreds or thousands of years. Ning Fan's mind raced. In the end, he did not persuade Lu Wanner to leave. She could cultivate under the protection of her elder brother and master. There was no need for her to wander around with him. It was a very happy thing to be able to live with her family. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. To him, it was an extravagant wish to be able to stay with his family. He was destined to be busy with everything. The female corpse remained silent. She often sat on the green stone outside the Golden Flame Palace and embroidered. Mu Xiaohuan, on the other hand, was munching on a small flatbread while staring at the embroidery pattern with her big, blurry eyes. The pattern was that of two butterflies. One of them longed to be ordinary while the other one was black and white, every time he saw this scene, a hint of sadness would rise in his heart. Lu Wu, the Star Palace, the Herb Garden. I wonder if there's a way in the third world to let the female corpse recall some of her memories and regain some of her spiritual intelligence. A ray of golden light flashed across the sky of the province and headed straight to the south of Luoyun. Half a month later, the Golden Flame chariot landed in the Luoyun region, which was connected to the Charm Division, the Taichou Plain. The Taichou Plain was a snowy plain. Rows of heavily armored demon guards who wore thick marten fur coats were stationed there. As soon as they saw the Golden Flame chariot descending, their expressions changed drastically. All of them put down their weapons and cupped their fists to welcome the chariot. Demon General Feng Han of the Wind Cloud Division greets Northern General Luo Yun. Among the 10,000 people, there were 400 nascent Soul Realm demon soldiers. Their leader was an early Divine Transformation Realm Demon General. The Wind Cloud Division was the third division. If it was in the past, the Demon General of the Wind Cloud Division would definitely treat the Cloud Division with a condescending tone. However, ever since the battle on the Cloud platform, Luo Yun's reputation had skyrocketed because of Ning Fan. There were even many demon clans who suggested to rearrange the ranking of the demon divisions and make revered Luo Yun the first division. However, Lu Daochen rejected them with a smile. In the past, Demon General Feng Han, who was an early Divine Transformation Realm Demon General, would never show any respect to Luo Yun division. However, standing in front of the Golden Flame chariot today, Feng Han felt a suffocating fear. A half-step Void Refinement Realm Black Dragon refined corpse. A refined corpse with such a high cultivation base was actually only responsible for pulling the chariot. With this black dragon pulling the chariot, a single collision would be enough to easily kill Feng Han. Even without Ning Fan showing himself, Feng Han was already extremely respectful towards him. The cauldron had long been kept by Ning Fan. Only Lu Wan'er was left behind him. Even the female corpse had been kept away. Ning Fan lifted the golden flame curtain and looked out of the chariot. His gaze made all the demon soldiers including Feng Han shrink their aura force. His gaze was not sharp, but it carried the aura force of a superior being. Feng Han had an illusion. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not an early Divine Transformation Realm cultivator but an old ancestor of the True Spirit Realm whose cultivation base was unfathomable. The first benefit that the 4 drops of ancestral blood brought to Ning Fan was that he now had a terrifying deterrence towards the demon race. Feng Han cupped his fists and lowered his head even more. He did not dare to look at Ning Fan anymore and said respectfully, "The venerated demons of the upper world and the demon lords of the 9 divisions are waiting for you at the extreme west of the Taichou Plain. The ancient formation has been set up and the sacrificial ceremony has been completed. All that's left is for you to present the map of the world to enter the third world." The extreme west, huh? Come and drive the chariot for me. Lead the way. Ning Fan's words were shocking. He actually asked Feng Han to drive the chariot for him. This was out of Lu Wan'er's expectation. The 10,000 demon guards of the Feng Yun division were stunned. However, they did not take Ning Fan's words as an insult. Instead, they took it as an opportunity. Each of them looked at Feng Han with envy. As for Feng Han, he was even more excited. He took a step forward and cupped his fists, agreeing to drive the chariot for Ning Fan. Yes. Feng Han's eyes were filled with passion. He had never thought that he would have the honor to sit on the Golden Flame chariot. The speed of the Golden Flame chariot that was pulled by a half-step Void Refinement Realm Black Dragon was so fast that no one could see it clearly. It had almost become a legend among the 9 divisions. Even in his dreams, Feng Han wanted to experience such a fast Golden Flame chariot. He wanted to see how fast this chariot was, that it could arrive at a demon city without anyone knowing when it would arrive or return. The Feng Yun division mainly cultivated wind. Feng Han's main cultivation was speed. However, Feng Han, who was an early Divine Transformation Realm cultivator, had a speed that was comparable to a mid-Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. Feng Han could imagine that if he sat on the Golden Flame chariot for once, it would definitely be greatly beneficial to his comprehension of speed. Not only did he feel ashamed to drive the chariot for Ning Fan, but he also took it as an honor. Lu Wan'er was speechless once again. Her husband actually ordered the demon generals of the enemy division as if he was ordering his subordinates. He asked them to drive the chariot just like that. What made her speechless the most was that Feng Han actually looked excited and eager to drive the golden flame chariot for Ning Fan. Ning Fan, you could tell at first glance that Feng Han wants to sit on the golden flame chariot to comprehend and cultivate, right? Lu Wan'er blinked her eyes. She was quick-witted. She instantly understood why Ning Fan's words were so shocking. I didn't think that much. If he refuses, I will have a reason to kill him and seize his treasures. Recently, I don't have enough immortal jade to use. Ning Fan shook his head with a smile. He did not know if what she said was true or false. If Lu Wan'er knew what he had done in the demon's sinister forest, she would understand how kind Ning Fan was in this place of slumber. There weren't many killings. It couldn't be helped. Each of the demon sealers was quite smart. For example, that Earth General took the initiative to offer hundreds of millions of immortal jade as an apology gift for offending him in the past. As such, no matter how vicious Ning Fan was, he would be too embarrassed to annihilate the entire Lai Tu tribe. In the far west of the snowland, a majestic formation that stretched for hundreds of thousands of li * 500 m per li, could be seen from afar. Outside the formation, countless demons stood densely. Inside the formation, countless demon beasts were hanging in the sky. Besides, there was an indistinct gigantic dark red light gate hanging in the sky. The light gate had yet to be opened. The only thing that was missing was the world map. In fact, the 9 world maps contained a trace of Lu Wu's qi. This qi was the final key to pass through the realm gate. The closer they got to the realm gate and the closer they were to their separation, the more reluctant Lu Wan'er felt. Once Ning Fan enters the realm gate, he would probably not be able to return to the Luoyun continent in a short period of time. Ning Fan. Lu Wan'er really wanted Ning Fan to stay in the Luoyun continent and accompany her for the rest of her life. However, she knew that Ning Fan still had too many things that he had to do. I will be back. Ning Fan stroked the side of Lu Wan'er's face and smiled gently. The golden light that pierced through the sky flashed and eventually turned into a golden chariot, descending upon the snowland. At the moment when the chariot arrived, all the demons' faces were filled with fear. Look! It's really a half-step void refinement realm black dragon pulling the chariot. The rumors are true. We can't afford to offend this General Bey. That's right. A half-step void refinement realm refined corpse. Just one refined corpse is enough to destroy any tribe. Liu Bei has a refined corpse and the Luoyun continent has Liu Bei. We must never offend the Luoyun continent. Each of the demons held their breaths and concentrated. Many of them noticed that the one driving the golden flame chariot was actually Feng Han, the demon general of the Fengyun tribe. General Feng revealed a bitter smile. With the reputation of General Bey of the Luoyun continent, it was more than enough for ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators to pull his chariot. Unfortunately, it was his good-for-nothing demon general who pulled his chariot. He could only smile awkwardly. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of envy. When she saw Ning Fan and Lu Wan'er walking out of the golden flame chariot side by side, the envy in her eyes grew even stronger. Is there a person who can accompany me to drive the golden chariot to the ends of the world? Is there a person who can kill 6 divine transformation realm experts in a row on the cloud platform for me? He said that he will help me. Will he keep his promise? Concubine Z's phoenix eyes turned grim. Seeing a half-step void refinement realm black dragon refined corpse with her own eyes really made it difficult for her to remain calm. This young man actually has a refined corpse of such a high grade. Damn it. In this case, I won't be able to touch him easily in the third world. Crown Prince Chu Shun's eyes sparkled. If the people of the demon world saw this, they would certainly be surprised to find out that this demon crown prince was actually showing such raging battle intent towards someone. This Liu Bei will be a formidable opponent in my path of Dao seeking. He is not an ant. Chu Shun's ability to conceal his strength was not any weaker than Ning Fan's. Moreover, if he uses all of his hidden techniques, he would have a 70% chance of winning against Ning Fan in a life-and-death battle. After all, he was a peak divine transformation realm expert. Moreover, he was an elite genius among those at the peak of the divine transformation realm. The most ruthless thing he had ever done was to severely injure a half-step void refinement realm old monster. The current Chu Shun's hostility towards Ning Fan was reduced. He now regarded the latter as a formidable opponent. A formidable opponent was someone whom he must surpass openly. Chu Shan would not use any tricks to fight against such a person. It's a pity that you have just reached the early divine transformation realm and your main cultivation is only at the half-step divine transformation realm. The current you is still unable to kill this prince. This prince will give you enough time to grow. One day, when you have reached the same realm as this prince will fight you fair and square. Chu Shan's arrogant expression vanished and was replaced with an extremely domineering gaze. His lips moved but no sound came out. At this moment, the divine transformation realm experts of the demon world behind Chu Shan became serious. They had received Crown Prince Chu Shan's order through telepathy. Fighting for the star of the Heavenly Emperor is an important matter. However, if you can avoid harming Liu Bei's life, don't hurt him. I have a premonition that I will meet this young man again in the future. At that time, it might be the clash between the demon world and the rain world. I will leave this young man alive until that time to defeat him. I will suppress him with absolute strength and use his defeat to increase my confidence in winning. He is qualified to be this prince's strongest opponent on the road to the 9 worlds. To be continued. Ning Fan kept the golden flame chariot and the dragon corpse. Then, he walked side by side with Lu Wanner. Facing the gazes of the group of demons, he remained calm and composed. Seeing Ning Fan's arrival, all the demon lords rushed forward and cupped their fists. Their eyes were filled with respect. If Ning Fan's wind-mist finger that killed Wang Xiao was already enough to make all the severed demon realm experts wary, then this half-step void refinement realm dragon corpse made them shudder in fear. The earth generals of the Lai-Tu tribe were especially enthusiastic. Due to the fact that he had placed a bounty on Luo Yun's head and attempted to assassinate Ning Fan, he naturally spared no effort to please Ning Fan in order to protect himself. He even ceded tens of millions of li * 500 m per li, of land to the north of the boundless plain to Luo Yun. As such, Ning Fan did not want to kill this person. Haha, General Bei is finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time. I heard that General Bei is traveling around the 9 divisions in search of ancient formations. I wonder what they are used for. If you have any orders, I can help you collect some. The 9 demon sealers welcomed him at the same time, giving Ning Fan enough face. Ning Fan cupped his fists in return and shook his head indifferently towards the earth generals fawning over him. It's fine. I've already gathered most of the formation diagrams that should be gathered, so there's no need for General Earth to trouble yourself. As for the use of the formation diagram, he laughed it off and did not expose it. The Earth General was tactful and did not ask any further. Ning Fan's gaze swept across Lu Daochen and Lu Jiefan. The former was smiling meaningfully at him, while the latter, after exchanging greetings, immediately turned around and returned to the ranks of the Cleansing Flame tribe. Ning Fan flashed a friendly smile at the former but his eyes turned solemn when he looked at the latter. Ning Fan naturally knew what Lu Daochen was hinting at. Lu Daochen hoped that Ning Fan would keep his promise and save Demon Marshal Lu Wu in the Third World. What caught Ning Fan's attention was Lu Jiefan. The aura of this person today gave Ning Fan a strange feeling. In the past, Lu Jiefan was at the late stage of the deity transformation realm. Relying on the power of the bestowment star, it was difficult for him to meet a worthy opponent in the late stage. However, he was still weaker than Wang Xiao, so there was nothing to worry about. As for the current Lu Jiefan, there was an extremely obscure aura on his body. This qi actually gave Ning Fan a sense of danger. That qi was very familiar. Ning Fan had sensed it a few times from Chu He, Ying He, and the other experts of the Demon Sealing Sect. The unique aura of the members of the Demon Sealing Sect. This Lu Jiefan is indeed closely related to the Demon Sealing Hall. Today, he seems to have used some kind of secret technique to increase his strength. It seems like the Purifying Flame Tribe and the Demon Sealing Hall have planned a lot for the star of the Celestial Emperor. Thoughts flashed across Ning Fan's mind, but his facial expression remained unchanged. The Broken Realm secret realm was first discovered by the Giant Demon Clan, but the Demon Sealing Sect sent a secret report to the Upper Realm. Only then did the Demon Spirit Land know about it, and the Demon Clan was sent down to open the path to the Lower Realm. Demon Sealing Hall. The 2 words Demon Sealing seemed to be hinting at something. The Demon Sealing Palace and the Pure Fire Division. Ning Fan had no idea what the two of them were planning. However, he was not afraid of the demon sealing palace playing any tricks with his many trump cards. Lu Jiefan. No matter what, I must obtain the third realm star of the Heavenly Emperor. Ning Fan shifted his gaze away and followed Lu Daochen into the Luo Yun group. Although Lu Daochen was smiling, there was a rare hint of seriousness on his face. I'll leave General Lu to you. Lu Daochen transmitted. Then, he patted his storage pouch and took out a silver jade box that was covered with dust. Ning Fan scanned it with his spirit sense. Immediately, his eyes turned cold and he kept the jade box. Inside the box, there was an ancient silver key that was tightly sealed. He deduced that this item was the key to the Star Palace. This item was the key to subduing the Imperial Star. It was even more important than the map of the world. Lu Daochen naturally would not give it to Ning Fan without waiting for the opening of the world passage. Now, however, the only thing Lu Daochen could do was to trust Ning Fan. He entrusted this item to Ning Fan and hoped that Ning Fan would keep his promise. Don't worry. Ning Fan's reply was just 2 words, but it was loud and clear. Ning Fan's character was cunning and cunning. However, if the other party did not disappoint him, he would not break his promise. Lu Daochen nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he raised his head and looked at the illusory blood door in the sky. The world passage is about to open. When this blood door completely solidifies, you will combine the 9 diagrams into one and draw out General Lu's chi to open this door. You should know the map of the Star Palace. I'll leave everything to you. As Ning Fan arrived, the sacrificial ceremony began. On the formation map that was inscribed in advance, hundreds of thousands of demon beasts were sacrificed. As they screamed, they turned into blood light and fused into the giant door. Nearly 100 priests from various tribes bowed and kowtowed to the giant statue of a 6-legged golden beast at the center of the formation. At the same time, they chanted ancient scriptures. Nearly 10,000 ancient demon sacrificial tools were placed at the formation's eyes. As the formation was activated, all of them lit up with white light. A vast aura force spread out from the 6-legged golden statue, spreading across hundreds of thousands of li *, 500 m per li. Under this aura force, each of the nascent soul realm experts found it hard to maintain their composure. Only by bowing and kowtowing could they dispel the aura force. As for the divine transformation realm demon generals, they could not remain calm in the face of this aura force. However, when this aura force reached the Luo Yun tribe, Ning Fan took a step forward. The purple star flashed and he clenched his 5 fingers, crushing the aura force and protecting Lu Wan'er from being invaded by it. This scene attracted the attention of many experts of the demon race. However, before they could ask anything, a heavy rumbling sound suddenly resounded in the sky. At this moment, the giant blood-red door solidified and a crack appeared on it. The reason why it was not fully opened was because the world map was missing. Ning Fan knew that it was time for him to act. Once the world passage is opened, it would be difficult for him to return to the third world. He did not know when would be the next time he would be able to meet Lu Wan'er again. Go. This time, only Master, Elder Brother, and General Lu Ao of the Luo Yun tribe will enter the third world. The other generals will stay in the Luo Yun tribe. You don't have to worry about my safety. Although Lu Wan'er was smiling, her eyes were filled with deep reluctance. She knew that the moment Ning Fan steps into the third world would be the time for them to part. She tried her best not to cry. However, her shoulders were trembling. Hurry up and go. Do you really want to see me cry? If all the grudges are settled, I will return. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. With a single step, he turned into purple smoke and soared into the sky. Standing in front of the giant door, he patted his storage pouch and took out the 9 world maps. His eyes flashed with determination. The 9 incomplete maps were originally broken. However, as Ning Fan exerted his palm force, the cracks on the 9 maps actually showed signs of merging into one. As the 9 maps merged into one, a ray of golden light shot out from the incomplete maps and entered the giant door. Within that golden light, there was a vigorous aura force. Even though it was not as strong as the 6-legged golden statue, it had already reached the void refinement realm. At the moment when the golden light emerged, a golden mark appeared on the foreheads of the 9 severed demons at the same time. Then, it flashed and disappeared. General Lu. Lu Daochun's old eyes became a little blurry. His voice was filled with excitement. This chi belonged to his former master, Lu Wu. As for the other severed demons, their expressions were filled with reminiscence, sighing and other different expressions. Only Lu Jiefen's eyes revealed a hint of greed. If I can obtain the star of the Heavenly Emperor, the part of my pure flame body will certainly break through to the half-step void refinement realm. Once my clone merges with my true body in the outside world, I will be able to advance to the void refinement realm. I will dominate the internal sea and the 9 divisions will also be invincible. The golden mark on Zhu Jiefen's forehead flashed and disappeared. At the next moment, the giant door opened. Behind the giant door was a boundless void space. In the void space, rays of starlight paved a path. The end of the path was connected to the void space. Above the void space, there was a vast maze formed by the starlight. What is that? Each of the demons took a glance and saw the scene on the other side of the giant door. Their expressions changed drastically. Isn't the third world supposed to be the world where the demon marshal is in slumber? Isn't it supposed to be made up of the wild continent and the giant sleeping egg? The sleeping egg was a method used by the experts of the demon race to seal themselves in the egg. They couldn't cultivate and could only sleep. However, it had a heaven-defying effect that could almost erase the passage of time. Moreover, there were many ancient demons who sealed themselves in the egg. Even after countless years, they still retained their original bone age. Logically speaking, Demon Marshal Lu Wu should be sleeping in the demon egg, shouldn't he? However, there were no demon eggs in the third world. There was only an endless void space and a maze of starlight. Why was that? Even Chu Shun, Imperial Concubine Zi, Lu Jiefen and the others were astonished. They were puzzled but they did not explain anything. Behind Ning Fan, there were already 49 rays of light soaring into the sky, heading straight for the third world. Only Ning Fan and Lu Daochun were not surprised because they knew the truth. Ning Fan turned around and gave Lu Wan'er a glance. Then, he clenched his fists and turned around, stepping into the path of stars. The moment he stepped into the path of stars, he seemed to be guided by the starlight and entered a certain place in the Star Palace. The remaining 49 people stepped into the path of stars one after another and spread out. When the number of people who entered the palace reached 50, the giant door slowly closed. I won't be able to see it anymore. Lu Wan'er could no longer hold back her smile. She gently turned around to hide her tears. I will work hard in my cultivation to improve my spirit augmentation technique and obtain the recognition of the Spirit King Palace. Then, I will obtain the chance to become an immortal just like my master. When that time comes, I will protect you and not let you wander around the world without anyone to rely on anymore. Ning Fan, I will wait for you. You must be safe. The starlight flashed past his eyes. Even if he used the Fuli eye to peek at it, he could not see the scenery behind it. The speed of the starlight was too fast. It could travel at least 600,000 li * 500 m per second. This speed was 6 times faster than the current speed of the Golden Flame Chariot. The Golden Flame Chariot had already traveled 100,000 li * 500 m per second. The speed of the starlight was probably comparable to that of a half-step void fragmentation realm expert. After being devoured by the starlight, the teleportation lasted for 10 days. 10 days later, the starlight disappeared with a flash. Ning Fan glanced around and found that he had already appeared in a palace that was glowing with silver light. The surrounding grass and trees were also silver in color. Ning Fan placed his palm on the wall of the palace. Immediately, a strong rebounding force came from the wall, causing his chi to be greatly disrupted. He took tens of steps back and his eyes narrowed. There was an extremely strong force on the wall that forbade anyone from touching it or passing through it. That force was starlight. This place is the Star Palace. The path to the Star Palace was complicated and full of unpredictable dangers. However, Lu Daochun had once given Ning Fan a map of the Star Palace. Even though it was a rough map which was not accurate, the markings on it allowed Ning Fan to instantly understand where he was now. Is this one of the 6 courtyards of the human palace? Ning Fan took out the jade slip that Lu Daochun gave him again and pressed it on his glabella. After identifying the map, he muttered to himself. The Star Palace was a massive maze. According to Lu Daochun's division, it was divided into 3 areas from the outside to the inside: the Heaven Palace, the Earth Palace, and the Human Palace. The Human Palace was located at the outermost layer. There were 6 mazes in 6 directions which were called the 6 courtyards by Lu Daochun. The Human Palace was located at the outermost layer. After passing through the 6 courtyards of the Human Palace, one would arrive at the 3 palaces of the Earth Palace. At the end of the 3 palaces was the Heaven Palace. However, the structure of the Heaven Palace was extremely similar to the Heavenly Emperor's medicinal garden that Ning Fan saw in his reincarnation. As for the place where Lu Shuai's remnant soul was trapped according to the Red, it was in the Heaven Palace. Ning Fan kept the jade slip and muttered to himself, "I wonder where the others have been teleported to by the starlight." He scanned the area with his spirit sense. Just one of the 6 courtyards of the Human Palace at the outermost layer was already millions of li * 500 m per li, in size. What was more troublesome was that the paths in this place were extremely complicated. There were also a lot of traps. With these traps, ordinary experts would not be able to fly at full speed at all. Moreover, they would have to be extremely careful with every step they take. There was no one else within 10,000 li * 500 m per li. Even though there were no signs of humans, Ning Fan found quite a number of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs in the maze. The oldest of the spiritual herbs had even reached 10,000 years of age, which could be used to concoct 5th revolution pills. Spiritual herbs could not be endlessly aged just by nurturing them carefully. The maximum age a tuft of spiritual herb could reach depended on its species, density of spiritual qi, spiritual soil, and spiritual spring water, and many other factors. Beside these spiritual herbs that were still growing, there was usually a thick layer of dust. All of them were spiritual herbs that were millions of years old. When they had reached the limit of their medicinal age, they eventually withered and turned into ashes because the spiritual qi in this place could not reach the required level. If I encounter these spiritual herbs, I don't have to miss them. The purple star in Ning Fan's left eye flashed. His perception power increased and he summoned the Fuli demon wings. His speed was comparable to that of a peak divine transformation realm expert. As soon as he took a step forward, he immediately turned into a trace of purple smoke and drifted 10,000 li * 500 m per li away. Such an unscrupulous flight naturally triggered many traps. Rays of starlight arrows shot out from the hidden holes. With the perceptive power of the Fuli eye, Ning Fan could easily avoid the attacks of the traps by bending his body. It was not difficult to avoid the traps. However, Ning Fan's heart was not calm. In just one move, a sense of alarm rose in his heart. Countless rays of starlight shot out from the surrounding walls of the palace. Each of them carried a great demonic intent. It was as if the starry sky was descending, making Ning Fan feel suffocated. An irresistible ray of starlight wrapped around Ning Fan's physical body, as if it was imprisoning him. The starlight flashed and he was teleported back. In an instant, Ning Fan was actually teleported back to the starting point. Flight restriction. Ning Fan's expression changed. Many mazes and ruins had similar restrictions. Once a cultivator tries to fly, he or she would be forcefully teleported back. The starlight in this place clearly contained a trace of domineering demonic intent. This demonic intent conveyed the intent of the flight restriction, forbidding anyone from flying in this place. Ning Fan had never expected that there would be such a restriction in this star palace. If that's the case, does that mean I have to walk through this boundless star palace with my own 2 feet? He tried to flap his wings again. However, the starlight that contained the demonic intent immediately pressed down on him. Under its suppression, Ning Fan was actually unable to fly even a little bit. His eyes became unprecedentedly solemn. This star palace has been set up by someone with a demonic intent that forbids me from flying. However, I don't know if this demonic intent can be neutralized by the power of an intent realm of the same level. Ning Fan remained silent. He kept his Fuli wings and moved forward at a slow pace. However, his body was gradually enveloped by a trace of moist qi. Inside the palace, it suddenly started raining in a small area without any warning. The divine intent of rain. When the divine intent of rain fell on his body, Ning Fan clearly felt that the power of the flight restriction had weakened significantly. When he summoned the mountain devil intent and the Fuli demon intent, the power of the flight restriction was no longer as obvious. Moreover, the current Ning Fan could barely fly at half of his original speed. However, it was still far from enough for him to completely neutralize the power of the flight restriction with his current intent realm. Even so, Ning Fan was sure of one thing: his divine intent could neutralize the demonic intent of the Star Palace. In that case, as long as his divine intent is strong enough, he would be able to suppress the demonic intent and fly in this Star Palace again. Besides, he also noticed that the divine intent of rain, which was being suppressed by the demonic intent of the Star Palace, was transforming and improving at a rapid speed. Interesting. Under the suppression of the demonic intent of this Star Palace, my divine intent of rain is actually improving. Condensing the divine intent was just the first step. After comprehending the initial stage of the divine intent, a divine transformation realm cultivator would fuse the divine intent into their magic techniques to greatly increase the destructive power of their magic techniques. After condensing the divine intent, the cultivator would still need to cultivate the divine intent to minor accomplishment, grand accomplishment, and perfection realm. Finally, the divine intent would enter the body and merge with the void and spirit. Divine transformation realm cultivators no longer needed to improve their magic power to break through to the next realm. Many early divine transformation realm cultivators could not comprehend the divine intent in their entire lives. That was why they could not break through to the mid-divine transformation realm. In order to break through to the mid-divine transformation realm, not only would one need sufficient magic power, one would also need to attain at least minor accomplishment in the divine intent. In order to break through to the void refinement realm, one would need to attain grand accomplishment in the divine intent of rain, at least in order to comprehend the bottleneck. Ning Fan's divine intent of rain was just at the initial stage. He had never deliberately cultivated it before. Today, however, under the suppression of the Star Palace's demonic intent, his divine intent of rain seemed to be compressed and refined. It actually seemed to be driven to a higher level and was slowly approaching the minor accomplishment realm. This was a rare opportunity because the Star Palace was actually fused with the demonic intent of the Heaven Sovereign. Even though the demonic intent was broken, its aura force was still there. If Ning Fan could use the suppression as an opportunity to temper his divine intent, it would be a great opportunity for him to cultivate. Lu Daochen once said that if I obtain the Star of the Heaven Sovereign, I should be able to break through to the mid-divine transformation realm. Therefore, in order to successfully break through to the mid-divine transformation realm, I need to take this opportunity to cultivate my divine intent. The key of the Star Palace is in my hands. Other than me, no one else can obtain the inheritance of the Emperor's Star. In this case, I don't need to hurry on with my journey. This is a great opportunity to use the Star Palace's demonic intent to temper my own intent realm. Divine transformation realm experts appeared one after another in every corner of the 6 courtyards of the human palace. When they saw the maze and the traps, their faces turned solemn. Most of them entered the third world to awaken the demon marshal or snatch the Star of the Heaven Sovereign from the demon marshal. However, what they did not expect was that what appeared in front of them was a maze made of starlight. What was even stranger was that each of the palaces was equipped with a demonic intent that forbade flying. Fortunately, after summoning their demonic intent, most of them could fly at least 1/10 of their speed. Concubine Z's phoenix-like eyes looked gloomy outside a certain dilapidated palace wall of the 6 courtyards of the human palace. She had never expected that the third world would be like this. Damn it! Why did the place where Lun Ya was sleeping become like this? If that's the case, I don't know if I can still find enough ashes of the Emperor herbs in this place. If I can't complete the mission given by the Spirit King, I will definitely die. Concubine Z slowly took out a purple compass and sneered. My purple cuckoo demonic intent has already reached the minor completion stage. I can at least fly at half of my speed here. Let's find the other demon concubines first. As for the spiritual herbs in this place, they might not be able to satisfy the Spirit King since they are growing here. It's better to collect some. At the end of a certain deathly silent palace in the 6 courtyards stood a giant door that shone with silver light. An early demon general was carefully walking alone. As he pushed the giant door open, he sighed inwardly. I didn't expect the third world to be a maze. I also didn't expect this place to forbid flying. Fortunately, the place where I was teleported to seems to be closer to the center. Behind this door should be the central region. Hee, if I can find the sleeping demon Marshal Lu Wu and obtain the Star of the Heaven Sovereign before anyone else, even I will be qualified to break through to the mid-divine transformation realm. If I can break through to the mid-divine transformation realm, I will definitely be the strongest in the New River tribe apart from the demon sealing realm. This demon general was a member of the New River tribe of the 5th division. Coincidentally, he was teleported to the intersection between the human hall and the earth hall. After pushing the heavy giant door open, he took a step inside. In the dim palace, there were several silver figures that were in deep sleep but were awakened by this person. Intruders of the Star Palace, die. Several silver figures uttered a shaky voice at the same time. At this moment, the New River tribe's demon general's expression changed drastically. Divine Transformation Realm puppets. Why are there so many of them? Ah. After a miserable shriek, the giant door closed. Inside the Heaven Hall, the 9 demon sealing realm experts all had different expressions. They were teleported to this place by the starlight almost at the same time. After all, they were old monsters that had cultivated for many years. After the unforeseen event, they immediately calmed down and began to think about the current situation. On the other hand, Lu Daochen's expression changed. If he was not mistaken, this place should be the Heaven Hall that he had marked. Heaven Hall. According to my calculations, those who enter the Star Palace should be teleported to the Human Hall. Why are we 9 demon sealing realm experts directly teleported to the Heaven Hall? Roar, a heavy bestial roar came through the giant sealed door of the Heaven Hall. However, a pressure that made Lu Daochen shiver came out and all his thoughts were interrupted. That pressure brought along a black gale. When it blew, the 9 demon sealing realm experts were caught off guard. They lost their footing and flew backward. If it wasn't for the giant sealed door, this bestial roar would have injured the 9 demon sealing realm experts severely. It's Master. No, that's not right. This is. Lu Daochen's expression changed drastically. There's no mistake. Lu Wu's remnant soul should be sealed in the Heaven Hall token. What exactly is hidden in this palace? Lu Daochen. What are you hiding from us? Why did General Lu's sleeping place become like this? Could it be that the person imprisoned in this palace is General Lu? Lu Jiefen's eyes became unfriendly, but there was also fear in the unfriendliness. Could it be that the sleeping demon commander Lu Wu had awakened? But if he had awakened, why is the death chi in this palace so heavy? Could it be, General Lu is dead? And Lu Jiefen's expression changed drastically. To be continued. The walls of the human palace were illuminated with starlight. Every brick and tile was as clear as glass. The palace was arranged in a complicated way and was built according to a strange formation. Once an ordinary spirit-severing realm cultivator gets lost, he or she might go back and forth countless times in a palace without being able to find the right way out. Outside a certain palace, heavy footsteps could be heard from afar. The footsteps were not fast, and each step seemed to be taken after careful consideration. However, wherever the footsteps passed, it would definitely cause a drizzle. It was obviously a drizzle, but when it fell on the spiritual herbs, it would immediately turn into misty sword light, cutting the spiritual herbs into pieces. The owner of the footsteps gently kept the spiritual herbs into his storage pouch. In the past 1 month, he had only walked a few thousand li * 500 m per li. However, the enlightenment he gained during this 1 month had made his divine intent of rain change into misty rain. Ning Fan did not speak. He lifted his finger and pointed. The raindrops immediately turned into misty rain mist. It was hard to see and touch it. As his eyes focused, his aura suddenly changed. Billions of raindrops collapsed and dissipated. However, there were 999 dark red raindrops that did not dissipate. Ning Fan opened his mouth and inhaled. 999 raindrops were directly sucked into his mouth. Then, he smiled. In order to improve my intent realm, I must first determine the direction of cultivation. The divine intent of rain cultivates the quantity of rainwater. I have condensed 999 drops of natal divine rain using my divine intent of rain. If I can condense the 1000th drop, I'm afraid my divine intent of rain will break through to the minor completion realm. Condense. Ning Fan made a grabbing motion with his hand. Countless misty divine intent of rain rose in the surroundings and fell down like raindrops. When each raindrop fell to the ground, it gradually turned into mist. Ning Fan then extracted a trace of mist and condensed it on his palm. One day later, the traces of mist condensed into a dark red raindrop on his palm. This drop of red rain was enough to kill an early nascent soul realm cultivator. As he swallowed the raindrop, a condensed divine intent of rain rose from his body. The dark red blood rain poured down and turned into misty rain mist. Minor completion rain intent. If it wasn't for this special place like the Star Palace, I'm afraid it would be extremely difficult to achieve minor completion rain intent. I wonder how much more powerful it would be if I merged the minor completion rain intent into my magic technique. Ning Fan casually casted the ice rain technique. This was merely a spirit realm technique and he had long abandoned it. He was merely testing how much the power of the ice rain technique had increased. However, as soon as he gave it a try, his expression changed. 1,000 drops of crimson icy rain flew towards him. The icy rain technique that was infused with the minor accomplishment divine intent had the power to kill an early nascent soul realm expert. Perhaps even an early divine transformation realm expert would be severely injured. The initial success divine decree was indeed extraordinary to be able to injure a soul formation cultivator with a spirit-level Dharma spell. If there were 10,000 drops of this rain, wouldn't he be invincible below the void refinement realm? After the rain intent reached small success, the suppression of the Star Palace's demonic intent had weakened. It would be difficult to cultivate the rain intent through the suppression of the demonic intent. After withdrawing the rain intent and dispersing the falling rain, Ning Fan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his entire body was shrouded in dense devil chi. Every step he took would cause countless shadows of black dust to rise. The rain intent has reached minor accomplishment. It's really a pity that it's hard to improve it further. However, I can use this opportunity to improve my devil intent. The 6th grade devil intent is the intent realm of Devil Luo Mountain. It's far from enough to just create dust with every step. 10 days later, the flying dust turned into fist-sized pieces of earth and stone. Half a month later, every time Ning Fan took a step forward, a shadow of a black rock would rise from the ground beside him. A month later, the shadow of a black short mountain would appear wherever he went. In the beginning, the short mountain was only 10 zhang tall. However, as the devil chi condensed day by day, the short mountain grew taller and taller. Eventually, it became a 999 zhang tall mountain. Ning Fan no longer walked and stood still. With a thought in his mind, a black devil mountain rose from the ground beneath his feet. It was 999 zhang tall and was filled with ferocious chi. The mountain devil intent cultivates the height of the mountain. I condensed the mountain with my devil intent. In 1 month, the natal devil mountain will reach the height of 999 zhang. After reaching the height of 1,000 zhang, the devil intent of this mountain will reach small success. Standing on the peak of the mountain, Ning Fan forced out traces of devil chi from his body and condensed them into the short mountain beneath his feet. Inch by inch, the short mountain gradually grew taller. When it reached the height of 1,000 zhang, Ning Fan's eyes widened. Devil chi spread across his body, dispersing the shadow of the mountain. He landed on the ground and raised his palm to the sky. The devil chi in his palm moved and immediately, 1,000 zhang tall devil mountain appeared in his palm. Fall. The force of the falling mountain was more than terrifying. When it fell to the ground, the Star Palace within the radius of hundreds of thousands of li * 500 m per li, trembled violently. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. If this natal devil mountain is 10,000 zhang * 33 m per li, tall, I can kill a half-step void refinement realm expert with the force of a single fall. Unfortunately, after the devil intent reached small success, it would be difficult for him to improve it with the help of the Star Palace's demon intent. After dispersing the devil intent and the devil mountain, Ning Fan hesitated for a moment. Then, he took a step forward. His purple wings spread out and his long hair turned dark purple. 2 horns grew on his head and purplish-black scales grew on his body. That was his Fu Li demon appearance. Demon intent is determined by the demon blood. The Fu Li clan has been exterminated, but I don't know what grade this Fu Li demon intent is at. However, I suppose it is not weaker than the blood of dragons and phoenixes. The cultivation of demon intent is to cultivate the demon appearance. Ning Fan smiled bitterly when he recalled how Li Ban and the others displayed their 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per li, demon appearances. Apparently, Li Ban had already achieved small success in his demon intent. If it wasn't for his intervention, he would certainly have broken through to the mid-divine transformation realm. There's nothing wrong with cultivating the demon appearance. However, if my Fu Li demon appearance increases its strength by increasing the size of its body, it seems to be going against the path of my body refinement. The strength of a gigantified physical body is indeed astonishing. However, a condensed and tempered physical body would condense all of its strength into a single point. Thus, my Fu Li demon appearance doesn't have to determine its strength based on its size. Where should I start to improve it? Ning Fan's eyes gradually brightened as he recalled the characteristics of Fu Li demon wings. That's right. Instead of increasing its strength, why don't I increase its speed? Then, I'll condense the natal demon wings for this pair of demon wings. That would be the best. In 1 month's time, Ning Fan wanted to condense the Fu Li demon intent into 1000 black feathers and add them to his wings. His cultivation base did not improve, but his abilities were evolving. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye in the Star Palace. Within 3 months, demon generals had broken through the human palace and entered the Earth Palace. Naturally, the danger that was hidden at the end of the human palace also gradually surfaced. Inside a certain giant door, 2 demon generals were fighting against 4 silvery beast shadows. Each of the 4 silvery beast shadows was more than 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, long. If one takes a closer look, each of them had 4 horns on their heads. They had a single eye and fangs which made them look like hungry wolves. Each of them had the aura force of an early divine transformation realm expert. Wild beasts. The 4 wild beasts had been sleeping for countless years. However, as soon as the giant door was opened, they immediately woke up. Intruders of the Star Palace shall die. However, under the attacks of the 4 wild beasts, the 2 demon generals were not in a hurry at all. The white-robed demon general had a jade-like complexion. His body flashed and immediately transformed into his demon form. He turned into a 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, large 5-tailed lightning fox. Even though he was fighting against 2 beasts at the same time, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. The demon fox opened its mouth and roared. Thunder rumbled. Under the power of the fox's lightning, the 2 silver beasts were gradually losing. The demon fox became calmer and laughed heartily. So this place is the Star Palace? Interesting. Why did General Lu's sleeping place turn into a Star Palace? I really want to know. According to the compass, Lord Cloud General has already appeared in the depths of the Star Palace. I wonder if he has found General Lu. As for Liu Bei, could it be that he has met with some trouble? According to the compass, he seems to be very far behind us. Hee. It seems like my brother-in-law can't make it in time to hunt these 4 wild beasts. What a pity. If he was here, I'm afraid he would have killed these 4 wild beasts with a single slash. This demon fox was actually Lu Wan'er's brother, Lu Sheng. The red-armored demon general next to him was even more ferocious. He did not even transform into his demon form. Instead, he used his Jade Life Realm physical body to fight against the wild beasts. The magic power of this man was close to the mid-divine transformation realm. His body refining technique had just broken through to the 2nd level of Jade Life Realm not too long ago. The strength of his punch was equivalent to a mid-divine transformation realm attack. The wild beasts were no match for him. Every time he threw out a punch that sent 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, silver beast flying, the red-armored burly man would burst into laughter. As for the 2 wild beasts that were confronting him, their injuries became more and more severe. How dare a mere wild beast block my path? You're courting death. Boom, another punch landed on the top of the head of a huge beast. It went along the skull and shattered all the bones in its body. Its 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, huge body fell limply on the ground like a pile of mud. It let out a furious roar. The red-armored burly man did not say anything. He stomped his foot and turned the huge beast's 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, body into a pile of blood. Immediately after that, his eyes turned cold. He looked at the remaining wild beast and performed a hand seal. Immediately, 1,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, huge flaming crab pincer appeared in the middle of the palace. With a ruthless scissor, the pincer of the wild beast was cut into 2 pieces. After that, the red-armored burly man took out 2 silver demon cores from the pile of flesh and blood. Then, he burst into laughter. Although he had consumed a huge amount of his physical strength and demon power and even suffered some serious injuries, his eyes were still burning with battle intent. Brother Lu Xing, your Thunder Fox's 9 transformations technique is quite powerful in defense. However, its offense seems to be a little weak. I have already killed 2 beasts in a row. How can I be compared to you? The demon fox smiled bitterly. However, his demon eyes turned serious. With a flash of his shadow, countless thunderbolts were produced from his body and turned into 8 Thunder Fox. Each of them had the aura force of a pseudo-wild beast. 8 illusions and 1 real one. The 9-headed demon fox launched a fatal attack on the 2 wild beasts. Very soon, life and death were decided. 6 of the 8 illusions were destroyed. However, the 2 wild beasts were bitten to death by the demon fox. It's done. The demon fox kept the illusions and dispersed his demon form. He turned into a white-robed young man. He was holding 2 bloody demon cores in his hands. However, his expression was calm. Although his face was pale and he had consumed a lot of his demon power, he was still quite happy. After all, he and Lu Ao could be considered to have obtained 2 wild beast demon cores. It's a pity that Liu Bei didn't make it in time for this opportunity. Forget it. I have 2 demon cores. I'll give 1 to him. We'll stay here to recuperate and wait for Liu Bei to come. Then, we'll enter the next palace hall together. Lu Xing kept the demon core and smiled. Just as he was about to sit cross-legged and meditate, his smile froze on his face. At this moment, the entrance of another giant door was opened. 3 gloomy figures walked out slowly with cold smiles on their faces. 2 early divine transformation realm cultivators have killed 4 wild beasts. I have to say that the 2 of you are very powerful. However, no matter how powerful you are, you're just ants in the lower world. Hand over the 4 demon cores and I'll leave your corpses intact. 2 figures walked out. They were 2 black-armored demon generals. Both of them were at the mid-divine transformation realm. Lu Xing recognized them at first glance. They were the last 2 divine transformation realm cultivators brought by Wan Xiao. Immediately, Lu Xing's face turned cold. You're the demon generals of the upper world. How dare you kill people and seize their treasures? Lu Xing said coldly. So what if I kill people and seize their treasures? I'm afraid of Liu Bei, but I'm not afraid of you ordinary demon generals from the lower world. Puppet, appear. Following the order of the black-armored demon general who was slightly taller, a 3rd figure walked out slowly from behind the 2 generals. Judging from its aura, it was a late divine transformation realm mechanical puppet. Lu Ao's eyes darkened. He was afraid that he was going to die today. Lu Xing, quickly retreat from this door. The compass shows that Liu Bei is behind this door. I'll help you deal with them. Ridiculous. I, Lu Xing, am a demon general who has fought thousands of battles. As a general of Luo Yun, how could I abandon my comrades? Burning blood. Lu Xing had ignited his demon blood in the first encounter. He knew that if he did not fight to the death today, he would definitely die facing 2 mid-divine transformation realm and a late divine transformation realm puppet. Demon form, appear. Lu Xing's body swayed and turned into a lightning fox that was thousands of feet tall. However, this fox's body was burning with a bloody light. Oh? Interesting. You're just an ant from the lower world, but you've achieved initial demon will and your demon form is thousands of feet tall. If you consume enough wild beasts' demon cores, it won't take you long to break through to the mid-divine transformation realm. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Puppet, kill. Like a black storm, the black puppet punched at the demon fox. To be continued. Following the order of the 2 black-armored demon generals, the black puppet immediately turned into a black line and flashed. It threw a punch, but there was a gust of wind that caused the void to collapse, and it turned into a black wave of air. In an instant, the puppet appeared in front of the demon fox and threw a punch at it. The demon fox was shocked. It was too late to dodge the punch. It cried out in pain and its body was crushed into pieces. However, after its body was crushed, there was no blood. Only lightning flashed. Thousands of zhang away, Lu Xing appeared with a pale face and his white robe stained with blood. His eyes looked unprecedentedly serious. A late divine transformation realm puppet is indeed invincible. If it wasn't for the fact that I used the wind and lightning phantom body to block its punch, I would have been killed by it. Out of the 8 wind and lightning phantom bodies, 6 of them were destroyed when they were killing the wild beast. Another one was destroyed by the puppet. There was only one left. Before he could think further, the puppet turned into black smoke and appeared behind him in a flash. It threw another punch at him. Lu Xing was shocked. He was currently exhausted and couldn't use the phantom body to block the punch. If the punch landed on his back, he would definitely die. Be careful. A red shadow flashed and Lu Ao appeared behind Lu Xing. He was fearless facing the incoming late divine transformation realm puppet. Jade-colored flames appeared on his hand. At this moment, the aura of the second level of Jade Life Realm was fully unleashed. He threw a palm of fire towards the puppet's punch. Blood ignition. Lu Ao was also fighting with his life. The power of this palm strike was comparable to the full power of a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator. However, when the palm and the fist collided, Lu Ao's palm strike immediately collapsed, the void shook. In the midst of the explosion, Lu Ao was severely injured by the puppet's punch. Lu Xing, who was exhausted, was also affected by the punch and was sent flying while vomiting blood. The 2 black-armored demon generals looked at the 2 who were severely injured with a mocking expression. Aren't the people of the Luoyun sect very arrogant? It seems like other than Liu Bei, the other demon generals are just useless, damn it. Lu Xing and Lu Ao struggled to stabilize their bodies. If the opponent didn't have a late divine transformation realm puppet, they wouldn't have been defeated so miserably. If they fought with their lives, they could at least severely injure the 2 of them. Unfortunately, the other party was too cunning. He only used the puppet and didn't make a move, as he was deeply afraid of being affected by the 2 of them fighting to the death. The 2 of them were unable to deal with a single puppet, and there were also 2 mid-stage enemy generals waiting to the side. They had no chance of winning at all. I'm afraid I'm going to die here today. Lu Xing's tone was calm, but his eyes were burning with a crazy battle intent. As a general, what is there to be afraid of? Lu Ao wiped away the blood stains on his beard and laughed angrily. The light of the 2 burning blood became even more intense. Black Skeleton took a step forward and punched out again. I can't take it, I can't take it. However, it was just as Lu Ao had said. As a general, what was there to fear about death? At this moment, the 2 generals made up their minds. They would detonate their demon souls and fight to the death. He Ting's fist radiance formed a storm that tore through the void. The 2 black-armored demon generals from the upper realm had mocking looks in their eyes. They were waiting for the 2 generals to die so that they could obtain the 2 demon cores effortlessly. However, as the fist aura approached, Lu Xing's eyes, which had been filled with determination to die, suddenly revealed a look of shock. He untied the compass on his waist and took a closer look. On it, a purple light spot was approaching at an unbelievable speed. He's here. Lu Xing exclaimed. Who's here? Lu Ao's eyes flickered. In the next moment, a heavy stone door in the northwest was smashed by a purple-black shadow with a single punch. At this moment, the expressions of the 2 black-armored demon generals from the upper realm changed drastically. The purple shadow that suddenly arrived appeared in front of the black puppet's fist radiance with a sway and turned into a young man with a purple shadow. The young man had 2 horns on his head and his whole body was covered with purple scales. His long purple-black hair danced against the wind. On top of his purple wings were thousands of black feathers that were as sharp as swords, shining with black light. The young man stretched out his palm. Jade-colored astral spirit rose and the shadow of a black mountain appeared, blocking the fist radiance. However, the young man's aura was indomitable. Although the young man was only at the 2nd level of the Jade Life body art, when the fist and the palm came into contact, a landslide sound was heard. Devil Chi surged and blocked the punch of the late realm puppet. Those who hurt Luo Yun shall die. On the palm, thousands of blood-red light droplets shot out like dark arrows. They were as fast as meteors and bombarded the black puppet's chest, producing an earth-shattering sound. Even though the attack failed to break the black puppet's defense, the tremendous force of the attack made the puppet fall to the ground from the sky, creating a huge pit. What was even more strange was that the spiritual nature in the black puppet's eyes gradually disappeared after just one touch. A black crescent mark slowly appeared on the left side of the puppet's face. Liu Bei. It's you. Lu Xing's face was filled with joy. Liu Ao, on the other hand, stopped the self-detonation of his demon soul. Exhausted, he sat on the ground, unable to conceal the joy in his eyes. With him here, it would be hard for them to die even if they wanted to. As for the two demon generals from the upper realm, they would definitely die. However, what surprised Liu Ao was that Ning Fan actually came with a demon image. Judging from the aura of the demon image, Ning Fan's demon intent had actually reached minor completion. It can't be wrong. It's true that this young man had just attained the divine transformation realm during the battle on the cloud platform 5 years ago. I'm afraid that he had only completed his third blood awakening in recent years. Demon cultivators can only condense demon intent after undergoing the third blood awakening. In other words, this young man had condensed his demon intent within 5 years and had even cultivated it to minor completion. This young man is truly a monstrous genius. Lord Demon Sealer's eyes are always sharp. Lu Xing did not think too much about it. He just calmed himself down and reminded Ning Fan. These two people seem to be proficient in the Tao of puppets. Don't be careless, a careless mistake in Jingzhou, a mistake in Wu River. Although many experts had high cultivation bases, they died because of carelessness. Lu Xing's reminder was out of good intentions. Don't worry. No matter how many puppets they have, they will not be able to stop me. Ning Fan's purple-winged demon body approached them step by step. His eyes were filled with arrogance as if he was looking down on the heavenly Tao. The heavy aura force of the half-step void refinement realm made the two black-armored generals feel suffocated. Their expressions showed that they were at a loss. I am Su Wei. This is my younger brother, Su Dian. Both of us are demons from the spiritual puppet race. We didn't know that General Bei is here just now. We are going to leave now. General, please have mercy on us. The black-armored demon general whose name was Su Wei had a horrified expression. He could clearly feel that after the black crescent moon appeared on the puppet's face, he had completely lost control of his late-stage puppet. This undoubtedly meant that Ning Fan had already subdued the late-realm puppet the moment he appeared in front of it. What kind of technique was this? He had never heard of such a technique before. Mercy? If I came a little later, would you have shown mercy to them? Humph. Ning Fan flapped his wings. His afterimage disappeared and he appeared behind Su Dian at an unbelievable speed. Then, he sent a palm strike directly at the top of his head. It was just a palm strike but it felt like 1,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, mountain was pressing down on Su Dian. Su Dian's face was filled with fear but he did not have the time to resist. His head was crushed by Ning Fan's palm strike. Bang *, his head exploded into a mist of blood and his corpse fell to the ground. There was no sound and no demon soul. Ning Fan was surprised. Su Wei took a step back and patted his storage pouch to take out a puppet. His younger brother's puppet was attached to the puppet. Puppet substitution technique. This was the innate life-saving technique of the puppet spirit clan. When the demon body is destroyed, it could substitute the demon's soul and attach it to a nearby puppet. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. The innate secret technique of the true spirit clan was indeed unique. However, Su Wei and Su Dian did not show any expression of relief. Instead, their faces were filled with fear. Ning Fan's speed when he flapped his wings just now had obviously reached the half-step void refinement realm. This young man is just an early spirit-severing realm cultivator but his speed has almost reached the limit of a spirit-severing realm cultivator. This young man's technique is too shocking. However, judging from Ning Fan's merciless attack, Su Wei understood that Ning Fan would not let them go after offending Luo Yun today. Big brother, let's go all out. N. Su Wei patted his storage pouch and 3 black shadows appeared in front of him. Su Dian performed a hand seal and 5 black puppets emerged from the storage pouch beside his corpse. They turned into black light and surrounded Ning Fan from the front to the back. The 8 black shadows were all spirit-severing realm puppets. 5 of them were early Spirit Severing Realm while 3 of them were mid-Spirit Severing Realm puppets. Including Su Wei, who was at the mid-Spirit Severing Realm, and Su Dian, whose demon soul was attached to a mid-Spirit Severing Realm puppet. Ning Fan was actually surrounded by 10 Spirit Severing Realm puppets at the same time. There are actually 10 Spirit Severing Realm puppets. Lu Ao's expression turned cold. Lu Xing's expression was also solemn, but he was not worried. After all, the two of them had heard that Ning Fan had a half-step Void Refinement Realm refined corpse. He also seemed to have used the early Spirit Severing Realm Stone Soldier and the mid-Spirit Severing Realm female corpse. However, Ning Fan did not take out the Black Dragon refined corpse as everyone expected. He just looked at the Spirit Severing Realm black puppets with a mocking expression. No matter how many puppets there are, it doesn't matter. At the next moment, Ning Fan performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers. An unfathomable aura force slowly gathered in his eyes. Under his gaze, the 8 puppets that did not have spiritual intelligence trembled slightly as if they were afraid. As Ning Fan's hand seals changed, traces of black qi gathered at his fingertips. At the same time, a black crescent moon appeared on the left side of the 8 puppets. At the moment when the black crescent moon was formed, a shocking phenomenon appeared. The 8 Spirit Severing Realm puppets broke free from the control of Su Wei and Lu Xing and knelt in Ning Fan's direction. Even the late Spirit Severing Realm black puppet that was blasted into the huge pit crawled out and kowtowed to Ning Fan. Su Wei was shocked while Su Dian began to panic. His demon body was instantly killed and his demon soul was attached to the mid-Spirit Severing Realm puppet. However, at the moment when Ning Fan performed a hand seal, a black crescent moon slowly appeared on the left side of the puppet. The moment the crescent moon appeared, the puppet lost control of its body and knelt down in Ning Fan's direction. How could this happen? The puppets of my puppet spirit race actually betrayed us. Liu Bei, what have you done? Su Wei shouted in anger. You will never know. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with indifference. This technique was none other than the death mourning technique that Luo Yu taught him, life imprisonment. Although this technique was incomplete, Ning Fan could directly subdue a mid-Spirit Severing Realm puppet from a distance. Although it was difficult to subdue a late soul formation puppet, there was still a chance of subduing it if they were in physical contact. Su Wei and his brother were from the puppet spirit race, so they had many puppets. However, no matter how many puppets they had, as long as they weren't at the peak of the soul formation stage, they were nothing to worry about. 10 puppets. This gift is not small. Die. As soon as Ning Fan uttered the word die, Su Dian's demon soul that was attached to the mid-realm puppet was wiped out by a black moon force. He let out a miserable cry and his soul was dispersed. Second brother. Su Wei's eyes were filled with fear. Initially, he thought that he would still be able to fight against Ning Fan if he took out all his spiritual puppets. However, he did not expect that the situation would be reversed the moment he took out his spiritual puppet. The puppet spirit race was small and weak, but they had a unique talent for using puppets. However, once he lost his puppet, this innate talent would be useless. I will die. I will die. This Liu Bei could kill Wang Xiao with just his strength alone. Now, he has seized my 10 Divine Transformation Realm spiritual puppets and used them for his own use. In addition to that, he also has a half-step Void Refinement Realm refined corpse. Today, I must die. Die. Haha, it turns out that I will also die. Alright. I will fight it out with you. Blood Sun Technique, Sun Shatter. At this moment, Su Wei ignited his demon blood and changed his hand seal. His demon soul self-detonated. The self-detonation of a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator was no small matter. Su Wei let out a furious roar for the last time in his life. His roar was as loud as thunder, shaking heaven and earth. The aura force of his self-detonation turned into rays of bewitching blood light, forming a whistling gale. From afar, Su Wei's body seemed to have turned into a dark red blood sun. The blood light was dazzling to the eyes. A heaven-collapsing explosion reverberated in the main hall for thousands of times. With Su Wei's demon body as the center, the blood sun collapsed into waves of fire, shattering the void space. Su Wei was dead. However, the destructive force of his self-detonation was enough to severely injure a late divine transformation realm expert. Liu Ao's expression changed drastically. In this world, it was absolutely rare to see a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator being forced to self-detonate without daring to resist with just his reputation alone. Even when he self-detonated himself just now, it was only after risking his life and knowing that he was no match for Ning Fan. However, this Su Wei had self-detonated before he even made a move. It was enough to show how much he feared Ning Fan. He did not even have the courage to fight Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He raised his palm and the second blood star on his glabella flashed. A force that could melt sunlight rose from the center of his palm, forming a vast vortex. Melt. The destructive force of the self-detonation, which was enough to severely injure a late divine transformation realm cultivator, and the blood sun strangely melted and weakened in this small vortex. In just a few moments, the destructive force of the self-detonation had been greatly reduced. It was only enough to injure a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator. Ning Fan did not say anything. He patted his storage pouch and took out a small black golden snake which was a few inches long. Then, he tossed it towards the center of the self-detonation. The small snake grew in the wind and eventually turned into a giant black dragon. Its eyes were hollow. It opened its mouth at the center of the self-detonation and directly sucked all the destructive force into its stomach. Come back. After blocking Su Wei's self-detonation, Ning Fan kept the dragon corpse and flicked his sleeve. A gust of wind rose from his sleeve, dispersing the blood mist. Ning Fan withdrew his demon form and dispersed his aura force. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he looked at the 10 divine transformation realm spiritual puppets and said indifferently. The spirit puppet race, huh? They have given me a great gift. It was indeed a great gift. 10 divine transformation realm spiritual puppets were rare even for the demon generals of the upper world, let alone the cultivators of the lower world. Su Wei and Su Dian probably had some status in the spirit puppet race to be able to obtain these spiritual puppets. Unfortunately, they met Ning Fan, who specialized in dealing with spiritual puppets. Thus, these spiritual puppets were naturally going to be his. Lu Xing and Lu Ao were taken aback. 10 divine transformation realm spiritual puppets, with the weakest being at the early divine transformation realm and the strongest being at the late divine transformation realm, were all subdued by Ning Fan. He had forced a mid-divine transformation realm spiritual puppet to self-detonate. However, the destructive force was easily erased by Ning Fan. Lu Xing and Lu Ao exchanged glances. They could see a hint of respect in each other's eyes. This Liu Bei is really a monster. He is already so strong at the early divine transformation realm. If he breaks through to the mid or late divine transformation realm, I'm afraid he will be invincible among those below the void refinement realm. Speaking of which, Liu Bei, do you know where exactly this place is? From what these wild beasts said, it seems like this place is called the Star Palace. Lu Ao asked. Wild beasts? Ning Fan's eyes swept across the place. There were 4 gigantic beast corpses lying on the ground. They were the ones that Lu Xing and Lu Ao had killed earlier. Ning Fan's eyes were immediately filled with shock when he saw the appearance of these beasts. These aren't wild beasts. If they aren't wild beasts, why would they have demon cores? Could they be refined corpses or spiritual puppets? I heard that in some historical remains, these guards would be set up. Lu Xing said hesitantly. No. These 4 ferocious beasts aren't wild beasts, nor are they refined corpses or spiritual puppets. If I'm not mistaken, they should be star spirits. They are a type of living creatures that live in the fiend god star of an ancient expert. However, Ning Fan could not understand why these living creatures that could only live in the fiend god star would be in the Star Palace. Once they leave the fiend god star, these star spirits would immediately die. Could it be that this Star Palace itself is a fiend god star? If that's the case, perhaps the demon star in the left eye of the Heaven Sovereign has turned into the Star Palace? In the ancient times, there were fiend gods whose physical bodies were even bigger than a star region. A single star in their glabella or their eyes could cover a small kiliocosm. In the world of magic, there was a kind of strange living beings. They might have different forms, but most of them were parasites that preyed on starlight. Besides, they could leave the star for a short period of time to fight when their masters need them. Since there were star spirits living in this place for such a long time, it was highly possible that the Star Palace itself was the star of the celestial emperor that everyone was searching for. It was funny that many demons came to the third world for this purpose, but they did not know that the thing they were searching for was right under their feet. If this star palace is the star of the celestial emperor, how should I absorb its power and break through to the mid-divine transformation realm? Perhaps I will know something after I find Lu Wu's remnant soul. Heaven Palace, huh? Ning Fan pondered for a moment and pointed at the 10 puppets, turning them into 10 clay figurines and keeping them in his storage pouch. Then, he protected Lu Xing and Lu Wu to heal their injuries. 7 days later, their injuries were slightly stabilized. The compass that Lu Xing had was specially made by Lu Daochen. From the position of the light spot on the compass, Ning Fan deduced that Lu Daochen had probably arrived at the Heaven Palace. Their injuries could not be healed within a short period of time. Fortunately, there was no one else in the human palace other than Ning Fan and his group. It was not dangerous for them to heal their injuries here. As such, Ning Fan could only move forward alone. He pushed open the giant door of the human palace and entered the earth palace. Then, he turned into purple smoke and flew far away. Every time he moved, he would travel 50,000 li *, 500 m per li. The human palace was a group of palaces on land while the earth palace was a vast sea of stars. Other than the occasional star island, it was hard to find a place to stand. Moreover, there were many demon beasts in the sea of stars. All of them were transformed from star spirits. Whenever someone passes by, they would seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The star spirits below the divine transformation realm were naturally nothing to worry about. Ning Fan casually controlled the Separation Slayer sword and killed all of them. What he was slightly concerned about was the 1000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, tall wild beasts that occasionally appeared. Among the wild beasts that were transformed from the star spirits, there were rarely any early divine transformation realm wild beasts. Most of them were mid-divine transformation realm wild beasts. There were even late or peak wild beasts among them. As such, Ning Fan did not hunt too many wild beasts. He only attacked occasionally to kill some lone mid-divine transformation realm wild beasts. Just like that, he had killed more than 10 mid-stage wild beasts in the past 4 months and obtained quite a number of demon cores. Of course, there were also dangers along the way. During one of the most dangerous times, several tens of wild beasts were led by a half-step void refinement realm wild beast to chase after him. Luckily, Ning Fan immediately summoned his golden flame chariot and got rid of the group of wild beasts who were chasing after him with ease. His actions left them dumbfounded. They had never expected that an early divine transformation realm cultivator could actually travel at a speed comparable to a void refinement realm cultivator. After each battle, Ning Fan's aura force became steadier and more refined. Occasionally, he would stay on the island to refine his demon cores and improve his strength. In the past 4 months, his demon power had increased by 700 units. Most importantly, after killing more than 10 wild beasts, Ning Fan actually obtained a Dao fruit that shone with silver radiance. The significance of this Dao fruit was significant. Without a doubt, it meant that Ning Fan's luck had really returned. This Dao fruit had increased Ning Fan's demon power by at least 1,000 units. When he arrived at the end of the Star Sea, his demon power had already reached 20,150 units. Compared to ordinary early divine transformation realm experts with 10,000 units of magic power, Ning Fan's demon power was undoubtedly much more vigorous. At the end of the Star Sea, there was a star island that stretched for 1 million li *, 500 m per li. At the center of the star island, there was a gigantic gate made of starlight. After entering it, one would be able to reach the Heaven Palace. When Ning Fan landed on the star island, his eyes suddenly turned solemn. In the outer region of the star island, there were actually many traces of battles. Moreover, there were a few gigantic corpses of wild beasts that had already begun to rot. Perhaps they had already been dead for several months. After searching for hundreds of thousands of li *, 500 m per li, along the way, Ning Fan discovered that there were at least 100 types of spiritual herbs that were 10,000 years old and above on this island. All of them had been taken away by someone. Similar to the human palace, most of the spiritual herbs on this island had thick medicinal ashes beside them. However, the medicinal ashes here had traces of being collected by someone before. Interesting. These are just medicinal ashes which are useless, but someone has deliberately and meticulously collected them. I wonder who would do such an interesting thing. Moreover, the time of collecting the spiritual herbs is not the same as the time of killing the wild beasts. Some of them have been collected a few months ago, while some of them have only started to collect the spiritual herbs recently. This means that there are other people on this star island. Ning Fan activated his All-Heaven relic and concealed his figure. Then, he carefully traveled on the star island. The closer he got to the center of the island, the more he could sense the qi of the people who had come to this place. Judging from their qi, it seemed like they were all women, and there were quite a number of them. A few days later, Ning Fan was already close to the center of the star island. At this place, he sensed a huge commotion. Within that huge commotion, the roar of a half-step void refinement realm beast resounded. Along with the roar, countless startled birds with low cultivation bases flew out of the forest like clouds and mist. Moreover, a few wild beasts were so frightened that they scattered and fled in all directions. After that roar, a silver bear beast which was nearly 3,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, tall treaded across the mountains with earth-shattering steps as if it was chasing after something. In front of the gigantic bear, a lady who was wearing green feather robes was riding a 7-colored gigantic crane. Her brows were tightly knitted as she tried to escape. On the gigantic crane, there was also a little Lolita in yellow robes who was severely injured and unconscious. Both of them had late divine transformation realm cultivation bases. As for their flying cranes, they were riding on an extremely profound escaping technique. However, the lady who was riding on the crane was also injured and her strength was already exhausted. Thus, the gigantic crane also became illusory and could not fly anymore. When he saw the lady's face from afar, Ning Fan's eyes turned grim. Then, he immediately turned into a ray of escaping light and flew away. Demon concubine Wu Yan. 4 months ago, concubine Zi and the other demon concubines had broken through the human hull and entered the Earth Hall's starry sea. After searching the star island for a while, concubine Zi found that the spiritual qi on this island was rich and there were even more spiritual herbs. Thus, she left Wu Yan alone to search for spiritual herbs while the rest of the demon concubines followed concubine Zi and entered the star gate. Searching for spiritual herbs was supposed to be Wu Yan's duty. Of course, she would not reject it. However, there were still many areas on this star island that had yet to be explored. There were many ferocious beasts hidden in those areas. Most of them were not something that Wu Yan could handle. Concubine Zi's intention of leaving Wu Yan alone on this island was rather sinister. If Wu Yan dies here, concubine Zi might be extremely happy. The only one who was willing to stay on the island with Wu Yan was that little Lolita, concubine Shi. She still had a trace of kindness in her heart. She could not bear to see Wu Yan take the risk alone and hoped to stay behind to help her. However, the two of them did not expect that there would be spiritual herbs of that grade on this island. They also did not expect that there would be a half-step void refinement realm gigantic bear guarding the herbs here. The little Lolita, concubine Shi, was careless and accidentally entered the nest of the gigantic bear. She was almost killed by the bear's sneak attack. As for Wu Yan, she managed to save concubine Shi with all her might. However, she also suffered quite a heavy injury. Initially, she wanted to escape through the star door. However, after concubine Zi and the others entered the star door, it would take several months before it could reopen again. In desperation, Wu Yan could only fly and escape. It had already been a few days. Am I going to die here? Wu Yan's entire body was drenched in sweat. Her graceful and elegant face was shrouded by a trace of despair. She bit her lips tightly. There was a wound on her chest that was bleeding profusely. It was caused by the fierce wind magic technique of the gigantic bear. Every time she breathed, her wound would tear apart, causing her delicate brows to knit together tightly. Her delicate face was already as pale as a piece of paper. Her consciousness gradually became blurry. She could no longer form hand seals with her fingers. As her eyelids became heavy, the gigantic crane collapsed and turned into demonic power. In a daze, Wu Yan felt that she and the unconscious concubine Shi were falling from the sky like a kite with a broken string. As for the galloping gigantic bear, it crushed mountains and rivers as it got closer and closer to them. A nascent soul realm old monster could be the old ancestor of a country. A divine transformation realm old monster could be the supreme being of a region. A half-step void refinement realm expert was as rare as a phoenix's feather and a unicorn's horn in the rain world. Even in the Rain Palace, they were also important figures who held great authority. This gigantic bear was not only a half-step void refinement realm expert but also the kind of expert who could break through to the void refinement realm at any time if there was an opportunity. It was even stronger than a void insight realm expert. After running for several days in the hands of such an expert, Wu Yan could not help but feel a little hopeless. She had used up all her demonic power. She did not resent being bullied by concubine Z. She did not resent being restricted by the rules of the palace. She thought that she could endure all the injustice in the world and that she could die for the Spirit King Palace at any time. However, at the moment of her death, she suddenly realized that she actually had a trace of longing and reluctance to leave this world. Am I going to die? I really envy Sister Wan. I don't want to die. She closed her eyes in a daze. However, at the next moment, she was shocked and her beautiful face turned pale. She faintly felt that she had fallen into someone's embrace. Moreover, there was a man's breath which made her feel intoxicated. Who is it? Who is hugging me at this moment? Damn it. I'm the dignified concubine of the Spirit King. How can my body be tainted by a man from the mortal world? She wanted to struggle but she could no longer move her body due to her injuries. She wanted to scold the man who took advantage of her but she did not have the strength to open her mouth to speak. She wanted to open her eyes to take a look but she felt that her consciousness was getting dizzier and dizzier. She could not open her eyes at all. Why are you envious of Wan? Your injuries are actually so serious. There seemed to be a hint of pity in the man's tone. As soon as she heard this voice, Wu Yan suddenly had an urge to cry. She did not know where she got the strength from but she opened her eyes and shouted. You're here. I'm so happy. In this way, I can die without regrets. With me here, it will be hard for you to die even if you want to. Eat this pill and lie down for a while. Ning Fan bent his palm and summoned a purple cloud. Concubine she who had fallen unconscious and fallen from the sky was lying on the cloud. He placed Wu Yan on the cloud and fed her a pill. Ning Fan looked at the gigantic bear which was approaching him step by step. His eyes were unprecedentedly solemn. The sense of danger that this bear gave him was actually not any weaker than that of old ancestor Dong Su. If this bear has enough opportunities, it might be able to attain the void refinement realm. Even if he uses up the 10 spiritual puppets, the black dragon refined corpse and the help of Yu Lingkong and the others, Ning Fan only had a 50% chance of winning. The giant bear also seemed to feel a trace of pressure from Ning Fan. Its footsteps which were going to crush mountains and rivers halted. You. Give me those 2 women. Get lost. The purple star in Ning Fan's left eye moved. Without any hesitation, he used the might of the 4 drops of ancestral blood. At this moment, an immense pressure made the giant bear reveal a look of fear. Its expression changed greatly. After hesitating for a while, it retreated. It had never seen such a terrifying might of the king's blood in its entire life. This pressure actually made the giant bear a little afraid of hurting Ning Fan. To be continued. The giant bear retreated. It did not have the confidence to resist Ning Fan's ancestral blood aura force. It also did not have the confidence to win against Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan, who was only at the early divine transformation realm, gave the giant bear a strong sense of danger. It was this sense of danger that made it give up on chasing after the 2 ladies. Moreover, it could not imagine how powerful the demon race's background would be for a person who possessed the ancestral blood aura force of a royal bloodline. Its name was Man Shan. Although it had the strength of a mountain, it was not a fool. Once it offends a member of the demon race with such a bloodline, it would certainly enrage the entire race. At that time, even though it had a half-step void refinement realm cultivation base, it would certainly die. The word scram was too unpleasant to the ears. However, the giant bear had no choice but to retreat. Forget it. Fortunately, the 2 ladies only tore off half of the leaf. Even though the leaf is also precious, the star-tempering purple zoysia itself is still the most precious thing. It's not worth it to offend a ferocious demon with ancestral blood for just half a leaf. Ning Fan heaved a sigh of relief after the giant bear retreated. Scaring the bear away was the best outcome. If they engage in battle, there was a 50% chance that he would die. Ning Fan was not willing to confront this bear recklessly. What concerned him the most was the true form of the giant bear. The bear clearly had the body of a star spirit, but its star blood was turning into demon blood. It was transforming into an ordinary wild beast. Once it succeeds in its transformation, it would have the qualifications to leave the Star Palace forever. It could even travel across the void and leave this place. Perhaps this bear had some kind of opportunity that allowed it to break through the shackles of the body of a star spirit, Ning Fan muttered to himself. After glancing at the unconscious imperial concubine his eyes finally fell on Wu Yan. At this moment, Wu Yan's bright eyes were drowsy. However, the scene of Ning Fan repelling a half-step void refinement realm ferocious beast with a single word was deeply engraved in her mind. He's so powerful. After escaping from danger, she felt relieved. Then, exhaustion overwhelmed her and she fell asleep. The north of the Star Island was the territory of the giant bear. After meeting Ning Fan, the giant bear actually gave a strange order to a beast of the Tao. If you don't want to die, don't wander around the southern island. At the south of the Star Island, there was a cave dwelling that was temporarily built. The smoke from the incense burner carried a medicinal fragrance. In this simple and crude cave abode, there was a simple and unadorned incense burner that was covered with a dense medicinal mist. On the stone bed, Wu Yan moaned. When she smelled the medicinal mist, her mind became even more peaceful. She wanted to wake up, but due to her injuries, she didn't have the strength to open her eyes. In her daze, she felt herself being gently picked up by someone. That person's arms were wrapped around her smooth calves and neck, carrying her to a certain place before putting her down. A light and careful touch came from her chest, causing Wu Yan's body to tense up. She felt numb as if she had been electrocuted. Naturally, she knew that the person's hand was touching her chest. However, after that person touched her, he didn't continue with the profanity. Instead, he carefully undid his tattered green robe and undergarment. The pain caused the unconscious Wu Yan to frown slightly. Soon after, she felt a chill on her chest. That large hand, which was previously being so careful, seemed to be playing a prank at this moment. It gently pinched Wu Yan's chest as he teased her. Such beautiful breasts, but they were destroyed by the giant bear technique. What a pity. Pooh. Wu Yan really wanted to spit and sit up to scold this stinky brat who teased her. Other than herself, none of the other demon concubines had seen her breasts before. However, this stinky Liu Bei was the first to see it and he even pinched her chest. How hateful. However, the strange thing was that even though Wu Yan felt shy and nervous, she didn't feel particularly disgusted. Moreover, the loneliness she had experienced in the palace for countless years made her secretly hope that the warm large hand would touch her chest and rub it. However, what disappointed Wu Yan was that Ning Fan, who was treating her, didn't do anything else. Instead, he just carefully applied ointment on the wound on the left side of her chest. The spiritual qi of that ointment was astonishing. Without a doubt, it was a 10,000 years old spiritual medicine which was extremely expensive. Wu Yan couldn't imagine that this 10,000 years old spiritual medicine which was regarded as a treasure by divine transformation realm cultivators was actually used by Ning Fan to treat her chest injury without any hesitation. What surprised her even more was that her body was immediately placed in an ice-cold liquid by that person. It seemed to be a healing method in a medicinal bath, and the medicinal bath was filled with 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. If Wu Yan's senses were correct, these spirit herbs were collected by her over the past few months in the Star Palace, risking her life to collect them. She was touched. She was touched because that person was willing to use such precious medicine to treat her injury. However, she almost laughed out of anger. She really wanted to wake up, sit up and tell Ning Fan that 10,000 years old spiritual medicine shouldn't be wasted like this. However, as the medicinal liquid seeped into her wound and flowed into her body, the pain she felt immediately reduced. Instead, she felt a pleasant and comfortable feeling all over her body. She fell into a deep sleep once again and could no longer sense what was happening in the outside world. Looking at Wu Yan who was soaking in the stone pool and her qi was gradually stabilizing, Ning Fan smiled faintly. In this case, this lady will be fine. The gentle healing process was, of course, an alluring scene. However, Ning Fan did not know that Wu Yan had sensed every single one of his actions, teasing and even pinching her nipple in a teasing manner. Immediately after that, she fell into a deep sleep. This lady was indeed a stunner. However, to Ning Fan, who had countless women, beauty was just like a skeleton. Unless he fell in love with a woman, otherwise, he would really not be aroused. Treating Wu Yan was rather easy. However, he encountered some trouble in treating demon concubine Xiran. The lady was clearly severely injured and was on the verge of death. However, perhaps it was the final radiance of the setting sun. She opened her eyes and woke up the moment her clothes were undone by Ning Fan. At that time, Ning Fan had just removed the hem of her dress to her calves. Before he could even undo the last button of her dress, she opened her eyes and witnessed everything. Her pale face turned from embarrassment to rage. Even though the little lowly Xiran opened her eyes, she sadly realized that her injuries were too severe and her strength was declining. Feeling a cold breeze on her lower body, she felt like pulling a thin blanket to cover her lower body. However, she could not exert any strength at all. The only thing she could do was to clamp her legs together to prevent Ning Fan's eyes from seeing her private parts. Why you? You are a pervert. Shameless. Shameless. Don't look. Don't look. You've woken up. However, this isn't a good sign. Ning Fan frowned. If it wasn't because he had used the mind-reading technique to pry into Wu Yan's thoughts when she was still conscious and knew that concubine Xiran had a close relationship with Wu Yan, he certainly would not have put in so much effort to save this lady. Perhaps, he would have forced himself on her while she was still breathing. Plucking her was his priority. Now that this lady has woken up, it was not because her injuries were getting better. Instead, it was because she was on the verge of death. I must give her a strong medicine immediately. Otherwise, this lady will certainly die. You are Liu Bei. You are the devil lord with profound bewitching techniques. Don't come near me. Don't use your bewitching techniques on me. Xiran's small face, which had some baby fat, was filled with terror at this moment. She was very scared. Extremely scared. She was afraid that Ning Fan would bewitch her with his bewitching techniques and take advantage of her danger to violate her purity. Ning Fan did not explain. He directly took out tens of precious spiritual herbs and condensed them into medicinal liquid. Then, he exerted his magic power and compressed the medicinal liquid into a crude pill. Due to the compression, the medicinal effect of this crude pill was much heavier than the medicinal liquid. However, because it had not been concocted, countless impurities and medicinal toxins remained in it. After consuming it, there would probably be significant side effects. However, keeping Xiran's life was more important at this moment. Ning Fan did not have a strong enough pill to keep her life. Xiran was still struggling and resisting. When she saw that Ning Fan was concocting some crude pill which seemed like he was going to feed it to her, her delicate body immediately trembled. Her eyes were filled with tears and she sounded like she was about to cry. Aphrodisiac. That's right. This pill is so crude. It must be the shameless and despicable aphrodisiac in the legends. I won't eat it. I won't eat it. After seeing through Xiran's thoughts and knowing that she was willing to help Wu Yan, Ning Fan no longer had the intention to kill her. However, it was extremely difficult for him to be as polite to her as he was to Wu Yan. Without showing any mercy, he directly pinched Xiran's teeth and opened her cherry lips. Then, he forcefully stuffed the pill into her stomach and activated his demon power to help her digest the pill. As soon as the pill entered her stomach, Xiran's face immediately revealed a look of despair. Her sobs became even louder. Aphrodisiac. I ate the aphrodisiac. I don't want to live anymore. I want to commit suicide. I want to preserve my purity. I am the dignified princess of the Profound Medicine clan. Shut up. What's the use of crying? Living is much more difficult than dying. If you have the strength to cry, why don't you quickly digest the medicinal power of the pill? It's more important to preserve your life. If you cry again, I will strip you naked and throw you on the streets of the demon city. Ning Fan roared domineeringly. The little lowly Xiran was so frightened that she did not dare to speak anymore. In private, she was the princess of a certain true spirit clan. In public, she joined the Spirit King Palace as a hostage of her clan. Due to her outstanding talent, she was valued by Xianxia and was appointed as a concubine for this trip to the lower world. Other than being reprimanded by Xianxia previously, she had never been reprimanded by anyone before. Today, however, she was reprimanded by a man in a harsh tone. For a moment, she could not help but forget to cry. "You scolded me." Xianxia pouted her lips, feeling wronged. As the medicinal power of the pill dissolved, the crude and clumsy pill brought her a heart-wrenching pain. It made her want to cry again. However, she immediately held back her tears when Ning Fan glared at her. Xianxia was really afraid that Ning Fan would strip her naked and throw her on the streets. In her impression, this Ning Fan was very scary. Not only was he strong, but he was also ruthless. What was scarier about him was his bewitching technique. "You even gave me an aphrodisiac. And it's so painful." Xianxia felt even more wronged. She had heard from her sisters in the Spirit King Palace that even though aphrodisiac could confuse a woman's temperament, it could also give them pleasure. Ning Fan actually gave her an aphrodisiac that caused her pain. What a bully. "I want to complain to Sister Wu Yan." Xianxia was really a little girl who was not experienced in the world. If Ning Fan really had evil intentions towards her, what use would it be for her to complain to Wu Yan? This wasn't the upper world where you could complain to your seniors if anyone offends you. In this place, no one would know even if you die. After sensing Wu Yan's qi, Xianxia turned her head with difficulty, wanting to ask for help. However, at the next moment, she realized that her last reliance, Sister Wu Yan, had already been stripped naked by Ning Fan and was currently recuperating in the stone pond. All of a sudden, Xianxia, who had calmed down a little, immediately burst into tears. "Don't strip me naked. I won't be able to get married, be quiet." Ning Fan pointed a finger at the glabella of the lady in annoyance. The power of his plucking finger went into her body, causing her to lose her senses. Her pain was slightly reduced and she fainted. After helping this lady to clear the medicinal power from her body, Ning Fan no longer cared about her. This lady was quite close to Wu Yan. For the sake of Wu Yan, it was not appropriate for him to touch this lady for the time being. If he could not keep her as a human cauldron, he would not be interested in a young lady who was not experienced in the world at all. After stripping Xianxia of her clothes, he carried the naked little loli and directly put her into the medicinal pond to recuperate from her injuries. What does it have to do with me whether this lady can get married or not? After that, Ning Fan sat on the stone bed alone. After adjusting his breathing for a while, he looked at the two storage pouches in front of him. One of them belonged to Wu Yan. Most of the 10,000 years old spiritual herbs that he used to treat the two ladies were obtained from Wu Yan. Thus, Ning Fan did not lose anything. The other pouch belonged to Xianxia. When he saw the storage pouch, Ning Fan was stunned. It was unexpected. Could it be that this Xianxia is a rich young lady? A late divine transformation realm cultivator was indeed not weak. However, judging from Xianxia's character, she would not steal, rob or kill people. Thus, she should not have much money at all. For example, when Ning Fan went around killing and stirring up trouble, he would only have a few 100 million immortal jade at most. However, this lady's storage pouch contained 1 billion immortal jade. On the other hand, Wu Yan only had 70 million immortal jade. Other than 1 billion immortal jade, there were also 25 Dao crystals. Ning Fan had seen these items in the Pleasure Devil auction before. It was the currency of immortals. The exchange rate for immortal jade was 5 million to 1. Due to their rarity, 5 million was usually just the starting price for the cultivators in the mortal world. Other than that, there were countless types of magic treasures and pills. Moreover, Ning Fan even discovered several types of precious Fifth Revolution healing pills that could severely injure but not kill her. If Ning Fan had known that this lady had such precious medicines, he would not have taken the unnecessary action of feeding her impure pills and making her feel pain and fear. This lady is probably not just a demon concubine of the Spirit King Palace. Perhaps she has another high status in the demon spirit land. Ning Fan was rather speechless. He could only speculate as such. Most of the treasures he had were obtained from killing. He was considered rich in the Endless Sea. In the 800 cultivation countries of the Rain World, he was considered as rich as a country. However, a silly Xianxia was actually as rich as him. This lady's background must be extraordinary. Keep. Ning Fan did not touch Wu Yan's belongings, but all of Shi Ran's belonged to him. With these 1 billion immortal jade, he would certainly be able to make enough formation discs for the third immemorial divine weapon. Then, he would be able to complete the final step of condensing the formation into a treasure. This third immemorial divine weapon cost him several billion immortal jade. This amount of wealth was enough to topple an entire high-grade cultivation country. This treasure was certainly not to be underestimated. There were many good items in Shi Ran's storage pouch. However, there was one item that Ning Fan found unfamiliar and puzzled. It was a leaf of zoysia grass. It carried a trace of starlight and was rather translucent. Ning Fan could clearly see the veins of the leaf. There was a trace of the chi of a giant bear on this zoysia grass. Judging from this situation, this leaf was the reason why the bear was chasing after the two ladies. However, Ning Fan did not understand why this leaf was obviously a type of spiritual herb called Great Mysterious Ganoderma. The Great Mysterious Ganoderma could grow up to 5,000 years old at most, and it could be used as a medicinal ingredient for Fourth Revolution pills. If the spiritual chi in the earth vein was special, it could also grow up to 10,000 years old, and it could be used to concoct Fifth Revolution pills. To ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators, the zoysia grass used to concoct Fifth Revolution pills was extremely valuable. However, to a wealthy little lady like Shi Ran, it should not be enough to tempt her to enter the den of the giant bear for this zoysia grass, right? As for that giant bear, which was a dignified half-step void refinement realm cultivator, it was even more impossible for him to spare no effort to chase after the two ladies for a mere 10,000 years old zoysia grass. There was no doubt that this grass was precious. However, what was so precious about it? What exactly is so mysterious about this grass? Ning Fan smiled bitterly. His ability to identify spiritual herbs was gradually losing its effectiveness. The help of ancient chaos's memories was getting weaker and weaker. In the future, he would definitely encounter more good items that he could not identify. This Shi Ran is weak and delicate. Despite having such a weak personality, she still dared to enter the den of the giant bear and pluck this grass. She must have seen how precious this zoysia grass is. Since it can make a wealthy little lady who has 1 billion immortal jade feel that it is precious, this grass is certainly extraordinary. Since she can see that this grass is extraordinary, her ability to identify spiritual herbs might be even better than mine. Previously, this lady said that she is the princess of the Profound Medicine clan. Profound Medicine clan. Ning Fan's brows relaxed. When Shi Ran wakes up, he will ask her about it. Then, he will know how precious this grass is. With the mind-reading technique, Ning Fan was not worried that he would not be able to pry open her mouth. In that case, when the two ladies are unconscious and recuperating from their injuries, I can seize the opportunity to refine a formation disc and increase the formation power of the star-fixing disc. After that, I will probe Shi Ran. If this zoysia grass is really precious and useful to me, I will certainly fight for it. This grass is being guarded by that ferocious giant bear. As for me, I will certainly have a battle with that giant bear. Let's see if this treasure can defend against the giant bear's attack. To be continued. The sea of stars was boundless. Beneath the deep blue surface of the sea, where the starlight was the brightest, stood an enormous palace in the sea. The gigantic palace was over 100,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, tall. It was heavily guarded. Inside the palace, there were 3 gigantic beasts with profound chi. Each of them had a terrifying cultivation base at the half-step void refinement realm. Outside the giant palace, there were at least hundreds of desolate beasts guarding it. Each of them had a strong aura. Among the 3 beasts, the leader was a silver star dragon that was more than 3,000 feet long. The other beasts were a turtle and a whale. Star Dragon's cultivation was the strongest among the 3, but at this moment, his eyes flickered and he hesitated. I'm sure all of you already know about the incident on the Star Island. This time, Old Bear was actually frightened by an early divine transformation realm cultivator and had to defend the northern island. Yuan Fong, what do you think of this matter? The giant ape called out by Star Dragon was named Yuan Fong. Upon hearing Nia Tian's words, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. This beast's cultivation base was the lowest among the 3 beasts, but it was still a half-step void refinement realm wild beast after all. Its body was also 2,500 meters tall. He hadn't even replied when the starlight whale spoke before him, and it sneered without end. Bear Demon Barbarian Mountain? Didn't this old bear always think highly of himself, monopolizing the Star Island and killing trespassers? Why did they have to leave the South Island because of a little demon at the early stage of soul formation? Bah, to be frightened by an early-stage divine transformation cultivator, this old bear was really a coward in its mother's womb. Big brother, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if I should mention it. Speak. Star Dragon said sternly. This old bear is guarding the star-tempering purple Xianxia, a precious treasure. Not only is it a treasure for the gods, Yao, and devils to comprehend star power, but it's also a treasure for us star spirits to transcend illusory forms and become real. In my humble opinion, the reason why the old bear is afraid of an early divine transformation realm cultivator is most likely because that old bear has suffered a serious injury somewhere and his cultivation level has fallen. That's why he would concede to an early divine transformation realm ant. If the old bear is really injured, it will be the best opportunity for us brothers. We can use this opportunity to eliminate that old bear in one fell swoop and seize his precious medicine. Yes, this might be an opportunity. If we're able to obtain the star-tempering violet Xianxia, then we four brothers will have the opportunity to break free from our star soul bodies and transform into true demon bodies. But it's a little strange. Why is fourth brother still in the future? I heard that a few days ago, an early deity transformation stage demonic cultivator charged into the sea that fourth brother is in. Even with the sharpness of fourth brother's Kunpeng true blood, that early stage divine transformation realm expert actually managed to escape. Fourth brother is still chasing after that person to this day. What? There was such a thing. Fourth brother has awakened the true blood of the Kunpeng. In terms of speed alone, a single flap of his wings can cover a distance of 90,000 kilometers. He is not much weaker than a void refinement realm cultivator. However, that early divine transformation realm cultivator managed to escape from him. The star dragon was a little surprised. After pondering for a moment, he turned to the giant ape and asked. Second brother thinks that we should attack Star Island while Old Bear is injured. Yuan Feng, what do you think? However, the giant ape's eyes flashed with wisdom. After pondering for a while, he asked. If we attack the Star Island and anger the early-stage soul formation cultivator who occupies the South Island, what should we do? Angering an early-stage soul formation cultivator? The whale demon was surprised. The enemies attacking the Star Island would at most be the half-step void refinement realm bear demon and the others. What does it have to do with an early divine transformation realm cultivator? An early-stage soul formation cultivator was only enough to scare the cowardly old bear. The whale demon didn't even place him in his eyes. That early-stage soul formation cultivator might be extraordinary. That Manshan might not be really injured. Under normal circumstances, an early-stage soul formation cultivator would not be able to make Manshan feel fear. Unless Manshan is severely injured. However, what if that early divine transformation realm cultivator possesses heaven-defying strength? What if Manshan is not injured at all? Manshan had once fought against Big Brother. The battle lasted for 10 days and there was no clear winner. After all these years, his strength must have improved a lot with the help of the star-tempering purple Xianxia. If he is not injured, he alone is enough to fight against Big Brother. As for his two fierce wives, they are not weak either. The combined strength of the two peak divine transformation realm female bears can rival a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. In addition to that early divine transformation realm cultivator whose background is unknown. There are at least 3 half-step void refinement realm cultivators on the Star Island. After hearing the giant ape's words, the whale demon could not help but sneer. An early-stage soul formation realm cultivator can rival a half-step void refinement realm cultivator? Third brother, I know that you have always been a cautious person. However, this time, I firmly believe that you are worrying too much. No matter how strong an early-stage soul formation realm cultivator is, it is impossible for him to rival a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. What if that early divine transformation realm cultivator is the same person that fourth brother could not catch up with? The giant ape's tone changed. What he said made the star dragon and the whale demon ponder at the same time. If this person can make fourth brother, who is known as the fastest cultivator in the Sea of Stars, unable to catch up with him, I'm afraid this person's technique is quite brilliant. However, is it possible that the early divine transformation realm cultivator who escaped from fourth brother and the one who scared the old bear away are the same person? The star dragon began to hesitate about attacking the star island. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. Recently, there seem to be many outsiders who have entered the star palace. Perhaps, the two of them are not the same person. The whale demon did not realize that he had already restrained his arrogance and his tone became a little uncertain. In the sea of stars, there were countless powerful wild beasts. These 4 beasts were undoubtedly the best among them. Among the 4 beasts, the fourth brother, the Kuan devil, was the fastest one. After awakening the true blood of the Kuan Peng, the great rock could travel 90,000 li with a single leap. Its speed was definitely not an undeserved reputation. The biggest advantage of being one step faster than others was that it could be invincible. Its attack was so fast that it could catch people off guard and make it hard to defend against it. If it could not defeat its opponent, it could escape immediately and protect itself. In a vast and boundless place like the Sea of Stars, no matter who it offended, as long as its speed was unparalleled, no one would be able to do anything to it. If the 2 early divine transformation realm cultivators were the same person, then the person on the star island would be the one whose speed was faster than the Kuan devil, faster than 90,000 li with a single leap. Could it be the speed of a void refinement realm cultivator? Hiss, when they thought of this possibility, the star dragon and the whale demon hesitated. The star dragon and the whale demon were not willing to provoke someone whose speed was faster than the Kuan devil, even if it was an early divine transformation realm cultivator. If the 2 of them were the same person, then the plan to attack the star island would have to be carefully considered. The star dragon was completely shaken. However, there was still a trace of hope in the whale demon's eyes. When he thought of the miraculous star tempering purple Xianxia, his eyes immediately became fiery and filled with greed. Maybe. I'm just saying maybe. That expert whose speed is even faster than fourth brother has already left the fleeing star sect and went to the heaven palace. As for the expert who stayed on the star island, he might not be the same person as that expert. If that's the case, there's nothing to worry about, right? This is the portrait I ordered people to collect. It is the appearance of the person who scared off Man Shan. The gigantic ape no longer said anything. He opened his mouth and breathed out a gust of black qi. It turned into a black cloud that rose up and changed into many shapes. Eventually, it turned into Ning Fan's appearance. This is the early divine transformation realm cultivator of the Star Island. When fourth brother arrives and shows us the portrait of the early divine transformation realm cultivator, everything will be clear. If the 2 of them are the same person, the Star Island must not be attacked. This is my, Yuan Feng's, opinion. The star dragon was silent and the whale monster was also surprised. His third brother, Yuan Feng, had always been cautious and would always leave some leeway in his words. However, today, Yuan Feng was stubborn and firmly believed that it was unwise to attack Star Island. His stubbornness was not because he was afraid of bear demon Man Shan, but because he was afraid of that mysterious early divine transformation realm expert. Yuan Feng was afraid of Ning Fan, who he had never met before. He was not afraid of that early divine transformation realm expert's strength but his terrifying potential, an early divine transformation realm cultivator who easily escaped from Kuan Mo's hands and scared off bear demon Man Shan, who was the #1 expert in the Star Ocean. This young man was only at the early divine transformation realm, but his speed was comparable to that of a void refinement realm expert and he could easily escape from a half-step void refinement realm old monster. Once this young man breaks through to the mid or late divine transformation realm, he would probably be able to turn the entire Star Ocean upside down with his own strength. Such a person must not be offended. What Yuan Feng was more concerned about was this young man's identity. What kind of force could nurture such an outstanding talent? There were 3 star gates in the Star Ocean. According to Yuan Feng's investigation, none of the experts who passed through the 3 star gates this time were at the half-step void refinement realm. However, there were a few of them who gave Yuan Feng a sense of danger. Besides, their backgrounds were not weak. He was afraid that they were supreme forces from the outside world. Yuan Feng was not sure if Ning Fan, who occupied the southern island of the Star Island, was a disciple of some great force. Everything will be clear when fourth brother returns. The Star Dragon said solemnly. Time flew like flowing water. 3 days had passed. Outside the dragon palace, a ray of traveling light that shook the winds and lightning stirred up huge waves on the sea. Inside the gigantic palace, a black shadow appeared and turned into a bald burly man in black armor. His face was filled with anger. The reason why he was in human form was because this wild beast had used the human appearance technique. "I'm late. Please forgive me, my 3 brothers. It's all because that early divine transformation realm ant is too cunning. He vanished without a trace. I've searched half of the sea region of the Star Ocean but I still couldn't find any trace of him. This man is audacious enough to kill a wild beast of my Star Ocean. If I know where he is, I will certainly skin him alive." "Fourth brother, calm down. Why don't you show us the appearance of that early divine transformation realm expert?" Yuan Feng said with a frown. "Appearance? It's just a small matter. However, why are you looking at the appearance of that ant?" Kuan-mo was puzzled. He did not understand why everyone wanted to see the appearance of the ant who angered him. However, he did not say anything else. He breathed out a mouthful of black qi which turned into a black cloud and transformed into the face of a young man. Kuan-mo didn't understand. He didn't understand why everyone wanted to see the appearance of the ant that had angered him, but he didn't say anything else. He spat out a mouthful of black gas, which turned into a black cloud that turned into the face of a young man. The young man had a grave and stern appearance. His clothes were as white as snow, his hair was as black as ink, and his eyes were as dark as the night. His mannerisms were arrogant, and his aura was tyrannical. However, he was like a porcupine with thorns, giving off an oppressive feeling that he should not be provoked. "It's him. It's really him." The star dragon and the whale monster's expressions changed. They glanced at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. "Is there a problem with this person?" Kuan-mo frowned. He was no fool. He had just arrived, but his 3 brothers had ordered him to display this person's appearance. Could it be that this person had done something big in the Sea of Stars and caused some trouble? "This person is the one who scared off Manshan." Yuan Feng's words caused Kuan-mo to be startled. However, this shock quickly turned into an arrogant killing intent. "So this person is on the Star Island. Doesn't that old bear have a grudge against Big Brother? Let's take this opportunity to wash Star Island in blood and kill old bear. As for that arrogant divine transformation stage ant, let me deal with him." "No. That person's speed is comparable to a void refinement realm expert. If we offend him..." The star dragon hesitated. However, his hesitation turned into greed and passion after he heard what Kuan-mo said. "Big brother, you're wrong. The reason why this person is faster than me isn't because his abilities are shocking, but because he possesses a golden chariot. The speed of this treasure is comparable to the void refinement realm. Its speed is comparable to that of a void refinement realm golden carriage." Not only the star dragon's eyes were burning with passion, but even the whale demon's eyes were burning with passion. "Doesn't this mean that we'll be able to seize his carriage if we kill him?" Although it wasn't easy, the benefits were not small. "Yuan Feng, what do you think?" Star Dragon glanced at him and asked. "It doesn't matter if it's the golden chariot or its own speed, they are all part of its strength." "I will still say the same thing. Star Island is not a good place to attack for the time being. If Big Brother really wants to kill this bear demon for revenge, we can wait for him to pass through the star door and then attack the Star Island." "No. I must kill this person." Kuan-mo sternly refused, and the whale demon echoed. "No matter how strong this young man is, what can he do? There are 4 of us brothers. Besides, even though this young man did not fight with the old bear, they are not good friends. It's impossible for them to work together. Even if they do, there aren't 4 half-step void refinement realm experts on the Star Island who can stop the 4 of us." "But..." Yuan Feng still wanted to say something. This time, it was the eldest brother, the Star Dragon, who spoke. "Second brother is right. This is an opportunity. Kill this young man and seize his chariot. Slay the old bear and seize his medicine. Then, we can break free from our star spirit bodies and drive this chariot to break the void and leave this world. This matter is decided. Let's attack the Star Island." Ning Fan sneezed as if someone was talking about him. Looking at the two ladies whose injuries were gradually recovering, he smiled faintly and kept the third immemorial divine weapon. Then, he stood up and stood still. Just a moment later, his eyes suddenly turned solemn. He took a step out of the temporary cave with a cold gaze. A sword light flashed between his fingers. The ancient trees in the forest within 1,000 li * 500 m per li, were all reduced to ashes. Two women in black robes were hiding among the ruins. Their faces were ugly and it seemed like they came with ill intentions. "What is your purpose for coming here? If you don't tell me the truth, don't blame me for being merciless." The two ugly women were surprised. Then, they sneered. In the eyes of a mere early divine transformation realm cultivator like Ning Fan, the two of them were existences that he could easily destroy with a wave of his hand. "The two of us have come here to repay the humiliation our husband has suffered. Die." To be continued. Ning Fan's confidence was arrogance in the eyes of the two ladies. Both of them had the backs of a tiger and waists of a bear. Their faces were like millstones and they had thick eyebrows and thick eyes which made them look fierce. Each of them took a step forward. The aura force of a peak divine transformation realm expert fell towards Ning Fan like a collapsing mountain, causing dust and smoke to rise. The aura force of two peak divine transformation realm experts strangely showed signs of merging into one. Their combined aura force was comparable to that of a half-step void refinement realm expert. Ning Fan's eyes twitched. These two ladies were not weak. However, there was no fear in their eyes. He also took a step forward and stomped on the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled and a dark red aura force collided with the aura force of the two ladies. Rumble * under the loud sound, the aura force of both sides was actually evenly matched. This greatly surprised the two ladies. They were the wives of Manshan. Even though they were ugly, their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Moreover, they were born from the same mother. Not only could they merge their aura force, but they could also merge their demonic techniques. Under their joint attack, they could even fight against a half-step void refinement realm expert. The two ladies used all their strength to fuse their aura force together. Originally, they planned to subdue Ning Fan in a single move. However, they did not expect that Ning Fan, who was just an early divine transformation realm expert, would actually have an aura force that was not weaker than a half-step void refinement realm expert. As time passed, the aura force of the two clashing aura force gradually revealed the winner. The aura force of the two ladies only fused after all. Then, it began to separate and crumble. As one side weakened and the other grew, Ning Fan's aura force became stronger and stronger. "Humph. I don't believe it. He's just an early divine transformation realm expert. Can his aura force crush us two sisters? Use your secret technique." "All right." The two ladies exchanged glances. Even though they were still speaking rudely, their eyes were already filled with seriousness. The two ladies bit their fingertips and squeezed out a few drops of silver demon blood, which turned into blood mist. All of a sudden, the splitting of their aura force was immediately alleviated. Moreover, their aura force began to rise. It seemed like the two ladies had used some kind of secret technique to suppress their aura force. Ning Fan's eyes turned grim. If they were men, he would not dare to underestimate them. Unfortunately, he had the yin-yang devil veins. It was not that he looked down on women. Instead, it was because he was born with a kind of restraint. The purple star in his left eye flashed and a pair of demonic wings appeared on his back. The moment the purple star rotated, a powerful pressure came from their bloodlines, causing the originally arrogant faces of the two women to change into expressions of disbelief. The might of the ancestral blood. This person's demonic blood is actually of the ancestral blood grade. The monster race valued bloodlines because when one's bloodline reached a certain level, it would produce a superior pressure that would cause one to instinctively want to submit. Just like the little girl Bright Sparrow in the past. Although her cultivation level was not high, no demon dared to provoke her. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with an indelible coldness. That coldness was a condescending attitude, as if he was standing on top of a mountain, looking down at the two women like ants. Bang! A trace of purplish-black color was attached to the dark red chi force. The moment the purplish-black color appeared, a vast chi force rushed out from 3 zhang away from Ning Fan, shattering the two girls' pressuring aura field that was enhanced by their secret technique into pieces like glass. The two women took a few steps back in disbelief. Before they could stabilize their bodies, they were shaken by Ning Fan's chi force. Their ugly faces turned red and their chi force was in a mess. At this moment, something even more unbelievable happened. Ning Fan flapped his wings and appeared in front of them with a speed that was comparable to that of a half-step void refinement realm expert. Then, he pressed both of his fingers at the two women. What a fast speed! Even among the half-step void refinement realm experts, he is not considered weak. After the two women recovered from their shock, they stabilized their bodies one after another. Their eyes flashed with cold light. They could tell at a glance that Ning Fan's body refinement realm was just at the second level of the Jade Life realm while the two women were at the third level of the Jade Life realm. This person's speed is fast. Unfortunately, he chose to engage in close combat. Using his physical body at the second level of the Jade Life realm to directly press his fingers at the two women was simply courting death. Indeed, if the two women were men, Ning Fan would not dare to engage in close combat since his body refinement realm was weaker than his opponent's. Unfortunately, if they were women, Ning Fan would only need to use his plucking finger and the two women would be completely affected by his bewitching technique. In just a short while, they would lose all of their demon power and be at his mercy. Of course, the two women were unaware of all these. They only thought that Ning Fan was too arrogant and reckless. Therefore, without showing any mercy, the two women threw out their fists at Ning Fan's two fingers at the same time, trying to crush Ning Fan's fingers together with his arms. However, at this moment, a black shadow took a step forward and directly stood in front of Ning Fan and the two women. He shouted loudly. "Stupid women! Didn't I tell you not to come to the southern island and disturb this brother? Why aren't you going back to your homes? Wait for me to come back and teach you a lesson." This black shadow was actually a rough, dark-skinned man who had a simple and honest appearance and a face full of stubble. While he was cursing, his punches were not slow at all. He blocked both of the two women's punches with one punch and did not budge them at all. Instead, the two women were sent flying 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, backwards. However, the strength of his punches was just right and they were not injured at all. On the other side, the dark-skinned man's fingers turned into claws. He tore a void barrier in front of Ning Fan's two fingers and blocked Ning Fan's two fingers. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. This dark-skinned man was undoubtedly that giant bear. Although his appearance was different, his chi was the same. Wild beasts cultivated their beast bodies. However, when they were close to the void refinement realm, they could transform into human form. Demon cultivators cultivated their human bodies but they could also transform into their demon forms. When the Great Tao reached its peak, it would lead to the same destination by different means. Ning Fan's two fingers touched the void barrier. If he moved a little further, his fingers would enter the void and be torn apart by the power of the void. Ning Fan's eyes were calm. At the crucial moment, he retracted his fingers and flapped his wings to retreat. However, he gave the dark-skinned man a meaningful look. If the dark-skinned man wanted to, he could directly attack Ning Fan. However, he did not do so because he did not want to offend Ning Fan. As for the fact that he repelled the two women with a single punch, he obviously saw how powerful Ning Fan's plucking finger was. Although he was scolding the women, it was actually a kind of rough protection. "Husband! Quickly kill this brat." "Shut up!" The dark-skinned man shouted at the two women angrily. Then, he turned around and looked at Ning Fan meaningfully. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for being merciful. If you use that refined corpse, I'm afraid that my two beautiful wives would lose their lives due to carelessness." The dark-skinned man Shan actually saw through Ning Fan's black dragon refined corpse. Indeed, Ning Fan had shown mercy. Otherwise, he could have used the refined corpse to stop one of the women and used it to attack the other woman. Both of them would probably not have a good ending. The black bear was afraid of Ning Fan and Ning Fan was also afraid of the black bear. There were still a few months before the star door would open again. Moreover, the star door was in the old bear's territory. If he killed his wives, he would certainly go against the black bear. If he wanted to enter the star door, he would have to risk his life. If he did not have to risk his life, there was no need for Ning Fan to kill anyone. As for the Taishan Ganoderma, it would not be too late to decide whether to snatch it after asking she ran about it. You should take good care of your wives. If you let them out casually, you will feel sorry for them. Ning Fan said indifferently. Haha. Don't worry. Brother, you should rest well on the southern island. This kind of thing will not happen again. Seeing that you did not kill my wives, I will give you a reward. The black bear let out a hearty laugh and tossed a jade slip to Ning Fan. Then, he turned around and glared at the two women. Let's go home. The two women did not dare to disobey him. The three of them left in a flash. After the black bear left, Ning Fan held the jade slip in his hand. He was not in a hurry to open it. He first checked if there were any hidden restrictions. After making sure that everything was normal, he then sent his spirit sense into the jade slip to have a look. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold the moment he read it. What was recorded in the jade slip was not about him but a bounty order. The one who issued the bounty order was one of the 4 saint demons of the Star Sea, Kuan Saint Kuan Devil. However, the appearance of the person who issued the bounty was exactly the same as him. If the black bear did not tell him about this, he would probably not know that he had unknowingly offended an expert. Could it be that this Kuan Devil is that person? Ning Fan recalled that he had indeed offended a half-step void refinement realm beast during the 4 months he spent in the Star Sea and killed many wild beasts. On that day, that half-step void refinement realm beast led tens of wild beasts to chase after him along the coast. If it wasn't because of his powerful golden flame chariot, he would have been in grave danger. With this bounty order, Ning Fan could be more vigilant even though he was not afraid of the Kuan Saint or the Kuan Devil at all. The wild beast in the Star Sea attacked him and he killed it. It was hard to explain the grudge between them. However, Ning Fan was more convinced of one thing. In this world, if you don't provoke others, others will not provoke you. This black bear is quite interesting. After dispersing his thoughts, Ning Fan smiled faintly. This black bear might look simple and honest, but he was definitely not stupid. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that the reason why the black bear showed goodwill to him and told him that he was being hunted was because he had many considerations and did not kill his wife like he usually did. When I showed goodwill to him, he reported the news of me being hunted. It's really rare to encounter such a thing in the cultivation world. Speaking of which, the reason why I didn't kill his wife is not because I'm soft-hearted or have good intentions. It's just because I'm afraid of him. The reason why he showed goodwill to me might not be because he was grateful. Perhaps, he just wanted to show some goodwill to prevent me from causing more trouble in his territory. This kind of relationship is just like the relationship between me and my master. Because I was unwilling to die, I became my master's disciple. Isn't this also a kind of reciprocation? The principle behind this is not about kindness and kindness but karma. Everything in the world has a cause and an effect. It's just like the 2 poles of a circle. Once the cause is touched, the effect will be born. And that circle is the cycle of karma. Ning Fan stood outside the cave residence. His black hair fluttered without any wind. At this moment, his eyes became unprecedentedly clear. In the human hall at the outermost area of the Star Palace, Ning Fan had cultivated the rain intent, mountain intent and Fuli intent to small completion after spending 3 months in the human hall. The full name of the divine intent was Void Spirit Intent. In the past, when Ning Fan lived in the rain world, most of the people living there were humans who cultivated the divine Tao. Therefore, the cultivators called it the divine intent. However, demons had their own demon intent while devils had their own devil intent. Comparing the divine intent was ultimately one-sided. In fact, the word intent referred to the intent realm. Intent realm was a kind of mysterious comprehension. It was a divine ability that was formed by combining the cultivator's understanding of the great Tao with their own experiences and personality. In other words, the intent realm contained the Tao that the cultivators cultivated. When the rain intent was condensed into a divine ability, it would be 1,000 drops of blood rain that could kill. When the mountain intent was condensed into a divine ability, it would be 1,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, tall devil mountain that could suppress the enemy's cultivation base. When the Fuli intent was condensed into a divine ability, it would be the thousand feathers demon image that could greatly increase one's speed. It was also rain, but Ning Fan's rain was not nourishing. Instead, it was a bloody rain of slaughter. It was also a mountain, but Ning Fan's mountain was not filled with plants and trees. Instead, it was filled with overwhelming devil chi. This was the divine ability of the small completion realm. When the intent realm reaches the grand completion realm, the destructive power of the divine ability would also increase. As the cultivator comprehended the Tao intent in the intent realm, he would even have the chance to create a Tao intent technique with his intent realm and Tao intent. The destructive power of a Tao intent technique did not only depend on the realm of one's magic power but also the strength of the intent realm. As for creating a Tao intent technique, the prerequisite was to reach the grand completion realm. To break through to the void refinement realm, I also need to reach the grand completion realm. However, my intent realm is different from ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators can only cultivate the cultivation methods of the divine race, demon race, and devil race. As for me, because I cultivate the three races at the same time, I have condensed three types of intent realms. With the help of the Star Palace's demon intent, I forcefully condensed my intent realm and accelerated it to the small completion realm. However, it is extremely difficult for me to reach the grand completion realm. How can I reach the grand completion realm? His clear eyes revealed a hint of confusion. However, the more confusion he had, the deeper his understanding of his intent realm became. This enlightenment was triggered by the thought of the karma cycle. This enlightenment had triggered all the confusion that Ning Fan had been feeling for the past 7 months. He seemed to have seen a layer of membrane. As long as he could pierce through this membrane, his intent realm would reach the grand completion realm. Ning Fan was extremely perplexed and puzzled. However, at this moment, a golden purple wind mist rose from the tip of his finger. Wind mist. Wind mist. I comprehended this technique from Immortal Sovereign Zido. In the past, I couldn't see through the true meaning of this technique. Now, I know the secret art of this technique. The reason why this technique is so powerful is that it is not a pure magic technique but a Tao intent technique. This wind mist finger contains the Tao of the Immortal Sovereign. Because I have comprehended that trace of Tao, the destructive power of this wind mist finger is extremely strong even though my cultivation realm is low and my intent realm is weak. However, this also means that I have yet to completely comprehend the wind mist finger. It's because the color of this wind mist finger is purple golden. It's the color of the Immortal Sovereign and it's his Tao. I have my own Tao. If this technique doesn't incorporate my Tao into it, it won't be considered as a true Tao intent technique. It's just a facade. Perhaps this technique can defy the heavens by relying on that trace of samsara power. However, if it's not my own Tao intent technique, even if I become an immortal emperor and comprehend this technique to its peak, what I will comprehend will still be the Tao of the Immortal Sovereign and not my own Tao. Immortal Sovereign Zido had repeatedly warned me that I am different from the others. At that time, I thought I understood what he said. Now, it seems like I still don't understand it. This difference isn't the difference between individuals but the difference between our Tao. It's precisely because everyone has their own Tao that there aren't two people who are exactly the same in this world, let alone 2 drops of rain that are exactly the same. Ning Fan's eyes became more and more vacant. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something. I understand now. As long as I can do this, I will succeed. Once I succeed, this wind mist finger will completely condense my Tao and its destructive power will increase to another level. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He wanted to completely perfect the self-created part of this wind mist finger. He wanted to separate the Immortal Sovereign's Tao and incorporate it into his own Tao. At the tip of his finger, a trace of void power slowly emerged. The black bear and his 2 wives had already gone very far away. At this moment, the 3 of them stopped moving and landed on the ground. Their expressions suddenly changed. The ugly woman and her husband, who were originally like wives who were bullied and did not dare to make a sound after being roared at by the black bear, now had their eyes bulging. As for the black bear, who was acting majestically just now, he immediately bowed and smiled apologetically. */ one of the shrews slapped the black bear's face while the other one pinched the black bear's ear. This old woman and her sister helped you vent your anger, but you are now helping an outsider. Are you feeling proud now? Are you not you anymore? You asked us to scram back home and lie on the Kong bed waiting for you. Look at how arrogant you are. Tell me, what benefits did that brat give you to make you protect him like this? If you didn't stop us, that punch would definitely have killed that brat. The black bear became weak. He did not dare to resist, talk back and retaliate. I'm wrong. I'm guilty. But I stopped you for your own good. If I didn't stop you, would you have been able to withstand that finger? That is an extremely profound bewitching technique. I have never seen such a high-level bewitching technique in my life. Even if your cultivation base is higher than his, it would still be useless. Moreover, he has a half-step void refinement realm refined corpse. If it wasn't for my strength, I reckon he would have taken out the refined corpse and knocked you out. The black bear felt wronged. If he had acted a little later, his two beautiful wives would have been touched by Ning Fan. He could not bear to do that. Bewitching technique? A half-step void refinement realm refined corpse? The two ugly women were shocked. They did not know that Ning Fan was hiding such a ruthless and insidious method. Is that skinny pretty boy really so powerful? Are you telling the truth? The two women questioned him. It's absolutely true. If I dare to lie, I won't be able to sleep on the Kong bed tonight as punishment. The black bear swallowed his saliva and looked at the two ugly women with a knowing look. In that case, the reason why you chased after those two girls previously wasn't because you liked their beauty? They are beautiful, my foot. They are thin and white. They are not tanned and muscular enough. I don't want them even if they are sent to me. The black bear revealed a look of disdain. He really did not think that Wu Yan and Shi Ran were beautiful. He liked tanned and muscular women who were more exciting in bed. After looking at his two ugly wives carefully, the black bear nodded his head. Sure enough, his wives were more pleasing to the eye. They were so beautiful that it was as if they were having sex in the wilderness. Humph. You have a sweet mouth. The two ugly women were delighted. No matter how ugly a woman was, they would still like someone to praise them for their beauty. However, they also understood that they were a little ugly and their man's sense of beauty had always been problematic. The two of them finally believed their man's words. Perhaps Man Shan was exaggerating a little, but they had to admit that Ning Fan was indeed powerful. In just a short exchange of blows, he managed to break their aura force head-on. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Since you have a sweet mouth, I will only punish you by not sleeping on the Kong bed for 3 days, don't. I'm suffocating. The black bear held his lower body and felt wronged. However, all of a sudden, his wronged expression turned into a hint of shock. At the same time, the two women turned around and looked at the southern island in disbelief. Void inquiry. That young man has actually comprehended a trace of void power. What is he doing? At the same time, in the sky above the Star Island, an early divine transformation realm old man in black robes who reeked of alcohol was sitting on a huge green wine gourd. He was hidden in the sky. What was strange was that no wild beast could sense his chi even though he was just an early divine transformation realm cultivator. After burping, the old man lowered his head and looked at the Star Island beneath his feet and muttered to himself. I have visited all of the 49,000 immortal void realm formation eyes of the Heaven Palace. Out of the 18 gates of life and death, I have already visited 6 of them. Although I'm not sure what secrets are hidden in this Star Palace, as a deacon of the 4 seas, I should report to the upper world after discovering such a change in the void of the rain world. I might as well take credit for it. I can't let the other deacon take advantage of me. Sigh. Rain world. It's a pity that I didn't see old man Han. I heard that he went to the sword world. With my authority, I can't go there for the time being. Someone is asking about the void? A mere early divine transformation realm cultivator is trying to comprehend the void power and create his own Dao intent technique using the void power as a starting point. Hee. Ants in the lower world always overestimate themselves. An ant trying to shake a tree and a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Why bother? Gulp, gulp, the old man gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine. His expression that had just become sober became gloomy again. In his hazy state, he seemed to have seen an early divine transformation realm cultivator trying something that only void refinement realm cultivators would dare to do. His tiny figure gradually overlapped with an old friend of his. When a trace of the old devil's chi emerged from the black demon flame around Ning Fan's body, the drunk old man suddenly sobered up. Old Man Han's chi. Who is this young man to Old Man Han? The old man's cloudy eyes were moved for the first time. To be continued. Inside the cave, the two women were still in a deep sleep. Outside the cave, Ning Fan made a decisive move with his finger, causing wind and mist to rise in all directions. The golden-purple wind and mist formed a 10,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, large purple painting in the sky. Everything that dashed into the painting, be it the clouds or the birds, immediately turned into ashes and dissipated, dying in the samsara. When Man Shan saw the golden-purple wind and mist from afar, his scalp felt slightly numb. This technique was displayed by Ning Fan. With the current power of this finger, it could kill a late divine transformation realm expert. However, it was much weaker against a peak divine transformation realm expert. It would not be difficult for a half-step void refinement realm expert to withstand it. The black bear could withstand this finger. However, the power contained in this finger gave him an urge to kneel down and worship it. Before this finger, he suddenly felt that the demon Tao that he had cultivated in his entire life had become nothing. When the samsara rang, the monarch Tao became void. At this moment, the eyes of the two ugly women could no longer remain calm. They knew that if Ning Fan used this technique to attack them just now, they would certainly be injured even if they would not die. This finger of wind and mist was somewhat terrifying. If Ning Fan had a late divine transformation realm cultivation base, perhaps the power of this finger could kill the two of them like ants. If it wasn't for their man who stopped Ning Fan, they would probably be either dead or gravely injured. Is this young man really at the early divine transformation realm? Above the sky, the black-robed elderly man put down his wine jar and stared at the golden-purple wind and mist. His expression became more and more solemn. Even though his clone that came to the Star Palace was only at the early divine transformation realm, his true body was an expert at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Even so, he still could not understand the principle behind this golden-purple wind and mist that could corrode everything. When Ning Fan changed his hand seal, the wind and mist that filled the sky turned into a golden-purple round painting. The elderly man's eyes lit up. His cultivation base was at the bottom among the four deacons. However, his understanding of the Tao of formations was something that some life immortals or even true immortals could not compare to. With just a glance, the old man could tell that the purplish gold wind and mist formed a circle, which contained the principles of the formation Tao. Using the circle as the formation and the sand as the drawing. I'm afraid this young man is going to carve his intent realm on the sand drawing to achieve grand completion. I'm afraid that his cultivation base in the Tao of formations isn't even comparable to an ordinary void fragmentation realm cultivator. Judging from his bone age, he isn't even 400 years old. How did he obtain such an astonishing comprehension in the Tao of formations? Old Man Han, did you teach him? Is he your disciple? The old man's eyes were filled with guilt, but he remained silent. However, after Ning Fan drew the rain intent, the silence was replaced by a look of praise. Grade 8 Divine Decree, Rain Will. This child's aptitude isn't bad. He was able to comprehend a grade 8 divine intent in the lower domain. If he was born in the four heavens, I'm afraid he would be able to compete with the heavenly prodigies. Outside the cave, Ning Fan did not know that there was an old man spying on him from above. He only knew that he was being watched by the black bear couple. He was not afraid of revealing his intent realm in front of the black bear. He had 3 types of intent realm in his body. However, when he drew the painting, the black bear would not be able to see through it with his wind mist finger. In his heart, he kept repeating the words karma cycle. It was those words that gave Ning Fan enlightenment and allowed him to conceive how to achieve grand completion in his intent realm. That was to construct a circle and connect different things with each other using a circle. Although the word karma was powerful, it could not escape from the cycle of samsara. The biggest circle in the world was none other than the word samsara. Past life, present life and past life, the cycle of life and death, the cycle of yin and yang. At this moment, Ning Fan had a deeper understanding of the power of samsara in the wind mist finger. He seemed to have understood something. It turned out that the great Tao of yin and yang in his yin-yang locket was still within the cycle of samsara. Great Emperor Ancient Chaos had once listened to the Tao under Immortal Sovereign Zido and created the Yin-Yang transformation. Ning Fan had also learned from the Immortal Sovereign in the illusory realm and became his student. With his help, he comprehended the Wind Mist Finger. The Yin-Yang transformation and the Wind Mist Finger actually had one thing in common. That was, the Tao of the Immortal Sovereign. However, the Immortal Sovereign's Tao that Ancient Chaos had stripped away and integrated into his own Tao. His Wind Mist Finger was still far from reaching the level of the Yin-Yang transformation. Divine intent of rain, condense. His eyes turned resolute and pointed at the purple round diagram in the sky. Thousands of drops of blood dyed the purple diagram, making it look like thousands of blood plum blossoms. His eyes were filled with nostalgia. This nostalgia was the nostalgia he had for 7 Apricot City. This rain is the condensation of my life's slaughter. It's a rain of blood, a sin. However, so what if I've sinned against the world? I want these blood plum blossoms to bloom. Mountain Devil intent, condense. The thousands of blood plum blossoms scattered, but they were connected by the Black Devil Chi. Eventually, the Black Devil intent turned into the branches of the plum tree. Hiss. Could this black color be some kind of intent realm? The black bear tried to sense the purple diagram. Just as his spirit sense reached the purple diagram, it was immediately destroyed by the wind mist. His face was filled with shock and he did not dare to probe further. His impression of Ning Fan's wind mist technique increased. As for the old man, his initial surprise turned into astonishment the moment the devil intent manifested. Mountain Devil intent. If a cultivator possesses remarkable abilities, he can indeed condense a second type of intent realm. However, if there are many types of intent realm, they should belong to the same type. Gods can't cultivate the devil Tao and demons can't cultivate the divine Tao. This young man has already condensed the 8th grade rain intent. How could he condense the mountain devil intent? Moreover, this mountain devil intent is so ominous. An ordinary mountain devil intent is just an 8th grade mountain devil intent. This young man has yet to fully comprehend this mountain devil intent. What kind of mountain is this? The old man was astonished. However, what happened next made him even more astonished. A young man in purple robes appeared on the sand diagram. He was obviously the 16-year-old Ning Fan. He was staring at the devil tree Shueme. If the old man was not mistaken, the purple color that formed the young man should be a type of demon intent. Although he was familiar with the demon clan, he didn't know which clan this purple demon intent belonged to. What kind of demon intent is this? It's like a curse. It seems ominous but it contains great power. This demon intent is probably comparable to the 1st grade demon intent of the True Spirit clan. They are definitely not weaker than the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Could it be that this little cultivator has the intent of the 3 races? This kid was a god, Yao, and devil cultivator. How is this possible? The elderly man's eyes were as deep as the ocean. He wanted to find some clues from Ning Fan's body, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not figure it out. It was impossible for an ordinary person to possess the intent realm of the 3 clans. If this child's actions were to be spread out, it would probably turn the world upside down. No. Perhaps from today onwards, no one would know that this child cultivated 3 races at the same time. Today, his true goal is to merge the 3 intents into one. The black-robed elder took a deep breath. He never would have thought that a mere early-stage soul formation cultivator would be able to do something that countless immortal emperors couldn't. Previously, the elderly man thought that it was impossible for Ning Fan to succeed in the void inquiry stage. Now, however, he suddenly felt that it was nothing strange even if this young man succeeds in the void inquiry stage. This kid was bold and careful when he did things. His gaze was very similar to old man Hans when he was young. Void inquiry stage. Void inquiry stage. The 2 words void inquiry stage were extremely difficult to achieve. Countless early void refinement realm cultivators had to stop at this stage. If an early void refinement realm cultivator wants to break through to the mid void refinement realm, he or she must pass the void inquiry stage and attain the void force realm. If a mid void refinement realm cultivator wanted to break through to the late void refinement realm, they would need to overcome the void pierce tribulation and reach the chi void realm. If a late void refinement realm cultivator wanted to break through to the peak of the void refinement realm, they would have to overcome the barrier of the absolute void and attain the void body realm. In the end, he reached the void fragmentation realm. To advance from the void refinement realm to the void fragmentation realm, one would need to continuously improve their comprehension of intent realms and understand the word void. The void inquiry stage was a stage that only early void refinement realm cultivators could attempt. It was because if the void inquiry stage was successful, they would be able to control the power of the void. The nascent soul realm cultivates primordial force, the divine transformation realm cultivates the heavenly spirit, and the void refinement realm cultivates the void refinement realm cultivates the void force. A divine transformation realm cultivator could not inquire about the void. Moreover, they would be injured or even killed just by being affected by the void force. How could they talk about comprehending and controlling the void force? Can you succeed in the void inquiry stage? The elderly man asked solemnly. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. Ning Fan felt as if his spirit had fused into the painting of the heavens, becoming one with the purple-robed young man. He seemed to have returned to being 16 years old, back in 7 Apricot City, back under that plum tree. He suddenly had an illusion. The current him felt like he was standing in this life and looking back at his past life. However, at the next moment, he felt as if the him in the painting was the real him while the one in the outside world was fake. The seed of samsara power was gradually planted in his heart. It took root and sprouted. Ning Fan had once seen the past through the bell of samsara. However, he had yet to see the future. What is real and what is fake? What is void and what is real? The me on the star island, the me in the purple painting, the me in the illusory realm and the me in the celestial emperor's medicinal garden. Which one is the real me? Void inquiry stage, the first realm of cultivation was divided into 7 steps. From the beginning to the end, these 7 steps were all about understanding the word void. If one could not distinguish the real from the fake, one would not be able to control the power of the void. What is void? Ning Fan roared at the sky as if he had gone mad. He pointed a finger and the void force that lingered at the tip of his finger went into the purple painting. Then, it turned into black snow and fell to the ground. Yes. Yes, I am real and the painting is a void. This void is not an illusion. I have indeed stood under the plum tree and thought about the future. The 2 words void and reality are not absolute. When I look at the past from now on, it is an illusion and an illusion. When I look at the present from the future, I also see the present as an illusion. In the illusory realm, I stood on a 7 million zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall mountain, trying to comprehend the purple technique and leave the illusory realm. However, immortal sovereign Zido said that the illusory realm might not be fake. At that time I did not understand it. Now, I somewhat understand it. What is void is not important. In immortal sovereign Zido's eyes, he made the illusory realm real and the illusory realm was real. If he said that the 4 heavens and 9 worlds are void, everything is void. His cultivation realm is already above the void and he can rewrite history with a single thought. This is samsara. Samsara, Ning Fan's eyes became clearer. At this moment, Ning Fan's virtual image that was condensed by the Fuli demon intent in the purple painting above the heavens suddenly looked in the direction of the star island and met Ning Fan's eyes. It was as if the past and the future were intertwined and overlapped. That was samsara. I understand now. Ning Fan took a step forward. The purple painting shattered and the heavens turned upside down. His eyes were tightly shut but his aura force was rising steadily. This aura force was not the improvement of his cultivation base but the refinement and sublimation of his intent realm. The power of the 3 intent realms gradually fused. The new intent realm that was formed after the fusion was the overlapping of dark purple and dark red. This intent realm had already surpassed the first grade. At this moment, Ning Fan's intent realm reached the grand completion stage. He suddenly opened his eyes and raised both of his palms. His left hand was a purple tornado while his right hand was a black snowflake. My left hand is the wind and my right hand is the snow. The past is buried in the snow and the present is blown by the wind. I will use my magic power to form the wind and my void force to form the snow. When the wind and snow merge, it will be samsara. When both of his palms touched each other, purple chi swirled around Ning Fan's body. An ancient black tree appeared behind him with thousands of bloody plums blooming on the tree. with a flick of his finger, a purple breeze flowed on his fingertip. However, when the purple breeze pointed at that direction, it carried pieces of frightening black snowflakes which were crystal clear and terrifying. Ning Fan gently tore the air in front of him with his fingertip. However, he seemed to have grasped something. When he exerted a little force, the sky within 1,000 li * 500 m per li, was actually torn apart as easily as tearing a piece of paper. He Xiong's expression changed greatly. Even with his half-step void refinement realm cultivation base, he could not tear the void so easily. However, Ning Fan did it easily with the help of his wind and snow finger. The immortal sovereign's Tao is pervasive with wind and snow. The immortal sovereign's Tao is lonely in the wind and snow. This doesn't mean that my wind and snow is stronger than the immortal sovereign's wind and snow. It's just that this wind and snow is the most suitable for me. This is the snow of the Seven Apricot City, the snow of my hometown. After dispersing his intent realm and the wind and snow, Ning Fan closed his eyes and gently lifted his palm. What he saw shocked him. As he moved his fingertip, a trace of void force was immediately drawn by him. This void force might not be strong enough, but it was definitely not something that a divine transformation realm cultivator could master. In the past, Ning Fan relied on the Eastern Ocean Bell to stay in the void. Now, he felt that he would be fine as long as he did not stay in the void for too long. It was because he had already succeeded in the void inquiry stage and mastered the key to controlling the void force. During the process of comprehending the intent realm, his understanding of the two words void and truth had improved, and he had comprehended the method of using void force. He had perfected the wind and mist finger and advanced it into the wind and snow technique. He had fused 3 types of intent realms into the grand accomplishment realm and turned it into the 7 apricot snow cold intent realm. Perhaps it was most suitable to call that intent realm the 7 apricot city. Other than these 2 benefits, he had also touched the threshold of the void force. If old ancestor Dongsu could touch the void force once, he would have broken through to the void refinement realm a long time ago. This trace of void force was of great significance. In the sky, the black-robed old man who was sitting cross-legged in the green jade wine gourd was filled with emotions. It's done. This kid has actually succeeded in the void inquiry stage and comprehended a trace of the void force. There's no mistake. When he condensed his intent realm, the magic power chi that he released at the end indeed had traces of Old Man Han's cultivation method. This kid should be Old Man Han's disciple without a doubt. However, after a while, the old man's eyes suddenly widened with surprise. Oh no! I forgot about this. Kid, be careful. The black-robed old man suddenly remembered that the void of 1,000 li * 500 m per li, that Ning Fan had torn open had yet to heal. The void that was torn open by the wind-snow technique could not be healed. If a divine transformation realm cultivator's magic power collides with it, the void would shatter, but it would heal soon. However, this was not a collision of magic power. Instead, it was the void that was torn open on its own after comprehending the void force. Unless the owner of the void force allows it to heal, the void will not heal on its own. If the void force is torn open for a long time, there will be unexpected dangers. Void storm. When the void of 1,000 li * 500 m per li was torn open, the void storm that was created was enough to destroy an entire mid-grade cultivation country. If the storm spreads, apart from a small number of experts, the rest of the people on this star island would die. The old man was not sure whether Ning Fan would die in the storm or not. He must act immediately to save him because this kid was Old Devil's disciple. Be careful. The black-robed old man shouted and immediately revealed himself. His shout shocked the black bear. Even Ning Fan was shocked. There's actually another expert hiding in this place? And he's just an early divine transformation realm cultivator? Who is this person? Before they had the time to think about this question, the void force in the void condensed into a gust of wind. The wind kept growing and eventually, a black storm rushed towards the sky like a storm. Under this storm, even the black bear felt his scalp go numb. Ning Fan was not afraid of the void storm because he had the Eastern Ocean Bell. However, the 2 girls in the cave did not have the bell to protect them. If the void storm comes, they will die for sure. Not good. Ning Fan's eyes became resolute. He almost wanted to rush into the cave to protect the 2 girls. However, at this moment, the black-robed old man who warned them stepped on the green jade gourd and stood in front of the storm. He then pressed his finger down. Break. As soon as this word was uttered, the black storm completely collapsed. One word: void fragmentation realm. This person is a void fragmentation realm expert? Ning Fan's expression changed. If a void fragmentation realm expert enters the third world, this world would certainly collapse. The third world of the land of slumber should only allow void refinement realm experts to enter at most. It was impossible for a void fragmentation realm expert to enter this place. Who is this person? I used to be Han Yuanji's brother. Now, I am no longer worthy. I have no evil intentions towards you. Don't worry. The old man sighed as if he saw Ning Fan's vigilance. He flicked his sleeve and the void recovered. Master's former brother? Ning Fan did not know if this person's words were true or false. But if this person was really the old monster's friend and had a void fragmentation realm cultivation, could it be a friend from above the four heavens? The old monster's friends in the 9 worlds were at most at the level of Sinister Sparrow. They did not have such a tyrannical strength that could shatter the void storm with just a finger. While he was still full of doubts, the black bear's expression changed drastically. That early divine transformation brat actually has a void fragmentation realm backing him. Fortunately, I did not fight with him just now, otherwise, even if the black bear had 100 bear gallbladders, they would all be crushed by this black-robed old man's finger. This person is terrifyingly strong. As for the 2 ugly women who showed hostility towards Ning Fan, they no longer had a trace of arrogance. That person actually knows a void fragmentation realm. Should we go and greet that senior? Just as the 2 girls' words came out, the black-robed old man seemed to have heard them from afar. In 3 breaths, if you don't scram, you will die. This word scram was much more powerful than what Ning Fan said that day. Without any hesitation, the black bear picked up his 2 ugly wives and ran for his life. What he saw and heard today was a bit scary. His face was full of bitterness as he sighed. This void fragmentation realm expert did not have any evil intentions towards Ning Fan. Naturally, he had good intentions. This was his backing. With such a strong backing, if Ning Fan asked for the star-tempering purple Xianxia, should I give it or not? Can I provoke a void fragmentation realm expert? What choice do I have? AI, give it. If I don't give it, I will lose my life. The black bear did not know that the current Ning Fan was not interested in the star-tempering purple Xianxia. To be continued. The giant bear was frightened by the black-robed old man and retreated. The void closed and the vast sky returned to silence. Amidst the whistling wind, the old man jumped and landed a few zhang away from Ning Fan with his gourd. However, Ning Fan was still quite vigilant towards the old man. He instinctively flapped his demon wings and retreated 100 zhang away. His right sleeve was already holding a section of a black golden dragon while his left palm was hiding a dazzling starlight. He did not know what kind of treasure it was, but as soon as he took it out, the power of the earth veins within 100,000 li * 500 m per li, faintly gathered in it. I don't know who you are and I don't know who Han Yuanji is. Ning Fan's tone was flat. He was not a newbie who had just entered the cultivation world. He would not believe others just because they tried to get close to him. At least, Ning Fan could not guarantee that the person in front of him was not Old Devil's enemy in disguise. If he were to say something careless, he would certainly be in big trouble. After activating the purple star, Ning Fan's eyesight was greatly enhanced. The fully I was able to see through the old man's background. The old man's true body might be a void fragmentation realm old monster, but this body was just an early divine transformation realm clone. It might be able to use the void force ability of a void fragmentation realm old monster, but Ning Fan had the Eastern Ocean Bell. If he were to risk his life, he would not be afraid of the void force attack of a mere clone. However, the sense of danger that this person gave him was indeed above the black bear. Most likely, the combat power of this clone was close to the void refinement realm. I can't underestimate this person. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Fan's vigilance made the old man praise, surprise, bitterness and a complicated expression. He praised Ning Fan for being careful in handling matters. He was surprised that Ning Fan had a half-step void refinement realm spiritual puppet despite being just an early divine transformation realm cultivator. Moreover, with his eyesight, he could also see that this item was refined by Ning Fan himself. Not only that, the treasure in Ning Fan's left hand could activate the formation power of 100,000 Li *, 500 M per Li. This made the old man's eyes brighten. This treasure is actually a treasure of the Tao of formations. However, in the end, the old man felt bitter and apologetic. My name is Wei Xian. Junior Liu Bei greets Senior Wei. Ning Fan's expression did not change at all. There was not a trace of familiarity in his expression. Didn't your master tell you about me? That's right, he probably wouldn't be willing to talk about someone like me. The old man changed his hand seal and put away the green jade gourd. He took the purple gourd from his waist and gulped down a mouthful of wine. You cultivate the black demon technique, and the aura in your body has the aura of Old Man Han. However, you don't know that although the black demon technique isn't strong, it has a special meaning. The inheritance of this cultivation method represents the succession of the black demon sect master. In the future, if you ascend to the northern heaven and enter the Yin Yang star, you can inherit the black demon sect. Although the current Black Devil sect has declined and is being bullied many times, there are still 48,000 divine transformation realm cultivators and 7 life immortals in the sect. These are all your forces. Your master has been treating you very well. Ning Fan remained silent. He still did not admit his identity, but his heart was filled with surprise. Although the Black Demon's secret art was not the strongest, nor was it a complete fiend god's secret art, it still had such a profound meaning. This was the first time he had obtained the Black Demon art, and he had been disgusted with it. He had even wanted to throw it away and reject it. Indeed, the old monster said that he was the 972nd sect master of the Black Devil sect. However, Ning Fan thought that this sect master was just an empty shell. He never thought that there were still 48,000 divine transformation realm cultivators and 7 life immortals in the northern heaven that were under his command. Be happy for me. I don't know how many people want my cultivation method. Recalling the old monster's words, Ning Fan sighed. Before he knew it, the old monster had already handed over such a huge force to him. Moreover, the force was so powerful that even the experts of the 9 worlds combined could not be compared to it. At this point, Ning Fan still did not admit his identity. Wei Xian nodded in appreciation. Old Man Han had a lot of enemies. If he casually announced his identity, he was afraid that this young man would be killed secretly. This young man is too cautious. He would rather kill 100,000 innocent people than let one person go. He is very similar to Old Man Han. There is only one way to make this young man believe me. Make a great heart devil oath. I can make a great heart devil oath. You are Old Man Han's disciple, so I won't harm you at all. You don't have to hide your identity in front of me. In the past, when the old man was in trouble, I couldn't help him openly because of my clan. It was the greatest shame of my life. However, even when the White Devil sect forced my Wei clan into a corner, crippled my human immortal realm cultivation base, destroyed my immortal foundation and reduced my cultivation to the 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, I still didn't betray him. If I say even half a word of falsehood, I will immediately be devoured by my inner demons and be reduced to ashes. You can trust me. Great Heart Demon Oath. Ning Fan was a little surprised. The mind-reading art could see the truth of a woman's words, and the great oath of the heart demon could tell if a man was lying. If this Wei Xian was lying, he would have been devoured by the heart demon long ago, and his cultivation would have been severely damaged. This oath could not be made easily. Even Ning Fan would not simply make an oath to someone. However, Wei Xian was very serious. Not only did he discover the great oath of the heart's devil, but he also swore an oath that would turn him into ashes. It was enough to show that he was not lying. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao would have already sent down a heart devil to destroy this person. This person was really the old devil's brother. This person even had his immortal foundation destroyed for the sake of the old monster. Junior Ning Fan was afraid of Senior's identity, so I did not dare to speak the truth. I hope Senior can forgive me. It's just that my master had never told me about what happened in the 4 heavens, so I did not know Senior. It's not that my master does not value Senior. This person was the old devil's brother, so Ning Fan no longer hid his true identity. So Old Man Han did not tell you anything. Wei Xian's expression softened. Ning Fan's explanation was undoubtedly a great comfort to him. It was not that old man Han had forgotten about him, but he did not want his disciple to get involved in the past grudges, so he did not say anything. Immediately, Wei Xian sighed and said, "Old man Han did not tell you anything, but I have left out a lot of things. It seems to be a little inappropriate. He did not tell you because he has his own concerns. He does not want to burden you too much. However, you need to understand that being the Black Devil sect master is a kind of glory. Do not look down on it." "Yes. How is your master? Isn't he looking for the Yin Yang Dao fruit in the rain world to heal his wife? Why did he go to the sword world? Yin Yang Dao fruit." Ning Fan's heart shuddered. Wasn't there only a small chance of obtaining the Dao fruit by killing a cultivator? Could it be that the old devil accepted me as a disciple to nurture me to the void fragmentation realm and then kill me? No. Impossible, there was only a 1% chance of obtaining the Dao fruit by killing a cultivator. Even if the old devil was a shrewd and ruthless person, he would not gamble on this 1% chance. The old devil was in Yu country to find the Yin-Yang inheritance and to wait for the opening of the ancient heavenly court to find the Dao fruit in the fiend god desolate ruins. The old devil once said that he would need Ning Fan's help to save his wife. It would hurt Ning Fan greatly, but he would not die. Ning Fan closed his eyes and the past flashed in his mind. Eventually, he shook his head and calmed down. When he opened his eyes, it was peaceful. Master will not kill me. If he wants to kill me, with his true immortal cultivation, he could teach me some secret techniques to rapidly increase my strength to the void fragmentation realm and then kill me. Furthermore, with his methods, he could use a secret technique similar to the blood-changing technique in the demon world to forcefully increase my strength to the void fragmentation realm within 100 years. He could do it. But he didn't. I don't believe that master will kill me. Ning Fan's eyes changed. Since he believed that the old devil would harm him, then there should be other ways to obtain the Yin Yang Dao fruit. May I ask, Senior, other than killing an enemy cultivator, is there any other way to obtain the Dao fruit? Of course there is. Any true immortal cultivator would use this technique once or twice, and that is Dao planting. Dao fruit, the name Dao fruit, naturally, it can be planted. Compared to the low probability of killing a cultivator, planting a Dao seed to obtain Dao fruit was the most reliable method. As long as one collected a Dao seed of a certain quality and planted it in a special Dao soil, if nothing went wrong, it would definitely bear Dao fruit. However, the Dao planting technique is too slow. The first step is thousands of years. The higher the quality of the Dao fruit, the longer it will take. So that's how it is. Ning Fan nodded. He chose to believe in the old devil. The old devil's method was undoubtedly Dao planting. At that time, he might refine the Yin-Yang Dao seed and suffer some damage, but this damage was not enough to repay the fate of being a master and disciple with the old devil. Oh right, you haven't answered this, old man. Why did old man Han want to go to the sword world? Did he find the owner of the Yin-Yang evil vein? Or did he obtain the Yin-Yang Dao fruit? But why does he want to go to the sword world? Wei Xian had a lot of questions. I am the Yin-Yang evil vein that master is looking for. Ning Fan said indifferently. What? Wei Xian's expression changed. So to say, when I mentioned the Yin-Yang Dao fruit, this child had a struggle in his heart. This child did not know about Dao planting, so he must have guessed whether the old devil wanted to kill him or not. But in the end, this child did not struggle for long and decided to trust the old devil. This kind of trust fell on an extremely cautious person. It was very difficult in the cultivation world where the relationship between a master and disciple was cold. It was even more difficult. How many masters accepted disciples only for the sake of devouring their disciples as Dao corpses? How many disciples killed their masters, seized positions, fought for medicines, and killed mercilessly? Under such a big background, Ning Fan was still willing to trust the old devil and calmly asked if there was another way to obtain the Dao fruit. This child trusts old man Han from the bottom of his heart. And old man Han must also trust him like this. That's why he did not hesitate to give such a huge force to this child. This relationship between master and disciple was constructed by benefits, but there was no betrayal. Wei Xian took a deep breath and looked at Ning Fan with a completely different gaze. The old devil accepted many disciples in his life, and most of them died tragically. There was only one person who he regarded as his own son, and now there was a second one. You and Han Yetian must be special to Old Man Han for you. Old Man Han directly gave you to all the forces and has absolutely no intention of harming you. This old man can vouch for him. For Han Yetian, this person was originally a mortal with a weak physique and was not suitable for cultivation, but Old Man Han forcibly went to several true immortal sects and killed as many as the clouds for this child's physique. Hee. If you guys don't trust Old Man Han, I'm afraid he will be bitterly disappointed. Han Yetian. When Wei Xian mentioned this person, Ning Fan's eyes revealed the light of hatred. That's right, where is Yetian? Did he also go to the sword world? Wei Xian revealed a look of reminiscence. He betrayed Master. He once said that the day the ancient heavenly court opens will be the day to take Master's life. Because of him, Master went to the sword world. Han Yetian betrayed? Wei Xian's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Ning Fan did not say much and directly imprinted the memory of that day for Wei Xian to have a look. Wei Xian's eyes gradually turned blood red as his spirit sense seeped into the jade slip. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails penetrated into his flesh. His body couldn't help but tremble because of excessive anger. After a few breaths, he crushed the jade slip and a crazy roar resounded throughout the Star Island. Beast! Beast! Without Han Yuanji, what are you, Han Yetian? You're just a waste immortal seed, immortal. Without Han Yuanji, how could you, Han Yetian, become a spirit-severing realm expert? If that's the case, it's all because of you, the beast, that Han Yuanji was chased by the true immortals of the seven sects. Moksha Sovereign of the Devil World, Nirvana Devil Vein, Void Fragmentation 5th Layer. Humph, what a great reputation. If this old man still has his cultivation, killing you is as easy as killing a dog. Nirvana Devil Vein? What Old Man Han formed for him was obviously the Black Fire Devil Vein. Did this beast submit to the White Devil sect? Wei Xian closed his eyes, but his anger couldn't be dispelled. But in the end, he sighed helplessly. Han Yetian's power was already established. The current him might not be this beast's opponent. But, the first time I was betrayed by him, the second time I was devoured by him. Why didn't Old Man Han say anything? His heart is actually very bitter. Wei Xian's eyes finally became desolate. He was old together with the old devil. When a person starts to lament the past, his heart is old. Let me kill this bastard. Ning Fan's indifferent words contained killing intent that couldn't be erased. He will go to the ancient heavenly court. After that, I will not give him a chance to come to the sword world. You want to kill Han Yetian? Wei Xian looked at Ning Fan with astonishment. Han Yetian was a 5th heavenly layer void fragmentation expert while Ning Fan was just an early spirit-severing realm expert. According to Wei Xian's knowledge, the opening of the ancient heavenly court was less than 70 years away. He couldn't calculate the exact time since his specialty wasn't divination. However, even a true immortal sect couldn't raise a spirit-severing realm expert to the void fragmentation realm after accumulating countless heavenly treasures, let alone a 5th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert. However, the battle intent in Ning Fan's eyes wasn't fake. Although Wei Xian didn't believe that Ning Fan had such strength, he believed that Ning Fan wouldn't follow Han Yetian's path of betrayal. It's not a waste for Old Man Han to have you as his disciple. I can't go to the devil world on my own because of my duty. Even if I go there, I won't be a match for Moksha Sovereign. As for Old Man Han's old friends, it's already difficult for them not to betray him. It's also difficult to count on them to deal with Han Yetian. Although I don't know how many people I can find, I will try my best to find them. On the day of the ancient heavenly court's opening, I will try my best to bring some people to support you. Who knows, we might be able to kill that bastard. Before that, I have to give you some benefits. I can't let you call me senior in vain. I will give you all the help I can. I have 4 peak void refinement realm Dao fruits and 1 first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm Dao fruit. I was planning to use it to break through to the 3rd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Here you go. Wei Xian untied the storage pouch on his waist and passed it to Ning Fan with a solemn expression. This is my greeting gift. If you reject it, it means that you are not giving me face. Ning Fan's expression changed. He had never thought that he would accidentally obtain 5 such astonishing Dao fruits from Wei Xian. With his current cultivation base, he was still unable to consume these 5 Dao fruits. Otherwise, his body would explode. However, if the news of him possessing 5 Dao fruits were to spread out, it would be enough to cause a frenzy in the rain world. Even void fragmentation realm old monsters might be blinded by greed and hunt him down. The value of these 5 Dao fruits was already difficult to be measured with immortal jade. To be continued. The southern island had completely turned into a forbidden area. This time, the black bear did not allow any explanation and directly gave a death order. Whoever dares to cause trouble in the southern island will be killed. The outside world had heard that he was afraid of an early divine transformation realm cultivator. If he was reluctant before, he no longer felt reluctant now. I am a coward. What? Is it embarrassing to be a coward in front of a void fragmentation realm old monster? Of course, it was impossible for the black bear to announce Wei Xian's existence. The 3 of them were very tight-lipped. They were afraid that Wei Xian would be angered and he would massacre the entire island. In the cave, the 2 ladies were still sleeping. Ning Fan sent the female corpse and Yu Lingkong to look after them while he followed Wei Xian to a remote and gloomy valley on the island. In the valley, Wei Xian and Ning Fan's figures appeared one after another. The reason why we came back to this gloomy valley was because Wei Xian promised Ning Fan another benefit. Let's talk about Ning Fan's gains first. Wei Xian first gave him 5 Dao fruits. 4 of them were peak void refinement realm and 1 was at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. The magic power contained in these 5 Dao fruits was unimaginable. At least with Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he did not dare to consume any of them. Otherwise, his body would explode and he would die instantly. Wei Xian gave Ning Fan some pills. However, most of them were 5th and 6th revolution pills. 7th revolution pills were already extremely difficult to obtain. Even Wei Xian only had a small amount of them and most of them were useless to Ning Fan. Other than medicine for injuries and secret methods, there were not many pills that could increase one's cultivation base. There were 2 bottles of mid-grade 5th revolution thunder profound pills with a total of 20 pills. Each pill could increase 100 units of magic power of an early divine transformation realm cultivator. 1 bottle of high-grade 5th revolution purple heaven pills with a total of 11 pills. Each pill could increase 200 units of magic power of an intermediate divine transformation realm cultivator. Wei Xian did not have a lot of pills. He was not a pill refinement master and he did not need low-grade pills with his current cultivation base. These pills were snatched from an unlucky cultivator's storage pouch. As for magic treasures, he did not give them to Ning Fan because he was already full of praises for the 3 immemorial divine weapons Ning Fan showed him. In the valley, Wei Xian looked at the starlight compass in his hand and sighed. The Separation Slayer sword was sharp and the spirit-shattering whip could injure one's primordial spirit. Especially, the 3rd divine weapon was the star-fixing plate. This treasure contains 110,000 types of spirit-grade formations, 20,000 types of core-grade formations, 1,700 types of nascent-grade formations, 257 types of transformation-grade formations and 7 types of mortal void-grade formations. There are already 10,000 star lamps on this treasure. If I can light up 10,000 star lamps, I'm afraid that the defense of this treasure can even withstand a void refinement realm attack. However, after exclaiming in admiration, Wei Xian frowned slightly. You might have had some other fortuitous encounter to be able to know so many powerful ancient formations. Your Tao of formations is indeed not weak. The idea of using formations to refine treasures has also made this old man's eyes light up. I'm afraid that the one who came up with such a method of refining treasures must be a world-shocking senior. However, this treasure has a lot of flaws. These flaws are not a problem with the ancient formations, the materials, or the method of refining treasures. Instead, it is the lack of understanding of the Tao of formations. Wei Xian looked at Ning Fan thoughtfully and said while shaking his head. Which school of array Tao do you cultivate? Which school? Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. His Tao of formations was completely inherited from ancient chaos's memories. His pill refinement technique was still in the school of the 9 revolutions river wheel. As for his Tao of formations, he did not belong to any orthodox school at all. After all, Great Emperor Ancient Chaos was an immortal emperor. Of course, it was easy for him to master formations below the immortal void realm. However, among the immortal emperors at the same level, Ancient Chaos was not famous for his Tao of formations. The Tao of formations that he was proficient in was probably the rapid cultivation method of dual cultivation and consuming pills. Ningfan's aptitude in the Tao of formations was not bad. After inheriting Ancient Chaos's mixed memories, his Tao of formations could barely be considered as not weak. However, in the eyes of a true grandmaster in the Tao of formations, his Tao of formations would have many flaws. The cultivation of the Tao of formations required a meticulous mind and cultivation base. Only then could one distinguish and calculate the complex and intricate formation eyes from the unreadable terrain. It required a strong spirit sense to carve the formation eyes. It required a large amount of money to activate the formation power. However, he had never gone through the basic learning of the Tao of formations. In terms of the overall understanding of the Tao of formations, he was much better than his peers. However, there were still many flaws in the details. Wei Xian was a little speechless. Ningfan had never gone through the orthodox learning of the Tao of formations. How could he have such a shocking Tao of formations? It was impossible even if he had obtained the inheritance of enlightenment. Formations were different from other things. Even if you know the method to set up a formation, you would not be able to set it up without a monstrous mind and calculation. Being able to set up a mortal void realm formation meant that Ningfan was a monster. However, there were flaws in even a spirit realm formation. It meant that Ningfan's foundation in the Tao of formations was too weak. Forget it. After all, you were born in the lower world. It's not strange that you don't know about the 9 factions of the formation faction. In the 4 heavens, the Tao of formations is divided into 9 factions. As for the Heluo galaxy where my Wei clan lives, it is known as the birthplace of the Heluo galaxy. In my Heluo galaxy, the cultivation of the Tao of formations is divided into form formation and heart formation. Form formation refers to the formation that needs to be arranged beforehand. It requires external objects to support the formation power. There are 3 types in total: human formation, earth formation, and heaven formation. Human formation uses people as the formation. The military formation of mortal cultivators and the battle formation of immortal guards are all of this type. It focuses on the word harmony. Earth formation needs the help of the terrain. Any formation that is set up using the terrain is considered as an earth formation. It focuses on the word geography. Heaven formation uses astronomical phenomena as a formation. When the Tao of formations is cultivated to a certain level, the layout of the sun, moon and stars and the changes of the wind, rain and snow can all be used as a formation to kill the enemy. It focuses on the word timing. The 3 types of formations of heaven, earth and human are all part of the form formation. Regarding form formation, your foundation is weak. However, your high comprehension ability is rare even in the Heluo galaxy. As for heart formation, you have almost no achievements at all. Heart formation can be compared to magic techniques. A true formation grandmaster doesn't need the assistance of a formation plate during a battle. The magic techniques they cast with a wave of their hands are like sense restriction or the spirit seals of your magic treasures. They are the application of heart formation. They can be used to attack the enemy with magic techniques without having to set up a formation. Heart formation is powerful, but there is a restriction. It requires inheritance of blood. In the Heluo galaxy, outstanding disciples would usually receive the inheritance of their ancestors from their clans or sections. Not only would their innate talent in the Tao of formations improve by leaps and bounds, but even their spirit sense would also improve tremendously. Most importantly, after obtaining this inheritance, one can start cultivating heart formation. Wei Xian explained patiently. The more Ningfan listened, the more he sighed. The Tao of formations that he had explored blindly was far from being comparable to the true formation Tao clans. The usefulness of Ancient Chaos's memories was getting lesser and lesser. Presumably, after attaining the void fragmentation realm, it would no longer be of any help to him. His Tao of formations would certainly stop at the immortal void realm. Compared to the disciples of the 4 heavens, he lacked the inheritance of blood and effort from the very beginning. He also lacked the systematic teaching of the Tao of formations. Wei Xian gulped down a mouthful of wine. His eyes seemed to be hesitating. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and waved his sleeve. He took out an exquisite jade bottle and passed it to Ning Fan. Inside the bottle was a drop of blood. It was a drop of silver blood. Just by holding the jade bottle in his hand, Ning Fan could feel a force rushing towards him. It made his spirit sense become extremely active. This is... Ning Fan's eyes turned serious. The value of this item was definitely not ordinary. This is the blood and effort of a Fate Immortal Realm ancestor of my Wei clan. It was left behind using a secret technique before his death. I originally planned to use this blood to improve my Dao of formations. However, it seems like this item will be more useful to you. There was one thing that Wei Xian did not tell Ning Fan. The blood and effort of the clan must never be passed on to outsiders. Wei Xian did not treat Ning Fan as an outsider. However, if the clan found out that he secretly gave away the blood and effort of the clan, there was a high possibility that he would be expelled from the clan. After all, the blood and effort of the clan was like the bloodline of the demon race. It contained some secret formation inheritance of the formation Dao clans. Ning Fan was not a hothead. Even if Wei Xian did not say it, he also understood that such a precious item like the blood and effort of the clan must be strictly supervised. If I accept this item, I am afraid that it will implicate Senior. You take it. Wei Xian's words were not to be refused. He did not care about anything else to give Ning Fan benefits. At first, it was because he felt guilty towards the old monster. But now, the more he looked at Ning Fan, the more he liked him. As such, Ning Fan would no longer pretend to refuse. However, he secretly remembered Wei Xian's kindness in his heart. If Wei Xian was wronged in the Wei clan because of this, then in the future, Ning Fan would increase his strength and help him get revenge in the Wei clan. You have already obtained the blood and effort of the clan. I have already violated the clan's rules once. Why can't I do it again? You can take this as well. Wei Xian patted his storage pouch and took out an ancient jade slip and gave it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan's expression immediately changed when he scanned the jade slip with his spirit sense. This jade slip recorded the cultivation method and formation record of the Heluo clan's Dao of formations. Its name was the Secret of Heluo clan's Dao of formations. The formation record recorded a large number of ancient formations. There were even formations above the immortal void realm. As for the Dao of formations, it specialized in cultivating heart power and mind power. After all, these two were the key to a cultivator's success in setting up a formation. With such a perfect cultivation system, if Ning Fan continued to cultivate it, it was not impossible for him to become a grandmaster in the Dao of formations in the future. You don't have to refuse. Just accept it. Wei Xian said seriously. 5 Dao fruits, a large number of pills, the blood and effort inheritance, the secret of the Wei clan's formation. These benefits would not be of much use in a short period of time. However, they would be of great help to Ning Fan's future. I dare not forget what Senior has given me. You don't have to be so reserved. What's the difference between me and Old Man Han? Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Do you know why I brought you to this valley? The yin qi in this place is extremely dense. Senior must have noticed that I cultivate the corpse devil vein and wanted to give me another opportunity to help me improve my devil cultivation. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. His demon power was already at the divine transformation realm. It was just a matter of time for his magic power to reach the divine transformation realm. However, his devil cultivation was still weak. He only had 109 armor of devil qi and was stuck at the mid-nascent soul realm. The biggest reason was that he could not find a large amount of corpse qi, yin qi, and evil intent to cultivate the corpse devil record. However, it seemed like Wei Xian could help Ning Fan remove this obstacle. You have a good mind. As you said, this is my goal. Although I don't know why you cultivate the yin-yang devil vein, you can also cultivate the corpse devil vein and possess demon blood. You can also cultivate the corpse devil vein and possess demon blood. However, this is your secret. I won't ask. Before that, I have something to ask you. Do you know what secrets are hidden in this star palace? This place is a labyrinth formed by the Star of Heavenly Emperor. I must get the Star of Heavenly Emperor. Ning Fan did not hide anything. Wei Xian was one of them. Heavenly Emperor. Wei Xian's expression changed. I see. No wonder so many demons have gathered in this world. Not only the true spirit demon clan in the demon spirit land, but also the demon concubines of the Spirit King Palace. Kid, did you even accept the demon concubines of the Spirit King Palace? Wei Xian looked at Ning Fan with a strange expression. He could vaguely sense that there were 2 traces of female demon qi in the temporary abode. It was the unique demon qi of the demon concubines of the Spirit King Palace. I was just lucky. Ning Fan did not deny it. You have a way. How dare you touch a woman of that status? Wei Xian revealed a look of admiration. Ning Fan was indeed worthy of being the disciple of Old Man Han. Both of them were lawless and out of control. Wei Xian did not care who the star of Heavenly Emperor would be. It was only his duty to monitor the changes in this place. He was also a deacon of the 4 seas. If there were any huge changes in the rain world, he must report it to the upper world. If Ning Fan took a fancy to the precious treasure of this place, the star of Heavenly Emperor, Wei Xian would certainly help him as his senior. In the Heavenly Palace, there is an immortal void realm grand formation with a total of 49,000 formation eyes. Out of every 7 formation eyes, 6 will die and 1 will survive. If you obtain this inheritance, it won't be difficult for you to cross these 49,000 formation eyes. Behind the grand formation, there are 18 gates of life and death. Among them, 9 of them will survive and 9 of them will die. I have gone through 6 of them and all of them were dead ends. As for the other 3 gates, I can't enter them with my fragile body because I can't bear the pressure. The star of Heavenly Emperor that you want is probably in one of those 3 gates. With my memory jade slip, you can avoid entering the gate of life and the gate of death. You just need to choose one of the 3 gates and you will have a good chance of snatching the star of Heavenly Emperor from the hands of the demons. However, I sensed a trace of void refinement realm ferocious beast chi from one of the 3 gates. You must be careful. Wei Xian took out a blank jade slip and imprinted a memory fragment on it. Then, he passed it to Ning Fan. His words stunned Ning Fan. He could hear the hidden meaning in Wei Xian's words. Senior, aren't you going to follow me to get the star of Heavenly Emperor? I'm not going. Each of the gate of life will take a month or even a few months. If you want this fortune, you still need to spend a few more months. During these months, I have to delay it for you. Delay? Delay what? This time, there is another deacon who will go with me to investigate the unusual changes in the rain world. I will stay here to continue the investigation while he will leave this place and send a message to the upper world to ask for reinforcements. With just the 2 of us deacons, we can't compete with the demons for the fortune of the Star Palace. However, logically speaking, we can't let the demons monopolize the fortune. I'm afraid that many of the prodigies of the god race will come here to fight for this star. If they get involved, your chances of getting the star of Heavenly Emperor will be even slimmer. 6 months. I will try to delay it so that those prodigies of the god race won't be able to arrive here within 6 months. Therefore, whether you can win against those prodigies of the god race or not, you still have to rely on yourself. Wei Xian believed that Ning Fan, the disciple of Old Man Han, would certainly not lose to those prodigies of the god race. Originally, he wanted to stay here. However, he had to leave the Star Palace first for Ning Fan's sake to delay the god race. Before he leaves, he wanted to give Ning Fan one last fortune to help him break through the shackles of his devil cultivation and turn his devil chi into divinity. You need a large amount of corpse chi for your cultivation. However, the corpse chi here is far from enough. Wei Xian gulped down the wine in the purple gourd. His eyes flashed with determination and he took out a damaged and dim formation plate. That formation plate was the immortal formation plate that he used in the past. That formation plate had once made Wei Xian famous in the Heluo Star region when he was at the Life Immortal realm. That formation plate had accompanied Wei Xian in his battles. However, it was sealed after he fell from his immortal realm. When the formation plate appeared, Ning Fan's eyes lit up again. If his magic power reaches the Life Immortal realm, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill 10 Moksha sovereigns with this formation plate. It was a treasure. Break! The immortal formation plate, which was a supreme treasure in Ning Fan's eyes, was shattered by Wei Xian with a single palm strike without hesitation. following the destruction of the formation plate, a vast corpse chi spread out from the formation plate. The corpses of hundreds of thousands of cultivators were sealed in the formation plate. They were the people who Wei Xian killed when he was at his peak. The total number of these cultivators might not be as many as the number of cultivators in the internal endless sea. However, most of their cultivation bases were above the nascent soul realm. The strongest among them was even at the void fragmentation realm. Wei Xian was drowning his sorrows in wine now. However, he was still a ferocious devil that was not weaker than the old devil in the past. This corpse chi is enough for you to reach the divine transformation realm. Enough. Ning Fan did not know how to express his current feelings. He remembered that Wei Xian treated him well. However, Ning Fan also understood that there was only one real reason why Wei Xian gave him the Dao fruit, heart blood and immortal treasure. He was the disciple of the old devil. And the old devil was Wei Xian's brother. Wei Xian's immortal foundation had been destroyed. It was impossible for him to become an immortal again, and he could not meet the old devil. That was why he gave Ning Fan the Dao fruit that allowed him to break through to the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He also gave Ning Fan the inheritance of his heart blood. He even destroyed the terrifying immortal treasure that he used to dominate the star region just to let Ning Fan attain the divine transformation realm. I will take my leave first. 6 months. I will try my best to delay for you for 6 months. After 6 months, there might be people from the White Devil sect among the prodigies of the northern sky. It is not suitable for you to have any relationship with the White Devil sect now. Once you obtain the Star of Celestial Emperor, leave immediately. Wei Xian patted his storage pouch and took out a green jade gourd. He then stepped on the giant gourd and left. However, his eyes were no longer hazy. There was no need to use wine to numb the arrogance in his eyes. Ancient Heavenly Court, Han Ye Tian? Humph, this old man can't miss out on this battle. Ning Fan cupped his fists towards the direction where Wei Xian went. He knew that Wei Xian was rushing for him. Perhaps, the old devil and Wei Xian were like him and Ninggu. Although they were not blood relatives, they had indelible feelings. Ning Fan's eyes darkened as he recalled what Wei Xian said before he left. The prodigy of the White Devil sect, why should I hide? Putting away all the distracting thoughts, Ning Fan sat cross-legged and activated the Corpse Devil record to absorb the corpse chi in this place. The terrain of this valley was in line with the formation of corpse chi. One had to admit that Wei Xian had a deep understanding of the Tao of formations. Devil chi can be used to attain the divine transformation realm. Ning Fan's eyes were determined. The surging corpse chi flowed into his body. His thin and pale body began to rot slowly and emitted a foul stench. This was the corpse transformation technique recorded in the Corpse Devil record. Through the corpse transformation, his body would eventually reach the horrifying strength and defense of a corpse devil. To be continued. 1 month later, Wu Yan and Shiran woke up. A woman who had been unconscious for a long time found herself lying naked in a pool of water when she woke up. No one would be able to calm down. Luckily, after checking her lower body, she found out that something was still there. Only then did she feel relieved. When she looked again, she realized that her severe injuries had already healed. She naturally understood that everything was Ning Fan's doing. Ning Fan had saved her. Of course, he had also seen her naked body and touched every part of her body. Her feelings towards Ning Fan involuntarily became a little complicated. When she found out that the spiritual herbs in her storage pouch were almost used up, she really did not know whether to laugh or cry. Liu Bei, you're the only one in the entire world who would use such precious 10,000 years old spiritual herbs to bathe. However, if it wasn't for you, my injuries wouldn't have healed. If it wasn't for you, I would have already died under that giant bear's paw. Wu Yan put on the clothes that the female corpse gave her. The ones who were guarding her and she ran were the female corpse and Yu Lingkong. Wu Yan recognized the female corpse, but it was Yu Lingkong's first time seeing her. She was as petite as a child, but her cultivation base was at the late divine transformation realm. Wu Yan even faintly felt that her combat power was far above hers. Without a doubt, these two women were Ning Fan's women. The female corpse was certainly not a virgin. Ning Fan had already made love with her when he was in Ning City. Yu Lingkong was not a virgin either. She was almost killed by Ning Fan's cucumber. I am a virgin. Is he reluctant to hurt my innocence or, he doesn't like me? Wu Yan felt a little disappointed. However, when she put on her clothes, she touched her soft breasts with her bare hands. When she saw that the wounds on her breasts had completely healed without leaving any scars, her lonely expression was immediately replaced by embarrassment and annoyance. I remember that when I was unconscious, Liu Bei seemed to have applied medicine on my breasts. He even pinched here and said that it was very beautiful here. She could still feel the warmth of Ning Fan's finger on her breasts that day. All of a sudden, Wu Yan's eyes became blurred. She could not deceive herself. After meeting him again and again, it was impossible for her not to be moved by him. However, when she glanced at the female corpse and Yu Lingkong, she found that both of them were extremely beautiful, which made her feel a little inferior. In the end, I was burdened by my clan and was unable to stay by his side and accompany him for the rest of his life. I am also not little sister Wanner, who is proficient in the spirit attachment technique. I am willing to give up everything for him and make him view me as his wife. Perhaps, he doesn't even have me in his heart. The reason why he helped me this time was only because of little sister Wanner's request. The female corpse's eyes were calm. She obeyed Ning Fan's order and stayed here to protect the two ladies. As long as they do not run away, she would not do anything to them. Yu Lingkong, on the other hand, did not have such a good temper. She was the dignified female tyrant of the internal sea, but she was ordered by Ning Fan to look after two women in this place. Why? Isn't it just a little thicker and longer cucumber? Fuck me once and I'll be yours? Dream on. If you have the guts, F*CK this old lady a second time. See if this old lady won't push you down and F*CK you until you don't want it anymore. Although she was cursing and swearing, she did not disobey Ning Fan's orders. You are not allowed to escape. Otherwise, I will make you my punching bag. Yu Lingkong threatened. I won't run away. I'll wait for him here. Wu Yan was wearing good clothes, but she didn't have any intention of leaving. The troublesome one was the little loli she ran. One could imagine how terrified this inexperienced young mistress would be if she found out that she was lying naked in a certain place one day. Especially when she still had the memory of being fed the aphrodisiac by Ning Fan. I've been tainted. I can't get married anymore. Wah. The little loli ran out of the cave with her but naked. She had already cried herself silly. If you take one more step, you will die. Just as the little loli was about to run out of the cave, Yu Lingkong's cold voice resounded. No matter what, she ran was still a little loli while Yu Lingkong was just a little girl. However, the latter's threat brought she ran a bone-chilling aura force. It was as if she took one more step and left the area of the cave, Yu Lingkong would ruthlessly destroy her and kill her like an ant. Why, you're also bullying me? You're in cahoots with Liu Bei. Wah. Both of them were late divine transformation realm experts. However, Shi Ran's combat power was weak. As for Yu Lingkong, she used to be the strongest expert of the internal sea, a female tyrant. Now, her cultivation base had fallen to the late divine transformation realm. She was not someone who could be defeated by a peak divine transformation realm expert. Shi Ran was innocent, but she was not a fool. She could feel how terrifying Yu Lingkong was. She did not dare to run away, and she was also too embarrassed to do so. Just now, she was acting on impulse. Now, she was naked. Even if she was asked to leave the cave, she would not go out. If she was seen by other wild beasts, she really would not be able to live anymore. The only thing she could do was to cry. In her memory, as long as she cried, her clan would immediately send people to protect her. If you cry one more time, I will chop off one of your hands. If you cry 2 more times, I will chop off your other hand. Yu Lingkong's tone was still as cold as before. The killing intent that was emitted from her body made Wu Yan, who was a late divine transformation realm expert with strong combat power, feel a little unbearable. Shi Ran became obedient and stopped crying. She just sobbed and her small shoulders trembled. Her lips were squeezed into the shape of earthworms. She trembled uncontrollably, but she did not dare to cry out loud. She obediently returned to the cave and took the dress that the female corpse handed to her. Only then did she feel that her limbs were agile. Her injuries were actually healed. Eh? My injuries are actually all healed? Could it be that what Liu Bei fed me was not an aphrodisiac? Pooh. That brat still needs an aphrodisiac to f*ck a woman? His bewitching technique is so powerful. He can f*ck you with just a single finger. Yu Lingkong said with a cold smile. So, he didn't want to defile me. Instead, he wanted to save me? But why did he want to save me? Xiran wiped her tears. She no longer felt wronged. Her big eyes were filled with confusion as she looked at Wu Yan. Her gaze made Wu Yan's face turn red. Wu Yan naturally understood that the reason why Ning Fan saved her and Xiran was mostly because of her. It was just that Wu Yan couldn't answer Xiran's question directly. She couldn't say that even though Liu Bei killed without batting an eyelid and raped countless women, he had given her some face and spared her life. Perhaps, Liu Bei has fallen in love with you. Wu Yan casually replied. What? He actually fell in love with me? I actually didn't know about it. Asterisk swish asterisk Xiran's small face was completely red. She was inexperienced in the world. Naturally, she had never come into contact with the word love. After being casually mentioned by Wu Yan, she believed that it was true and her heart began to beat wildly. But even if he has fallen in love with me, he can't be so violent. He even scolded me. He was so fierce when he scolded me. He pinched my mouth so hard that it hurt. Besides, he's a demon from the lower world while I'm the princess of the Profound Medicine clan. Father will never agree to our marriage. Xiran felt a little wronged. Silly girl. Wu Yan did not know what to say to Xiran. I just said it casually, but this naive little girl actually believed it. You're even thinking about getting married? Naked, my. The female corpse took the initiative to speak for the first time. It was as if she was jealous. That's right. That brat has so many beautiful concubines. Why does he have to marry you? Is your Profound Medicine clan that great? Yu Lingkong said disdainfully. He has seen my naked body. I can't even get married. If he doesn't marry me, what should I do? Xiran retorted. Even if he raped you, he won't marry you if he doesn't want to. What do you have to say? Yu Lingkong said disdainfully. No. He can't not marry me. Xiran, this little girl, had basically forgotten her original intention. Her original grievances were all gone. At this moment, she only had one thing on her mind. She must make Ning Fan marry her. Otherwise, she would not be able to get married. One had to admit that Xiran was the purest girl Ning Fan had ever met. Even Ji He, Mu Weiliang, Mu Xiaohuan and the female corpse were just naive and adorable. However, they knew a little about the matters between men and women. However, this Xiran obviously did not understand the matters between men and women at all. A silly Lolita who could treat crude medicinal pills as an aphrodisiac was extremely rare in this materialistic world of cultivation. Moreover, she did not even know that the test to check whether her chastity was still intact was not to check how much of her body had been seen by Ning Fan but the fact that there was a membrane on her lower body. She might not even know that there was such a mechanism in her body. Naked, not, marry, you, he wants to marry me. He, won't, marry, you, he wants to marry me. Just like that, the silly girl Xiran quarreled with the female corpse who had extremely low spiritual intelligence in the cave dwelling. There was only one reason for this. Xiran's EQ was basically at the same level as the female corpse. How pitiful, there was no need for idle chatter. After 1 month of cultivation, Ning Fan's aura force had greatly changed. Currently, his face was ferocious and terrifying. His white bones were eerily visible. His physical body was festering and rotting. He looked like an ancient corpse that had been lying dormant for many years. However, under his ferocious face, there were already more than 30,000 traces of devil chi surrounding his body. Without a doubt, his devil chi had far surpassed the standard of an early spirit-severing realm expert. Moreover, if he had another 20,000 traces of devil chi, his devil chi would advance to the mid-spirit-severing realm. However, it was a pity that it would be difficult for him to obtain another expert like Wei Xian who had slaughtered his entire life to increase his corpse chi. In order to further improve his devil cultivation, he would probably have to find another way. Just based on this 1 month of cultivation alone, the improvement of his devil cultivation was extremely beneficial. He had cultivated the corpse devil record to the peak of the 4th level in one go. During this period, he had completed the first corpse transformation and obtained the rotten corpse body. The rotten corpse body seemed to have broken through the upper limit of the physical strength of his body. His body technique was only at the 2nd level of Jade Life body technique, but he could exert the strength of the 3rd level. Was this the terror of the first corpse transformation? In the past, when the black corpse attacked the city, his strength was already much stronger than other cultivators at the same level even before he completed the 2nd corpse transformation. It must be the special effect of the rotten corpse body. During the 2nd corpse transformation, the black corpse was killed by Ning Fan before he could succeed. This time, Ning Fan was going to complete the 2nd corpse transformation and turn into a corpse devil body, otherwise, he would have to live with this rotten body without completing the 2nd corpse transformation. If he were to pluck women, the scene would surely be very tasteless. Besides, if he succeeds in the 2nd corpse transformation, Ning Fan's physical body would undergo a great transformation. The first corpse transformation would decay his physical body to achieve the effect of breaking through the limits of his physical body. The 2nd corpse transformation would reconstruct his corpse devil body to achieve the effect of improving his defense. The 3rd corpse transformation would be the life of a molded corpse. If he succeeds in the 3rd corpse transformation, Ning Fan would be immortal just by relying on his corpse devil body. Of course, becoming a corpse devil seemed to have gone beyond the scope of life and death. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in the corpse chi. He did not dare to move recklessly even though countless flies were parasitizing his body. The itchiness was unbearable and the stench was overwhelming. However, in order to condense the corpse chi and break through the bottleneck of the 2nd corpse transformation, he had no choice but to endure it. He sat there for 10 days. During these 10 days, his internal organs were filled with corpse maggots. His body was flowing with thick dark red and yellow pus. However, his mind was still clear. If he could not even endure this step, he would not be qualified to advance his strength. Condense. 10 days of waiting was all for this day. Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes. 31,720 traces of corpse chi around his body soared into the sky. Eventually, the corpse chi condensed into a physical body. In just a breath's time, those maggots and eggs were all killed by the corpse chi and burned into ashes by the black corpse fire. The black corpse fire continued to burn the decaying flesh. All of the decaying flesh turned into ashes while the corpse chi was reconstructing a new physical body. Every step he took left a footprint of the black flame on the ground, causing the grass and trees to sizzle. With every step he took, Ning Fan's chi rose even more. Within the black corpse fire, a naked young man slowly walked out. His physical body was fair and weak, but it was filled with a terrifying destructive power. He was still at the 2nd level of Jade Life realm. However, he had completed 2 corpse transformations and evolved into a corpse devil. He had unlocked the limit of his physical strength, reconstructed his physical body and increased the limit of his defense. Moreover, his defense was unrivaled among those at the same level as him. His physical body was at the 2nd level of Jade Life realm, but his strength and defense were at the standard of the 3rd level. With just his physical body, Ning Fan could fight a late divine transformation realm expert without losing. Condense. Along with the success of the 2nd corpse transformation, Ning Fan condensed a black lotus flame on his palm. This corpse flame had condensed into the 3rd rank of the earth vein demonic flames, the lotus corpse flame. This was an unexpected gain. Now, he possessed 4 types of earth vein demonic flames and 5 types of heavenly frost cold chi. Under the guidance of the lotus corpse flame, the 9 types of spiritual flames and cold chi condensed into a deep black flame. It was no longer gray. This black flame was definitely not weak even among the 6th grade spiritual flames. His demon power was 20,150 units. His devil chi was 31,720 units. His magic power was 5,884 units. With the 3 of them stacked together, Ning Fan's magic power was much stronger than ordinary mid-divine transformation realm experts by a few thousand units. Ning Fan was very satisfied with the improvement of his combat power after cultivating 3 different types of power at the same time. At this moment, another thought arose in his mind. If he could improve all three types of power to the mid-divine transformation realm, he was confident that he could fuse them together and advance to the late divine transformation realm. This is the first great gift that Wei Xian has given me. I will never forget his kindness. With a sway of his body, Ning Fan donned his white robes again. He carefully examined the jade bottle in his palm and the blood inheritance. This blood inheritance contained a great amount of power which could greatly improve a cultivator's heart force and sense power. This was the blood inheritance left behind by an immortal life realm formation cultivator using a secret technique before his death. After consuming this blood, my spirit sense will at least break through to the late divine transformation realm. My heart force will also be greatly improved. Moreover, this blood inheritance contains the secret technique of heart formation. Heart formation. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. If he learns the heart formation technique, he would have a lot more means to deal with his enemies. Not only would the power of the mental restriction and demon restriction be stronger, but he would also be able to set up grand formations with just a wave of his hand. As such, the divine transformation realm grand formations that he was proficient in were equivalent to divine transformation realm magic techniques. A mortal void realm grand formation was equivalent to a mortal void realm magic technique. Moreover, if he obtains the heart formation technique, it would be much easier for him to control the third immemorial divine weapon. Ning Fan crushed the jade bottle and consumed the blood. Immediately, he sat in a lotus position and forced the blood into his chest to refine it. All of a sudden, the silver blood turned into thousands of silver threads which engraved complicated and ancient formation patterns on his chest. These formation patterns were the profound secret of the heart formation technique of the Heluo Galaxy's formation Dao clan. As if he had broken through the shackles, his sea of consciousness was filled with silver light. His spirit sense continued to rise and eventually, he broke through to the late divine transformation realm, late divine sense, second level jade life corpse devil body, soul extraction technique and magic power that could rival a late divine transformation realm expert. With these three factors added together, Ning Fan could fight against a peak divine transformation realm expert. Traces of coolness rose in his heart. At this moment, Ning Fan's consciousness was unprecedentedly clear. The questions that he could not figure out in the past seemed to be exceptionally clear now. His eyes seemed to be able to see every trace of formation power between heaven and earth. Taking out the star positioning plate, Ning Fan's gaze fell upon it and he immediately frowned. In the past, he could not see the flaws of this treasure. Now, he could see that the traces of formation power on the star positioning plate were complicated and intertwined with each other. There were many mistakes in it. I didn't expect to be able to see the veins of formation power after obtaining the inheritance of blood. No wonder those geniuses in the Tao of formations are incomparable to ordinary people. However, since I have obtained the inheritance of blood and the secret of Heluo formation, one of the 9 sects, it would be too embarrassing if I lose to the geniuses of the Heluo Galaxy in the Tao of formations in the future. After some seclusion, it's about time for me to go back. 1.5 months. I wonder if Wu Yan and Na Shiran have woken up. I'm still quite interested in that Tai Xian Ganoderma. Now that Senior Wei Xian has intervened, I'm afraid that even if I directly ask Black Bear for the secret treasure, he won't dare to resist. This is Senior Wei Xian's prestige. If I don't borrow it, I'll be a fool. End of chapter 288. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.